Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 5172 to Chapter 5253. Not just Huang Shui, several neutral martial artists also pounced toward the swamp at the same time. But what followed were desperate screams and mournful wails. The few people who went in were all dead. Strange. Seeing those people die, Huang Shui, Wild Sand King, and the rest completely did not know what happened. Ling Zhao's sense of mystery increased again. But Ye Mo sighed in his heart. Ling Zhao's status in his heart became even higher. Not afraid of the swamp's poison, that was because everyone had poison-resistant sacred runes drawn on their bodies. Not afraid of falling into the swamp, that was because everyone had light body sacred runes drawn on their bodies. This swamp's array formation was very strange. It did not allow martial artists to use the slightest bit of divine essence or soul force. But if they did not use divine essence or soul force, they would definitely be poisoned to death or drowned. It looked simply unsolvable. Actually, if one knew the sacred rune art and array formation, it became very simple. Regardless of whether it was soaring in the air or resisting poison, it was all done by the sacred runes. Martial artists could not use any soul force or divine essence. Damn it, we actually let that guy have his way. Wild Sand King, Huang Shui, Chi Fei, and the rest were all helpless. This swamp completely trapped them. Instead, Sword King City's people could move freely. No matter, we'll just guard here. They have to come out after taking the thing. He still has to die. Huang Shui finally gritted her teeth and said. There was no other exit here. That was why Huang Shui had such a judgment. Sword King City's people arrived near the flower field. Ling Xiao waved his hand and transplanted that flower field into the mountain river world. This way, he could use the freshest flower of law to refine pills. Master, I found this. Cold Plum actually took out a bronze mirror from the depths of the swamp. Ling Xiao received the bronze mirror. The moment it entered his hand, he felt a powerful soul force undulation. Just as he was about to examine it carefully, he suddenly discovered that the array formation and sacred runes on the swamp disappeared. It looked like this bronze mirror should be the key to the array formation and sacred runes, providing energy for them. Already obtained the treasure, no need to stay here anymore, let's go. Ling Xiao took out a refining array stone. What was sealed on it was a transmission array. He had already set up a marker at the fork in the road. Through the teleportation array activated by the array refining stone, one could directly reach the fork. F*CK, this works too. The Wild Sand King cursed, hurry up and go to the deity fruit. Ling Xiao, this guy is really cunning. After he finished speaking, he turned around and ran out. Huang Shui did not hold back either. After all, anyone could tell that Ling Xiao used a transportation formation. Their plan of waiting for him was completely useless. He could only try his best to hurry. Cunning fellow, I'll let you be proud for a while. You actually know how to set up a teleportation formation, however, I don't believe that your materials can be used many times. Everything you obtain will belong to us. Chi Fei glared fiercely at Ling Xiao before he left with the rest of the group. In fact, Chi Fei was right. Although it was easy to set up a teleportation array, the materials required were difficult to gather. If it wasn't a critical moment, he wouldn't use it. However, the array refining stone this time could be used 3 times. All the materials were provided by Ye Mo. Before he entered, he set up a marker outside. As long as it was within 1,000 meters, one could teleport to the place where the marker was at. This was also Ling Zhao's limit. Exceeding this distance would not work. The next instant, Ling Xiao and the rest already appeared at the fork in the road. They did not stop but headed straight for the place where the deity fruit was at. Not far away. Sounds of pursuit already came over. The enemy's speed was not slow. Sir, you're really resourceful. If not for you this time, that flower of law simply wouldn't be able to obtain so easily. Ye Mo said with vicissitudes of emotion. Senior Sword King, don't praise me anymore. Being successful once doesn't mean that it will be successful every time. I obtained the flower of law, but I haven't seen the shadow of the deity fruit yet. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, better put away the heart of underestimation, so as to avoid capsizing in the gutter, not until the last moment, it's really hard to say whether we'll win. It's rare that Sir is so humble and cautious at such a young age. This Yi admires. Yi Mo discovered that he really liked Ling Xiao, this little fellow, more and more. Previously, he served in order to fulfill his promise. But with more and more contact, he liked to follow Ling Xiao more and more. Because Ling Xiao could always surprise him. Not talking anymore, let's go. Ling Xiao was happy in his heart, but he knew that he could not be complacent at this moment. Only by successfully obtaining the deity fruit and then leaving safely would it be a true victory. At that time, he could hold a big banquet in Sword King City to celebrate. Speaking of Sword King City. At this time, a large number of people appeared around Sword King City. They surrounded Sword King City until not even a drop of water could trickle through. The one in charge of guarding Sword King City was Yi Qiu's mother, Feng Qiu. Don't look at how she was just a woman. Actually, back then, she and Yi Mo were the legendary sword pair. It was just that later, she gave birth to a child and gradually withdrew from people's sight. Now, Feng Qiu once again put on her armor and went into battle, just like that Mu Guiying and Hua Mulan. Originally, I thought that Sir Ling was just worrying for nothing. Didn't expect that his words came true. Feng Qiu stood on the city tower and looked coldly at the people besieging Sword King City. Fortunately, Sir Ling has set up the array. Otherwise, it would be difficult to defend the city with the current strength. Pass down the order. Activate the array. Whoever dares to attack will die. Do you really think that Sword King City is a pushover? Feng Qiu waved her hand and gave the order. Although the Divine Soul Realm experts had been transferred away, there were still many martial artists left in Sword King City. With the protection of the array, it would not be a problem for them to defend the city. I'll wait for you guys to come back and hold a banquet in Sword King City. The battle had already begun. Feng Qiu looked in the direction of the ruins. In fact, the situation there was worse than here. Back in the ruins. Master, what is this thing? Cold Plum pointed at the bronze mirror in Ling Zhao's hand and asked. They were not needed for the battle on the way. The martial artists in Sword King City were enough. This made Ling Xiao very glad that he had Yi Mo's support. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to snatch food from the tiger's mouth with his strength alone. He definitely could not deal with the terrifying demonic beasts and martial soul realm warriors. The weakest of them was at the 9th level of the divine physique realm. There were even demonic beasts that were at the divine soul realm. He was at his wit's end. It seems to be a Dharma treasure used to maintain the array and sacred runes. However, it has been damaged for a long time. Ling Xiao studied the bronze mirror carefully. It was not an emperor weapon. He could not find any clues. However, it was definitely stronger than an emperor weapon. It was a pity that it had not been maintained for a long time and had lost its luster. Is it still useful now? Yu Fanghua asked. Of course it is. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I've studied it. If the power of the bronze mirror is released instantly, it can instantly kill a divine soul realm expert. However, when that happens, the bronze mirror will be destroyed. So terrifying. Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua were shocked. Even if it could only be used once, it was simply a killing weapon. For Ling Xiao, although the bronze mirror in his hand was damaged, it had become a great killing weapon. At the critical moment, he wouldn't be reluctant to part with it. With this kind of thing in his hand, even if he was caught by the Wild Sand King, he would have the ability to turn defeat into victory. While the two were talking, Yi Mo and the experts of Sword King City were constantly clearing the obstacles on the road. Whether it was monster beasts or martial soul warriors, they were all killed. The difficulty was about the same as the Flower of Law. After all, this was just 2 forks in the road. Ling Xiao only needed to occasionally give healing pills to the injured cultivators. The injured would be protected, and the uninjured would continue to fight. Although during this period, they also encountered some cultivators fighting for other things, they were directly ignored. Ling Zhao's purpose in coming to this ruin was the Flower of Law and the God's Fruit. He had to get these 2 things first before thinking about other things. After more than 20 minutes, Cold Plum's excited voice sounded, Master, there is the aura of the God's Fruit. It seems that it should be arriving soon. Ling Xiao nodded and looked at Yi Mo. Brothers of Sword King City have worked hard. This time, I definitely won't let you work for nothing. Although Yemo promised to do things for him, the others in Sword King City didn't owe him anything. They also came in together and helped a lot. If Ling Xiao didn't give them some benefits, it would definitely not be justifiable. You all heard it, right? This young master won't let your blood and sweat go to waste. Put in more effort. The more good things you find, the more rewards you will get. Yemo also knew that although these experts were very loyal to him, he still had to give some appropriate rewards. Sometimes, loyalty without reason was actually unreliable. Soon, everyone saw the god's fruit. Although there was only one fruit, it was much bigger than imagined. The round fruit was at least 1 meter in diameter. Such a huge god's fruit was naturally very eye-catching. The pure white holy light released from it made people feel like they were worshipping it. God's fruit, there's no doubt about it. Ling Xiao had done his homework before coming here. He was already very familiar with what the god's fruit looked like. However, the largest fruit recorded in the book was only the size of a watermelon. This one, however, was much bigger. This also meant that he could refine even more god pills. Previously, he had estimated that he could refine 10 pills. Now, it seemed that he could refine at least 100 pills. Just like the flower of law, the surroundings of the god fruit were still filled with danger. Ling Xiao was thinking about how to solve it. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It turned out that the Wild Sand King and Huang Shui's joint forces had arrived. However, because they were in a hurry, it seemed that not all of them had come. Only a few top experts had come. No one knew where Qi Fei had been thrown to. I finally caught up. I was almost tricked by that brat. When the Wild Sand King arrived and saw that the god fruit was still there, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although he knew that the god fruit would not be snatched away so easily, Ling Xiao had already displayed his extraordinary ability. He had to be careful. Ling Xiao, don't think that you can be proud of yourself just because you obtained the flower of law. Let me tell you, this god fruit is mine. The Wild Sand King wanted the god fruit because he wanted to upgrade his martial spirit to a god martial spirit. Although he was very powerful, in reality, his martial spirit was only an ordinary martial spirit. It was just a more powerful martial spirit among ordinary martial spirits, the Wild Sand martial spirit. If he could upgrade the Wild Sand martial spirit to a god martial spirit, then the Wild Sand King's strength would definitely increase. At that time, he would no longer have to listen to the Dog King. It was time for the Golden Martial Kingdom to have a new leader. Then you have to have the ability to obtain it. Ling Xiao mocked. Since I can obtain the flower of law, then I have the ability to obtain the god fruit. In this kind of place, strength is not absolute. Hee, do you think we will make the same mistake as before, Huang Shui? You think of a way to obtain the god fruit. I'll delay Yemo, although not all of our people are here, we are still evenly matched with them. Keep an eye on Ling Xiao. This brat's ability is not small. The god fruit might fall into his hands again. The Wild Sand King already did not plan to wait for an opportunity slowly. He decided to delay Yemo first. Without Yemo, Ling Xiao could not even defeat the powerful martial spirit warrior guarding the god fruit. So what if he knew array formations and sacred runes? Finished talking, he already tore through the air and left. A patch of wild sand swept up in the void, directly enveloping Ling Xiao's side. He was not just attacking Yemo. He wanted to finish off Ling Xiao as well. This wild sand was not ordinary wild sand. It contained a terrifying curse poison. As long as one was touched or inhaled, one would be immediately poisoned. If the poison was mild, one could still rely on divine essence to force the poison out of the body. But if the poison was too severe, one would probably die on the spot. Yi Qiu, take good care of Sir Ling. Remember, no matter what happens, even if you lose the treasure, you have to ensure Sir Ling's safety. Yi Mo instructed Yi Qiu. The long sword in his hand trembled. Sword intent surged to the sky, and it actually blasted away that wild sand. Both sides' top experts taking action, the scene was rather shocking. Just the horrifying aura made people very uncomfortable. Yi Mo, although I really don't want to fight with you, after all, even if I win against you, I'll also suffer considerable losses. It's very easy for others to profit from the fight. But today, I have no choice but to take action. Since you already obtained the flower of laws, why be so greedy? Leave the god fruit to me. The Wild Sand King said with a cold laugh. Ferocious killing intent surfaced in Yumo's eyes and he said coldly, Wild Sand King, do you know that I've already waited for this day for a very long time, 10 years, you made my son, Yiqiu, suffer painful torment for 10 years, this enmity can only be repaid with your life. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. Hee, if you want to take revenge, you have to have the ability to do so. The Wild Sand King said disdainfully, you probably don't know, but Sword King City is currently surrounded by experts from the land of exile. It's probably in imminent danger. Your daughter, your wife, they will all die in this chaos. The wild sand behind the Wild Sand King condensed into a huge sand snake. It stuck out its tongue and stared at Emo with killing intent. Emo wanted to kill the Wild Sand King, but how could the Wild Sand King not want to kill Emo? These two people were already like fire and water since 10 years ago. Today, they were just settling the matter from 10 years ago. He thought that Emo would be shocked after hearing his words. But the Wild Sand King was disappointed. Yemo's expression did not change at all. Wild Sand King, we're both old. This era is destined to belong to the young. You probably didn't expect that Sword King City has already set up a terrifying array under Sir Ling's control. Those people will only be sending themselves to death if they go. What? The Wild Sand King's expression changed. He didn't care about other cultivators, but his foster son, Yihan, was his hope. If he died in this battle, it wouldn't be worth it. You're lying. How can he set up a decent formation in 3 days? He didn't believe Yemo's words. It's up to you to believe it or not. Maybe other people can't do it, but young Master Ling can. Young Master, I'll kill the Wild Sand King. I'll leave the rest to you. Emo didn't waste any more words. He stabbed out with his sword and released his sword god martial spirit. The terrifying sword Chi and the sand snake started to fight in the air. Boom, at some point, the two of them collided and were sent flying. After stabilizing his body, the Wild Sand King's expression turned ugly. How is this possible? You're obviously weaker than me. How did you become so strong? You can actually fight me to a draw? Wild Sand King, I've said it before. Your time is over. Young Master Saint Runart can make up for the gap between us. It can even make me stronger than you. Emo wasn't confident before. After all, he hadn't fought in a real battle. He couldn't be sure that Ling Zhao's Saint Runart was useful. However, the collision this time had clearly filled him with confidence. This time, the Wild Sand King had suffered a loss. His sword Chi was obviously sharper and hurt his opponent. There's no need to worry about Senior Sword King. Let's hurry up and get the god fruit. Ling Xiao also heaved a sigh of relief. Emo said he was weaker than the Wild Sand King, but he didn't know how much of a difference there was. Ling Xiao could only analyze it himself. It was hard to guarantee that a first-grade Saint Rune could make up for the difference. However, it seemed that it wasn't bad. Sword King Emo was able to fight evenly with his opponent just by using the Barbaric Bull Saint Rune. This meant that the difference between the two wasn't that big. The Barbaric Bull Saint Rune wasn't the only Barbaric Bull Saint Rune he drew on Emo. Other than that, there was the Light Body Saint Rune, the Golden Light Saint Rune, and even the Frenzy Saint Rune. These were all first-grade Saint Runes, but they could be used together to increase a cultivator's overall strength. The effect was quite good. While Wild Sand King and Emo were fighting, the Divine Soul Realm experts led by Wild Sand King were also fighting against the Divine Soul Realm experts of Sword King City. Due to the fact that not all of the people on the other side had arrived, the strength of both sides could still be considered to be evenly matched. I'll guard the entrance. Yiqiu suddenly said, as long as the enemy's reinforcements can't arrive, young master will have a chance to obtain the deity fruit. The road was very narrow, so as long as there was one expert guarding it, it was basically one man guarding the pass, and 10,000 wouldn't be able to pass through. Ling Xiao nodded and threw out 2 array refining stones at the same time. One of them activated the Lesser Myriad Thunderbolt's Immortal Punishment array. The other activated the Pestilence Bone Dissolving formation. He could assist Yiqiu in battle. At this moment, Huang Shui was the only one left on the opposing side. The rest had all thrown themselves into the battle. On Ling Zhao's side, Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum had yet to join the battle. Of course, although they had more people on their side, their combat power was far inferior. Huang Shui was a half-step Divine Soul Realm expert, which was also the cultivation of the Divine Physique 10th level. On Ling Zhao's side, Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua were only at the early stage of the 9th level Divine Physique echelon. Although they were stronger than ordinary people, they could at most fight against ordinary martial artists at the peak of the 9th level Divine Physique echelon. Against Huang Shui, they had no chance of winning, even if they teamed up. Ling Xiao was on par with the two of them now. However, they had three great weapons. The first was the copper mirror that they had just obtained. It could even kill an expert like the Wild Sand King in one hit. Not to mention Huang Shui. The second was Blackie. After a period of growth, Blackie's strength had already reached the middle stage of the first level Divine Physique echelon. However, Blackie was still in his infancy and was still too young. The real battle time was very short, so it had to be used at the right time. The third was Little Gold. If Little Gold could come out of seclusion in time, then leaving Huang Shui to him wouldn't be a problem. However, whether Little Gold could come out of seclusion in time was a problem. Ling Xiao didn't know about this. The three great weapons all had some problems. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't want to use them for the time being. Xiao, Cold Plum and I will stop that woman. You go and get the god's fruit. Although we are no match for her, stopping her shouldn't be a problem. Yu Fanghua suggested. Be careful. Ling Xiao had inscribed the Golden Light Saint inscriptions on Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum. Therefore, even if Huang Shui was stronger than them, it wouldn't be easy for her to hurt them. Therefore, he could go and get the god's fruit without any worries. The god's fruit this time was different from the Flower of Law. The Flower of Law was protected by a special array and saint inscriptions. However, the god's fruit seemed to be wild. The Soul Armor sect didn't protect it at all. However, the troublesome thing was that there was a huge flaming lion lying under the god's fruit. Logically speaking, the god's fruit had no effect on demonic beasts. The only reason the flaming lion was attracted to the god's tree was because of the sacred aura released by the god's tree. This made it easier for the flaming lion to cultivate. The flaming lion was extremely strong. It had reached a level that made the Wild Sand King's expression change. Therefore, neither the Wild Sand King nor the Sword King could get the god's fruit alone. Even if they brought their subordinates, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, go and get the god's fruit. You don't have the guts, right? Huang Shui, who was originally anxious, couldn't help but laugh when she saw the flaming lion. She was extremely strong. Even when facing Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua at the same time, she could still easily divert her attention to talk. She was indeed powerful. Huang Shui, use the thing I gave you on Ling Xiao. The Wild Sand King suddenly roared. When Huang Shui heard this, she suddenly realized something. Before they came, the Wild Sand King said that he had a way to kill everyone in Sword King City. As for what the method was, the Wild Sand King didn't say. Instead, he gave her a bottle of red liquid. Huang Shui didn't think too much about it. Her figure moved, avoiding Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua. The liquid in the bottle splashed on Ling Zhao's body. Blood. When the liquid splashed, the nearby people all smelled it. Ha 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 ha, that's the blood of a young flaming lion. When we came here previously, although we didn't get the god's fruit, we killed the young flaming lion. That flaming lion chased after us and caused our black sand storm to suffer disastrous losses. Ling Xiao, just wait to be torn to shreds by that furious beast. The Wild Sand King laughed loudly. Although he couldn't escape. He had no choice but to use his last resort. However, he was still very happy. Just like what Huang Shui said, if this Ling Xiao didn't die, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep in peace. Therefore, he had to kill Ling Xiao at all costs. Only then would he be able to feel at ease. Roar. A deep roar could be heard. That flaming lion suddenly opened its eyes. As expected, the smell of blood had affected it. The huge flaming lion lying under the divine fruit tree opened its furious eyes. Its eyes were filled with intense hatred and fury. Its gaze was aimed at Ling Xiao. The Wild Sand King's plan was truly vicious. He actually sprinkled the blood of the young flaming lion on Ling Xiao. Even Ling Xiao wasn't able to guard against something like this. Roar! Without waiting for Ling Xiao to think, the terrifying flaming lion turned into a fiery light and pounced toward Ling Xiao like a red lightning bolt. The violent aura caused even the Wild Sand King and Sword King Emo to tremble. Hee, let's see if you can still survive this time. The Wild Sand King revealed a sinister sneer. Huang Shui also laughed out loud. Finally, Ling Xiao was forced into a dead end. When Sword King Emo saw the situation, he tried to save Ling Xiao. However, he was stopped by the Wild Sand King. Emo, don't even think about interfering today. Didn't you think that the kid is very capable? Then let's just watch him die. The Wild Sand King laughed wildly as he attacked. He didn't give Emo the chance to save Ling Xiao. The situation was extremely serious. A slight delay had already wasted the best chance to save Ling Xiao. Emo said furiously, "Wild Sand King, you're really shameless. You actually used such a despicable trick to deal with a brat at the peak of the 6th level divine physique echelon. What a joke." Xiao. Yu Fenghua screamed and rushed toward Ling Xiao. Although she wasn't a match for the flaming lion, Blackie was still able to block it for a while. "Where are you going?" Huang Shui's cold voice rang out. She approached Yu Fenghua from behind. Yu Fenghua's eyes flashed with coldness. A black light shot out from her body. It turned into a terrifying black-wind demonic dragon. Although it was a cub, it had the strength of the divine soul realm. Huang Shui had no time to defend herself. She was sent flying by the black-wind infant dragon's claw. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. If she wasn't in a hurry to save Ling Xiao, Yu Fenghua would definitely kill Huang Shui. At this time, Cold Plum had already set up a large number of obstacles in front of Ling Xiao. Countless plants formed a dense barrier. No matter how powerful the flaming lion was, its first attack was still tenaciously blocked. This gave Blackie a chance to fight. Xiao Hei's battle time could now be extended to about 5 minutes. However, the difference in strength between Little Black and the flaming lion was too great. It probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Roar! The flaming lion, which was entangled by countless vines and roots, was covered in raging flames. The fire burned. Cold Plum's expression suddenly changed. She could not hold on any longer. Cold Plum, assist Xiao Hei. Xiao, go get the deity fruit. At this time, the flaming lion was lured out. It was time to take the god fruit. No, I have the blood of a cub in my body. To that fellow, I am the primary target. Cold Plum, go get the fruit. I will stop this big fellow. Although Ling Xiao was not a match for the flaming lion, he had unfathomable abilities. Dealing with it for a while was no problem. Moreover, he had Yu Fenghua and Blackie to help him. Cold Plum was stunned for a moment. Then, she gritted her teeth and headed for the god fruit. In the sky, the Wild Sand King was dumbfounded. This sudden change caused him to be a little dazed. No matter what, Huang Shui was a half-step divine soul realm expert. She was actually sent flying by that little black thing's claw. What was going on? Truly trash. However, the situation is still the same. If she can't defeat the flaming lion, that Ling Xiao will definitely die. In the end, the Wild Sand King could only conclude that Huang Shui was too trash. Boom, once again, the flaming lion pounced towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was astonishingly fast. Dragon God Ice Array Diagram, Child God's Blood Array Diagram. After gradually adapting to the environment of the eternal divine realm, Ling Xiao could now release 2 types of array diagrams at a time. Although it was only a little, the Dragon God's Ice Array Diagram could still reduce the flaming lion's speed. The Child God's Blood Array Diagram could also increase Ling Xiao's chances of dodging. At the same time, it could weaken the flaming lion. It could also increase Ling Xiao's battle prowess. However, none of this could stop that terrifying fellow. It seemed to be futile. Bloodthirsty Shield, Dragon God's Ice Shield. In the blink of an eye, a giant blood-red shield appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This was a defense formed by the bloodthirsty plague. As long as one could master the ability of the bloodthirsty plague, they could control it to defend or attack. Behind the blood-red shield was a giant ice shield formed by a divine dragon. It was incomparably thick. Even so, Xianxia did not have much confidence in blocking it. Thus, he activated the Golden Saint Rune. This first-grade Saint Rune could block multiple attacks from an early-stage first-tier godly spirit realm expert. However, the Flaming Lion was too strong. Whether or not it could block it was another matter. Thus, he did a series of things. Moon God's blessings. Yu Fenghua was not idle either. The Flaming Lion had no intention of attacking her, so she used her divine essence to protect Xianxia. Outside the golden protective wall, there was a layer of moonlight. Blackie hid there, preparing to deal a fatal blow to the Flaming Lion. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the first layer of defense was destroyed. The bloodthirsty shield formed by the bloodthirsty plague shattered, but a large number of the bloodthirsty plague stuck to the Flaming Lion's body. Although the Flaming Lion's flames were terrifying, they were only deviant flames. The bloodthirsty plague had been tempered by Xiao's immortal fire, so of course it was not afraid. Crack! After the bloodthirsty shield was destroyed, the Dragon God's ice array diagram shattered as well. However, the intense chill weakened the Flaming Lion's speed and strength. Boom! Then, the Moon God's blessings was destroyed. Yu Fenghua's mouth leaked a trace of blood. She was obviously shaken by the force. At this moment, Xiao's only defense was the Golden Saint Rune, but it was also the strongest layer of defense. Roar! The Flaming Lion roared and slammed into the golden barrier. For the first time, it did not break instantly. It seemed that the golden barrier's defense was very strong, and the Flaming Lion had been weakened by a lot. That was why the scene happened. However, this collision exhausted all of Xiao's divine essence. He had no choice but to use his potential to replenish it. It was also because of this collision that Xiao's cultivation, which had been stagnant for a long time, broke through. 7th stage divine physique echelon, he broke through just like that. Even Xiao did not expect this. However, although he broke through, he was still powerless in front of this terrifying opponent. Crack! Cracks appeared on the golden protective wall, and Xiao's expression changed abruptly. Black Death Snake Cursed Poison. Xiao could actually use the bronze mirror, but he did not. He planned to use it when he absolutely had to. And now, he was clearly not at the end of his rope. Previously, his 9-headed demon king snake martial soul had absorbed the Black Death Snake Cursed Poison from Yiqiu. Now, Xiao released it. A black venomous snake bit the Flaming Lion. Even though the Flaming Lion was incomparably powerful, poison was still very effective against experts. Especially cursed poison. It was something that could not be expelled using divine energy. Otherwise, the Sword King would have been able to save his son back then. Roar! The Flaming Lion let out a mournful roar. At this moment, Xiaohe saw the opportunity and used all of its strength to launch an attack. Boom! This attack sent the Flaming Lion flying. It smashed through several stone pillars. However, because Little Black had used all its strength, it had no choice but to fall into a deep sleep and return to Yu Fenghua's body. Right now, Little Black was already Yu Fenghua's contracted beast. This little fellow had only been out for a short period of time, but it had contributed greatly. Not only did it beat Huang Shui to the point where it was unknown whether she was dead or alive, it had also forced the Flaming Lion to retreat. It could be said that it had contributed greatly. Even so, Xiao's brows were still furrowed. That Flaming Lion was too powerful. It was not something that Little Black could deal with in an instant. Thus, right now, they could only take the opportunity to retrieve the god's fruit while it was injured. Domain name, please remember 3. Fortunately, the Wild Sand King could not spare any manpower to deal with them. Thus, the current situation was extremely advantageous to them. Damn it. What is that swarthy little thing? It can actually force the Flaming Lion to retreat? The Wild Sand King was dumbfounded once again. He had originally thought that he only needed to watch the show. With Xiao's strength, it was not even enough to fill the gaps between the Flaming Lion's teeth. However, he could not understand the current situation. Hee hee, as expected of young Master Ling. Yamo heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the Wild Sand King and said, "You didn't expect this, did you, old thief? You're so despicable as to use such despicable methods." However, young master was still able to deal with the problem perfectly. "It's been 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen you having such a headache. How satisfying. Don't be happy too early. That flaming lion is not dead yet," the Wild Sand King said with a gloomy face. Right now, he could only hope that the flaming lion would be able to stop Ling Xiao and the others. This situation was truly ironic. While they were talking, Cold Plum had already safely obtained the god's fruit. As a martial artist who could control plants, this was not a problem for Cold Plum. However, Ling Xiao was a little greedy. He actually uprooted the god fruit tree and planted it in his mountain river world. He would definitely need it in the future. Although this god's fruit only matured once every 100 years, the lifespan of a martial artist was also very long. He was not afraid, he just had to wait slowly. Moreover, this thing could mature in a year in the mountain river world. Because 1 year there was equivalent to 100 years in the outside world. After obtaining the god fruit, Ling Xiao's mission in the ruins of the Soul Armor sect could be considered to have been completed. He played with the array refining stone in his hand. He wondered if he should use the teleportation array to leave. But in the end, he let it go. There was a strange feeling lingering in his heart. It was as if something was calling out to him. In the depths of the ruins of the Soul Armor sect. Even the god's fruit did not make him feel this way. This meant that there was an even more miraculous treasure in the depths of the Soul Armor sect. Roar! Suddenly, the flaming lion that had been sent flying returned. It let out an angry roar and stepped back into the battlefield. The Wild Sand King's eyes, which were filled with despair, became fanatical again. This was good. As long as the flaming lion was still alive, they still had a chance to obtain the treasure. However, the Wild Sand King seemed to be happy too early. In the next moment, another unforeseen event occurred. The flaming lion did not look at Ling Xiao. Instead, it looked in the direction of the shattered passage. It seemed as if there was something there that made it afraid. Soon, everyone got their answer. A person walked out from the shattered passageway. To be exact, it was a martial soul warrior. Martial soul warriors did not have a physical body, but their soul armor created a body for them. The eyes of this martial soul warrior emitted a faint blue light. The appearance of the soul armor made him look incomparably mysterious. He was like a ghost wrapped in a cloak. He held a crossbow in one hand. It was the kind that was small and exquisite. It probably could not be used for long-distance combat. However, it was very lethal at close range. Moreover, it was also very flexible. In his other hand, he held a short sword. It was only about a foot long, but it was incomparably sharp. Roar! The flaming lion's body erupted with a dazzling light. The flames kept rolling. It seemed like it was going to fight with all its strength. Clearly, this martial soul warrior was a great threat to it. It had no choice but to be cautious. Boom! It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a beam of flame. It was like a scarlet laser that shot toward the martial soul warrior. It had not used this move to deal with Ling Xiao. The flaming lion probably felt that it was unnecessary. After all, Ling Xiao was too weak. Facing the terrifying beam of flame, the faint blue light in the eyes of the martial soul warrior became even brighter. 33 people started. The crossbow in his left hand suddenly shot out a beam of cold light. It did not look like a real arrow. Instead, it was an arrow condensed from divine essence. When the arrow light hit the fire, it easily tore the fire apart, even though it did not have much power by the time it reached the flame lion. Although it was not as powerful as the martial soul warrior, it still scared the flaming lion. It realized that it was going to be unlucky today. It actually encountered such a powerful existence. However, it also knew that it could not escape. For some reason, this guy kept chasing it. Whoosh, it moved. The martial soul warrior appeared in front of the flaming lion at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. The sharp dagger suddenly pierced toward the flaming lion's body. It was truly fast and ruthless to the extreme. The flaming lion sensed the danger. A ball of flame erupted from its body and spread out in all directions with it as the center. Wherever the flame passed, the ground was scorched and cracked. 33 people started. This terrifying power was definitely enough to kill any divine physique echelon martial artist. Even divine soul realm martial artists would not be able to escape death if they were weaker. However, the martial soul warrior did not suffer any damage from such a powerful attack. Many people did not understand what was going on. However, Xiao saw it clearly. His Tai Chi eye had captured the change in that instant. The martial soul warrior's figure actually disappeared at that moment. Although it was only for a moment, he had indeed dodged the flame attack. After all, the flaming lion was not weak. The martial soul warrior probably did not want to use his body to take it head-on. The moment the martial soul warrior's figure reappeared, the cold light in his hand had already pierced toward the flaming lion's head. The short sword contained an extremely strong wave of divine essence. Whoosh, the cold light swept past the flaming lion's huge body. An ear-piercing sound was heard. In the next moment, the flaming lion howled in pain. People were shocked to find that a bloody hole had been pierced through the flaming lion's head. The moment it was injured, the flaming lion went crazy. His attacks were completely aimless. It didn't want the martial soul warrior to get close to it. Facing this final madness, the martial soul warrior dodged calmly, looking for an opportunity to end the other party. A red and a black figure fought there, and the ruins in the ruins began to collapse again. When the Wild Sand King saw this scene, his face became very gloomy, so much so that he suffered many losses in the battle with Yimo. There were already several obvious injuries on his body. But the Wild Sand King ignored it. Xiao escaped death again, which made him very depressed. That flaming lion was obviously not a match for the martial soul warrior, and he believed that it would be killed soon. How could Xiao's luck be so good? If not for the martial soul warrior, Xiao would definitely be dead. That was what he thought, but unfortunately, it was not right. Xiao's luck was good, but even without the martial soul warrior, Xiao would not have died. At most, he would just use the bronze mirror. He could still kill the flaming lion. Now, it was just a little easier. That martial soul warrior is very dangerous. Everyone listen to my orders, gather around me and prepare to teleport out. Xiao did not know why the martial soul warrior attacked the flaming lion, but it was definitely not his doing. So when the martial soul warrior killed the flaming lion, no one knew what he would do. He could not stay in this place anymore. He had to find a place. Fortunately, the mark at the fork was still there. There were actually 3 ways to go in that fork. One led to the flower of law, and the other led to the god's fruit. There was also a hole in the ground. He did not know how deep it was, but there were vines in the hole, so there was no problem going down. Xiao planned to go down and take a look. After all, he still trusted his intuition. Since something was calling him, he had to go and take a look. Yimo, Yiqiu, and the others heard Xiao's words and were about to move towards Xiao's position. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The entire ground began to collapse. Aside from Yimo and the Wild Sand King, who were fighting in the sky, everyone else fell from the sky before they could react. By the time he wanted to rise into the air again, it was already too late. There seemed to be a very terrifying array formation below that prevented the martial artists from using their movement techniques. When Xiao steadied himself, he looked around, but there was no one he was familiar with. Whether it was an enemy or an ally, there was none. It seems to have collapsed. Let's meet up with the others first. Xiao was very self-aware. In this place, his chances of survival were very low. If they couldn't regroup with the main force in time, it would definitely not work. However, after he had walked a dozen steps, he suddenly saw a person. An excited face. It was Qifei. Qifei also fell down. He was also alone and wanted to find a team. However, he did not expect that God would send Xiao to him. Haha, I'm really lucky. If I were to meet any of you, I'm afraid I'd be in trouble. But I just had to meet you. This time, let's see who can save you. Qifei revealed a sinister smile. Just now, he was blocked outside and did not see what happened at all. That was probably why he was so confident. If he knew that Ling Xiao had survived the battle with the flaming lion, he probably would not be so proud and relaxed now. Ling Xiao looked at Qifei indifferently. Qifei was glad. He was even more glad. If it were anyone from the Wild Sand King's side, he would have a headache. However, he was not afraid of Qifei. Even before his breakthrough, he could use the Human God Reversal or the 9 Dragons Divine Art to kill Qifei. It was just that it would be very difficult. But now, he was already at the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Killing Qifei would become much easier. He would not even need to use that martial skill that consumed a lot of energy. One move. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, I really don't understand. How shameless is a person who was defeated by me in one move? Why do you always pretend that you're stronger than me? Qifei's expression froze. Then, he roared furiously, little bastard, how dare you mention that day, if I don't torture you to death today, my name is not Qifei. Haha, do it if you can, but be careful. Don't end up like your brother, Qi Heng, who ended up in a vegetative state because of me. I'm afraid he won't be able to wake up for the rest of his life. Even if he wakes up, he'll be a lunatic. Ling Xiao did not have anything else, but his ability to make people angry was not bad. You're courting death. Qifei knew that it was useless to say anything more. Besides, he would only be humiliated by Ling Xiao. In terms of verbal skills, he was far inferior to Ling Xiao. With a loud bang, the divine dog martial soul appeared behind him. Qifei's divine dog martial soul was a green poisonous dog. Its entire body was green as if there were drops of terrifying venom dripping from it. An ordinary poisonous dog martial soul was not powerful enough and might not be able to hurt Ling Xiao. However, the poisonous dog martial soul of the divine dog martial soul was different. If he wanted to injure Ling Xiao, it was definitely possible. It all depended on how Ling Xiao was going to perform. Divine dog possession. Unlike last time, Qifei was not going to be careless against Ling Xiao this time. He chose to use the divine dog possession right from the start, increasing his combat strength to about 80%. The remaining 20% was to prepare for an escape. After killing Ling Xiao, he could not stay here any longer. He would have to sneak out eventually. Qifei was covered in green armor, with drops of venom dripping and corroding the ground. Ling Xiao had to be cautious against Qifei, who was like a god of poison. Qifei's cultivation was much higher than his. Moreover, this person was more powerful than his brother, Qi Heng. Although Ling Xiao hated this guy, he had to admit that he was strong. At the very least, he was very strong among his peers. It would not be easy for Ling Xiao to kill him now. However, it would only be interesting if Qifei was strong enough. His previous opponents were too strong and did not give him a chance to show his skills. Only this Qifei was stronger than him, but not so strong that he could not do anything. It was perfect for him to temper his cultivation and increase the energy in his cultivation to hone his martial skills. Sun God's Blood Formation, Bloody Rat Level 2. Facing Qifei, Ling Xiao entered Beast God's body and activated the 2nd level of Bloodsucker. However, he did not use the Divine Dog Martial Soul or the Divine Dog Possession. He wanted to see if he could defeat Qifei with his current strength. The Void God Sword was already in his hand, and the heaven-shrouding blood glowed faintly. The Divine Sword Martial Soul stood behind him indifferently. This Divine Sword Martial Soul was taken from someone else because it had fused with a mid-level Divine Rank God Martial Soul. It was much stronger than an ordinary Elementary God Martial Soul. The Divine Sword Martial Soul was dressed in white, and its long hair danced in the wind. It was cold and sharp. The Divine Sword Martial Soul brought about a huge improvement in sword intent and sword momentum. A few people were hiding about 1,000 meters away from Ling Xiao and Qifei. They were all neutral martial artists who weren't very strong. They were also brought down by the collapse. They stared at Ling Xiao and Qifei in the distance and couldn't help but be stunned. That Ling Xiao is releasing the aura of an early-stage 7th-level Divine Body Realm cultivator. Qifei, on the other hand, is in the early-stage 9th-level Divine Body Realm. The difference between the two is so huge. Instead of running away, Ling Xiao wants to fight. He must have been blinded by his good luck. Who cares? I hope the two of them can injure each other. That way, we can reap the benefits. That Ling Xiao has the flower of law and the fruit of gods on him. I think your hopes are dashed. I really can't think of any way that Ling Xiao can win. He doesn't have anyone to help him now. That's right. The few of us aren't Qifei's match. Sigh. A few of them were obviously not optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances. However, this was normal. The difference between the two of them was 2 levels. This wasn't something that could be made up for with ordinary battle techniques. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. Ling Xiao's treasures were probably going to fall into Qifei's hands. Qifei sensed Ling Xiao's aura and couldn't help but laugh. No wonder you didn't run away. So you've broken through in your cultivation. But so what? You've broken through from the peak of the 6th level divine body realm to the early stage 7th level divine body realm. You're still no match for me. Are you still talking nonsense? If it were you, would you fight in a situation where you'd definitely die? Since I want to fight you, I'm confident that I can win. Although I can't say that I'll definitely win, my chances of winning aren't small. Ling Xiao's tone was unperturbed. You're just bluffing. Let me expose your mask. Qifei didn't want to be swayed by Ling Xiao's words, so he could only attack immediately. They all had a long spear in their hands. It was an emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns. The body of the spear shook, and a spear shadow pierced through the air, directly piercing towards Ling Xiao. Then, Qifei dashed forward and followed the spear shadow with his spear in hand. He knew that this spear shadow could not hurt Ling Xiao, but it could force Ling Xiao to reveal a flaw. The cold spear shadow instantly magnified in Ling Xiao's eyes. The terrifying and eerie aura continued to approach. Ling Xiao sneered, and the red light on his heaven-covering blood hand became even brighter. He had no intention of hiding. The battle with Qifei was a test of his cultivation during this period. The last time he defeated his opponent in one move, it was because of the 9 dragons divine art that he was lucky enough to win. However, this time, his opponent was already on guard against his 9 dragons divine art, so it was impossible for him to succeed so easily. How dare you? You actually dare to go against me? Then I'll send you on your way. Qifei was waiting for Ling Xiao to make an opening when he dodged, but Ling Xiao did not dodge. Instead, he looked at him indifferently. This infuriated Qifei. He was an expert in the early stage of the 9th level divine body realm. This spear was also a 2nd level sacred class martial skill. Ling Xiao's stance made it clear that if he did not use the 9 dragons divine art that day, it would be impossible to suppress him. Void shattering power, shatter the void. Ling Xiao made the first move, but it was not his left hand that had been preparing for a long time, but the void god sword in his right hand. He released the void shattering power and destroyed Qifei's spear shadow. However, at this moment, Qifei's spear was glowing with a green light. It was obvious that he had already condensed his move. The green light wrapped around his spear, and the strong corrosive power even corroded the air. Divine Hound Poison Dragon Spear. In the blink of an eye, a dark green poisonous dragon roared out and pounced towards Ling Xiao. 33 quickest computer, // a cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and the heaven-covering blood hand that he had prepared for a long time blasted out. Boom, the huge heaven-covering blood hand collided with the poison dragon, and the rolling waves sent the surrounding rocks flying as if it was raining rocks. After a moment of stalemate, Ling Xiao retreated rapidly. His feet drew 2 trenches that were dozens of meters long on the ground. The blood in his body was churning, but he was not injured. Don't forget that his body was extremely strong. It was equivalent to the defense of an emperor weapon with 4 divine dragon inscriptions. It was not easy for ordinary people to hurt him. You are indeed strong, stronger than your glib tongue. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Qifei, who did not retreat an inch, and praised him generously. He was indeed very happy. The energy in his cultivation sea was increasing again. Although the speed was not fast, it was good as long as it increased. Although Qifei did not retreat, he did not chase after him either. This was because Ling Xiao's heaven-covering blood hand contained a strange power of divine origin, which made him feel very uncomfortable. The quality of this guy's divine origin is actually so high. My divine origin is too weak in front of his divine origin. Qifei frowned. He did not know what cultivation method Xiao cultivated. But it shocked him very much. He's actually not dead? Those who were watching the show from afar thought that since they could not go out anyway, they might as well enjoy the battle here. There might even be a possibility of picking up scraps. Yeah, although he retreated dozens of meters, he's actually still alive. I have some admiration for this kid Xiao. But what's wrong with Qi Fei? He has such a huge advantage, but he doesn't take the initiative to pursue? Someone asked in confusion. What do you know? This is called enjoyment, Qi Fei. This kid clearly wants to toy with Xiao. After torturing Xiao for a while, he will kill him. Let the other party be completely traumatized. Yes, yes, yes. It must be like this. Many martial artists have this hobby. Moreover, Qi Fei seems to have a grudge with this Xiao. It's normal for him to do this. Everyone was discussing when Qi Fei suddenly opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood. This scene stunned those who were watching the show. The originally heated discussion suddenly stopped. No one understood what happened. Qi Fei was actually injured in a head-on confrontation with Xiao. Although it did not look serious, this was also very surprising. Xiao was not injured, but Qi Fei was actually injured. What kind of international joke was this? After Qi Fei coughed out blood, he appeared much more comfortable. But his eyes revealed even more gloominess and coldness. Fine lad, what cultivation method are you cultivating? It's actually higher than my divine essence quality? Xiao's strength was inferior to his, this was for sure. But the quality of his divine essence was better than his. This way, in a partial confrontation, he would be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, his physical body was not as strong as Xiao's. Getting injured was also a natural thing. Xiao smiled faintly. The reason why his divine essence was strong was essentially still because of the existence of the tyrannical martial soul. It constantly transformed the energy in his body into the incomparably tyrannical divine essence. This kind of divine essence quality was more than 10 times stronger than the average martial artists. Even compared to martial artists who had powerful god martial souls, it was at least 1 or 2 times stronger. Unless the other party could fuse soul power and divine essence to fight, only then could it offset the difference in divine essence quality. Otherwise, he had to endure. You were full of confidence to kill me just now. Then what about now? How much confidence do you have left? Xiao looked at Qi Fei and asked sarcastically. It's just a difference in the quality of our divine origin. It's easy to make up for. Qi Fei snorted coldly and gently touched his storage ring. He took out a blood-red elixir and threw it into his mouth. Do you know what the biggest difference between us is? He smiled proudly as he absorbed the elixir. It's the difference in our backgrounds. I'm from the Qi family, and you're just a wild boy. You'll never know how much resources the family has provided me. That's indeed an advantage. However, it'll be embarrassing if you lose to me with such a huge family behind you. Xiao mocked. Do you know what elixir I just took? It's a divine elixir that can instantly increase the quality of divine origin by 3 times. Qi Fei sneered. Now, I've made up for my disadvantage. What about you? How can you make up for your disadvantage? You'll know after you try. Xiao's expression remained unchanged. Qi Fei frowned. After these few encounters, he realized that Xiao was not a bluff. Could it be that this kid still had some trump cards that he had not taken out? Thinking of this, a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. This fear was very strong. Although Xiao was not strong, he was very mysterious and could often surprise people. This was the most terrifying part. Bah! He spat out a mouthful of saliva to calm himself down. At this point, he would only fall into his opponent's trap if he let his imagination run wild. He might as well concentrate on attacking. He raised the long spear in his hand again. The jade-green body of the spear made the long spear look very beautiful. However, the beautiful long spear was emitting an extremely dangerous aura at this time. Xiao smiled faintly. He still did not use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. However, he activated the Barbaric Bull Saint Rune and the Light Body Saint Rune that he had drawn long ago. His opponent had elixirs that could be used. However, he still had the Saint Rune art. Now, his combat style was more diverse. It would not be so easy for the enemy to catch him. The elixir's efficacy was absorbed. Qi Fei's divine origin turned blood red. It was clearly sharper and more powerful. Ling Xiao, who was standing tens of meters away, could feel the enormous pressure coming from it. Kill. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared almost simultaneously. Clang, the long spear and the sword collided in the void. Then they separated. Then, they collided again. The two figures were like two rays of light. They continued to clash in the void. In less than 10 seconds, the two of them had already exchanged dozens of blows. In these dozens of rounds, Ling Xiao was slightly at a disadvantage, but the gap was not very big. Although Qi Fei's cultivation base was strong and he had used pills to make up for the difference in the quality of his divine essence compared to Ling Xiao's, Qi Fei's divine essence was much stronger. However, Ling Xiao had also used the Saint Rune art to make up for the difference in cultivation. Therefore, even though there seemed to be a huge gap in strength between the two, they were actually evenly matched. The onlookers in the distance all shook their heads. I don't understand. I really don't. Originally, they thought that the battle would be one-sided, but now, they were actually evenly matched. Boom, the Void God sword and the Emerald Spear clashed again. Then, the two instantly separated. They both retreated more than 10 meters. Haha, 9th level Divine Physique Echelon Cultivation is only SOSO. Qi Fei, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but use whatever means you have. Otherwise, this battle will be over. After a round of fighting, Ling Xiao had already figured out Qi Fei's strength. His original 50% chance of winning had increased to 90%. This was even without using the tyrannical martial soul. As the bloodthirsty rat plague continued to weaken, Qi Fei was actually not as strong as before. However, Ling Xiao deliberately created a situation where he was at a disadvantage, which led to the current situation. He wanted Qi Fei to mistakenly think that he could win, so that he would overlook his weakening strength. This way, Qi Fei would discover the bloodthirsty rat plague later. Ling Xiao's advantage would also be greater. You really know how to talk big. To be honest, I admire you for being able to last so long against me with your early-stage 7th level Divine Physique Echelon Cultivation. However, this is the end of it. Qi Fei did not intend to hold back. If this continued, he would only be embarrassed. Therefore, he was prepared to use 100% of his strength. If he lost this battle, it would be meaningless even if he held back 20% of his strength. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao would not let him go. This time, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would not have another chance. After all, the current Ling Xiao could already fight him to a draw. If Ling Xiao learned more powerful Saint Runes, wouldn't that be even more difficult to deal with? Die. At the thought of this, Qi Fei unleashed 100% of his strength. The spear's shadow was like a dragon, and its power increased greatly. A blood-red poisonous dragon suddenly emerged from the spear, opening its bloody mouth to swallow Ling Xiao. This power was obviously much stronger than before. Anyone could tell that he was prepared to fight to the bitter end. If he did not kill Ling Xiao, he probably would not rest easily. Qi Fei indeed held back previously. Yeah, when he attacks at full strength, Ling Xiao won't have a chance. Didn't expect things to develop to such an extent. This is to our advantage. Let them fight until both sides are injured, and we'll immediately take action. Those few martial artists hiding behind the ruins revealed greedy eyes. Originally, they did not dare to be so greedy because they felt that Qi Fei could easily kill Ling Xiao. But the situation was different now. It looked like even if Qi Fei could kill Ling Xiao, he would definitely expend a lot of divine essence. It was absolutely impossible for him to be their match. Facing Qi Fei's brazen attack, Ling Xiao still did not cower. He stood there, a Saint Rune on his body flickering with blood-red light. First grade Saint Rune, Frenzy Saint Rune. The Frenzy Saint Rune's enhancement effect was inferior to the second grade Saint Rune, Frenzy Saint Rune. But the effect was similar. It was to make the martial artist's blood boil, instantly increasing combat power in all aspects. From strength, speed, and so on. Ling Xiao knew that he could not rely too much on the Sky Tyrant martial soul. After all, the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul was his final trump card. The so-called trump card could not be used too often. If it was used too often, it would lose its original meaning. Therefore, the Saint Rune art became a common way to make up for his combat power. At this moment, Ling Xiao's skin flushed red as if there was blood flowing on the surface. The Void God sword in his right hand struck out valiantly, once again colliding with the blood-red poison dragon. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out as the sword and spear clashed again. A powerful storm erupted on the spot, and even more terrifying waves spread out in all directions. The ruins collapsed again, and the surroundings became even more chaotic. This time, the two of them retreated dozens of meters at almost the same time. Then, they barely managed to stand still. Impossible, the martial artists watching from afar were so shocked that they almost shouted out loud. This situation was too strange. They were actually evenly matched again. You! Despicable remnant of the Saint Rune sect. Qifei saw the light of the Saint Rune on Ling Xiao's body and gnashed his teeth in hatred. Qifei had gone all out without holding back. He wanted to use this power to destroy Ling Xiao. But he still failed. Ling Xiao stood there with a satisfied smile on his face. Although the Frenzy Saint Rune was also a first-grade Saint Rune, it was obviously more useful than the Raging Bull Saint Rune and Light Body Saint Rune. There seemed to be a difference in strength among the first-grade Saint Runes. According to the Saint Rune sect, the strength of a Saint Rune could be determined by its color. White was the weakest, followed by green. Then, blue, purple, red, and finally gold. Gold Saint Runes were the best among the first-grade Saint Runes. According to Ling Xiao's observation, the Golden Light Saint Rune was a Gold Saint Rune, the pinnacle of first-grade Saint Runes. The Frenzy Saint Rune was a Red Saint Rune, second only to the Golden Light Saint Rune. The Raging Bull Saint Rune and Light Body Saint Rune were White Saint Runes, the weakest among the first-grade Saint Runes. When Ling Xiao first learned them, it was also because of this. This was the reason why the Frenzy Saint Rune was much more effective than the Raging Bull Saint Rune. A red first-grade Saint Rune is indeed powerful. Ling Xiao was satisfied with the Saint Rune's effect. However, the stronger the Saint Rune, the harder it was to study it. It also consumed more divine origin energy and soul power. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, the Frenzy Saint Rune could only last for 5 minutes. However, the Raging Bull Saint Rune could last forever. Finish the battle in 5 minutes. Since the Frenzy Saint Rune had been used, Ling Xiao was ready to end the battle. Unless Qifei had other trump cards, today's battle would probably end right here. Arrogant. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to use the Saint Rune art? I know it too. Qifei was not a Saint Rune master. However, he had a Saint Rune master in his family. During the selection of the Martial City's City Defense Army, the incomplete Frenzy Saint Rune had appeared. Frenzy Saint Rune. Activate. Qifei did not use the incomplete Frenzy Saint Rune. Instead, he used the Frenzy Saint Rune. Very clearly, he had heard of what happened at the commander selection and was still somewhat fearful of Ling Xiao. This is troublesome. Ling Xiao frowned. Ling Xiao didn't have any advantage over the zealous Saint Rune. It seemed that it would not be easy to win today's battle. Let's try out the effects of the Man-God reversal. The Human God reverse was even stronger than the 9 Dragon Celestial art. On the other hand, the energy consumption was much lower. Therefore, Ling Xiao temporarily hid the 9 Dragons formula. When his cultivation was a little stronger and he had 2 dragons, he could still use them as a trump card. Previously, when Ling Xiao was at the peak of the 6th level Divine Physique Echelon, he had used the Man-God Inverse technique to save Cold Plum. A martial soul warrior at the 9th level of the Divine Physique Echelon was instantly pulverized. Therefore, power was definitely not a problem. However, he had to make sure that he hit Qifei. If it was blocked, it would be troublesome. Even though his cultivation level had increased, making it easier for him to use the Man-God Reverse artifact, he could still only use it once in a short period of time. He had to hit the target. Kill. The two of them clashed once again. Qifei, who had also activated the Frenzy Saint Rune, thought that he would definitely have the upper hand. However, when they clashed again, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. What did you do to me? Qifei exclaimed. Don't you think it's a little too late for you to realize it now? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, since the beginning of the battle, you have been standing in my formation. This array diagram can silently weaken your strength. If you had realized it earlier, there would have been a way. However, there is no other way now. No, damn you. Second level Sacred Class Defensive Martial Skill, Divine Hound Mighty Body. After realizing the current situation, Qi Fei used his final trump card. The Divine Hound Mighty Body could not only greatly increase his defense, it could also prevent him from being sent flying, controlled, or weakened. In this state, any negative effects would not affect him. How troublesome. It's already good enough for a 9th level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist to cultivate a 1st level Sacred Class martial skill. You have cultivated quite a number of 2nd level Sacred Class martial skills. You are indeed the genius of the Qi family. Ling Xiao frowned as he looked at Qi Fei's Divine Hound Mighty Body. With this thing, the power of his man-god Defiance would be greatly reduced. He had to greatly weaken his opponent before using the man-god Defiance. With the Hound God Tyrannical Body, your tricks are useless. Now, die. Qi Fei wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Whether it was the Frenzy Saint Mark or the Divine Hound Mighty Body, there was a time limit. It would be useless if it was too long. Is there really no hope? You're underestimating my methods. Ling Xiao sneered. I have weakened you enough. Next, my little guys, use all your strength to corrode the Divine Hound Mighty Body. With a thought. Blood-red germs that could be seen with the naked eye instantly sprang out of Qi Fei's body and completely enveloped Qi Fei. The bloodthirsty plague did not target Qi Fei. Instead, it focused on breaking the Divine Hound Mighty Body. In just a short while, the Divine Hound Mighty Body had been dismembered. For this step, the bloodthirsty plague had also caused a large number of deaths. Ling Xiao had to recuperate. However, it was time for this battle to come to an end. The moment the Divine Hound Mighty Body was dismembered, Ling Xiao had already made his move. He held the Divine Defiance sword tightly with both hands. Divine Defiance Art, Man-God Defiance. The violent sword intense soared into the sky. The terrifying sword Qi rushed toward Qi Fei. Although Qi Fei did not recognize this move, he felt that its power was no weaker than the one that had defeated him before. Therefore, his first thought was to run. This is my last trump card. Void Technique. This was a divine escape technique that could allow one to escape into the void for 3 seconds. For ordinary people, 3 seconds was nothing. But for martial artists, 3 seconds was enough to do a lot of things. Unfortunately, Qi Fei did not have the chance. Cosmic Power, Time Stop. After Ling Xiao's void-shattering power recovered, so did the cosmic power. At this moment, everything Qi Fei had done had fallen into a time trap. He stopped there, motionless. When time began to flow again, Qi Fei found himself lying in a pool of blood. The Man-God Defiance Art did not kill Qi Fei, but Qi Fei was in such a state that even an immortal would not be able to save him. How could this be? The martial artists in the distance were stunned. They had imagined all kinds of outcomes, but they did not expect this. Ling Xiao had won, and Qi Fei had lost. And it was a crushing defeat. Qi Fei felt the pain in his body, and a look of horror appeared on his face. He did not expect this to be the outcome of his encounter with Ling Xiao. He thought that he would win, and then trample on Ling Xiao before killing him. But in the end, he was lying in a pool of blood, and his consciousness was fading. Why did you have to force me? Ling Xiao glanced at Qi Fei's body and burned it with fire. At the same time, Qi Fei's Divine Hound martial soul merged with Ling Xiao's Divine Sword martial soul. 2 of the 108 dim stars had lit up, but there was still a long way to go. Ling Xiao had never thought of killing Qi Fei, but Qi Fei had been trying to kill him since the day he entered Sword King City. Naturally, he wouldn't hold back. Hey, did you guys see that? That kid killed Qi Fei. The martial artists hiding behind the ruins couldn't believe what they had seen. Yes, he did. Should we attack? That kid must be exhausted after killing Qi Fei. Why don't we take the chance to kill him? Someone suggested. Are you crazy? Didn't you see that he killed Qi Fei? We're no match for him. Someone was scared. Those who are brave will die from overeating, and those who are timid will die from starvation. Whoever wants to fight for wealth, come with me. Sometimes, greed could really overcome fear. The thought of Ling Xiao having the flower of laws and God's fruit made them excited. You guys are crazy. Don't forget that he killed Qi Fei, who was in the early stage of the divine physique realm, with his cultivation in the early stage of the 7th level divine physique realm. How can we offend such a person? However, not everyone was that crazy. Among the 7 people here, one chose to give up. That kind of treasure wasn't something they had the right to obtain. Trash. The others no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, they leaped out of the ruins and charged towards Ling Xiao. Kid, hand over the God's fruit and flower of laws, and we'll spare your life. These people's goal was to rob, so they didn't really want to kill. If Ling Xiao was obedient, they could let him go. Scram, before I have the intention to kill you, get as far away as you can. Ling Xiao glanced at the 6 people indifferently. They were all martial artists in the 8th level divine physique realm. They posed no threat to him. What an arrogant kid. Kill him. The 6 of them pounced on Ling Xiao at almost the same time. Ling Xiao frowned. If someone forced him to stain his sword with blood, he wouldn't refuse. The Void God sword already contained a powerful sword gleam. However, at that moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. Boom. The 6 people were smashed to death on the spot. Ling Xiao only managed to avoid death because he used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique. Who is it? Why is he so fierce? Ling Xiao looked up. He discovered that the people on the ground were actually the martial soul warrior and the flaming lion from before. It turned out that the battle between them had already ended. The flaming lion was already dead. However, the martial soul warrior seemed to have been severely injured by the flaming lion's final counterattack. He fell to the ground, unable to stand up. Good chance. Ling Xiao had always wanted to study this martial soul warrior, but he never had the chance. He had finally caught him this time. He leaped over and threw the flaming lion's corpse into the universe world. This thing could be used by Little Gold to devour and cultivate. He was not very interested. After putting away the blazing lion's corpse, Ling Xiao went over to the martial soul warrior and studied him carefully. No one knew how much time had passed. Ling Xiao, who woke up from his excitement, couldn't help but sigh. So that's how it is. The technique of the soul armor sect was truly exquisite. In a sense, this should be considered a martial soul puppet. His strength was around the 9th level of the divine soul realm. The flaming lion should also be at this level. It was no wonder that even the Wild Sand King and Sword King Emo were afraid of it. However, he had now found a treasure. The sacred inscriptions on this martial soul puppet should be grade 4 sacred inscriptions. The array was also extremely exquisite. Given Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he should not be able to repair it. However, he could choose to replace it with sacred inscriptions. With the help of his master Yuan Venerate, the array would naturally not be a problem. However, if he used grade 1 sacred inscriptions instead of grade 4 sacred inscriptions, the strength of this martial soul puppet should be greatly reduced. Even so, it was definitely a divine soul realm martial soul puppet. At the thought of this, Ling Xiao was extremely excited. Thus, he hurriedly replaced all the complicated grade 4 sacred inscriptions with grade 1 sacred inscriptions. The Yuan Venerate was in charge of helping him repair the array. This process lasted for a full hour. There were too many sacred inscriptions, which formed a strict system of sacred inscriptions. If there were any errors midway, it would be very troublesome. Fortunately, everything was completed smoothly. The martial soul puppet, which was originally unable to move, stood up again. However, it was now completely obedient to Ling Xiao. Peak 3rd level divine soul realm, good fellow, this is awesome. With this toy, it will be much easier to survive in the eternal divine realm in the future. When I can learn grade 2 sacred inscriptions in the future, I will replace it. I reckon this martial soul puppet will become even stronger. Just thinking about it makes me excited. With a smile, Ling Xiao put away the martial soul puppet. This toy's soul armor was actually a dagger. As long as he activated his soul power, the martial soul puppet would be released. It was quite useful. He had one more life-saving asset. Most importantly, this martial soul puppet did not consume his divine origin energy. It only needed a little soul power. It was simply super practical. It's time to find the others. He had been here for a long time, but he had not seen anyone come over. It was possible that something had happened outside. Thus, he hurriedly scurried out of the deep pit. Given his movement technique, this was naturally not a problem. Over there. When Ling Xiao left the bottom of the pit, he discovered that Sword King City, the Wild Sand King, and the Imperial Snow Alliance were already engaged in a chaotic battle. The situation could be said to be extremely unfavorable for Sword King City. Huang Shue's life was really tough. After being hit by Black's Claw, she actually did not die. She was only heavily injured. It was precisely because she was heavily injured that Huang Shui was unable to restrain her anger and wanted to kill everyone in Sword King City. On Sword King City's side, Yimo was still contending with the Wild Sand King. On the other battlefield, Yu Fenghua, Cold Plum, and the others were fighting bitterly. In the end, Sword King City did not have enough people. After being surrounded, it was very troublesome. If not for Yi Qiu being strong enough, they would probably have been killed. However, the situation was constantly worsening. No one knew what would happen next. Seeing all this, Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a fierce killing intent. Just right, let me see the power of this martial soul puppet. Go. Ling Xiao threw out the dagger. In an instant, the dagger turned into a martial soul puppet and charged into the crowd. At first, when people saw the martial soul puppet appear, they were somewhat confused. They did not know where this fellow was standing. However, in the next moment, the martial soul puppet ruthlessly attacked the people of Black Sandstorm and Imperial Snow. Among them, besides the Wild Sand King, no one could stop a martial soul puppet at the peak of the third level of the Divine Soul Realm. Previously, they could still rely on their advantage in numbers to entangle Yi Qiu. However, with the addition of an existence that seemed even more terrifying than Yi Qiu, they immediately collapsed. Miserable screams rose and fell one after another. No one understood what was going on, but the situation had completely turned around. Don't care so much, kill. Yi Qiu immediately displayed his invincible might. Because a portion of the people besieging him were attracted by the martial soul puppet. This greatly reduced the pressure on him. Originally, his strength was stronger than these people. It was only because the other side had more people and their tacit cooperation that the battle could not be resolved quickly. But now, everything had changed. The long sword in Yi Qiu's hand flickered with a cold light. In an instant, countless enemies died. The counterattack began. Wild Sand King was distracted by this scene, and in the end, Yi Mo seized the opportunity to heavily injure him again. Retreat. Huang Shui saw that the situation was not good, and she was heavily injured. If she continued to stay here, her life would be in danger, so she actually gave the order to retreat. Ling Xiao didn't stop her from doing so. He did not want to find trouble for himself. Although they had the advantage now, when the enemy recovered, it would be troublesome. Huang Shui wanted to leave, and he could not ask for more. Nearly 1/3 of the martial artists retreated. Sword King City's advantage was even greater. In a short 5 to 6 minutes, the ground was filled with corpses. Almost all of them were Divine Soul Realm experts of the Black Sandstorm organization. Although they were only at the first level of the Divine Soul Realm, they were the most elite martial artists of the Black Sandstorm organization. They were all dead. Everything was because of that martial soul puppet. Wild Sand King was puzzled. Why would that martial soul puppet help the people of Sword King City, until he saw a figure? It's you, brat. The person Wild Sand King saw was Ling Xiao. This brat disappeared for more than an hour, and he thought he was dead. He did not expect him to appear at this time. What was even more coincidental was that the martial soul puppet also joined the battle at this time. No matter how stupid Wild Sand King was, he would be able to notice the problem. Hee, I was lucky. I just took in a martial soul puppet. Wild Sand King, don't mind it too much. Ling Xiao was surrounded by everyone, and it was a happy scene. Especially Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum. The two of them could not find Ling Xiao just now and were almost going crazy. Sister Fanghua, I said long ago that master would be fine. You were sad for nothing. Cold Plum smiled. It was only with these people that Cold Plum would talk more. You're still talking about me. I don't know who was the one who was blinded by killing just now, shouting that he wanted to take revenge for master. Yu Fanghua smiled. Leng Mei blushed and didn't say anything. Ling Xiao smiled as he felt the concern of the two girls and looked at the excited gazes of the surrounding people. The feeling of being cared for was indeed not bad. In the sky, the Wild Sand King already had the intention to escape. At this moment, he was gradually being suppressed by EMO, although it was impossible for him to lose in a short period of time. However, his subordinates were already dead. If this continued, he would not be able to escape death. Ling Xiao naturally guessed the Wild Sand King's intentions. However, he did not intend to let this fellow off. The existence of the Wild Sand King was a hidden danger to the land of exile. In the future, when the warriors from the Badian Empire came, they would first have to train in the land of exile. After that, they would slowly migrate to the eternal divine domain. The Wild Sand King was too strong, and his reputation was also very high. It was very easy for him to cause a large number of deaths in the Sky Tyrant Empire. Therefore, he had to be eradicated here. Yi Qiu, take this. Ling Xiao tossed Yi Qiu a complete nourishment pill. This was the name Ling Xiao gave himself based on the memories in his mind. After taking this pill, everything would be nourished. It would recover physical strength, spirit essence, heal injuries, increase combat strength, etc. It could be said that its effects were very comprehensive. At that time, he coincidentally obtained the memory of a cerulean outside the mystic world. The complete nourishment pill in his memory naturally did not have this effect. He just felt that this name sounded good, so he used it. Until now, that memory had completely merged with his own, as if they were originally one. Therefore, in his memory, there were still scenes of life on the cerulean planet outside the mystic world. The reason why the cerulean planet was called cerulean planet was because more than 70% of the planet was ocean, an azure blue sea. On the cerulean planet, there were also warriors, and even cultivators. Although the system was different, it was more or less understandable. It was just that the cerulean planet was in an era of decline. These warriors and cultivators chose to live in seclusion. Only by ascending could they break free from the cerulean planet's shackles and start cultivating again. The owner of this memory seemed to be a cultivator from the cerulean planet. After he ascended, there was a problem and he fell into the mystic world. At this point, the memory became somewhat blurry, as if it was mixed together. Ling Xiao even felt that that cultivator was himself. These thoughts sounded very long, but it was only an instant. When Ling Xiao took out the complete nourishment pill, he only thought of the origin of its name. Yi Qiu received the complete nourishment pill and directly ate it. Naturally, he would not doubt what Ling Xiao gave him. A moment later, Yi Qiu recovered to his peak state, and his combat strength also skyrocketed. However, the price of all this was Ling Xiao's complete nourishment pill. After Ling Xiao came to the eternal divine realm, he killed many warriors and gathered the materials with great difficulty to refine this thing. And there was only one. If not for the fact that the Wild Sand King was too strong, he would not be willing to give it up. Yi Qiu naturally understood why Ling Xiao gave him this thing. Immediately, he soared into the air, turned into a sword light, and charged towards the Wild Sand King. At the same time, Ling Xiao controlled the martial soul puppet to attack the Wild Sand King. Originally, even if the martial soul puppet and Yi Qiu joined forces, it was not very likely that they could defeat the Wild Sand King. But the current situation was special. The Wild Sand King was suppressed by EMO until he could not breathe. He had no time to deal with others at all. Yi Qiu and the martial soul puppet could completely abandon defense and devote themselves to the battle, constantly attacking the Wild Sand King. This way, the Wild Sand King's defeat was only a matter of time. In an instant, the Wild Sand King was beaten into a sorry state. Yi Qiu and the martial soul puppet did not get close to the Wild Sand King. They attacked crazily not far away. The Wild Sand King steeled his heart and immediately exploded, wanting to destroy Yi Qiu and the martial soul puppet. However, right at that moment, a great sense of danger arose in his heart. Wild Sand King, you dare to be distracted when fighting with me, Yimo? Yimo's attack suddenly arrived. A terrifying sword directly hit the Wild Sand King. The Wild Sand King paid the price for his distraction. Heavily injured by this sword again. His combat strength continued to decline. Yimo! Spare my life, I can do something for you. The Wild Sand King knew that he was no match. Moreover, it was impossible to escape now. Yimo's speed was faster than him to begin with. Now that he was heavily injured, it was even more impossible to escape. Hence, he chose to beg for mercy. You caused my son, Yichio, to suffer 10 years of pain and torture. Do you think I'll let you off? Yimo said coldly, but if young master agrees to let you off, I won't have any complaints. What he said was the truth. Ling Xiao freed Yichio from his pain. He was grateful to Ling Xiao. And today's treasure-snatching operation also allowed him to see Ling Xiao's unlimited potential. He was also an ambitious person. If he wanted to follow Ling Xiao, he could not ruin Ling Xiao's plan because of his hatred. Senior Sword King, just follow your heart. Don't mind me. Ling Xiao had his own principles when it came to recruiting people. Although the Wild Sand King's battle strength was considerable, this guy was clearly a slave of 3 surnames. He would submit to whoever was stronger. Do you still expect this kind of person to help you at a critical moment? Hence, rather than leaving this ticking time bomb, it was better to kill him cleanly. He would nurture experts himself. There was no need to use this kind of person. Many thanks, young master. Although he was willing to listen to Ling Xiao's decision, to be able to kill his enemy, this was still something that Yimo yearned for the most. The tyrannical sword intent bloomed once more. Wild Sand King, sorry, young master said that he doesn't need you. As Yimo's voice fell, he had already charged over. Wild Sand King turned pale with fright and hurriedly urged his divine essence. A huge sand snake flew out. He attempted to block Yimo's attack. Unfortunately, the Wild Sand King forgot that he was already seriously injured at this time. He was no longer Yimo's match. Swish, the sharp sword light tore apart the sand snake and stabbed the Wild Sand King. The tyrannical impact directly sent the Wild Sand King flying out, smashing several walls and finally being pressed under the ruins. Come out, I know you're not dead. Yimo floated in midair, looking coldly in the direction of the ruins. He wants to slip away. Cold Plum suddenly said. The roots underground sensed the aura of the Wild Sand King. This Wild Sand King was a nature tribute martial soul after all and could transform into wild sand to escape. Back then, the Wild Sand King was also seriously injured by the Golden King and Sword King and used this method to escape. No need to worry, I'm here this time. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth, he will come out soon. Just as these words were said, the Wild Sand King shot out from the ground. His expression was abnormally ugly. Ling Xiao, must you force me into a dead end? The Wild Sand King wanted to escape, only to discover that this area was actually blocked by someone with an array. If he was in his prime, he could still force his way out. But currently, he was seriously injured and did not have that ability at all. This matter could only be done by Ling Xiao. I said, I'm going to kill you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Xiao, I see that you're also someone with ambition. How about this? How about I rely on you and help you do things, as long as you can spare my lowly life? Otherwise, even if I have to fight to the death today, I'll make you regret it. The Wild Sand King really had no choice and could only do this. Haha, are you threatening me? Ling Xiao sneered and said, you can try. Let's see what else you can do. You asked for it. The Wild Sand King knew that there was no hope and was prepared to self-destruct. If he blew himself up, everything in the vicinity would probably be destroyed. All the warriors here, except for Yimo, would probably be killed. Of course, that was if the other party could successfully self-destruct. Would Ling Xiao let him have his way? Everyone, prepare your strongest attacks. Aim at the Wild Sand King and attack at the same time. Ling Xiao sneered and ordered. He didn't quite understand the meaning of Ling Xiao's order. But people still did it. Today, Ling Xiao was the supreme commander. Even the Sword King Yimo listened to him. Idiot, you were quite smart before. Why did you suddenly become an idiot? Before they can attack me, I will self-destruct. The Wild Sand King revealed a ferocious expression as terrifying energy continued to accumulate within his body. His entire body began to inflate rapidly, like a balloon. Ling Xiao stomped on the ground and activated the light body Saint Rune. In an instant, he appeared in front of the Wild Sand King. Has anyone ever told you that if you don't know the details of the opponent, you must not make a judgment too early? Cosmic power, time stop, void-shattering power, void creation. In that instant, the Wild Sand King became still. Everything around him became still. The moment before he lost his ability to think, his eyes revealed an incomparably intense fear. Unfortunately, that fear also came to an abrupt end. Of course, everyone's attacks also stopped at that moment. All of them stopped within a 3-meter radius around the Wild Sand King. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment, and their hearts were filled with shock. Other than Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum, no one had expected Ling Xiao to have such a move. Of course, this was not the end. The void created by the void creation engulfed the Wild Sand King and all of his attacks in an instant. They disappeared without a trace. About a second later, Ling Xiao opened this void. The Wild Sand King's corpse fell down. Although it was already riddled with holes and was almost unrecognizable, it was indeed the Wild Sand King. The Wild Sand King, who had run amok in the land of exile for more than 10 years, actually died under the scheme of a 7th-level divine physique echelon brat. It was also quite lamentable. Fortunately, this matter was only known by the martial artists of Sword King City present. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread, both the Qi family and the royal family would be alarmed. Senior Sword King, you killed the Wild Sand King. Ling Xiao glanced at Yimo and said. This subordinate understands. Although the current Yimo was much stronger than Ling Xiao, he still referred to himself as a subordinate. It could be seen that he had completely submitted to Ling Xiao. He was also willing to follow Ling Xiao and create a career for himself. Many thanks, my lord. Yi Chou also bowed and thanked him sincerely. Ling Xiao killed the Wild Sand King and avenged him. She had saved his life and avenged him. How could Yi Chou not support such a person? No need to thank me. If it weren't for all of you, I wouldn't have been able to kill the Wild Sand King. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, therefore, this is everyone's contribution. In the future, I will still have to rely on all of you. Of course, there will be many benefits as well. Senior Sword King, now that the Wild Sand King is dead, you don't have to worry anymore. Lead the martial artists of Sword King City back. Although Sword King City is protected by a formation, it is still only a defense. Only when Senior Sword King returns can we deal a fatal blow to the rebels. Take the opportunity to recruit these fellows. If you need them, rope them in. Let Yi Chou stay. Yimo thought for a moment and said. All right. Ling Xiao didn't refuse. If they encountered another powerful martial soul warrior, with Yi Chou and the martial soul puppet working together, they should be able to deal with it. Then, let's meet again in Sword King City. Yimo bowed and left, leading the martial artists of Sword King City away from the Soul Armor Sect's ruins. Only Ling Xiao, Yi Chou, Yu Fenghua, and Cold Plum were left behind. Let's continue our search. This Soul Armor Sect was a sect that was as famous as the Divine Rune Sect. The Divine Rune Sect left behind 7 divine abilities. This Soul Armor Sect should have some treasures. I keep feeling that something is calling out to me. Everyone, follow me. Ling Xiao had more or less confirmed the location of the treasure. The feeling was very obvious. He just needed to follow the feeling. He walked in front while Yi Chou brought up the rear. Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum stood on his left and right. The martial soul puppet hovered above Ling Xiao's head, ready to fight at any time. Ling Xiao jumped back into the deep pit that he had fallen into. Previously, he came out because he was alone and he was worried about the safety of his companions. Now that he returned, it was for the treasure. Blast away that pile of ruins. Ling Xiao ordered the martial soul puppet. The martial soul puppet flew out, its sharp dagger emitting a bright light. It crashed into the ruins with a loud bang, destroying the entire ruins. The scene behind the ruins was exposed. It seemed that there was a faint luster shining. If one didn't pay attention, one might think that it was sunlight shining in. After analyzing it calmly, one would realize that it was impossible for this place to have sunlight. Those rays of light were the luster of an array formation. Let's go. Ling Xiao led the way in that direction. Yi Qiu was amazed. After so many days, even Emo and the Wild Sand King had not discovered this secret. However, Ling Xiao had discovered it the moment he arrived. Sure enough, treasures would recognize their owners. In addition, Ling Xiao was an expert in array formations, so he could naturally discover things that others could not. There's a statue. Everyone walked to the center of the light source. It was the statue. They did not know who the statue was, but Ling Xiao guessed that it might be a senior of the Soul Armor sect. This statue was the key to deciphering the array formation. Master, I'm at my wit's end. Can you decipher it? Ling Xiao studied it for a while and realized that the array formation was so exquisite that even he could not decipher it. Unless he stayed here for a month to study it painstakingly. However, that would be too much of a waste of time. It was not worth it for him. Wasting a month's worth of cultivation time without knowing what was inside was simply a foolish move. The key was that even if he spent a month, he might not be able to decipher the array formation. I can, but you also know that I'm just a spiritual body now. I can't set up the array myself. Even if I let you set up the array, you won't be able to complete the key parts. Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly and shook his head. So there's no other way? Ling Xiao was disappointed. He had finally found a place that might contain treasures, but he could not enter it. In the past, deciphering array formations had not been difficult for him. However, this array formation was somewhat mysterious. It was a combination of a large array and a 4th-grade sacred inscription. Ling Xiao was really at his wit's end. Even Yuan Venerate was at his wit's end. Is there really no other way? Yi Qiu saw that this array formation was so powerful and knew that there must be something good inside. Perhaps it was a soul armor created by the Soul Armor sect. This soul armor could greatly increase the combat power and auxiliary effects of a martial soul. After the Soul Armor sect was destroyed, the soul armor technique was passed down, just like the sacred inscription technique. However, there were still not many people who understood it. Therefore, both sacred inscription masters and soul armor masters had a very high status in the entire Eternal God realm. Wait. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something. There might be a way. Master, didn't you just say that it's impossible? Yi Qiu asked, perplexed. Could it be that he suddenly had a solution? However, due to Ling Xiao's previous performance, Yi Qiu had already begun to blindly worship Ling Xiao. Since Ling Xiao said so, he would definitely believe it. I definitely can't break this formation. However, the Soul Armor sect is absolutely unwilling to let their inheritance be buried deep underground like this. Therefore, the key to unlocking the formation would definitely be left behind. If someone could find this key, then that person would be the fated person of the Soul Armor sect. Naturally, you can go in. Ling Xiao explained. In other words, Master, you already know where the key is? Cold Plum knew very well that Ling Xiao wouldn't talk nonsense. If he didn't know where the key was, he definitely wouldn't speak. Since he had spoken, it meant that he knew where it was. At the very least, he had some clues. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. A broken sword appeared in his hand. Master, didn't you spend 5 top-grade spirit stones to buy this broken sword outside? At that time, Qifei even said that you were a sucker. Cold Plum recognized the broken sword and said. Yes, but he didn't know that this thing was the key to opening this formation. Ling Xiao smiled and said, actually, I don't know either. At that time, I just thought that although this broken sword was broken, it contained very complicated formation patterns and traces of sacred runes. I thought that this thing might not be simple. Just now, I saw the groove on the statue and it actually matched very well. Therefore, I guessed that it was most likely the key. As Ling Xiao spoke, he picked up the broken sword and stuffed it into the groove. You guys stay away first. If something unexpected happens, you can still run away. The moment the broken sword was stuffed into the groove, Ling Xiao reminded them. However, no one left. Ling Xiao stood there. how could others leave? Buzz. A moment later, a strange sound could be heard. Then, the originally stone wall actually cracked open, and a portal to a small world appeared. Oh my god, it really is the key. My dear, your luck is simply off the charts. Yu Fenghua said in surprise. At the same time, she heaved a sigh of relief. Nothing unexpected happened. Everyone was safe. That was better than anything. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then took the lead and stepped into the portal. The other three followed him in. The moment they entered, the three of them were stunned. This was simply a warehouse of soul armatures. In the huge space, there were nearly 100,000 sets of exquisite soul armatures stored. This was probably all the stock of the soul armatures before they were destroyed. These soul armatures were of all kinds. But their function was the same, which was to strengthen and protect the martial soul. Some were like daggers, some were like waist tokens, some were like rings, and some were like bracelets. There were all kinds of them, but they were incisive and vivid. For different martial souls, they were mainly divided into two types, defense and attack. Master, we're rich. Yi Qiu said excitedly. Each of you choose a soul armature first. Take the rest with you. Ling Xiao believed that with these soul armatures, the Empire of Tyrants could cultivate a large number of experts in a very short time in the future. Moreover, this thing could also be used to win people's hearts. Every time he went to a new place, Ling Xiao would encounter new enemies. Therefore, he needed new allies. New subordinates to help. Okay. Yi Qiu chose a sword-shaped soul armature. This was an attack-type soul armature. It was most suitable to use on the sword god martial soul. Yu Fenghua chose a pair of crescent moon earrings. It was very suitable for her. In addition to improving the effect of the bright moon martial soul, it also added some charm to her. Cold Plum chose a ring-shaped soul armature. Using this soul armature on the ancient war tree could greatly increase the defense and radiation range of the ancient war tree. At the same time, it could also increase the ancient war tree's control of plants. It could be said that it was very suitable for him. Ling Xiao did not choose for the time being. He had too many martial souls. Although he only had one main martial soul, which was the Sky Tyrant martial soul, none of these soul armatures could match the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Forcibly assembling it would restrict the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The secondary martial soul was the 12 Beast God martial soul. He had to think carefully before choosing. It was slightly easier to choose the Sword God martial soul, but Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. He wanted to see what other treasures there were in here. After keeping all the soul armatures into the Qianquan world, the inside suddenly became much brighter. At this moment, he could see that on the hidden wall, there was a hidden compartment protected by a formation. Although this formation was very complicated, compared to the big formation outside, it was mainly used for protection. It was also relatively easier to crack it. The big formation outside should be a test. After passing it, the one inside would naturally not be too difficult. When Yi Qiu and the rest were familiarizing themselves with the use of the soul armatures, Ling Xiao finally cracked the formation. Crack! The secret compartment was opened. Sure enough, there were things inside. Moreover, there were 4 of them. The first one was a piece of memory metal. Ling Xiao picked it up. The moment he touched it, a huge image suddenly appeared in the sky. It was as if it was looking back on something. Ling Xiao's first thought was that this was probably the reason why the Armor Soul sect was annihilated. Where is this? Ling Xiao looked at the image in surprise. There were green mountains and clear waters. The environment was elegant. There were no traces of a desert. The Armor Soul sect was located on a green mountain. It was majestic and majestic. It gave off the feeling of a big sect. Countless disciples of the Armor Soul sect were either cultivating, exchanging pointers, or carrying out missions in groups. However, at this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Everyone looked at the vast sky in shock. A huge figure appeared there. His dignified and solemn expression was filled with contempt and anger toward the Armor Soul sect. An ancient aura was released from his body. At this moment, black sand was dancing on the ground. Strong winds were raging. Countless trees were uprooted. Countless flowers and plants were torn apart. The martial artists of the Armor Soul sect were terrified. One could see that some of them seemed to have realized that such a day would come. They began to organize the young disciples of the Armor Soul sect to leave this place. However, only 1 out of 10 of them managed to escape. Most of them were torn to pieces by the ferocious wind. How dare the Armor Soul sect complain about injustice for the Saint Rune sect? How dare you ignore the orders of the ancient race? Today, the area within 3,000 miles of the Armor Soul sect will be barren and turned into a desert. The voice was cold and emotionless. It did not treat humans as living beings at all. It was like a high-level creature that looked down on insects. An even more terrifying wind was raging. The entire Armor Soul sect was overturned and sunk into the ground. A large area of the oasis was turned into a desert. The life of the plants was taken away. The land that was originally full of vitality seemed to have died. The area within 3,000 miles of the oasis was barren. Wasn't this the area of the land of exile? So this was how the land of exile came to be. As for those powers that existed in the land of exile together with the Armor Soul sect, they were all destroyed in this calamity. Only some disciples and higher-ups managed to escape. However, he no longer dared to call himself a member of the Soul Armor sect. Wasn't this ancient race a little too tyrannical and terrifying? Just because the Soul Armor sect spoke up for the Divine Rune sect and did not do anything, they were implicated. Even the flowers and trees were not spared. But looking at the oasis and plants in the desert now, it proved the tenacity of nature. It was practically impossible for the ancient race to destroy it completely. To think that the ancient race would be so tyrannical. Seems like I'll have to be more careful in the future. At the very least, he could not afford to provoke them at this stage. Otherwise, the Badian Empire will be in danger. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and let go of the pride he once had. Sure enough, one had to do things step by step. Otherwise, one wrong move would result in a complete loss. Yu Fenghua, Cold Plum, and Yi Qiu were also stunned by the scene. They had never thought that the desert in the land of exile was actually man-made. What kind of terrifying power was this? The ancient race has always been tyrannical and tyrannical. I'm afraid only the massacring emperor back then would dare to go against them. Both the Divine Rune sect and the Soul Armor sect were powers that followed the massacring emperor. But in the end, they were destroyed. Yi Qiu lamented. Since some things are done, one should have thought of the consequences. I believe that the massacring emperor will not regret this. Ling Zhao's complete legacy and bloodline power of his sun god came from the massacring emperor. From the words of the massacring emperor, he had only heard pride. There had never been any regrets. Even though the massacring emperor had failed back then, he had planted the seeds of resistance. As long as he had enough strength to carry the banner of the massacring emperor, there would definitely be people who would stand up and support him. But right now, it was still not enough. He was way too weak. No one would take his words seriously. The scene disappeared. What came next was a long text with pictures. This was the detailed content of the Soul Armor technique. Ling Xiao did not have the energy to look at it carefully for now as he kept the memory medal. He intended to research this Soul Armor technique in the future before bringing it to the Tyrant Heaven's Empire. The Tyrant Heaven's Empire did not only have martial arts geniuses. They also had many technical geniuses. After keeping the memory medal, Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the second item. This is the 9 Revolution Glazed Pagoda. Yi Qiu exclaimed. The 9 Revolution Glazed Pagoda is the most valuable treasure of the Soul Armor sect. I don't know what level this treasure is, but it seems to be sealed. Yes, it is sealed. It is similar to my Crimson Blood Demon Sword. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, the 3 of you, stand over here. Yu Fenghua and the others stood in front of the 9 Revolution Glazed Pagoda. The originally dark pagoda suddenly glowed. Layers of seals were undone. It had temporarily recovered to the level of a 4 Divine Dragon Inscription Emperor weapon. Moreover, it flew directly towards Yu Fenghua. Indeed, treasures will find their owners. Fenghua, this 9 Revolution Glazed Pagoda is for you. Ling Xiao smiled. Actually, it was not impossible for him to have this item. The problem was that he already had the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and the Reverse God Sword. This was more suitable for Yu Fenghua. Yu Fenghua did not reject it. If she rejected something given by her man, it would be ungrateful. The third item turned out to be a small bottle of fresh blood contained in a glass bottle. The words ancient blood were engraved on the bottle. It is the blood of the ancient race. It seems that the video did not record everything. When we fought against the ancient race, some of them were killed. This is good stuff. Let me study it first before deciding who to give it to. This kind of thing could not be used rashly. Otherwise, it would be easy to cause problems. It was better to be clear. Then, he looked at the fourth item. This is a soul armor? Ling Xiao was stunned. This soul armor was a little strange. It was an exquisite gourd. He did not know what material it was made of. It looked like jade or glass, but it was definitely not. It was releasing the aura of a soul armor. There was no doubt that it was a soul armor. This soul armor is exquisite. I don't know what it is used for. However, it must be the best soul armor sect has. Yi Qiu said. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. If it was not a treasure, it could have been placed with the other soul armors. There was no need to hide it. However, he did not know much about soul armor techniques, so he did not know what it was used for. Take it out first. Ling Xiao took out the soul armor and dripped blood on it to claim ownership. This was the most traditional way of claiming ownership, but it was also the most effective. The soul armor sect had also chosen this more traditional method. As the blood dripped onto the gourd, a cloud of black and gold smoke flew out of the gourd. This is Creation Gung Metal Powder. Yuan Venerate suddenly said. Creation Gung Metal Powder is originally used to reconstruct the human body. It can be said to be extremely precious. Of course, it is also used to refine the human body and cultivate defensive martial techniques. It is also very useful to make puppets. Why is this gourd filled with Genesis Gung Metal Powder? The Yuan Venerate was confused. However, Ling Xiao soon realized that the Genesis Gung Metal Powder had wrapped around his Sword God Martial Soul. Gradually, the Sword God Martial Soul condensed and became solid. However, the effect of the Martial Soul did not disappear. Instead, it became stronger. Both of you, fight. Ling Xiao ordered the Martial Soul puppet to fight with the Sword God Martial Soul. The Sword God Martial Soul actually fought with the Martial Soul puppet like an expert swordsman. Although it was defeated, it could be seen that the Sword God Martial Soul's combat strength had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Physique Echelon under the enhancement of the Soul Armor. If combined with the Martial Soul Transformation ability, it could even reach the early stage of the 10th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Moreover, this seemed to be related to the user's cultivation. In other words, the stronger Ling Xiao was, the stronger it would be. What would it be like to use this thing on the Tyrant Martial Soul? Ling Xiao wanted to give it a try. Once this guy had an idea, he would definitely give it a try. Therefore, he withdrew the Sword God Martial Soul. He released the Tyrant Martial Soul. After the transformation, the difference between the Tyrant Martial Soul and the Mountain River Martial Soul was more obvious. Therefore, he was not worried that Yi Qiu would recognize it. Soul Armor Transformation. The gourd in Ling Xiao's hand disappeared in an instant. The Genesis Gung Metal Powder began to envelop the Tyrant Martial Soul. Ling Xiao became very nervous. He waited for the change to appear. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure came. Except for Ling Xiao, the other three were actually pressed to the ground. Human King. Ling Xiao actually saw a Human King. However, it was strange that the Human King did not respond. It just looked the same. It did not have its own consciousness. Is this the Tyrant Martial Soul's realization? Ling Xiao was stunned. What was that black figure he saw before? It was definitely not a Human King. He was a little confused. However, it also proved that this soul armor could indeed be used on the Tyrant Martial Soul. Moreover, this Human King's combat strength seemed to have reached the peak of the Essence Soul Realm. The Essence Soul Realm was a transitional realm between the Divine Body Realm and the Divine Soul Realm. It was a process that allowed a martial artist's soul power and spirit essence to better fuse. However, there was no doubt that the battle prowess of an Essence Soul Realm martial artist far surpassed that of a 10th level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist. The Soul Essence Realm also had 10 levels, but there was no distinction between front, middle, back, and peak. This sovereign personage's combat prowess should be at the first layer Essence Soul Realm. Ling Xiao hadn't reached that level, so he wasn't very sure. Oh no, just as he was about to experience this powerful combat strength, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a burst of dizziness. He hurriedly put away the soul armor. Only then did the situation gradually improve. Looks like this soul armor can't be used on the martial spirit of Tyrant. If he were to use it, he would probably only be able to fight for 10 seconds at most. Otherwise, I would be in deep trouble. That martial soul puppet doesn't even need to consume my divine essence. It's better to use it less in the future. Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. But then again, a martial soul puppet was just a puppet after all. Once it was taken away, it would be useless. Furthermore, it could be shattered by an expert. The most troublesome thing was that a martial soul puppet at the peak of the 3rd layer Divine Soul Realm would definitely attract the attention of Divine Soul Realm experts. He couldn't use it casually. At most, it could be used as a life-saving measure. Let's try the Beast Soul again. Ling Xiao tried using the soul armor on the Beast God Martial Soul. Together with the Martial God Incarnation, the Beast God Martial Soul could erupt with combat prowess at the peak of the 10th layer Divine Physique Realm. It was much stronger than the Sword God Martial Soul. As expected of the God Martial Soul of the Primordial God position. Furthermore, the Beast God Martial Soul could last for 5 minutes at most, which was much longer than the martial spirit of Tyrant. However, it still couldn't compare to the Sword Body Martial Soul, which could last for an hour. Basically, it was enough to settle any battle. Now, it seemed that this soul armor was more suitable for the Sword God Martial Soul under normal circumstances. However, Ling Xiao was still very happy. This trip to the land of exile could be said to have gained a lot. Let's go. We have already taken everything here. Let's quickly return to the Sword King City to check out the situation. Ling Xiao actually wanted to test his current combat prowess. During this trip to the ruins, his cultivation broke through to the early 7th layer Divine Physique Realm and he obtained a soul armor like the Heptagold Gourd. He also obtained a martial soul puppet at the peak of the 3rd layer Divine Physique Realm. There was also the God's Fruit and the Flower of Law. There was also the soul armor art and the 9 revolution glazed pagoda. All of these were the results of his hard work. After killing the Wild Sand King, the Qi family would probably go crazy. After spending so many resources to nurture the Black Sandstorm organization for 10 years, without the Wild Sand King, it would soon disappear. When Ling Xiao left, none of the neutral martial artists dared to make a move. What a joke. He could even kill the Wild Sand King and severely injure Princess Huang Shui, forcing her to return to the Golden Region. This kind of madman wasn't someone they could fight against. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the Sword King City, the battle had already ended. Obviously, the return of the Sword King EMO had completely turned the battle in favor of the Sword King. The Sword King City had won a complete victory. More than 100,000 rebels were recruited and 20,000 were killed. Now that the land of exile was under the control of Sword King City, it was time for them to start their next step. Cold Plum, Yi Qiu, I have a mission for the two of you. Head to the Heaven's Wall City and bring the genius martial artists of the Sky Tyrant Empire over. Ling Xiao gave the order to Cold Plum and Yi Qiu. The people of the Sky Tyrant Empire would believe in Cold Plum and Yi Qiu would be able to protect Cold Plum along the way. Roger. The two of them received the order and set off. At the same time, Ling Xiao and the Sword King EMO chatted for a while and took out the 100,000 soul armors for EMO and Feng Qiu to choose from. After that, he left 90,000 soul armors to EMO and asked him to find suitable martial artists to bestow. Ling Xiao also kept around 10,000 soul armors for himself to buy people's hearts. After that, Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua left the Sword King City. At the same time, in the Qi family of the Golden Region, the news of the Wild Sand King and Qi Fei's death had already spread. The higher-ups of the Qi family gathered together and held an emergency meeting. The Quan King's face was so gloomy that it seemed like black blood could drip out. The Wild Sand King was killed by EMO. Do you know how much resources I spent to nurture the Wild Sand King? Qi Lin, where's your son, Qi Fei? Qi Lin stood up from his seat and said expressionlessly, according to reliable sources, he was killed by Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao is the main culprit of the Wild Sand King's death. Lord Quan King, I think it's time to do something to this Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if we allow him to continue, it will be detrimental to our plan. He's just a piece of trash at the peak of the 6th level divine physique realm. Even if he's a genius, do you want me to personally take action? Isn't he competing with Qi Tianmei for the city lord position? I can give Qi Tianmei some good stuff. However, she must use this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, she can forget about living. The Quan King's thoughts were still on the Sword King Emo, and Ling Xiao was automatically ignored by him. Ling Xiao, who was rushing back to the martial city, didn't know that the Qi family held a family meeting for the land of exile. However, even if he knew, it didn't matter. He had already been stabbed in the back many times, so it didn't matter if it was 1 or 2 more times. What Ling Xiao needed now was time. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to defeat Qi Tianmei. Even if Qi Tianmei had the support of the Qi family's higher-ups and obtained some treasure, he didn't believe that it could be more powerful than his trump card. However, when Ling Xiao arrived at the martial city, he realized that Long Chen was injured. The original 9th platoon was hiding in the governor's residence and didn't dare to come out. The dragon cave was occupied by someone else again. There was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. How dare they attack his men when he wasn't around? Could it be Qi Tianmei's doing? Han Yuan, tell me what happened. Ling Xiao sat there with a cold expression. He was someone who never suffered a loss, let alone now that he had become stronger. He wanted to find someone to practice his skills, but idiots came knocking on his door. This was perfect. Big brother, don't mention it. It's the Qi family's bunch of bastards. Long Chen spoke before Han Yuan could say anything. Although he was injured, he was from the giant dragon clan, so it wasn't serious. Tell me in detail. Ling Xiao said. It's nothing much. Qi Tianmei suddenly used the city lord's name to change the 3 deputy commanders of the city defense army except for me and Sister Fenghua. These 3 guys are early-stage 9th level divine physique echelon martial artists. Although I can defeat any one of them individually, I'm at a disadvantage when the 3 of them work together. However, big brother, don't worry. I didn't embarrass you. Although I'm injured, those 3 guys didn't have it easy either. Long Chen explained, however, it's more troublesome now. Most of the city defense army listened to them. After I'm injured, Han Yuan and Qinqi aren't their match, so they can only hide in the governor's residence for now. Luckily, they don't dare to attack. After all, this is the Martial City's City Defense Army's governor's residence. Long Chen, do you want to take revenge? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Now? Sure. Long Chen stood up abruptly, but the pain from his injury still caused him to grimace. Just follow me. I will take revenge for this. Ling Xiao glanced at Long Chen and sneered, they even dare to hit my, Ling Zhao's, brother. They'd better have the strength to be arrogant. Otherwise, they can just consider themselves unlucky. A bonfire was lit in front of the dragon cave. The city defense army was eating barbecued meat while laughing and cursing. He would wait until his body recovered before entering the dragon cave to cultivate. Although this dragon cave originally had an array formation, it had already been broken by an expert. The talents of the Qi family were not what outsiders could imagine. The 3 new vice commanders sat in the most conspicuous place. Beside them, there were people passing them roasted meat and delicious wine. It could be seen that their injuries had already healed. 3 against 1. Although they were injured, their injuries were much lighter than Long Chen's. Moreover, with the Qi family's ability, they would be able to heal them quickly. Commander Zhao, I heard that Ling Xiao has just returned to Martial City. I'm afraid that he will do something to us. Should I report this to City Lord Qi? Someone suddenly said. Commander Zhao sneered and said, the city lord is currently at the Qi family. Lord Quan King gave him some benefits to kill Ling Xiao in the City Lord Challenge. Calculating the time, half a month has already passed. I reckon that City Lord Qi will become stronger. That Ling Xiao will have no way to survive. Brother Zhao, do you think that Ling Xiao will come and find trouble with us? Another vice commander beside him asked. Brother Qian, are you afraid? Commander Zhao smiled and said, I don't think that Ling Xiao is that impressive. It's fine if he doesn't come. If he dares to come, I will naturally take care of him. There is no need for City Lord Qi to make a move. Is there a need to make such a big fuss to deal with a piece of trash at the peak of the 6th level divine physique echelon? I'm not afraid. The third commander with the surname Sun, who was the youngest, spoke first. I'm not afraid either. Commander Qian said, I'm just thinking that one of Ling Zhao's subordinates is already so powerful. The three of us have to join forces to severely injure him. Ling Xiao can't be weaker than his subordinates, right? Don't worry. Don't forget that the three of us didn't use our full strength. Commander Zhao said, moreover, aren't there so many brothers here? They should understand what the consequences will be once Ling Xiao gains power. Therefore, they can only choose to help us. Just as he finished speaking, a stream of light suddenly sped over from afar. It was Ling Xiao who came alone. Vice commanders, you guys are in a good mood. Tonight is the time when thieves are most likely to appear. You guys are actually drinking here. Aren't you afraid of delaying matters? Ling Xiao stood there and looked down coldly at the three vice commanders sitting on the ground. He could feel that the three of them were very strong. Any one of them could reach Qi phase level. No wonder Long Chen was at a disadvantage. Pour the wine. Commander Zhao did not even look at Ling Xiao as he held the bowl and said to the martial artist beside him. He did not place Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. In his view, if he did not let that trash Qi Hing participate in the commander selection back then, the winner would definitely be him. At this time, Yu Fenghua, Long Chen, and the people of the 9th Squad all rushed over. The people of the 9th Squad all thought it through very clearly. They advanced and retreated together with Ling Xiao. If they did not help when Ling Xiao encountered trouble, then what right did others have to give them benefits? Therefore, even if they knew the danger, they still came. It was just that there were too few people and they were quickly surrounded. Laughter came from all around, the voices full of ridicule and sarcasm. This person really thinks of himself as a commander. What's the use of a commander who doesn't have anyone submitting to him? Commander Sun said with a cold smile. Ling Xiao glanced at Commander Sun, then looked around and said, Today, I'm here to kill. You guys better listen carefully. There are people who offended their superiors and committed a capital offense. I'm going to execute them today. Whoever dares to wallow in the mire with them, I won't let any of them off. Since no one is willing to stay in the city defense army, I'll give you two choices. One is death, two is to scram. The city defense army of Martial City does not need people like you. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao had just finished speaking when Commander Zhao started laughing loudly on the other side. Because he found it too funny. Ling Xiao actually wanted to execute them, not to mention whether he could beat them. Even if he could, they were sent by the Qi family. Would Ling Xiao dare to casually kill them? You better laugh a few more times because you won't be able to laugh later. Ling Xiao's voice was still indifferent and dignified. Brothers, we have to stand in line. We can't be unlucky with Ling Xiao. Shouts came from the crowd. More than half of the people stood on the side of the three deputy commanders. A small number of people quietly left. When the gods fought, the commoners suffered. If they were not willing to stand on either side, then they could only leave. They also found a place where they did not have to stand in line to continue living. Come and read. Ling Xiao didn't care about the city defense army's betrayal. He had 300,000 soldiers in the Sword King army and 100,000 warriors in the land of exile under his control. He could easily fill the gap in the martial city with some of them. He didn't lack people now. Alright, since you've made your choice, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fenghua, Long Chen, Han Yuan, Qinqi, and the rest of the 9th platoon, listen up. I'll leave those guys to you. I believe you have the ability to do so. They're just a motley crew. I'll take care of these three trash. Ling Xiao looked at the three deputy commanders and ordered. Yes. Actually, Long Chen and Yu Fenghua were enough to take care of those trash. Yu Fenghua had broken through to the 9th level of the divine physique echelon after returning from the land of exile. She even obtained a treasure like the 9 revolution glazed pagoda. Her combat power had soared. Before coming here, Xiao had asked everyone in the 9th platoon to choose a soul armor. These people were very loyal, so their loyalty should be exchanged for benefits for him. Alright, it's time for the 3 of you to die. So what if you're from the Qi family? I'm not afraid to tell you that I almost killed the princess. The wild sand king that the Qi family painstakingly nurtured was also killed by me. Even if I kill the 3 of you, there won't be any change. Xiao suddenly entered the beast god's body state. He released the sun god's blood formation. He entered the 2nd level of the bloody devil rat. A violent aura swept across the place. The 3 deputy commanders had no choice but to stand up. This kid is not simple. Commander Qian glanced at Commander Zhao and said. Commander Zhao also stopped underestimating Xiao. He looked at Xiao and said, Xiao, although the city lord said that we can't let others see when we kill you, you're courting death today. You can't blame us if you want to die. I believe that if the higher-ups ask, we'll have a reason. Although he didn't dare to underestimate the enemy, that was all. Commander Zhao still didn't take Xiao seriously. He could see that Xiao's cultivation had broken through. However, he was only at the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. There was no way he could compare to him. If you really have the ability to kill me, then we'll talk about it. Xiao looked at the 3 people in front of him nonchalantly. Martial artists in the early stage of the 9th level divine physique echelon were no longer worthy of his attention. He was able to kill Qi Fei even before he got his hands on the soul armature. Now that he had obtained the soul armor, his sword god martial spirit had become even more powerful. If he wanted to win, it would be much easier. On the other side, the battle had already begun. Those city defense army cultivators had steeled their hearts to rely on the Qi family, believing that the Qi family would definitely be the victor this time. Therefore, they wanted to kill Xiao and his gang. If Xiao and the others didn't die today, they would be doomed. Therefore, they all worked very hard. There were 20 to 30,000 people present. They originally thought that with more people, they would be able to easily deal with the people of the 9th squad. Unfortunately, after the battle started, they discovered that something was wrong. Among these so-called 20,000 to 30,000 people, most of them were martial artists at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. Their strength was too weak. Those in the early stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon were considered the strongest. In front of Yu Fenghua and Long Chen, this kind of strength was simply too weak to withstand a single blow. Long Chen suppressed his anger and transformed into a terrifying giant dragon. With a swipe of his claws, a large number of people were knocked down. Yu Fenghua released the 9 revolution glazed pagoda. The pagoda kept releasing moonlight blades. There was no need to make a move at all. The enemies couldn't even get close. So powerful. Hanli said excitedly. They originally thought that it would be a tough battle, but they didn't even have the chance to make a move. These 2 people were too valiant. Little son, go help those trash. We can't let them all die. Commander Zhao frowned and said to Commander Sunday. Commander Sun received the order and dashed over. However, halfway there, he was knocked back by Xiao's punch. I've said that the 3 of you will be fighting me. Xiao held the void god sword in his hand and said indifferently. Cold killing intent kept rising in his body. You really don't want to die fast enough, do you? Commander Zhao sneered. Commander Qian, Commander Sun, the 2 of you go first. Kill this kid and then go help the other side. Yes. Commander Qian and Commander Sun joined forces and released their martial souls. At the same time, they charged toward Xiao. Xiao's brows were cold. I asked the 3 of you to go together, but you sent 2 people to die. Don't regret it. Soul armor, activate. Xiao smiled faintly. The sword god martial soul behind him suddenly turned from a shadow to a solid body. Xiao threw the crimson blood demon sword to the sword god martial soul. Kill. Without the sword god martial soul, the sword god martial soul could unleash the strength of a peak 9th level divine physique echelon under the enhancement of the soul armor. Xiao didn't have to make a move himself. He just wanted to test the power of the sword god martial soul in a battle. Whoosh, With the Crimson Blood Demon sword in hand, the Sword God Martial Soul's combat power skyrocketed again. The sword light enveloped Commander Sun and Commander Qian. What the hell is that? Isn't it a martial soul? How can it materialize? Commander Qian and Commander Sun were stunned. However, they didn't have the time to think about it. Because the combat power released by the Sword God Martial Soul in front of them made them feel in extreme danger. They had a feeling that they would die. The two of them jumped in fright and immediately displayed their respective trump cards. Giant Shield Protection. Commander Qian's martial soul was a shield sword. The giant shield was released and completely blocked his body. It greatly increased his defense. At the same time, behind the shield, there was a dense killing intent. A sword light was released quietly and shot toward Ling Xiao. His shield sword martial soul could be said to be very practical. It was a martial soul that could attack and defend. Split. Commander Sun's martial soul was also very strange. It was actually an earthworm. The moment he felt the danger, his body actually split into 4. Moreover, these 4 bodies all had the same level of strength. This earthworm martial soul didn't sound like much, but it was actually very powerful. The 4 commanders attacked at the same time. They waved their palms and countless spikes avoided the Sword God martial soul and shot toward Ling Xiao's body. It seemed like he had the same thought as Commander Qian. They both knew that Ling Xiao was the key to controlling the Sword God martial soul. As long as they killed Ling Xiao, the Sword God martial soul wouldn't be able to move no matter how strong it was. Commander Zhao revealed a cold smile. Kid, are you regretting it now? He had never used these 2 moves against Longchen before. Since you're his big brother, I'll let you have a taste of it first. He felt that there was no need for him to make a move. Although they felt that the Sword God martial soul seemed to be very strong, they couldn't tell exactly how strong it was. That was why they were so calm. If he knew that the Sword God martial soul had the strength of a peak 9th level divine physique echelon, he wouldn't have dared to sit here and watch. He would have definitely helped. Ignorant confidence. Ling Xiao didn't move. In the next moment, the crowd saw a shocking scene. A simple sword light easily destroyed the joint attack of Commander Sun and Commander Qian. Not only was the Sword God martial soul's combat power incomparably strong, but it was also fast like a ghost. Commander Zhao frowned when he saw this. This was something that he had never expected. Ling Xiao was actually able to block Commander Qian and Commander Sun's joint attack. The 3 of them often did things together. Commander Qian and Commander Sun's joint attack had even killed a late-stage 9th level divine physique echelon martial artist before. Ling Xiao's method was actually able to resolve it so easily. Be careful. This kid is strange. Use your Dharma treasure. Commander Zhao sensed Ling Xiao's strangeness and roared. Yes. Commander Sun and Commander Qian responded and took out their Dharma treasures. Commander Qian's Dharma treasure was still a shield sword. It was obviously meant to complement his martial soul. Commander Sun's Dharma treasure was a 9-section whip. It was also meant to complement his martial soul. Both of their Dharma treasures were emperor weapons with 3 divine dragon patterns. In this day and age, magic treasures were really not worth much. These 2 fellows were only at the 9th level divine physique echelon, but they actually had emperor weapons with 3 divine dragon patterns. It seemed like the Qi family had invested quite a bit in this plan. One had to know that the Dual-Axe City Lord's Dharma treasure was only an emperor weapon with 4 divine dragon patterns. That was a Divine Soul Realm martial artist, even though he had just entered the Divine Soul Realm. Compared to the Qi family, Dual-Axe City was really poor. Once the Dharma treasures were used, Commander Qian and Commander Sun's attack and defense clearly increased. Commander Qian's giant shield suddenly became bigger and thicker. The killing intent hidden within became even more terrifying. A giant sword was released from behind the shield. It contained Commander Qian's lifetime of cultivation and was about to kill Ling Xiao. After Commander Sun used the 9-section whip, there were actually 9 clones. Most importantly, the strength of these 9 Commander Suns was exactly the same. Even their martial skills and methods were exactly the same. If someone else encountered this, they would probably have to flee. However, to Ling Xiao, the number of people wasn't a problem at all. Even if 1,000 early-stage 9th-level divine physique echelon martial artists were added together, it wouldn't be comparable to a peak 9th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. The accumulation of quantity was meaningless to the strong unless it reached the level of qualitative change. Fortunately, the 9 commander sons were still unable to produce a qualitative change. Furthermore, Ling Xiao also discovered something else. The more clones Commander Sun had, the lower his intelligence. The 9 doppelgangers made his attacks almost mindless. Previously, he knew how to hide behind Commander Qian's giant shield, but now, he was attacking like a madman. He actually forced the 2 vice commanders to use 2 monarch armaments with 3 divine dragon patterns. Ling Xiao, this brat, really isn't simple. However, it will end here. When the surrounding martial artists saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Under the power of the 2 deputy commanders, could Ling Xiao still make a comeback? As long as they could hold on for a while longer, they would be saved once the vice commanders won. Idiot! Ling Xiao glanced at Commander Sun, who was rushing over. The 9 clones were exactly the same, and their strength was also exactly the same. It was a pity that their eyes were dull, and they looked like idiots. Sword God Martial Spirit, send him to hell. Ling Xiao ordered. In that instant, the Sword God Martial Spirit turned into a dazzling sword light that instantly pierced through 9 clones. It skewered Commander Sun like a stick of candied haws. Even though Commander Sun had the Earthworm Martial Spirit, 9 clones were his limit. Now, all 9 of them had been stabbed at the same time. He was a complete tragedy. Commander Sun's 9 clones fell to the ground at the same time. After struggling for a while, they stopped breathing. Ling Xiao put away his storage ring, then gave the 9-section whip to the Void God sword to devour. His companions couldn't use the 9-section whip. Although it was of good quality, it could only be used to feed the Void God sword. You killed Brother Sun. Commander Qian watched this scene in horror. With 1 sword strike, Commander Sun had no chance to resist and died on the spot. That's right, I killed him. However, I'm a merciful person. If you agree to get out of Martial City and never appear in front of me again, I can let you go. Ling Xiao looked at Commander Qian and said indifferently. In your dreams. Die. The killing intent behind the shield's word was completely unleashed. The giant sword in the middle of the attack became even sharper. Ling Xiao could sense that Commander Qian had activated the Frenzy Saint rune. But was there any point? Crack, with 1 sword strike, the giant sword shattered. In front of the Crimson Blood Demon sword, Commander Qian's attack was like a child's circus. One had to know that the Sword God Martial Spirit was at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. It was already enough to crush Commander Qian. Coupled with the incomparably sharp Crimson Blood Demon sword, Commander Qian didn't stand a chance from the start. The reason why Ling Xiao asked the 3 of them to attack at the same time was because he felt that it was too boring to torture noobs. What? Commander Qian cried out in alarm. He finally felt fear and turned around to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Sword God Martial Spirit's sharp sword light tore through the giant shield's defense and pierced Commander Qian's throat. I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't know how to cherish it. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Commander Qian let out a hysterical scream. Blood instantly dyed his clothes red. His life force was rapidly depleting. Even if a god came, he wouldn't be able to cure him. How could this be? The rebels originally still had hope. However, at this moment, their hopes were completely dashed. It turned into complete despair. The battle lasted less than a minute, and the 2 deputy commanders were killed. This was actually done by Ling Xiao, whom they looked down on. What happened to this kid after he returned from the land of exile? Not to mention them, even Long Chen, Han Yuan, Han Li, Chen Qi, and the others were shocked. Ling Xiao was much stronger than he was half a month ago. It was a monstrous improvement speed. No wonder the Qi family wanted him dead. Commander Qian finally stopped breathing. Ling Xiao did the same thing. He put away Commander Qian's storage ring and weapon. However, he didn't give the shield's word to the Void God sword. Instead, he threw it to Chen Qi. Chen Qi was good at using sabers and shields. This shield's word should be more suitable for him. Thank you, Commander. Xianxia was overjoyed. When he thought about the decision he made, he felt that it was a wise decision. Although Han Yuan, Han Li, and the others were envious, they weren't jealous. This was because they knew that as long as they performed well, they would receive many benefits. As soon as Ling Xiao returned, he gave each of them a soul armor. One had to know that soul armors were extremely precious in the Golden Martial Kingdom. Only warriors in the Golden Domain had slightly more soul armors. Outside the Golden Domain, soul armors were rare. Do you regret it now, Commander Zhao? Ling Xiao looked at Commander Zhao contemptuously. I said that the three of you should work together. But you refused. Now, there's no chance for you to work together. But speaking of which, even if you work together, it seems like you still don't have a chance. Commander Zhao's expression was a little ugly. He had watched the battle just now and was already regretting it. The powerful battle prowess that Ling Xiao displayed caused Commander Zhao to tremble. He knew very well that he couldn't win. Even if he could defeat Commander Qian and Commander Sun, it wouldn't be so easy. He might end up crippling himself in the end. Ling Xiao, we're from the Qi family. Have you thought about the consequences of killing the two of them? Commander Zhao said coldly, that's right. I admit that you're a genius. I'm afraid that no one in Martial City can suppress your strength other than the city lord. Don't forget that you're still just an insignificant ant in the eyes of the Qi family. Ant? Haha. Ling Xiao smiled and said, you're right. I'm an ant, but an ant's nest can destroy a 1,000-mile dike. Have you never thought that an ant like me would be able to destroy the Qi clan? Alright, enough nonsense. Let's fight. Seeing that you're so scared, I won't use my soul armor. He used his soul armor to deal with Commander Qian and Commander Sun just to test the combat strength of his sword god martial soul. Since he had already tried, there was no need to try again. At the end of the day, soul armor was still an external object. Ling Xiao firmly believed that his own strength was true strength. He took out the Void God sword and looked coldly at Commander Zhao. You only have one chance to fight with me. If you miss it, that thing will appear again. By the way, it's at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, so you can't win no matter what. Commander Zhao's pupils constricted when he heard this. Fight, there was no other choice. If he didn't fight now, he wouldn't have another chance. At the thought of this, the shadow of a bow and arrow appeared behind him. This guy actually had a bow martial soul. Although it wasn't a god martial soul, it was still quite outstanding. Its power was quite strong. At the same time, he took out his weapon. The bow was also an emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns. However, in terms of quality, it seemed to be much better than the other twos. A sharp arrow condensed on the bowstring. The arrow that Commander Zhao used didn't seem to be a real arrow, but an arrow condensed from divine essence. This fellow should be cultivating metal elemental divine energy, which was incomparably sharp and suitable for weapon-type martial souls. This was especially true for the arrows, which were extremely powerful. Not a bad martial soul, a helpless aura. What a pity, why did you have to provoke me? Ling Xiao gripped the Void God sword tightly. Invisible, a terrifying aura bloomed from the sword. Come on. Kill. Commander Zhao took the lead and launched an attack. Arrows shot towards Ling Xiao like meteors. It was as if divine essence was free. Ling Xiao activated the light body Saint Rune and coordinated with the holy ground demonic shadow to move closer to Commander Zhao. He didn't use the golden light Saint Rune. If he did, it would be bullying. Even a divine soul realm martial artist would find it hard to break the golden sacred rune, so Commander Zhao had no chance at all. When the Tai Chi eye opened, it was as if the Void God sword had grown eyes. It deflected the incoming arrows one by one. In just an instant, Ling Xiao approached Commander Zhao. Is that all you've got? Looks like your attacks aren't even as good as your companions. Ling Xiao liked to observe his opponents so that he could learn things that he could use from their battles. That was why he didn't kill Commander Zhao directly. Otherwise, whether it was the 9-dragon divine art or the human god reversal, he could have done it. Divine bow fusion. Commander Zhao saw Ling Xiao approach and cried out in surprise. The illusory bow behind him actually fused with the emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon runes in his hand. The fusion of light and shadow brought about a great increase in attack power. Frozen Arrow. It was a classic archer's fighting style. This move didn't aim to kill the opponent. It only aimed to seal the opponent. The air suddenly became chilly. Xianxia found that his movements were gradually slowing down. However, he didn't do anything and waited for Commander Zhao's next move. There had to be some benefits in a battle. It would be a pity to kill Commander Zhao just like that. Explosive Arrow. Commander Zhao was overjoyed to see Xianxia frozen. This time, he took out a true arrow and knocked it on the bowstring. Then, he shot it out. This arrow also had 2 divine dragon runes. So this guy had such a trump card. If it was a terrifying attack, even Xianxia wouldn't dare to take it head-on without activating the Golden Light Saint runes. The key was that the explosive arrow was extremely fast and he was frozen. Even if he could break it, he wouldn't be able to increase his speed. He couldn't dodge or defend at this time. Did he really have to use the Golden Light Saint runes? Xianxia didn't like that. If he relied too much on something, there would be a hidden danger. Alright, since you like to attack, I'll fight you with my attack. Xianxia stood there without moving. His left hand released the power of the void and transcended the void. A stream of energy hit the exploding arrow in an instant. Although the power of transcending the void wasn't much, the key was that it could instantly hit the target. The explosive arrow was hit. Although it wasn't destroyed, it slowed down a bit. At this time, a blood-red divine dragon appeared on Xiao's Void God Sword. 9 Dragons Divine Art. He'd chosen the 9 Dragons Divine Art instead of the Reverse God Sword because it had a longer range. At this distance, the Reverse God Sword couldn't hit his opponent. But the 9 Dragons Divine Art could. The roaring blood-red dragon swallowed the explosive arrow in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Commander Zhao. It pierced through Commander Zhao's heart. Impossible. Captain Zhao never dreamed that he'd die so easily. Xianxia didn't even have to use his mysterious soul armature before he was done for. The entire process seemed to have been within Xiao's calculations. The moment Commander Zhao fell to the ground, the traitors were in complete despair. Some even knelt and begged for mercy, while others turned and ran. There were too many of them. Xianxia couldn't kill them all. Some of them still managed to escape. Since someone had escaped, there was no point in silencing them. Xianxia wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Feng Hua, Long Chen, tell them to scram. Remember, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, next time, I'll kill you. He stopped Long Chen and Yu Fenghua's attacks. He let go of those who surrendered. But for those who resisted, he didn't spare a single one. With that, Xianxia sat down. On one hand, it was because the 9 Dragons Divine Art had consumed a lot of energy. On the other hand, he was summarizing the lessons he'd learned from the battle. He'd underestimated his opponent. Against Captain Zhao's frozen arrow, he could have dealt with it in an instant. But he didn't. He just wanted to see Captain Zhao's stronger attack. Although this had increased the energy in his Sea of Cultivation to 10%, it was still not enough. However, the dangers involved were self-evident. If his opponent hadn't been Captain Zhao but someone smarter, even if he'd won today, he would have been seriously injured. Looks like I can't be so careless in the future. If I can deal with trouble, I'll do it quickly. Clean up the battlefield and go back. We might have to face Qi Tianmei's wrath tomorrow. Xianxia smiled and didn't look worried at all. No matter what Qi Tianmei got from the Qi family, he must defeat her completely. However, before they could leave, a figure rushed over in an imposing manner. It was Qi Tianmei. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at Qi Tianmei, who was rushing over. He sneered and stopped. He dealt with the traitors of the City Defense Army with reason and evidence. No one could find fault with him. After all, he was the commander of the City Defense Army. Those 3 deputy commanders dared to lead the army and escape, which was a capital offense. Offending a superior was also a capital offense. Qi Tianmei couldn't find any fault with his reasoning. Therefore, unless Qi Tianmei wanted to kill him at all costs. Otherwise, they might not be able to fight today. Qi Tianmei was a member of the Qi family after all. She had to consider the big picture. Unlike Ling Xiao could be considered a bachelor now. He who had nothing to lose was not afraid of those who wore shoes. He could do whatever he wanted, but Qi Tianmei couldn't. Otherwise, the Qi family would be caught. Therefore, Qi Tianmei stood there and sneered. Her eyes were filled with anger and hatred. The 3 corpses on the ground were still there. Ling Xiao didn't intend to get rid of them. He wanted to hand them over to the Qi family openly. Ling Xiao, you dare to kill the Qi family's warriors in broad daylight. Qi Tianmei shouted angrily. It's easy now that City Lord Qi is here. You can take these 3 corpses back. They appointed them as deputy commanders without my permission. It's already overstepping their authority. After they became deputy commanders, they didn't follow the rules and offended their superiors. They even wanted to kill me. I killed them. Is there a problem? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Half a month ago, he still had some misgivings about Qi Tianmei. Now, half a month later, Qi Tianmei was nothing in his eyes. Qi Tianmei's face was gloomy. However, she couldn't do anything about Ling Xiao's arrogance. Logically speaking, she lost. Aren't you afraid of dying by the roadside? Qi Tianmei said coldly. My luck has always been good. It seems that those who tried to kill me were all killed by me in the end. You should know about the death of the Wild Sand King, right? I'm sure you've heard about Qi Fei's death. Your Qi family really has a long reach. Even in the land of exile, there are people from your family. Unfortunately, they were also dead. This is the consequence of offending me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Qi Tianmei's face became even more gloomy, as if black water could drip out of it. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Even if I kill you, at most, I will be removed from my position as the city lord. Hee, you can try. Ling Xiao said with a smile, maybe you were qualified to say that half a month ago. But now, I'm related to Sword King's loyalty. What do you think Golden King will do? What would the Sword King do? Even the Qi family might not be able to bear the combined wrath of the Sword King and the Golden King. What's more, can you kill me? Don't think too highly of yourself. Qi Tianmei was stunned. In fact, Qi Lin had already analyzed the situation for her. Now, the Sword King was willing to help the Golden King for Ling Xiao's sake. Therefore, the Golden King would definitely not let Ling Xiao die. Because of this, the matter of Huang Shui being seriously injured by Ling Xiao was forcibly suppressed by the Golden King. The Golden King had no choice but to do so. Although he was unhappy that Ling Xiao seriously injured his daughter, he needed the Sword King's strength. Is there no other way? In fact, why are you so anxious? I'll challenge you half a month later. At that time, if you really have the ability, just take my life. No one will stop you. Ling Xiao looked at the angry and helpless Qi Tianmei and said, I'll give you this opportunity. Let's see if you can grasp it. But I have to remind you of something. If you really want to kill me that day, you must be prepared to be killed. All right. Qi Tianmei thought of the challenge half a month later and finally spat out a mouthful of turbid air. If she killed Ling Xiao in a fair and square challenge, the Sword King and Golden King wouldn't say anything. It was Ling Xiao who was courting death. She didn't have to kill Ling Xiao. At that time, I'll choose the location. I'll invite a lot of people to watch the battle, including the people of the Sword King city. Let them see how you'll be trampled. A mere ant dares to contend with the Qi family and make everyone fear the dignity of the Qi family. Qi Tianmei said loudly. Okay. But in this half a month, I don't want to see anyone attack my people. Otherwise, this agreement will be cancelled. I'll kill you in advance, and I'll do it by hook or by crook. Ling Xiao said coldly, you should know my means. Don't worry, I'll give you half a month to struggle at death's door. Qi Tianmei said generously. Half a month later, everything would be settled. There was no need to complicate matters. But at this time, the people of the 9th Squad were a little worried. They were very clear about Qi Tianmei's strength. She was the strongest warrior in Martial City. Although Ling Xiao was also very strong, but in half a month's time, could he really defeat Qi Tianmei? This time, he would either succeed or die trying. Qi Tianmei said that she would make a big deal out of it. If Ling Xiao lost this time, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Golden Region. Not to mention staying in Marshall City. He would even have to give up the position of City Defense Army commander. They felt that Ling Xiao was a little too rash. Anyway, he had already become a commander. There was no need to agree to this challenge. There was no need to force himself like this. However, they didn't know that Ling Xiao wanted to take control of Marshall City through this matter. At the same time, he was also giving himself pressure. Pressure that was constantly getting stronger. Kid, goodbye, half a month later, you'll know how stupid your words were today. Qi Tianmei waved her hand. A gust of wind rolled up and swept away the corpses of the 3 deputy commanders. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't reply. As for who was the stupid one, they would know in half a month. Now, it wasn't about who had the loudest voice that could win. Brother Commander, can we really win? Isn't it too hasty? Hanli asked worriedly. It's 50-50 for now. Before we fight, no one knows if we can win. However, this battle is unavoidable. Moreover, if you agree to it, you'll have half a month of peace. Everyone, cultivate well. I reckon that in a few days, some new faces will appear in Marshall City. Don't fall behind. Ling Xiao was relatively modest. Even if he didn't take into account the power of a martial soul puppet, as long as he used the soul armor on the beast god martial soul, Qi Tianmei would definitely lose. Everyone began to clean up the battlefield. After cleaning up, they went back to cultivate. Later, Ling Xiao was in his room studying the more powerful Saint Rune art. Suddenly, Huang Yu came. Huang Yu looked somewhat similar to Huang Shui. It seemed that Huang Yu's genes were more powerful. However, the two women's personalities were completely different. Huang Shui was gloomy and ruthless. Huang Yu stood aloof from worldly affairs. Perhaps it was related to their backgrounds. She was different from Huang Shui, who was born in the main palace. Huang Yu was just the child of a lowly servant. How could she have the heart to fight for power and status? It was already good enough that she could live on while at death's door. I should have come to see you earlier, but it's a bit late. Huang Yu saw Ling Xiao with a smile. Unlike Huang Shui's hypocrisy, Huang Yu's smile was very sincere. It made people feel very comfortable looking at her. It's not too late to come now. Ling Xiao smiled and said, as long as you still treat me as a friend. I heard you caused a big scene today? Even Qi Tianmei came? Huang Yu asked. I executed 3 deputy commanders. They were all from the Qi clan, so Qi Tianmei couldn't sit still. But it's useless even if she came. I told her that I'll give her a chance to kill me in half a month. She probably won't disturb me for the time being. Ling Xiao nodded. That's good. I actually came today to tell you something. It might make you unhappy, but please promise me that no matter when, you have to remember. I'm on your side. Huang Yu's expression suddenly became serious, as if she had a lot of helplessness. Ling Xiao intuitively felt that things might be a little bad, but he had seen great winds and waves, so he was fearless. He looked at Huang Yu and said, just say what you have to say. I believe we're friends who can trust each other. Huang Yu hesitated and said, you should understand. Although father hasn't seen you until now. But your talent, your way of doing things, has made him very surprised and satisfied. He even said in front of me that those brothers and sisters of mine are inferior to you. That's too much of a compliment. At the very least, I'm not a match for you and Huang Shui now. No matter the reason, the gap in strength is a gap. This won't change. Ling Xiao said indifferently. It doesn't matter if you don't agree, but father thinks so. So he wants to rope you in. Huang Yu said. Don't tell me he's going to betroth you to me? Ling Xiao said jokingly. Huang Yu didn't smile. Her expression was very serious. No way. Is he really going to betroth you to me? Ling Xiao stood up immediately. Such a thing was absolutely unacceptable. Although he had some feelings for Huang Yu, that and love were two different things. Besides, he couldn't let Yufeng Hua down. He had once sworn that he would only love the Moon Maiden in this life. Even if he went through 10 reincarnations, it would not change. A hint of disappointment flashed across Huang Yu's eyes. Am I so unworthy of your attention? She laughed bitterly. Although this was a marriage arranged by Golden King, Huang Yu still had some feelings for Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had saved her life, and his recent performance had been outstanding. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an outstanding young man? Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. He shook his head and said, "Princess Huang, you shouldn't say that. In my life, I have only loved one woman, and that is Fang Hua. Although Golden King has good intentions, I can only refuse." "Sorry, I was too abrupt." Huang Yu took a deep breath and calmed her impetuous mood. Then she said, "You shouldn't refuse so quickly. In order not to let you refuse, Father has announced to the world that he wants you to be his son-in-law. Almost all the people in the Golden Martial Kingdom know that. If you refuse now, you will become his enemy. It will be very unfavorable for you and even ruin your plan. Golden King is vicious enough. If I refuse in the future, I will hurt you and make you ashamed to see others. He knows that I am a person who values friendship, so he deliberately schemed against me like this." A trace of ruthlessness appeared on Ling Zhao's face. "Sure enough, no matter when you are not strong enough, you will encounter some unfair treatment." "I know." Huang Yu nodded and said, "But I don't care. You can refuse in the future. This matter is Father's fault. But I still advise you to accept it for the time being. The identity of the son-in-law is extraordinary. It means that you have entered the royal family. You have many rights that you didn't have before, and you can get resources that you couldn't get before. Those little rascals won't dare to look down on you and target you." Ling Xiao knew that Huang Yu was telling the truth. Although Huang Yu was just a princess born from a lowly servant, Golden King still loved her very much. So, to be able to marry her was something that most people yearned for in their dreams. In an instant, it was equal to reaching the sky in a single bound. It was equal to less than 100 years of struggle. If Ling Xiao agreed, there was no doubt that his plan could be carried out more smoothly. Martial City would be easier to control in his hands. Even Huang Hai, the lord of the outer circle, and Qi Lin, the lord of the middle circle, dared not offend him. Golden King's son-in-law was equal to the core of the royal family. Whoever dared to offend him would offend Golden King. As long as Golden King didn't fall, he would definitely have great benefits. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was only below a few people and above most people. But Ling Xiao couldn't agree to this matter. First, he hated Fang Hua. Second, he hated the feeling of being forced. Golden King didn't discuss with him at all and made the decision without authorization. He even deliberately announced it to the world in advance, not giving him a chance to regret. Third, he didn't want to harm Huang Yu. If Huang Yu had him as her son-in-law, she might lose her previous qualification to stand aloof from worldly affairs. She would become a thorn in other people's side. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't accept this matter. Thinking of this, he looked at Huang Yu and said, "Your Highness, please go back and tell Golden King. I already have a wife and don't plan to marry another one. Although Golden King has good intentions, I can only refuse. Please forgive me." Although he knew that doing so would probably affect his plan, Ling Xiao still chose to refuse. People couldn't be without principles. Even if it was to achieve the goal, it shouldn't be like this. "It's no use." Huang Yu sighed and said, "The trouble is that you can't refuse at all. Because your status is too low. Are you going to explain it to everyone you see? Father already expected that you would refuse, so he deliberately announced it in advance. But under my request, he also took a step back and gave a condition to cancel the engagement. It's just that this condition is really difficult to fulfill. I think it's the same whether I say it or not." "Say it." Ling Xiao knew very well that his resistance now was very powerless. Even if he refused, others wouldn't hear it. The whole Golden Martial Kingdom, and even the warriors of the human clan's god realm, would think that he was already the son-in-law. Fortunately, when Golden King announced the engagement, he also gave Ling Xiao a condition that he could choose for himself. This was the result that Huang Yu fought for. No matter how difficult it was, he wanted to hear it. That is to defeat him. Huang Yu smiled bitterly and said, "This is Father's last concession. If you can defeat him, this matter will never happen. So that's how it is." "It is indeed difficult." Ling Xiao nodded. He guessed so too. Golden King was one of the top experts in the human race's divine realm, and even the entire eternal divine realm. Especially in the past 10 years, his speed of improvement had far surpassed that of the Sword King and the Wild Sand King. He had reached a level that the two could not reach. Ling Xiao wanted to defeat him, but it was easier said than done. However, when had Ling Xiao ever been afraid? He smiled faintly. That's not enough. Go back and tell Golden King that the day I defeat him, not only will the engagement be annulled. Moreover, he will have to bow down to me. Wouldn't it be too simple to just cancel the engagement? You. Huang Yu looked at Ling Xiao in shock. She found that in this young man's eyes, there was no difficulty to speak of. Even if it was an unreasonable condition, Ling Xiao still planned to fulfill it. It was like a 3-year-old child saying that he wanted to climb the highest peak of the Black Tortoise continent. It was simply too shocking. Listen carefully, it's about defeating my father, not my sister, nor one of my brothers. Huang Yu reiterated. Of course I heard it clearly. Ling Xiao smiled. What may be as difficult as ascending to the heavens in the eyes of others may be done in 2 or 3 years for me. Well, don't worry about this matter. When that day comes, I won't let you suffer. Well, I will tell my father, and I will wait for you. Huang Yu smiled bitterly. She did not expect this result. She never thought that this young man would have such terrifying ambitions and aspirations. But she did not know that Ling Xiao's ambitions were far greater than she had imagined. The Golden Martial Kingdom, the Eternal Divine Realm, and even the entire Black Tortoise continent were just a small step on Ling Xiao's path to unifying the mystic world. Of course, Ling Xiao would not tell Huang Yu this. It was not that he did not trust Huang Yu, but if he said such words now, he would be treated as a madman. I'm sorry to make things difficult for you. Ling Xiao said. It's not difficult at all. You might encounter some trouble later on. From the moment father announced the engagement between you and me, the entire Golden Martial Kingdom was already in turmoil. Many people were asking who he was. Where are you from? What do you look like? What are your abilities? There was no lack of my so-called suitors among them. I'm afraid they will target you. Huang Yu continued, tomorrow, father will personally introduce you to the higher-ups of the Golden Martial Kingdom. Although the royal family is in charge of the Golden Martial Nation, the Golden Martial Nation is still under the control of the royal family. However, the royal family was not united. They were divided into 3 factions, the royalist faction, the senior statesman faction, and the centrist faction. Each of them had a leader. If you become the emperor's son-in-law, then you will naturally be part of the emperor's faction. The other 2 factions will definitely see you as a thorn in their side. In addition, the Qi clan was also very troublesome. Then there are the thousands of warriors in the Golden Martial Kingdom. I'm afraid they won't accept a nobody like you becoming the prince consort overnight. Golden King is roasting me on the fire. Ling Xiao sneered. In this way, even if I don't want to work for him, I'm afraid I will have to passively help the royalist faction. However, he must not forget that I'm not an obedient dog, but a wolf. Be careful not to get bitten. Father's way of doing things is inappropriate. I can't judge, but there are disadvantages and disadvantages in this position. From today onwards, you can enter the middle circle, the inner circle, and even directly step into the Golden City. Huang Yu said. That's a good convenience. Ling Xiao smiled. By the way, this token is for you. Although you haven't officially become the emperor's son-in-law yet, you have already entered into an engagement with me. We can be considered a family. With this token, you can travel freely in the Golden Region, except for some forbidden areas. Huang Yu took out a token carved from jade and gave it to Ling Xiao. There were layers of sacred inscriptions on it, which could not be imitated. You have to make good use of this thing. Since Imperial Father has made you unhappy, you should reap more benefits from this matter. Before Huang Yu left, he smiled meaningfully and said. Ling Xiao understood and smiled. Although it was a bad feeling to be forced, it might not be a bad thing on the other hand. With the identity of the emperor's son-in-law, he had even more reason to cause trouble in the Golden Region. The position of Martial City's city lord was not as useful as being the emperor's son-in-law. Of course, the position of Martial City's city lord was also a must. This was part of his plan. Golden King, what kind of person are you? it doesn't matter, no matter what kind of person you are. Since you dare to force me, I will do as you wish and defeat you, making you bow to me." Ling Xiao looked at the golden city in the distance, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was a person who would take revenge for the smallest grievance. Whoever provoked him would probably never have a day of peace. "Xiao." Yu Fenghua walked out from behind the screen. "You heard it, right?" Ling Xiao looked at his wife, feeling a little ashamed. It was something that he had to refuse, but now it was forcefully turned into reality by someone else. Although it was not what he wanted, he still felt uncomfortable. "It's enough that you have me in your heart." "I understand." Yu Fenghua smiled faintly and said, "Actually, you can marry Huang Yu. She's also a good girl. Don't joke around. My heart can't hold another woman." Ling Xiao shook his head and said. He knew that Yu Fenghua was just testing him. In this world, no woman would be willing to share a man with another woman. Especially such an outstanding woman like Yu Fenghua. If she wanted, she would not lack men at all. However, she put everything she had on Ling Xiao. How could Ling Xiao betray her? "Only you know how to make people happy." Yu Fenghua smiled and said, "This golden king really deserves a beating, but we're not strong enough now, so we can only endure it. Fortunately, it's not a great shame. For you, it's actually quite honorable. After all, there aren't many people in this world who can be chosen by the Golden King." "That's right, big brother. There are so many young talents in the Golden Martial Nation, but only you are chosen. It can only mean that you've been in the limelight recently and have already suppressed those people." Long Chen also smiled and said, "No matter what happens, you have a good brother by your side." "Boss, I'm here too." Xiao Jin, who had been silent for a long time, finally came out of seclusion. After cultivating for a long time and completely absorbing the devour energy, his strength had increased greatly. "Xiao Jin, what's your cultivation level?" Ling Xiao asked anxiously. "Early stage divine physique echelon 10th level." Xiao Jin said excitedly. "Good, with this strength, you can help me a lot. However, your task now is still to cultivate. This is for you." Ling Xiao took out the flaming lion's corpse. It was well preserved in the universe world. "Oh my god, this is a divine soul realm demonic beast." Xiao Jin was stunned. "That's right. It should be the 9th level of the divine soul realm. The Sword King said so." Ling Xiao said. "Boss, this is troublesome. This guy's power is too strong. If I devour it directly, I'm afraid I'll die from overeating. How about this? Let's leave it in the Qianquan world. I'll devour a little bit of energy every day. This way, I can improve my cultivation almost every day. Although it's not as fast as devouring it all, it's safer. I can help you at a critical moment." Xiao Jin said after thinking for a while. "Alright, that's it. Go back and cultivate first." Ling Xiao said. In this battle of deception, Ling Xiao was not alone. He had these talented companions by his side. "Okay." After Xiao Jin finished speaking, he entered the Qianquan world again. "Long Chen, you have good stuff too. I've studied this ancient blood and found that it's very similar to dragon blood. This makes me suspect that the ancient race is a branch of the dragon race. This ancient blood will be of great help to improve your strength. You should go and cultivate too. If you need to go into seclusion, just do it. We won't have too much trouble for the time being. Only when you become stronger will you be of more help to me." Ling Xiao handed the ancient blood to Long Chen. At this point, the 4 things he took back from the ruins of the Soul Armor sect had been taken. Ling Xiao took the Soul Armor technique and the Supreme Soul Armor. Yu Fenghua took the 9 Revolution Glazed Pagoda. Long Chen took the Ancient Blood. The distribution was complete. Unfortunately, there were too few things. Cold Plum did not get any great benefits. Unlike Xiao Jin, who could devour the energy of the Flaming Lion. However, there were plenty of opportunities. As long as they were still alive, there would be opportunities to find other treasures. What he should think about now was the trip to the Golden City tomorrow. According to Huang Yu, not only did the Golden King want to meet him personally, but he also wanted to introduce him to the people of the Golden Domain. After waiting for so long, he was finally going to meet the Golden King who he had never seen before. He wondered what he looked like. He estimated that there would be a lot of trouble. He had to seize the time to improve his strength. It was more troublesome to improve his cultivation. Therefore, the improvement of the sacred runes and martial techniques was crucial. In fact, as early as 3 days ago, before he returned to the Golden Domain, Golden King had already announced the engagement to the world. In the past 2 days, the news had spread like wildfire in the Golden region. Xianxia had originally only been somewhat famous in Martial City. However, after this incident, he had become the focus of attention of many forces in the Golden region. Unfortunately, there was very little information on Xianxia. What everyone could find out was that he had suddenly appeared in the Divine Rune sect, obtained the Divine Rune sect's inheritance, and even saved Princess Huangyu. He had even used the Golden Light Saint Rune to block the combined attacks of Huang Shui and the other experts. After that, Xianxia followed Huangyu to the Golden region. It was said that it was the Golden King's order. In just 1 month, Xianxia had risen from an ordinary city guard to the commander of Martial City's city guard. It wasn't a big deal if he relied on someone else. The key point was that he was able to become the commander of the city defense army completely based on his own abilities and calculations. He had defeated one expert after another. Golden King announced to the public that Xianxia possessed a beast god martial spirit with a high god position. However, he didn't say what it was exactly. In fact, Golden King himself didn't know either. Xianxia didn't possess a high god position, but a primordial god position. One had to know that above the high god position were the supreme god position and the master god position. However, a high god position was extremely rare in the Golden Martial Kingdom. The Golden God position was only a high God position. Moreover, Xianxia knew divine rune technique, array formation, and alchemy. He was simply an all-rounder. Such a person was roped in by Golden King. Naturally, other forces and factions would be restless. Although Xianxia might just be a small butterfly, a flap of this butterfly's wings could cause an earth-shattering incident. The butterfly effect was not a joke. The Golden region had 3 tall city walls from the inside to the outside, dividing it into 4 regions. No one knew what the city walls were made of, but it was said that even a peak divine soul realm martial artist couldn't break it. Only the gate was slightly weaker. However, it was heavily guarded. Golden City, Inner Circle, Middle Circle, Outer Circle, these were the 4 regions of the Golden region. The Outer Circle was the biggest, had the most people, and had the most martial artists. The competition was also the smallest. Everyone hoped to step into the Middle Circle and advance to a higher stage. However, the Middle Circle required martial artists to be at least in the early stage of the 8th level Divine Body realm. Moreover, after reaching the 8th level Divine Body realm, one would have to go through many tests. In the Middle Circle, one would have to reach the 10th level Divine Body realm and pass through many tests to qualify to step into the Inner Circle. Of course, there were exceptions whether it was the Outer Circle, Middle Circle, or Inner Circle. If one's cultivation didn't reach the Inner Circle, they didn't have to pass the tests because they had someone above them. It was even more difficult to enter the Golden City. Cultivation wasn't the key there. Instead, one had to get permission from the royal family. The Golden City had the best cultivation conditions. There were 12 golden god statues. Rumor had it that each golden god statue contained a set of systematic martial arts. It was the top martial arts in the Golden Martial Kingdom. As long as one came to the Golden Martial Kingdom, there was no one who didn't want to go. It was such a difficult task, but Xianxia somehow managed to do it. He was just a nobody who had a firm foothold in the Outer Circle. His cultivation was only at the 7th level Divine Body realm. However, he was qualified to enter the Golden City as he wished. He could even comprehend martial arts in front of the 12 golden god statues. This was like reaching the heavens in a single bound. All the martial artists in the Inner Circle, Middle Circle, and Outer Circle were envious of Xianxia. If Xianxia became the commander of the Martial City's city defense army and caused a commotion, then some people started to recognize him. However, this time, it was a huge commotion. In addition, there were rumors that Xianxia had persuaded the Sword King to form an alliance with the Golden King. He even joined forces with the Sword King to kill the Wild Sand King who had been running rampant in the land of exile for a long time. This made Xianxia the most dazzling person. However, behind this, the Qi family became the target of others' ridicule. Qi Heng became a vegetable and lost his position as the commander. Qi Fei was killed in the land of exile. Qi Tianmei also had to face Xiao's challenge and might lose her position as the Martial City's city lord. It seemed that the Qi family was the unlucky one in this matter. As long as it was related to Xiao, they would be depressed. Of course, when Xiao became famous, the people around him also became famous. Cold Plum, Long Chen, and Little Gold didn't appear often, so there weren't many rumors about them. Yu Fenghua, on the other hand, was described as a fairy from the Moon Palace. Regardless of appearance or temperament, she far surpassed Huang Yu and Princess Huang Shui. Many women in the Golden Region were unconvinced. However, when they heard about Yu Fenghua's age and cultivation, many of them shut up. She was around 20 years old, but her cultivation was already at the 9th level divine body realm. This talent was something that countless people looked up to. Everyone was guessing the relationship between Yu Fenghua and Xiao. Xiao didn't know about the discussions outside. He wasn't willing to care about these things. A person's energy was limited. Xiao was currently immersed in cultivation and could not extricate himself. Why would he care about the trivial matters outside? The martial artists of the city defense army who had fled Martial City were now filled with regret. Xiao had actually become the prospective son-in-law, which meant that he had become a member of the royal family. The Golden King would definitely protect him. Compared to the Qi family, these people still felt that the royal family was more powerful. However, if they left, they could not return. Xiao would not accept them. There were also some martial artists who came after hearing the news. They wanted to join Martial City's city defense army and bask in Xiao's glory. These people had a very keen sense of smell. They discovered one thing from a lot of information, which was that the 9th troop that followed Xiao had a much stronger cultivation than before. In just a month, this improvement might be more than what they had in the past 10 years. These people wanted to seek refuge with Xiao in order to raise their own strength. Unfortunately, Xiao had told Han Yuan that all martial artists who wanted to join the city defense army would be rejected. When a person was in power, many people would come to join them. However, these people were basically unreliable. On the contrary, when people joined them after they lost power, they were most worthy of nurturing. For example, the 9th troop. The next morning, Xiao stopped cultivating and waited for Huang Yu to bring him to Golden City. However, Huang Yu did not come. The first to arrive was Huang Shui. Huang Shui seemed to have recovered from her injuries. In addition to the 2 powerful divine soul realm bodyguards by her side, there were also many young masters and young ladies who looked brightly dressed. They were all young people with good aptitudes. However, there were many who wasted their aptitudes. Their family background was too good, and their cultivation was too tough. There were many people who were unwilling to suffer. Xiao did not need to avoid Huang Shui. He was now the city defense army commander, so he did not need to be afraid of Huang Shui. Therefore, he invited everyone into the commander's residence and ordered people to prepare good tea. Little Gold and Long Chen were cultivating in the Qianquan world. Han Yuan and Chen Qi were in charge of the city defense army. Han Li served tea at the side. Yu Fenghua sat beside Xiao. Xiao planned to take Yu Fenghua to the Golden City today. He wanted to announce the identity of Yu Fenghua in front of the Golden King. He was not afraid of offending the Golden King. Because as long as the Golden King didn't destroy the Qi family, he must keep him alive. Only by keeping him alive could he contact the Sword King. Perhaps Golden King was extremely reluctant, but he could only do so. Golden King tried to trip him up, so why couldn't he trip this old guy up? Huang Shui wasn't as angry as she had imagined, but she didn't smile either. It seemed like he was still holding a grudge over what happened in the land of exile. But so what? Would Xiao be afraid of her? Xiao noticed that the young masters and young mistresses that Huang Shui had brought over all emitted the aura of the god martial spirit. Other than the royal family's golden god, there seemed to be the Qi family's hound god, as well as the other family's god martial spirits. Whether it was a god martial spirit or not, the aura would be different. Among them, there were a few whose talent wasn't weaker than Huang Shui's. The reason for this was that their age was similar to Huang Shui's, and their cultivation was similar to Huang Shui's, or even stronger. Obviously, they were people with identity, status, and aptitude. Ling Xiao even saw Huang Taifeng, Yin Li, and Yang Qi, 3 old acquaintances in the crowd. These 3 people were obviously stronger than the last time he saw them. Yang Qi didn't even look at Ling Xiao. He sat at the side and closed his eyes to rest. Yin Li, on the other hand, looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. It was unknown what she meant. Huang Taifeng looked at Ling Xiao with an unfriendly gaze. Ling Xiao was secretly puzzled. These 2 guys couldn't have recognized him, right? What kind of lousy tea is this? We can't get used to it. It's not as good as the golden tea in the Golden City. That taste is top-notch, and it can also increase one's god origin energy. Suddenly, a discordant voice broke the originally harmonious scene. Ling Xiao knew that these guys were here to cause trouble, but he didn't care. Hanli, take his tea and give it to the big black dog outside. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Got it, brother commander. Hanli nodded. Don't. He doesn't want it. I want it. A casually dressed young man with disheveled hair and a wine gourd in his hand smiled and snatched the tea. Huang Yanji. Are you crazy? I heard that you're addicted to alcohol. Why would we want this lousy tea? The young man who said the tea was bad said loudly. What does a kid know? This tea is not ordinary. It's 100 times better than the golden tea. Commander Ling Xiao has good intentions. You guys are really stupid. If you don't like it, just give it to me. Huang Yanji said disdainfully. At this time Yin Li also said, if I'm not wrong, this tea should be high-grade cloud mist tea. However, even so, it's not worth Brother Yanji's attention. This tea should have been mixed with special ingredients according to the ratio. Not only does it taste good, but it also has the effect of prolonging one's life, refreshing the mind, and improving one's cultivation. It's much better than the golden tea. Brother Yanji is too greedy. While speaking, Yin Li had already picked up her teacup. Yang Qi and Huang Taifeng also picked up their teacups. Everyone took a sip one after another. Immediately, they were pleasantly surprised. The young man who said the tea wasn't good was now regretting it. He didn't have any tea to drink and had lost all his face. Ling Xiao, I order you to give me some tea leaves. That young man said arrogantly. Huang Shui, you better control this follower of yours. You know my temper very well. If he dares to disrespect me, I don't mind cutting off his tongue. Ling Xiao said casually. He knew that Huang Shui was using these people to pressure him. Naturally, he couldn't give in. You're courting death. That young man took a step forward and instantly pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. A sword pellet pierced through the air. However, it was stopped by Yang Qi. What a powerful sword pellet technique. It's indeed a divine ability of the Divine Mark sect. Yang Qi held the sword pellet in his hand and looked at it carefully. Then, he said to that young man, this is the governor's residence. Do you want to die by attacking without permission? If I didn't block this sword pellet, I'm afraid you'd be dead. That's impossible. He's only at the early stage of the 7th level Divine Physique realm. I'm at the early stage of the 9th level Divine Physique realm. That young man still didn't seem to believe it. You should have heard that he killed 3 early stage of the 9th level Divine Physique realm deputy commanders, right? Many people saw it. It can't be faked. Don't judge a genius combat strength based on his cultivation. Yang Qi said. That young man's expression changed. In the end, he shut his mouth and sat back down. Yang Qi took Ling Xiao's sword pellet and sat back down. You must be the famous Yang Qi said. Can you return my sword pellet? Ling Xiao said indifferently. What if I don't? Yang Qi took the sword pellet and didn't intend to return it. This sword pellet technique was quite exquisite. He planned to study it properly. He believed that the sword pellet technique would be better in his hands than Ling Xiao's. Don't blame me for not reminding Brother Yang. It's not that easy to take what belongs to me, Ling Xiao. Be careful not to burn your hands. Ling Xiao sneered. Oh? I want to see how you're going to burn me. Yang Qi didn't care about Ling Xiao's threat. However, he regretted it in the next second. The sword pellet suddenly exploded, turning into countless tiny blades that pierced Yang Qi's hand full of holes. Although Yang Qi was strong, he couldn't be on guard all the time. For example, at this moment, he was basically defenseless. So what if he was strong? See, I've said it before. My things are very hot. Ling Xiao glanced at Yang Qi. Although he didn't want to offend this young genius, Yang Qi stopped him from teaching someone a lesson and took away his sword pellet. Could it be that he had to swallow his anger? You're courting death. Of course, even if his right hand was crippled, Yang Qi was still very strong. Ling Xiao dared to hurt him, how could he not be angry? Haha, that's strange. I warned Brother Yang that you snatched my things and ended up being injured. How could you blame me for that? Ling Xiao mocked, but Brother Yang is a divine soul realm expert. Maybe you don't even put me in your eyes and want to humiliate me. It doesn't matter, just do it. I want to see if the Yang clan will be destroyed if you hurt me. Yang Qi's eyes revealed a fierce light, but he didn't dare to do it. At least, he didn't dare to do it in front of so many people. As long as the news was leaked, the Golden King would destroy the Yang clan for his own dignity. Not to mention that Ling Xiao seemed to have the Sword King behind him. That Sword King valued Ling Xiao more than the Golden King. If you don't have the guts to kill, don't come to me to act cool. I know you're strong, but I don't think I've offended you or your Yang clan. Ling Xiao looked at Yang Qi with disdain. Ling Xiao, you're just a prospective son-in-law. Don't think that you can use this identity to do whatever you want. Yang Qi is also a genius that father likes. Compared to him, you're just an ant. Huang Shui couldn't help but say. Haha, do whatever I want? So what if I run amok? Ling Xiao contemptuously said, Golden King wants to use me to block the trouble for him, so contact Sword King. Why can't I use him to do things for me? You have to be clear, Huang Shui. This is not Golden King's charity to me, it's just a deal. In fact, Ling Xiao was very clear in his heart. The Golden King chose him as his son-in-law mainly because he had three things. The first was the Saint Rune art, second, Sword King army, third, the beast god martial spirit of a high-grade deity. If Ling Xiao didn't have these three qualities, Golden King probably wouldn't even look at him. Of course, he also understood this point, so as long as he did not lose these three advantages, he could boldly take advantage of Golden King. You dare to use Imperial Father? You're courting death. Huang Shui looked at Ling Xiao in shock. This person was simply crazy. He even said something like using the Golden King. It's no big deal. Presumably, Golden King himself knows what I will do. But he still decided to do it. This only shows that in his eyes, my value is greater than yours. Ling Xiao lightly said, okay, enough of the nonsense today. I should also prepare to go to Golden City. If you want to make friends with me, I'll naturally return the favor. If you want to make trouble for me, you have to consider whether you have the ability or not. Let me remind you, I beat Huang Shui half to death, but Golden King didn't do anything to me. If you annoy me, no matter who you are, I'll be ruthless. Anyway, Golden King is protecting you, right? Moreover, some of you don't seem to be from the royalist faction. I guess Golden King would be happy to see you all killed by me. You're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. But this kind of person usually dies very quickly. Speaking of this, Huang Shui glanced at Yu Fenghua sitting next to Ling Xiao and said, Imperial Father won't let Huang Yu be a concubine. So, if this Yu Fenghua is your woman, separate from her as soon as possible. If not, find a good family for her. There are many young talents in the Golden region. Any one of them has a better background than you, and any one of them is more popular than you. She's Yu Fenghua? No wonder I always felt that she was as light as a fairy. It's a pity that a fresh flower has to stay next to cow dung. The young master who was saved by Yang Qi earlier began to court death again. She's indeed a fresh flower. Not only is she a peerless beauty, but she also inherited the inheritance of the moon goddess. She also inherited the divine ability of the divine rune sect. She also obtained the 9 revolution glazed pagoda of the soul armor sect. If anyone could take her as his wife, it would be no problem at all. Huang Taifeng sneered. It was unknown whether this guy was always at odds with Ling Xiao because of the matter with Huang Taiwen. Huang Shui took the opportunity to say, all of you have the noble bloodline of the divine martial spirit. You're also the genius of the golden martial nation. Although there are many women who chase after you, there has never been someone as fresh and refined as this girl. Now that Ling Xiao is the prospective emperor's son-in-law, he definitely won't let this girl suffer. If you like her, go ahead and chase after her. You won't lose out. Huang Shui's eyes flashed with a cold smile. I can't openly be your enemy, Ling Xiao. However, if these young masters all took a fancy to you Fanghua, then even the Golden King would be helpless. What's more, the Golden King would probably give up on Ling Zhao's idea and deliberately betroth Yu Fanghua to someone else. Even if Yu Fanghua didn't want to comply. This was enough to cause a lot of trouble for Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao wasn't happy, she would be very happy. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Huang Shui and said coldly, don't blame me for not reminding you. Yu Fanghua is my, Ling Zhao's, woman. Even if the Golden King wants to marry her, Yu Fanghua is still my, Ling Zhao's, wife. No one can change that. Stay away from her. Don't court death. Ling Xiao, you don't know what's good for you. The Golden King has already arranged a marriage for you. How dare you marry another woman? Are you going to defy the king's order? Huang Taifeng sneered. This is my business. You don't have to worry about it. You just returned to the Golden Region. You should take care of yourself. Don't get yourself killed here. Ling Xiao said coldly. Humph, it doesn't matter if you're arrogant now. Wait until you go to the Golden City today. If someone challenges you publicly, I'll see what you can do. Even if they can't kill you, they can humiliate you. It will be interesting to see the future prince consort being humiliated in public. Huang Taifeng snorted. What are you doing here? At this moment, Huang Yu entered the hall. There was also a mysterious expert following behind him. Perhaps the Golden King was worried that someone would secretly assassinate Ling Xiao, so he sent an expert to protect him. This person should be the Golden King's personal eunuch. He had a pale face and no beard. He was not young. His cultivation was unfathomable. Seeing this eunuch, even Huang Shui's expression changed. Everyone hurriedly bowed and said, Greetings, Eunuch Xiang. No need to be so courteous. I'm just here to escort the prince consort to the Golden City. Please listen to my advice. The prince consort is now the king's favorite. Don't act recklessly. Otherwise, I won't stand by and do nothing. Xiang Yulua said lightly. Xiang Yulua has served Golden King for many years. He knows Golden King's thoughts better than anyone else. This Ling Xiao was indeed a very good chess piece. It would not be a bad idea to use him. However, Golden King will not be too protective of Ling Xiao in today's trip to Golden City. As long as it is not a matter of life and death, Golden King will let it be. This kid is going to suffer today. Eunuch Xiang, you are busy. We will take our leave first. Huang Shui knows that it is useless to stay here. It is better to return to Golden City and watch the show. Ling Xiao is very strong. However, those people in Golden City are even stronger. Moreover, each of them has their eyes on the top of their heads. Therefore, Ling Xiao is bound to be unlucky this time. There is no doubt about it. Are you all right? Huang Yu observed Ling Xiao and found that Ling Xiao is not injured. Only then did he feel relieved. Trouble came so quickly. I really did not expect it. I thought about it. Moreover, I think it is very interesting. There are so many people who want to accompany me to temper my cultivation. What's not to like? Ling Xiao stood up and said with a smile, Can we set off? Of course. This place is quite far from Golden City. There are golden griffins outside that can fly all the way to Golden City. Only after passing through 3 inner walls, you will have to stop and be interrogated. Huang Yu said, however, with Eunuch Xiang here today, no one dares to interrogate indiscriminately. Ling Xiao looked at the eunuch and cupped his hands. Eunuch Xiang, thank you for your trouble. It is my duty to serve Emperor's son-in-law. This Xiang Yulua is very polite. It seems that he is not arrogant at all. However, this kind of person is often the most dangerous. His true thoughts will never be revealed. Ling Xiao and Yufenghua sat on the golden griffins together. After passing through 3 huge gates, they finally entered the City of Gold. Looking at the hundreds of meters high city walls, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the scene he saw in Dragon City ruins. These city walls are so tall. How were they built? Could it be that there was something inside as well? Of course, this was just a fleeting thought. When they arrived at the Golden City, everyone got off the golden griffins and sat in the palanquins that were arranged in advance. Huang Yu, Ling Xiao, and Yufenghua sat inside while Xiang Yulua walked outside. Where are you going? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Golden Palace, that was the place where the king entertained his guests. The place was large enough to accommodate many people. Even though I'm asking you to show your face, there will be a lot of trouble because there will be a lot of people. You have to be prepared in advance. Huang Yu reminded. Understood. Ling Xiao was still indifferent. He didn't look worried at all. It was as if everything was under his control. Aren't you nervous? Half a month later, he would be facing Qi Tianmei. Today, they might encounter a lot of provocations. If you're injured, you'll lose without a fight after half a month. Huang Yu smiled bitterly. How do you think I got to where I am today? Ling Xiao asked instead of answering Huang Yu's question. Work hard? Huang Yu asked. Although I might be a little realistic, I have to tell you that working hard is just nonsense to deceive people. Although hard work is important, it's not worth mentioning in front of talent. I admire people who work hard, but some people work hard for 100 years and still can't compare to the results of 1 year of cultivation. It's not that he doesn't work hard enough, but his talent isn't good enough. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I never believed in hard work. True success is actually 50% luck, 40% talent, and 10% hard work. Have you heard of the story of the tortoise and the hare? Actually, that story has too many loopholes. If it's really a race, the hare doesn't need to run at all. It just needs to walk slowly and its speed will be much faster than the tortoise. It can still win easily. This is the reality. Huang Yu didn't say anything. Actually, everyone knew this, but they just wanted to deceive themselves. If I work hard, I can definitely catch up with others. This wasn't bad. At least it was better than not working hard. However, it was impossible to catch up with those who were talented and didn't slack off. Even if they slacked off, as long as they weren't too lazy, a genius would still be a genius. Seeing that Huang Yu didn't say anything, Ling Xiao didn't say anything either. Instead, he opened the curtain of the sedan and looked outside. It was his first time entering the City of Gold. The abundant spiritual energy in the city made people feel comfortable in their limbs and bones. No wonder so many people wanted to enter the City of Gold to cultivate. The cultivation environment of this place was indeed excellent. If he didn't know how to use formations to gather spiritual energy and use the dragon cave to cultivate, he wouldn't be able to catch up with his talent. In addition to his talent, his cultivation speed was definitely incomparable to the people in the Golden City. If he stayed in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up with the warriors in the Eternal God realm. Not long after, the sedan stopped. Everyone started walking forward because they had arrived at the Gold Palace. The majestic palace seemed to be formed from a single piece. It didn't look like an ordinary building at all. The material wasn't made of bricks and tiles either. It should be a magic treasure. Unfortunately, this magic treasure was too big. Ling Xiao didn't know what grade it was. But it definitely wasn't weak. When they arrived in front of the Gold Palace, Ling Xiao suddenly felt the pressure increase. Because the aura of experts here was too strong. There were actually a large number of Divine Soul Realm experts. It was as if they didn't cost money. The guards of the Golden Palace were all experts in the Divine Soul Realm. But these people were still far inferior to Xiang Yulua. Compared to the Sword King and the Golden King, they were far inferior. But the Divine Soul Realm was the Divine Soul Realm. Ling Xiao didn't have the right to be arrogant in front of him. Under the premise that he didn't plan to use his martial soul puppet, he was just a small bug. Is everyone here? Huang Yu looked at the guard and asked. Reporting to your highness, those who should be here are here. There are also many who shouldn't be here. The king doesn't seem to have the intention to chase them away. The guard lowered his voice and seemed to be familiar with Huang Yu. Even if Huang Yu was a princess born from a lowly servant, the Golden King still liked her. So naturally, there were some subordinates who took orders from her. I'm afraid they're all here to laugh at me. Ling Xiao laughed. Or maybe they're here to cause trouble for you. Huang Yu frowned. Don't frown. You were originally quite beautiful, but now you've become ugly. Ling Xiao laughed and said, Don't worry, I'll deal with it when the time comes. I've been through many storms. That's the only way. Everyone followed Xiang Yulua into the gold palace and passed through the magnificent corridor. They came to the main hall of the palace in the center. The area here was very large. Even when the Golden King held court, he would invite distinguished guests here. At this time, there were many people in the main hall. Many of them were experts, and some of them were young masters with status who specially came to watch the show. Among them were those who went to cause trouble for him with Huang Shui. The Golden King was sitting high on the throne, resting with his eyes closed. The people below were discussing animatedly. The topic of discussion was nothing more than Ling Xiao, the prospective son-in-law. Among the people who came, there was actually a figure at the level of King Quan. The Qi family really gave him face. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about these things for the time being. When he stepped into the hall, all eyes were suddenly cast on him. Huang Yu seemed to be afraid that Ling Xiao would be nervous, so he deliberately stood in front of Ling Xiao. As for Yu Fenghua, she was holding hands with Ling Xiao. Golden King opened his eyes and saw Ling Xiao holding Yu Fenghua's hand. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Obviously, he was not satisfied with such a scene. But Ling Xiao didn't care at all. Golden King suddenly smiled. Perhaps he thought that Ling Xiao was just a child in a fit of pique. There was no need to be angry with a child. Ling Xiao knew very well that today he was standing in front of the core power of the entire Golden Martial Kingdom. Everyone here either had a deep background or extremely powerful strength. They might not dare to offend Golden King openly, but they didn't have such a good attitude towards Ling Xiao. Because they felt that Ling Xiao was not qualified to stand here. Father, Ling Xiao is here. Huang Yu's voice made the chaotic scene quiet down. However, this silence made the atmosphere even more tense. Well, everyone, I've troubled you to come here today just to meet the prospective prince consort. You shouldn't have any objections to the person I've chosen, right? Golden King looked at everyone present and said, Everyone, recognize the person clearly. If I hear anyone bullying the young in the future, don't blame me for being impolite. Golden King's words made everyone frown slightly, but they didn't dare to show too much dissatisfaction. After all, Golden King was the top expert and the most powerful person in the Golden Martial Kingdom. Choosing the prince consort was just a family matter. They couldn't interfere and didn't dare to interfere. Ling Xiao stood there and watched indifferently as these people tried to outwit and scheme against each other. The Golden Martial Kingdom was not united internally. This might be a good thing for him. He wanted to take the Golden Martial Nation for himself, so he couldn't let these people join hands. Your Majesty, if it's just an exchange of pointers between peers, there shouldn't be a problem, right? A person walked out from the crowd. It was none other than that fellow who managed to survive in the governor's manor. He didn't know if this kid had lost his mind. He hurried to deliver it to Ling Xiao. Of course, it was also possible that he had been tricked by someone else. This kid didn't seem to have a high IQ, but he was especially arrogant. Previously, he was a little afraid of Ling Xiao. However, after returning to the Golden City, someone urged him to say that Ling Xiao was nothing special. Defeating 3 ordinary early-stage 9th-level divine physique echelon martial artists was something he could do. Therefore, he seemed to have gained courage in an instant. Smart people would know that this kid was just cannon fodder. She was a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. Oh, what do you want to do? Golden King, who was sitting on the throne, asked with a chuckle. Your Majesty, please allow me to spar with Ling Xiao. I have been in love with Princess Huang Yu for a long time. Today, Your Majesty has arranged a marriage for Princess Huang Yu. I also want to see if this person is qualified. The youth spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, as if he was doing something very noble. Interesting. How do you want to spar? Golden King didn't even bother to ask Ling Xiao. He was an extremely overbearing and unreasonable person. It was enough for him to make his own decision. Others had to listen to him. Let's spar here. As long as we don't harm the other party's life, we'll stop until one party admits defeat or falls out of the ring. This youth was obviously a brainless fellow. However, since he was so skilled in the arrangement, it was obvious that someone was urging him to do so. This guy had definitely become someone's tool. This is good too. One is my prospective son-in-law, and the other is Zhou family's young master, Zhou Tao, who is second only to the Qi family. It's not good for either of them to die. Let's do as you say. Everyone can also get to know my prospective son-in-law better. Golden King seemed to be very happy to carry out this spar. Letting Ling Xiao come to the Golden City wasn't just to let others take a look at him. It was also to let them see Ling Xiao's huge potential. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhou Tao was overjoyed. He said that he wouldn't harm his life, but in fact, he was leaving himself a way out. Although this kid wasn't smart, he was afraid of death. Unfortunately, he didn't know that in this spar, it was impossible for him not to die even if he wanted to. Perhaps Ling Xiao didn't want to kill him, but someone else wanted him to die. Ling Xiao, get ready. Golden King looked at Ling Xiao and said. However, Ling Xiao didn't move. He just looked at Golden King and said, Your Majesty, I'm not your dog. I won't bite just because you asked me to. I'm not interested in a meaningless duel. This was openly not giving Golden King face. Ling Xiao was also testing Golden King. If Golden King really wanted to use him to plot something, then he wouldn't kill him easily. He wanted to test what the bottom line was. Then what do you want? Golden King didn't get angry. If he wanted a loyal dog, he could easily find one. But it was not easy to find a wolf that could mess up the situation of Golden Martial Kingdom and let him profit from it. He knew that Ling Xiao had such a temper, so he naturally wouldn't be angry. It's simple. I want benefits. Otherwise, I won't be motivated. Ling Xiao said lightly. Well, I promise you. If you win, I'll give you 10,000 top-level spirit stones. In addition, the position of the governor of Martial City will be yours. How about it? Golden King said. Not good. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I'll get the position of the governor of Martial City with my own ability. I don't need your gift. There are also 10,000 top-level spirit stones. Although I'm poor, I don't care about them. That's all I want. Ling Xiao handed a list to Xiang Yulua. On it were the names of the auxiliary herbs for refining the law pill and the divine pill. Because there were so many things to refine, the cost was not small. Those auxiliary herbs were worth more than 500,000 top-level spirit stones. With Ling Xiao's current wealth, he really couldn't afford to spend it. In addition, it was also very difficult to collect the herbs. After all, there were not enough people. But if Golden King was willing to help, things would be simple. You're really asking for a lot. Golden King said after looking at the list. Your Majesty, if you think it's not worth it, you can refuse. Anyway, all the high-level officials have already seen it. Can I go back now? Ling Xiao said lightly. You're really a wolf. Golden King stared at Ling Xiao for a long time and finally said, I promise you. Can we start now? Of course. In fact, when Ling Xiao made the request, Golden King had to agree. He was a king, and he wanted to save face. He also wanted to be dignified. If he couldn't even take out a reward worth 500,000 top-level spirit stones, others would suspect that Golden Martial Kingdom was too poor to eat. In the human race's divine kingdom, there were often wars. Golden King couldn't show weakness. What's more, he had seen those herbs. Most of them were in the herb warehouse and were not commonly used. It didn't matter if he gave them to Ling Xiao. With the Golden King's ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to gather the rest of the herbs. He knew very well how much Ling Xiao had helped him on this trip to the land of exile. If the Sword King had sided with the Qi family, the Golden Martial Nation might have been engulfed in the flames of war. However, he didn't reward Ling Xiao at all. Being recruited as the emperor's son-in-law and getting married in 3 years was a reward, but it was actually a shackle to tie Ling Xiao down. He knew it very well. These herbs that were worth 500,000 were probably meant to appease Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for Ling Xiao to always go against him. Soon, a circle was drawn in the center of the hall. Everyone sat around and looked at Ling Xiao and Zhou Tao in the center of the arena. Zhou Tao's cultivation was also at the early stage of the divine body 9th level. However, he was stronger than Qi Fei and any of the 3 deputy commanders. After all, the Zhou family was the 3rd most powerful family in the Golden Martial Nation, second only to the Qi family. Ling Xiao almost fell into Commander Zhao's trap because he underestimated the enemy last time. This time, he could use Qi Fei to test out a new battle strategy. He knew that someone wanted him or Zhou Tao dead. No matter who was at a disadvantage in this battle, they would die in the end. They would die from a sneak attack. The attacker would definitely be a divine soul realm expert. Neither of them could stop him. Although he was also very unhappy with Zhou Tao, he didn't like the feeling of being schemed against. Therefore, he had thought it through today. He would teach Zhou Tao a lesson and prevent him from being killed. He loved to ruin other people's schemes. To do this, he had to end the battle quickly and not give the other party a chance to attack. If Zhou Tao was killed after the battle, even a fool would be able to tell that something was wrong. Moreover, there were many cunning old foxes sitting here. What kind of scheme couldn't they see through, especially when it was so obvious? Ling Xiao released his aura as soon as he entered the arena. The Beast God Constitution, Bloody Rat Demon, Frenzy Saint Rune, Barbaric Bull Saint Rune, and Light Saint Rune were all activated. He put his left hand in his pocket. He held the Void God sword in his right hand and pointed it at Zhou Tao. What is the meaning of this? Zhou Tao also released his martial soul, the Eagle God Martial Soul. This was the Zhou clan's God Martial Spirit. At the same time, his power was raised to the maximum. He knew that Ling Xiao was not weak, so he did not dare to underestimate him. However, when he saw that Ling Xiao had one hand in his pocket, he immediately felt annoyed. He felt that Ling Xiao was looking down on him. Don't worry, I can beat you with one hand. Ling Xiao's words made Zhou Tao even angrier. He had been quite calm at first, but now, his true nature was exposed. He was rash and impetuous. You dare to look down on me? Prepare to be beaten. Zhou Tao roared angrily, and with the cry of an eagle, he pounced towards Ling Xiao from the air, just like an eagle hunting for its prey. On its hands were claws made of metal, which were incomparably sharp. There were also 3 divine dragon patterns on it. This was almost the standard of a large family. Even if an ordinary martial artist cultivated to the 9th level of the divine physique echelon, it would already be extremely good to have an emperor weapon with 2 divine dragon patterns. When one reached the 10th level of the divine physique echelon, one might be able to get an emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns. Gale's Claw. Claw shadows flew, and the wind raged. Claw shadows filled the sky and enveloped Ling Xiao. He wanted to make Ling Xiao pay the price for underestimating him. Giant Shield Saint Pattern. Although they were both first-grade Saint Patterns, the Giant Shield Saint Pattern was only a blue-colored Saint Pattern. Compared to the gold-colored Golden Light Saint Pattern, its effect was much weaker. However, it had no problem blocking an attack from a martial artist of similar strength. Sky-covering Blood Palm. After using the Giant Shield Saint Pattern to block Zhou Tao's attack, Ling Xiao suddenly extended his left hand from his pocket. He roared angrily and threw out a punch. I was prepared for this. You want to sneak up on me? No way. Although Zhou Tao was stupid, he had sparred with many smart people, so he had some tricks up his sleeves. When he saw Ling Xiao's left hand coming towards him, he flapped his wings, and a gust of wind blasted towards him like a blade. At this moment, Zhou Tao was already in the Eagle God possession state. The power of this wing attack was extremely great. However, the moment the attack blasted out, Zhou Tao was completely dumbfounded. The wing attack he used was specifically designed to break through the heaven-covering Blood Palm. However, Ling Xiao was shouting the sky-covering Blood Palm, but what he used was the power of the void, creating the void. The gust of wind was swallowed by the void, and the next moment, it blasted down on Zhou Tao's head. Zhou Tao had just finished his attack, but he still desperately tried to defend himself. Unfortunately, he only cared about his head. He blocked the attack above his head, but he forgot that Ling Xiao was still holding the Void God sword in his right hand. The Void God sword sent Zhou Tao flying out of the circle. This process seemed long, but in fact, it had only taken less than a second. The mastermind, who wanted to wait until he saw the situation clearly, was stunned. The battle was over before he could make a move. You let me win. Ling Xiao put away his sword and slowly landed on the ground, a faint smile on his face. It was too easy. He had obtained 500,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. If he had attacked Zhou Tao, he would not have won so easily. However, a battle was not purely about one's combat strength. Otherwise, there was no need to fight. He could just compare his combat strength. Sometimes, using one's brain would make it easier to win. Of course, this was also because Zhou Tao was too stupid. If it were another opponent, such as Qi Tianmei, it would not be easy. You cheated. Zhou Tao got up from the ground. His mouth and eyes were crooked. It seemed that he was seriously injured. However, he could not help but roar. Come back, don't make a fool of yourself. The patriarch of the Zhou family could not stand it anymore. In this battle, Zhou Tao had been schemed against from beginning to end. He deserved to lose. Fortunately, this was just a spar. If it was a battle on the battlefield, Zhou Tao would have been killed. Zhou Tao had no choice but to retreat. A pair of eyes in the crowd revealed a very dissatisfied look. However, he could only withdraw his hand that was about to attack. There was no chance. Ha ha ha, good, you are brave and resourceful. You are indeed worthy of being my son-in-law. Golden King was very happy. He felt that the medicinal herbs of 500,000 top-level spirit stones were worth it. The rewards will be sent to Martial City within 10 days. I will not go back on my words. Well, this person has been recognized. The spar is over. Let's call it a day. If there is nothing else, you can leave. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ling Xiao cupped his hands, then looked around and suddenly laughed. I have one more thing to announce today. The woman beside me is called Yu Fenghua. She is my wife. If anyone thinks that I am not qualified to be the son-in-law, you can challenge me. Don't worry too much about Your Majesty's words. As long as you are not bullying the weak, I welcome you to spar with me. If anyone can defeat me, this engagement will be cancelled. Ling Xiao was asking for a beating. Because only by asking for a beating could his cultivation improve faster. He knew that he could not cancel the engagement like this, but in order to defeat Golden King as soon as possible, he had to speed up his cultivation. Otherwise, he might not be able to win 3 years later. Golden King was not a weakling, and he was a genius. It was not so easy to surpass him. After publicly announcing Yu Fenghua as his woman, Ling Xiao turned and left the hall. Looking at this guy's back, the Golden King really loved and hated him. This kid is really a thorn, but because of this, he was able to stir up the storm in the Golden Martial Kingdom. The higher-ups all had their own thoughts. Some wanted to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself, some wanted to wait for Ling Xiao to be unlucky, and some were already secretly thinking about how to kill Ling Xiao. Working hard to update, please refresh later. This chapter is working hard to update, please refresh later. Handsome man and beautiful woman, please register as a member first. Register as a member of this site and use the bookshelf bookmark function to read more conveniently. If this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please save this page for later reading, otherwise you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended Great God Author, Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Summary: he was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? Westlake Broken Bridge, strange and treacherous. Fate linked by a thread. The truth is just a short distance away. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Forwarding address /33xs/317/317/317/3175553 content trial reading chapter 001 Returning Home in Glory Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Qiantang, Shieling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, the night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage came from afar, moving lightly on a small road in the countryside of Jiangnan. There was a pair of lanterns in front of the carriage, and as the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful Su character on the lantern swayed. The carriage was draped with a light muslin curtain, and a driver sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road, he could walk on it with his eyes closed, so the night did not affect the speed of the carriage at all. The curtains fluttered in the wind, occasionally revealing the three beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle of the group was a young lady dressed in red. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck, like that of a graceful swan. The girl on the left had white hair and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the three of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantang's #1 dancer, Su Yaoyao. The girls in white and green were her maids, Bai Su and Qing Ting. The three ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Ruan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Ruan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. First, domain name, please remember 3, all of a sudden, the originally frosty night changed from a cold white color to a bright golden light. It was as if a sealed sun had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, Old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled on the reins. The 2 horses were abruptly reined in by him and stood up on their hind legs. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. "Ayo!" The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. "Old Huang, what's going on?" Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtains, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qing Ting followed. The 3 of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. First, domain name, please remember 3, he saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was radiating from it. It swayed in the air as if it couldn't support itself. All of a sudden, the golden wheel-like object exploded. The huge shock wave was like ripples that quickly spread in all directions. The coachman, Old Huang, cried out in surprise. He rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey and dove into the bottom of the carriage. However, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qing Ting couldn't avoid it in time. The golden light passed through their bodies. The 3 beautiful girls swayed and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared and so did the golden wheel in the sky. A few fires lit up near and far and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state and quietly shone on the 3 beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a cover, and the path was silent. The oil wall carriage stopped there and the 2 horses snorted blankly as if nothing had happened. 33. Time flew by. 500. Years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time for Qinhuai. Beside the peach leaf ferry, a young man waved a small fan and slowly walked over. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, "Brother Han." The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-necked robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a pair of legless headdress and a beautiful rose by his temples. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. But there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as they were men, they liked to wear flowers. 33 Quickest on the other end of the phone, the flower-wearing young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when the corners of his lips were not smiling, they were slightly upturned. He was very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person's name was Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Division of the Song dynasty. The street division was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. Those who could do this were either scoundrels like Myo, who could control people, or slick in dealing with people, who knew how to steer according to the wind, and who was alert and clever. But when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He had the gift of the gab, was alert, and had good martial arts. Although he was a small person at the bottom of society, the 300 years of the Song dynasty were the best and wealthiest dynasty for the common people. If you didn't have the ambition to become a marquis or conquer the world, you just wanted to be a common person. Or if you only had the ability to be a common person, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the common people's lives were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a small urban management of the Song dynasty's Jiankong city, lived a very interesting life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han was impartial and offended a big shot. It also wasn't that he met a scoundrel with a strong background and couldn't continue working. It was because the head of the street division, Master Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the street division was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the street division. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the head of the street division. To be able to become the head of the street division's son-in-law, it should be a blessing from his ancestors' graves. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city's fox and rat society in Jiankong City. He was very well informed. He knew the head of the street division's precious daughter better than the head of the street division himself. How could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she wasn't very restrained in the imperial examination. According to the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Musi. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it's better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He didn't want to be a scrubbing pot for that surnamed Mu. Being pointed at behind his back would make him a laughingstock. Therefore, Yang Han used all his means and didn't hesitate to sully himself. He refused to submit no matter what. But this Master Li didn't know what was wrong with his brain. He didn't understand the principle that a forcefully twisted melon wouldn't be sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Yang Han naturally refused to submit. Therefore, he lost his job. These 2 days, when people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people couldn't help but sigh. They felt sorry for him, but they didn't expect that he would show up this evening. There was a restaurant next to Tao Yidu. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls liked pretty boys. Who didn't like to see a handsome young man? she and her father took care of this restaurant. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup would be full of ingredients. They were even willing to add a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed in a crisp voice and busied herself. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a pole. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a pole and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the restaurant. He put down the pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han had been waiting for him to say this. He glanced around arrogantly, and when he saw that everyone had pricked up their ears, he smiled reservedly, "Not really, not really. It's just that I'm indebted to the Magistrate of Peace Manor, Lord Li, for his appreciation. Now, I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Oh. That's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you've become a steward in Magistrate Master Li's residence, I'm afraid your status isn't lower than Head Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It wasn't good for him to flatter himself, but he didn't deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of? He was returning home in silken robes. Southern Song Chronicles 2/33XS/317/317/317/317/317/317/with the God Body Promotion Pill. The success rate of a martial artist's breakthrough will increase by 70%. Coupled with the success rate, it is basically 100%. In the past, many martial artists failed to break through after reaching the peak of the first realm. This is the key factor that affects the martial artist's cultivation. The promotion pill solves this problem. Basically, for every cultivation level, there is a corresponding promotion pill. The names are similar, but the materials are very different. In the past, he used to refine these pills. Working hard to update, please refresh later. This chapter is working hard to update, please refresh later. Handsome man and beautiful woman, please register as a member first. Register as a member of this site and use the bookmark function on the bookshelf. If this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please save this page for later reading, otherwise you will not be able to find this chapter later. Recommended Great God Author, Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Summary: he was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? Westlake Broken Bridge, strange and treacherous. Fate leads by a thread. The truth is just a foot away. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Forwarding address /33XS/317/317/317/317/553/content trial reading chapter 001 Returning Home in Glory. Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Qiantang, Xiling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, the night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage approached from afar, lightly speeding on the small road in the Jiangnan countryside. A pair of lanterns hung in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful Su character on the lantern swayed. The carriage was draped with a light muslin curtain, and a driver sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road. He could walk on it with his eyes closed, so the night did not affect the speed of the carriage at all. The curtain rose and fell with the wind, occasionally revealing 3 beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle of the group was a young lady dressed in red. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck, like that of an elegant swan. The girl on the left had white hair and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the three of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. 33 Quickest Mobile Terminal, // The girl in the middle was Qiantong's #1 dancer, Su Yaoyao. The girls in white and green were her maids, Bai Su and Qing Ting. The three ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Ruan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Ruan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. First, domain name, please remember 3. All of a sudden, the frosty night changed from a cold white color to a golden glow. It was as if a sealed sun had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled on the reins. The two steeds were abruptly reined in by him, causing them to stand up. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. "Io!" The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' delicate bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. "Old Huang, what's going on?" Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtain, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qing Ting also followed. The 3 of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was radiating from it. It swayed in the air as if it couldn't support itself. All of a sudden, the golden wheel-like object exploded. The huge shock wave was like ripples that quickly spread in all directions. The coachman, old Huang, cried out in surprise. He rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey and dove under the carriage. First, domain name, please remember 3, however, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qing Ting couldn't avoid it in time. The golden light passed through their bodies. The 3 beautiful girls swayed and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared and so did the golden wheel in the sky. A few fires lit up near and far and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state and quietly shone on the 3 beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a cover, and the path was silent. The oil wall carriage stopped there and the 2 horses snorted blankly as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time in Qinhuai. Beside Taoye Ferry, a young man waved a small fan and slowly walked over. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, "Brother Han." The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-necked robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress and a beautiful rose by his temples. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. However, there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as they were men, they liked to wear flowers. The flower-wearing young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he was not smiling, there was a slight smile on his lips. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person was called Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department of the Song Dynasty's Jiankong Prefecture. The street department was in charge of the city's streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. Those who could do this were either scoundrels like Muir, who could control people, or slick in dealing with people, who knew how to steer according to the wind, and who was alert and clever. But when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He had the gift of the gab, was alert, and had good kung fu. Although he was a small person at the bottom of society, the 300 years of the Song dynasty were the best and wealthiest dynasty among all the dynasties. If you did not have the ambition to become a marquis or conquer the world, you only wanted to be a common person. Or if you only had the ability to be a common person, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the lives of the common people were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a small urban management of the Song dynasty's Jiankong prefecture, lived a good life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han had offended some big shot, nor was it that he had met some scoundrel with a powerful background, so he couldn't do it anymore. It was because the head of the street department, Mr. Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, it should be a blessing from his ancestors' graves. 33 people. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city's fox and rats in Jiankong prefecture. He was very well informed. He knew the head of the department's precious daughter better than the head of the department himself. How could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she was not very restrained in the imperial examination. From the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had a few lovers. She had even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar called Mu Si. The two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it's better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than to marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He would not be a scrubbing pot for that surnamed Mu. Being pointed at behind his back would invite ridicule. Therefore, Yang Han used all his skills, not hesitating to sully himself. He was unwilling to submit no matter what. However, this Master Li did not know what was wrong with his brain. He did not understand the principle of forcefully twisted melons not being sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his position. Yang Han naturally refused to submit. Therefore, he lost his job. These 2 days, when the people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people could not help but sigh. They felt sorry for him, but they did not expect that he would actually show up this evening. There was a restaurant beside Taoyidu. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw that it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls liked to be pretty. Who didn't like to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this restaurant. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup would be full of ingredients. They were even willing to put in a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed in a crisp voice and busied herself. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a pole. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a pole and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered his courage and entered the restaurant. He put down the pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where did you get rich now?" Yang Han had been waiting for him to say this. He glanced around arrogantly, and when he saw that everyone had pricked up their ears, he smiled reservedly, "Not really, not really. It's just that I'm indebted to the Magistrate of Peace Manor, Lord Li, for his appreciation. Now, I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Oh. That's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you've become a steward in Magistrate Master Li's residence, I'm afraid your status isn't lower than head Li's, right? Yang Han smiled faintly. It wasn't good for him to flatter himself. However, he didn't deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of? Returning home in silken robes, Southern Song Chronicles 2/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/553/Can you tell me more about the Forsaken Mountains? As the saying went, sharpening one's blade before battle was better than sharpening it. Ling Xiao wanted to go to the Forsaken Mountains, so he had to know more about them. Even if he was bold and skilled, he needed to be fully prepared. That's simple. The Forsaken Mountains are part of the Heavenly Rage Xianxia. The Heavenly Rage Xianxia is a terrifying forbidden land of death in the eternal divine realm. Domain name, please remember 3, no one knows how it came to be. The only thing certain is that the Heavenly Rage Xianxia is the most dangerous and terrifying place in the entire eternal divine realm. There are small forbidden lands at the edge of the Heavenly Rage Xianxia. For example, the Forsaken Mountains are the closest forbidden land of death to the Golden Martial Kingdom. There are also the Frost Mountains, the Inferno Mountains, the Poison Mountains, the 100 Ghost Mountains, and so on. They're all located in different martial kingdoms, and even outside of human divine kingdoms. They're all part of the Heavenly Rage Xianxia because it's not in the surface world, but in a dimensional space. It's also known as the Universe Minor World. There are countless different dangers inside, but there's also a similarity. There's basically nothing alive in the Heavenly Rage Xianxia. They're all dead. Zombies, soldiers, demons, ghosts, and so on. There's a lot of them. They're incomparably ferocious and difficult to kill. Even so, there are still many cultivators who go to the Heavenly Rage Xianxia. It's dangerous, but it's also full of opportunities. It's said that many of the undead who died there were extremely powerful experts when they were alive. Some were even the strongest in the eternal divine realm. If you can find 1 or 2 of their relics, you'll be like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. I hear that the Golden Martial Kingdom is preparing to organize a team to search for the Undying Tree in the Forsaken Mountains. It's all for the sake of obtaining the Immortal Tree's fruit. Han Yuan's strength isn't much, but he's learned a lot. He knows much more about the Forsaken Mountains than Ling Xiao. Tell me the entrance to the Forsaken Mountains. Ling Xiao said. After hearing Han Yuan's words, Ling Xiao felt that the Forsaken Mountains were an excellent place to cultivate. There'll be many troublesome demons waiting for him to challenge. Of course, the most important thing is to find the Undying Tree. Commander, you'd better think twice. Although there are many opportunities there, it's also extremely dangerous. Han Yuan's. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ling Xiao wasn't a rash person. He would naturally use his martial soul puppet when he was in danger during this trip to the Lonely Mountain Range. Although the Lonely Mountain Range was dangerous, it shouldn't be that dangerous for a martial soul puppet at the peak of the 3rd level of the Divine Soul Realm. After all, this was only the periphery of the Heaven's Fury Xianxia. After finding out the entrance from Han Yuan, Ling Xiao left the city alone. Because he knew that there were many enemies watching him, he decided to return to his original appearance for this trip. To the martial artists of the Golden Domain, his original appearance was rather unfamiliar. Luckily, I'm immune to poison, although Ling Xiao had such thoughts, he still activated the poison resistance saint inscription. Only with these 2 things added together would he be safer. Master, someone's here. They're experts. Cold Plum came with Ling Xiao. Maybe the Undying Tree is Cold Plum's opportunity. Bringing her along is the right choice. Yu Fenghua and Long Chen were cultivating in seclusion in the universe world. Xiao Jin was also cultivating at this time, but he could throw himself into battle at any time. Ling Xiao wasn't alone this time. Just as Cold Plum finished her words, a few figures flew over from afar. They were all powerful. The weakest one was at the early stage of the 8th level Divine Physique Echelon. Ling Xiao let Cold Plum enter the universe world. Then, he looked at them. There were familiar faces among them. They seemed to be going into the lonely mountain. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to the entrance. There were 30 of them. It was a big team. The strongest one was Ling Zhao's old acquaintance, Huang Taifeng. Huang Taifeng was already at the early stage of the 10th level divine physique echelon. Huang Taiwen was also with them. Huang Taiwen was already at the early stage of the 9th level divine physique echelon. He was also much stronger than he was during the battle for the position of commander. It was too late for Ling Xiao to avoid them. Huang Taifeng had already seen him. It's you. You didn't die in the underground dragon city? Huang Taifeng didn't forget about Ling Xiao. When they were in the underground dragon city, he plotted against Ling Xiao and injured Ling Xiao. Surprisingly, he didn't kill Huang Taifeng. Later, he was plotted against when he was trying to snatch the dragon crystal. He didn't think much of it. Later, he thought about it carefully. It was very likely that Huang Taifeng did it. He searched for Ling Xiao for a long time but couldn't find any trace of him. He was about to give up, but he didn't expect Huang Taifeng to appear in front of him. What would he think if he knew that the person in front of him was the prince consort Ling Xiao, who had recently become famous in the Golden Region? Brother, how did you get to know such a good-for-nothing? Huang Taiwen glanced at Ling Xiao in disdain. He didn't want to look at him at all. In his opinion, a martialist at the early stage of the 7th level divine physique echelon wasn't even worthy of cleaning his shoes. He didn't understand why his brother would care about this person. If Huang Taiwen knew that the person in front of him was Ling Xiao, who had snatched the position of Martial City's commander from him, would he still be so arrogant? Huang Taiwen didn't care what Huang Taiwen thought. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao coldly and asked, "What's your name?" "Yuan Venerate." Ling Xiao said faintly. He had borrowed the name of his master, Yuan Venerate. "Hee, your name is domineering enough, but it's a pity that your strength is too weak. I only have one question for you. Were you the one who ambushed me in the underground dragon city?" Huang Taifeng said coldly. "Brother, you must be joking. Do you think I can sneak attack you with my strength?" 33 Quickest mobile terminal, / even if you have the heart, you don't have the ability. Ling Xiao smiled. He did not want to have any conflict with Huang Taifeng before entering the lonely mountain range. If this kid didn't listen to him, he wouldn't show any mercy in the lonely mountain range. 33 starters very good, then you can follow me from now on. It's not bad to be my errand boy. Huang Taifeng said lightly. He wanted Ling Xiao to stay by his side. Firstly, he felt that Ling Xiao must have some secret since he had been able to survive in the underground dragon city. Secondly, although Ling Xiao hadn't admitted that he had ambushed him, and it didn't seem very realistic, Huang Taifeng still felt that Ling Xiao was the most suspicious. Therefore, he wanted to keep Ling Xiao by his side to observe him properly. Everything had been planned out, but Ling Xiao had rejected him bluntly. "Sorry, I like to live a solitary life. I don't like to be restrained by others. Since you think highly of me, I can only decline your good intentions." "Brat, you really want to do this the hard way?" Before Huang Taifeng could speak, Huang Taiwen shouted angrily, "My big brother wants to take you in. You're lucky to have him. How dare you reject him? You don't know what's good for you." Huang Taifeng frowned. He wondered if this brat was stupid or naive. How dare he reject his good intentions in public? Was he not afraid of death? Thinking of this, he sneered and looked at Ling Xiao. "Brat, no one dares to reject my recruitment. However, I can give you a chance. Take my palm. If you don't die, I won't make things difficult for you." Killing intent rose in Ling Xiao's heart. If he was just an ordinary early-stage 7th level divine physique echelon martial artist, he would definitely die in the face of Huang Taifeng's palm. This brat clearly wanted to kill him. Take his palm? If he couldn't kill him, he probably wouldn't let him go either. "Alright, since you're so vicious, I'll make sure you never come out after we enter the lonely mountain range. Take this." Huang Taifeng raised his power to the maximum and blasted it at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't block it. He was blasted on the top of his head just like that. He died on the spot. This was real death. Huang Taifeng checked carefully and confirmed that there was no problem. He sneered and said, "I'd rather kill by mistake than let you go. Since you're not willing to submit to me, I can only let you die. Let's go." After speaking, they turned around and left, stepping into the lonely mountain range. In the next moment, the originally cold corpse stood up. Ling Xiao looked at the entrance coldly. He chose to use time reversal to come back from the dead. On one hand, he wanted to test if this move was still effective. On the other hand, he didn't want to make a move outside the lonely mountain range. Otherwise, these people would all die when the martial soul puppet appeared. However, Ling Xiao thought further. This place was too close to the golden region. If someone was nearby and saw this scene, he would be in trouble. Therefore, the best choice was to kill them after entering the lonely mountain range. In the next moment, Ling Xiao stepped into the forsaken mountain range. After confirming that Huang Taifeng and the others were far away, he continued to walk forward. The lonely mountain range was indeed the lonely mountain range. It was as its name suggested. The rotten and dead soil emitted a fishy stench that made people want to vomit. From time to time, he could even step on bones in the mud. He didn't know how many lives had been lost in this place. In addition to the warriors who had died here a long time ago, there must be many corpses of adventurers. Over time, this place had become a veritable land of death. He sped up but purposely walked behind Huang Taifeng and the others. The other purpose of pretending to be dead was to let Huang Taifeng and the others pave the way for him. However, along the way, they still encountered many dangerous situations. For example, while walking, many black bugs would suddenly fall from a dead tree. Once this little bug came into contact with a person's skin, it would drill into the person's body and eat the person from the inside. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the deviant flame to protect his body. These little bugs couldn't withstand the fire and were all killed. There were also weeds that were clearly lifeless and lazily stuck to the ground. However, they could suddenly stab him like sharp spikes. The strangest thing was that although there was no one around, he would suddenly feel like he was pushed by someone. He almost fell into an abyss or into a swamp. Something's wrong here. Ling Xiao stopped. He allowed the invisible force to push him into the abyss. He didn't know what was down there because he couldn't see the bottom. He could only feel an eerie and terrifying aura coming from below. Ling Xiao guessed that there was probably a powerhouse down there. An undead powerhouse. One of his purposes for coming here this time was to improve his cultivation through battle. How could he miss the opportunity when it came? Spreading out a pair of wings on his back, Ling Xiao spiraled down and swooped down. He was like a hunting falcon. He really didn't know if it was the mysterious undead powerhouse hunting him or if it was him hunting the terrifying powerhouse. Finally, after flying for a full 10 minutes, he finally reached the bottom. The ground wasn't natural but made of bluestone slabs. Although some of the bluestone slabs had cracked due to the passage of time, one could still see the traces of man-made carving. It's like an underground palace. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and looked ahead. He didn't know where the dark passage extended to. Since I'm here, I might as well take it easy. Let's take a look around first. He lifted his feet and walked forward at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Not far away, a few skeletons appeared. There were clearly only bones left, but they could still move freely. They could even fight. Ling Xiao found black sacred runes on those skeletons. I've never seen black sacred runes before. Ling Xiao remembered the colors of sacred runes: white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold, but there was no black. However, there were records in the Sacred Rune Encyclopedia. It was said that there was once an outstanding genius in the Sacred Rune sect who was expelled from the sect because he studied the dark sacred runes. These black sacred runes must be the dark sacred runes. To Ling Xiao, there was no such thing as a truly evil sacred rune in this world. The key was how it was used and who used it. Perhaps, this trip to the lonely mountain range would be a great opportunity for him to make great progress. The dark sacred runes on these skeletons were not perfect, and there were many omissions. Therefore, the skeletons appeared sluggish, stiff, and weak. Ling Xiao released a sword orb and easily destroyed the dark sacred runes. The skeletons then became real skeletons and fell there forever. Ling Xiao continued forward. He was now worried and excited. He was worried that a powerful monster would appear, and he was looking forward to such a monster. It was this kind of madness that forged his terrifying cultivation speed. Along the way, he encountered more and more skeletons. Moreover, Xianxia found that the dark sacred runes on their bodies were becoming more complete and perfect. With the completion of the dark sacred runes, the skeleton's movements became more agile and vigorous. Until a certain moment, he encountered a skeleton's martial artist that was stronger than him. Although it still did not have self-awareness, it had extremely exquisite combat skills. Xianxia had no choice but to use the beast god's body to defeat it. It was difficult, but the rewards were great. It was indeed the right choice to come here. The speed of the energy in his cultivation sea was much faster than before. After a while, Xianxia stopped again. This time, the trouble he encountered was even greater. A martial artist in full armor appeared. He held a long saber and looked extremely powerful. He felt that his strength was equivalent to the early stage of the divine physique echelon. However, his combat power was stronger than Qi Fei and Zhou Tao. This guy was obviously an expert before he died. Now that he had become a dead spirit, he was fearless and his combat power had increased again. The armored skeleton suddenly launched an attack at Xianxia. The sharp saber drew a crescent-shaped saber aura in the air. The saber aura cut a huge trench in the ground. If it really hit, Xiao's body might not be able to withstand it. Although it was strong, it was still a dead thing without intelligence. Attacking was completely based on instinct. Although it was very valiant, it was completely brainless. In the face of great pressure, Xiao did not use the Tyrant martial spirit, nor did he release the sun god's blood formation. He only relied on the body of the beast god to fight. Although the pressure was great, it could also promote the rapid improvement of the energy in his sea of cultivation. He never forgot himself. Working hard to update, please refresh later. This chapter is working hard to update, please refresh later. Handsome man and beautiful woman, please register as a member first. Register as a member and use the bookshelf bookmark function to read more conveniently. If this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip to the next chapter. Please save this page for later reading, otherwise you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended Great God Author, Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Summary: he was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? The Westlake Broken Bridge, strange and treacherous. Fate linked by a thread. The truth is only a foot away. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Forwarding address /33xs/317/317/317/317/553/content trial reading chapter 001 Returning Home in Glory. Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Qiantang, Xiling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, the night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage came from afar, moving lightly on a small road in the countryside of Jiangnan. There was a pair of lanterns in front of the carriage, and as the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful Su character on the lantern swayed. The carriage was draped with a light muslin curtain, and a coachman sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road, he could walk on it with his eyes closed, so the night did not affect the speed of the carriage. The curtain rose and fell with the wind, occasionally revealing three beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle was a young girl in a red dress, with cloudy hair, swaying lightly. Looking from behind, one could only see a slender neck, like an elegant swan. 33 Quickest Mobile Terminal, ///. The girl on the left had white hair and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the three of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantang's #1 dancer, Su Yaoyao. The girls in white and green were her maids, Bai Su and Qing Ting. The three ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Ruan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Wan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. First, domain name, please remember 3. Suddenly, the frosty night sky changed from a cold pale white to a golden light, as if a sun that had been sealed for 10,000 years had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled on the reins. The 2 horses were abruptly reined in by him and reared up. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. "Io!" The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil-wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. "Old Huang, what's going on?" Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtain, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qing Ting followed. The 3 of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up into the sky. When they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were immediately stunned. He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was radiating from it. It swayed in the air as if it was unable to support itself. Suddenly, this golden wheel-like thing exploded. The huge shockwave was like a circle of ripples, quickly rippling in all directions. The coachman, old Huang, screamed and rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey, diving into the bottom of the carriage. 33 quickest computer, / on the other hand, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qing Ting couldn't dodge in time. As the golden light passed through their bodies, the 3 beautiful girls swayed and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared, and so did the golden wheel in the sky. Several places near and far were on fire, and smoke rose up. The night returned to its original coldness, and the moonlight quietly shone on the 3 graceful and moving naked bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent, the serene orchid dew was like crying eyes. The grass was like a cushion, the pine trees were like a cover, and the path was quiet. The oily wagon stood there, the 2 horses snorting blankly as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was the time when Qin Huai was bustling with activity. Beside the peach leaf ferry, a young man waved a small fan and walked over slowly. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, "Brother Han." The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-necked robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress, and there was a beautiful rose in his hair. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little seductive. However, there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as they were men, they liked to wear flowers. First, domain name, please remember, the young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he wasn't smiling, there was a hint of a smile on his face. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person's name was Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department of the Song dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. Those who could do this were either a scoundrel like Miao Er, who could control people, or a slick person, who knew how to steer according to the wind and was alert and clever. However, when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He was eloquent, alert, and had good kung fu. Although he was a commoner at the bottom of society, the 300 years of the Song dynasty were the best and wealthiest dynasty among all the dynasties. If you didn't have the ambition to become a marquis and conquer the world, you just wanted to be a commoner. Or if you only had the ability to be a commoner, then you were born in the Song dynasty. You had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the lives of commoners were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a little urban management of the Song dynasty's Jiankong city, lived a very interesting life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han was impartial in his enforcement of the law and offended a big shot. It wasn't that he met a scoundrel with a strong background and couldn't continue working. It was because the head of the street department, Master Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, there should be smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city's fox and rat society in Jiankong City. His eyes and ears were very well informed. He knew the head of the department's precious daughter better than the head of the department himself. How could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she wasn't very restrained in the imperial examination. According to the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Musi. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it's better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He didn't want to be a scapegoat for that surnamed Mu and be criticized behind his back. Therefore, Yang Han used all his means and didn't hesitate to sully himself. He refused to give in no matter what. However, he didn't know what was wrong with this Master Li's brain. He didn't understand the principle that forcefully twisted melons won't be sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Yang Han naturally refused to give in, so he lost his job. These 2 days, when people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people couldn't help but sigh and groan. They felt sorry for him, but they didn't expect that he would show up this evening. There was a restaurant next to Tao Yidu. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls love pretty boys. Who didn't love to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of the shop. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup was full of ingredients. They were even willing to put a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed in a crisp voice and got busy. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a load. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." This Old Fan was a person who carried a load and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the shop. He put down the carrying pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, he smiled reservedly. Not really, not really. It's just that I'm indebted to our Jiankong Prefecture's Magistrate Master Li for his appreciation. Now, I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Oh. That's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you've become a steward in Magistrate Master Li's estate, your status won't be lower than Head Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It wasn't good for him to flatter himself, but he didn't deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of? Returning home in silken robes, Southern Song Chronicles forwarding address, /33xs/317/317/317/317/317/317/553 The fusion of the Tyrant martial spirit and Ling Xiao completely overshadowed the appearance of the beast god body. Right now, he looked like a sword immortal dressed in white. Free and easy, but also with a strong domineering aura. With both swords in his hands, Ling Xiao's confidence suddenly multiplied. The reverse god sword in his right hand suddenly turned into a terrifying sword light, blocking the terrifying poisonous snake. The poison was unexpectedly absorbed by the reverse god sword, and transferred into Ling Xiao's snake god martial spirit. Then, Ling Xiao's left hand was scarlet blood, working hard to update. Please refresh later. This chapter is working hard to update. Please refresh later. Handsome man and beautiful woman, please register as a member first. Register as a member of this site and use the bookmark function on the bookshelf. If this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please save this page for later reading, otherwise you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended Great God Author, Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Summary: he was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? The Westlake Broken Bridge, strange and treacherous. Fate linked by a thread. The truth is just a foot away. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty forwarding address, /33xs/317/317/317/317/553 content trial reading chapter 001, Returning Home in Glory Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Qiantang, Shieling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, the night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage came from afar, moving lightly on a small road in the countryside of Jiangnan. There was a pair of lanterns in front of the carriage, and as the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful Su character on the lantern swayed. The carriage was draped with a light muslin curtain, and a driver sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road, and could walk on it with his eyes closed, so the night did not affect the speed of the carriage at all. The curtains fluttered in the wind, occasionally revealing the three beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle of the group was a young lady dressed in red. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck, like that of a graceful swan. The girl on the left had white hair and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the three of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. 33 Quickest Mobile Terminal, /// The girl in the middle was Qiantang's #1 dancer, Su Yaoyao. The girls in white and green were her maids, Bai Su and Qing Ting. The three ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Wan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Wan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. First, domain name, please remember 3. All of a sudden, the frosty night changed from a cold white to a golden glow. It was as if the sun that had been sealed for thousands of years had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled on the reins. The two horses were abruptly reined in by him and stood up on their hind legs. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. "Ayo!" The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. First, domain name, please remember 3, old Huang, what's going on? Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtain, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Baisu and Qingting followed. The three of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was radiating from it. It swayed in the air as if it couldn't support itself. All of a sudden, the golden wheel-like object exploded. The huge shock wave was like ripples that quickly spread in all directions. The coachman, old Huang, cried out in surprise. He rolled out of the carriage like a lazy donkey and dove under the carriage. However, Su Yaoyao, Baisu, and Qingting couldn't avoid it in time. The golden light passed through their bodies. The three beautiful girls swayed and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared, and so did the golden wheel in the sky. A few fires lit up near and far, and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state as it quietly shone on the three beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent, and the orchid dew was like crying eyes. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a cover, and the path was silent. The oil wall carriage stopped there, and the two horses snorted blankly as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky, and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time in Qinhuai. Beside Taoye Ferry, a young man waved a small fan and slowly walked over. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, "Brother Han." The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-necked robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress, and there was a beautiful rose in his hair. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. But there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as one was a man, they liked to wear flowers. The flower-wearing young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he was not smiling, there was a slight smile on his lips. It was slightly upturned, and he was very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person was called Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was still a member of the Nanjing Street Department in the Song dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. Those who could do this were either a scoundrel like Niu Er, who could control people, or a slick person, who knew how to steer according to the wind and was alert and clever. But when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He had the gift of the gab, was alert and clever, and also had good martial arts. Although he was a small person at the bottom of society, the 300 years of the Song dynasty were the best and wealthiest dynasty among all the dynasties. If you didn't have the ambition to become a marquis and conquer the world, and wanted to be a common person, or if you only had the ability to be a common person, then you were born in the Song dynasty. You had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the lives of common people were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a small urban management of the Song dynasty's Jiankong city, lived a very interesting life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han was impartial in his enforcement of the law and offended someone important. It also wasn't that he met a scoundrel with a strong background. It was because the head of the street department, Master Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, it should be a blessing from his ancestors' graves. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city's fox and rats in Jiankong City. His eyes and ears were very well informed. He knew the head of the department's precious daughter better than the head of the department himself. How could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she was not very restrained in the imperial examination. According to the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Mu Si. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it's better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than to marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He wouldn't be a scrubbing pot for that surnamed Mu. Being pointed at behind his back would invite ridicule. Therefore, Yang Han used all his skills, not hesitating to sully himself. He refused to submit no matter what. But this Master Li didn't know what was wrong with his brain. He didn't understand the principle that a forcefully twisted melon wouldn't be sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his position. Yang Han naturally refused to submit, so he lost his job. These 2 days, when people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people couldn't help but sigh and groan, feeling sorry for him. They didn't expect that he would actually show up this evening. 33 people started. There was a restaurant beside Tao Yidu. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls loved pretty boys. Who didn't love to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this restaurant. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup would be full of ingredients. They were even willing to put in a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed in a crisp voice and busied herself. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a pole. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a pole and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the restaurant. He put down the pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han had been waiting for him to say this. He glanced around arrogantly, and when he saw that everyone had pricked up their ears, he smiled reservedly, "Not really, not really. It's just that I'm indebted to the Magistrate of Peace Manor, Lord Li, for his appreciation. Now, I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Oh. That's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you're a steward in Master Li's estate, I'm afraid your status isn't lower than Master Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It wasn't good for him to flatter himself, but he didn't deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of? Returning home in silken robes, Southern Song Chronicles 2/33XS/317/317/317/3175553/The golden skeleton that was sent flying once again activated its divine essence, and a black gem on the scepter emitted a luster. A complete sacred rune appeared on the ground. The soil actually bulged up instantly, turning into a tall and mighty stone man. Terrifying corpse energy surged into the stone man's body, and its eyes burned. Its entire body was emitting a thick aura of death. The moment the stone man took shape, it attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hesitated. He was also chasing after the golden skeleton, but in the end, it was equivalent to colliding with the other party's fist. Golden Light Sacred Rune. Ling Xiao didn't plan to dodge because it was too much of a waste of time. The Golden Light Sacred Rune that he activated forcefully collided with the stone man's fist. Although the stone man was powerful, it was only on par with the golden skeleton. In any case, it hadn't reached the divine soul realm. Therefore, Ling Xiao was sure that the Golden Light Sacred Rune would definitely be able to block it. Boom, the huge fist smashed onto the Golden Light Sacred Rune. Ling Xiao was shaken by the power, and the energy in his cultivation instantly soared to 70%. But he didn't have time to care about this because he knew that time was running out. Although he was in the middle of a battle, Ling Xiao had been calculating the time. He didn't want to return to his original state at the critical moment. That would be very dangerous. There were only 3 seconds left. Light Sacred Rune, Shadow Warrior form. Ling Xiao instantly accelerated and passed through the stone man. This stone man's defense was astonishing. It would take at least a few minutes to defeat it. It was simply too late. Therefore, Ling Xiao ignored him and directly passed him to kill the golden skeleton. As long as he defeated the golden skeleton, the stone man could naturally be broken. At this moment, the golden skeleton had just landed. When he wanted to stand up, Ling Xiao was already in front of him. Human God defying move. Without any hesitation, the Void God sword stabbed out crazily. The human God defying move was already prepared. This time, there was no magic treasure to protect the golden skeleton. The Void God sword stabbed into the golden skeleton's body, and the tyrannical sword energy directly tore the golden skeleton into pieces. At the last second, Ling Xiao allowed the Void God sword to absorb the golden skeleton's power. He entered the Shadow Warrior form again and hid. Because he couldn't be sure that the stone man would disappear. If his judgment was wrong, then he could only be safe by hiding. Fortunately, when he was hiding, the stone man quickly collapsed and turned into a pile of mud. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly took out some pills and began to eat them. Although he had killed the golden skeleton, this place was still filled with danger. If he couldn't recover in time, he would be in trouble if he encountered danger again. About 4 or 5 minutes later. This place was already surrounded by a large number of skeletons. However, Ling Xiao had basically recovered. The medicinal pills he refined were not to be trifled with. What was most pleasantly surprised was that the battle with the golden skeleton had finally raised his sea of energy to 100%. Especially the last thrilling scene, which greatly stimulated the release of his potential. Now, he was only one step away from breaking through. Compared to staying in the comfortable environment of Martial City, this was much faster. Ling Xiao grabbed the golden skeleton's 9-snake scepter. There were 4 divine dragon patterns on it. Moreover, these 9 gems seemed to have their own uses. Using his powerful soul force to forcefully erase the soul imprint left behind by the golden skeleton. This thing belonged to Ling Xiao. Let's try the golden sacred pattern first. Ling Xiao smiled and urged his divine essence. The black gem flickered with light. The soil on the ground surged. The corpse aura in the air rolled. In an instant, a tall and mighty stone man appeared in front of him. Block those guys. Ling Xiao gave the order. The stone man charged towards those skeletons. Previously, he didn't know how terrifying this stone man was. Now, it seemed that in terms of close combat ability, it might be even more terrifying than the golden skeleton. In addition, it had a defense that was almost invincible under the divine soul realm. Fortunately, Ling Xiao avoided him and directly attacked the golden skeleton. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome. He no longer paid attention to the battle over there. After Ling Xiao put away the 9-snake scepter, he began to search for the other treasures. This golden skeleton had stayed here for a long time. It must have hidden a lot of good things. In the end, he got what he wanted. Almost all the treasures of the martial artists who died in this place were stored by the golden skeletons. Elixirs, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, dharma treasures and weapons were all here. However, Ling Xiao was most concerned about a piece of memory metal. There were 3 types of dark sacred patterns recorded on it. The purpose of the Divine Inscription sect was to help warriors. Therefore, the records in the Divine Inscription Encyclopedia were all support-type sacred patterns, which were orthodox sacred patterns. The so-called dark sacred pattern didn't mean that it was of the dark attribute, but it meant that it was all offensive sacred patterns. There were 3 types here: elemental, arcane, and summoning. Elemental sacred patterns referred to sacred patterns that used the 5 elements as offensive means. Arcane sacred patterns were more general. As long as it wasn't an elemental attack, it was called arcane. Summoning sacred patterns, such as this alchemy sacred pattern, could transform materials into battle puppets. The person who studied the dark sacred pattern is really a genius. It's a pity that I don't know where he is. Ling Xiao sighed. In the memory metal he obtained, there were only 3 types of dark sacred patterns. The first type was the elemental sacred pattern, the lightning sacred pattern. According to the encyclopedia, the lightning sacred pattern was a basic sacred pattern. At first, it was only a first-grade sacred pattern, but if the materials were found, it could be promoted to a second-grade sacred pattern. Every time it was promoted, the lightning sacred pattern would gain a new ability. For example, the first-grade lightning sacred pattern could allow a warrior to continuously release lightning in a 3-meter radius. The damage was determined by the warrior's strength. At most, it could electrocute a first-level Divine Soul Realm warrior to death. However, the warrior's cultivation had to be at the first-level Divine Soul Realm. The second type of sacred pattern was the arcane sacred pattern, the martial god's sacred pattern. After this sacred pattern was activated, it would form a sacred pattern domain with the warrior as the center, within a 6-meter radius. In this domain, the warrior would be strengthened by a protective shield once every 5 seconds. It could withstand a full-force attack from a first-level Divine Soul Realm warrior once. At the same time, it could continuously cause damage to enemies within this range. The damage was also determined by the warrior's strength. This sacred pattern was also a first-grade sacred pattern, and it could also be promoted. According to the encyclopedia, the higher the grade, the more effects there would be. The third type of sacred pattern was the alchemy sacred pattern. Like the lightning sacred pattern, this alchemy sacred pattern could also be promoted. At first, it was a first-grade sacred pattern, but it was unknown to what extent it could be promoted to. However, after it was promoted, it could naturally do more things. A first-grade alchemy sacred pattern could only be used to refine stone puppets. A second-grade alchemy sacred pattern could do more things. Because it was a first-grade sacred pattern at first, Ling Xiao could definitely learn it. However, this was obviously not the right place. Therefore, he packed up and left. The stone puppets had already opened up a path for him to leave. Although the stone puppets were fierce, they couldn't be more than 10 meters away from the warrior. It wouldn't be easy to make them do anything bad. Peak Yuan Venerate. How could it be you? The sudden voice startled Ling Xiao. Perhaps it was because he had just gotten rid of the golden skeleton, but Ling Xiao had been a little careless. He hadn't even noticed that someone was heading in his direction. He only noticed it when the other party was right in front of him. Huang Taewun. Ling Xiao frowned and looked into the distance. However, he didn't see any traces of Huang Taifeng and the others. Huang Taewun had actually dared to enter this place alone. He was rather courageous. Why can't it be me? Ling Xiao smiled and quietly released his martial soul boundary. Since he had already been discovered by Huang Taewun, he definitely couldn't let this fellow escape alive. You're clearly dead. Huang Taewun released his martial soul and looked at Ling Xiao warily. He didn't know what had happened to Ling Xiao, but he was sure that Ling Xiao might be even more terrifying than they had imagined. Haha. How could I die? The one who died was a Yuan Venerate, and I am Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao revealed his appearance as the martial city commander. Huang Taiyun was scared out of his wits by this scene. So the two of you are actually the same person. What are you trying to do by changing your appearance? What are you plotting? Huang Taewun frowned even more. I do have a plot, but it has nothing to do with you anymore. You're about to die anyway. Ling Xiao walked towards Huang Taewun indifferently. I originally didn't want to kill you, but your brother's attack at the entrance of the Lonely Mountain Range was sincere in wanting to kill me. I like to return the favor 10-fold or even 100-fold. If he kills me, I'll kill both of you. Furthermore, you aren't innocent. You previously said that you wanted to kill me. Killing you won't be wrong. You think you can kill me? Huang Taewun gradually calmed down. Don't forget that I'm currently at the 9th level of the Divine Body Echelon. You're no longer the Huang Taewun from the commander selection. What right do you have to kill me? With your mouth? Haha, 9th level Divine Physique Echelon. Is he very strong? Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. He took out the 9-snake scepter and gently shook it. The green gem on the scepter shone brightly. A venomous snake pounced over. This was an emperor artifact with 4 divine dragon patterns. Even Ling Xiao would be able to instantly kill a 9th-level divine physique echelon martial artist if he were to use it. He had no intention of wasting time with Huang Taewun. What? When Huang Taewun saw the venomous snake, he finally revealed a look of fear. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Xiao would not give him a chance to regret. In the next second, the poisonous color hit Huang Taewun. Huang Taewun let out an earth-shattering scream as he was instantly corroded. Only the storage ring fell to the ground. After all, it was not made of ordinary materials. It would not be damaged so easily. I told you long ago that you shouldn't have provoked me. Looking at the pool of green pus, Ling Xiao kept Huang Taewun's storage ring and transferred the items inside into his universe world. There were no surprises. It was just some supreme-grade spirit stones and ordinary elixirs. It seemed like Huang Taewun's family was indeed very poor. Just as he was about to leave, a white light suddenly shot out from the storage ring and formed a teleportation array. Another person walked out of the teleportation array. What a headache. Why is this guy here too? Ling Xiao frowned. The person who walked out of the teleportation array was Huang Taifeng. It turned out that in order to protect Huang Taewun, the storage ring was specially made. When in danger, one only needed to rub it 3 times to summon Huang Taewun. Unfortunately, when Huang Taewun wanted to summon him, it was already too late. Huang Taifeng only arrived after he died. He looked at the storage ring on the ground and then looked at the pool of pus. Huang Taifeng seemed to have understood something. Ling Xiao? Why are you here? At this time, Ling Xiao had changed into the appearance of the City Defense Army commander. Therefore, Huang Taifeng did not know that he had come back from the dead. He was just curious about why Ling Xiao, the City Defense Army commander, was here. This place doesn't belong to anyone. If you can come, why can't I? Ling Xiao said lightly. You can come, but you can't kill my brother, Huang Taewun. Huang Taifeng revealed a cold murderous intent. That's because he was courting death. He was not capable enough, but he still wanted to hit the muzzle of the gun. If I didn't kill him, I would be letting myself down. Ling Xiao was still calm as usual. Good. Very good. Huang Taifeng was about to attack when he suddenly saw the 9-serpent scepter in Ling Xiao's hand. You. Where did you get this scepter? Oh, just now, a golden skeleton fought with another monster. In the end, both of them died. I found it. Ling Xiao lied without blushing at all. He said that because he did not want Huang Taifeng to be too vigilant. Killing Huang Taifeng had to be done when he was unprepared. Give it to me. Huang Taifeng said, this kind of treasure is simply a waste in your hands. Only in my hands can the power of my god martial spirit be unleashed. Huang Taifeng's expression was a little excited. You know, the gem on this 9-serpent scepter can help me strengthen my golden god martial spirit. It can also improve my cultivation. It can save me at least 100 years of cultivation. At that time, no one will dare to look down on our family. Maybe the next golden king will be me. Hee, then I'm sorry, I also like this thing very much, although it's not that useful to me. But even if I throw it away like trash, I won't give it to you. Unless you kneel in front of me and call me grandpa, I might consider it. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't take Huang Taifeng's threat seriously. You're very brave. How about this, give it to me, and I'll let bygones be bygones about you killing my brother, Huang Taewun. I won't even tell anyone. How about it? Huang Taifeng suddenly said. Although he was not afraid of Ling Xiao, the 9-serpent scepter was too important. It would be bad if Ling Xiao took the opportunity to slip away. Ayaya, then I have to thank brother Huang Taifeng for being so merciful. Bah, your words are like farts, I'd be an idiot to believe you. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, alright, let's not talk so much nonsense. If you want the 9-serpent scepter, take it with your ability. If you can beat me, it will naturally be yours. I can't fool you, can I? That's right, even if you give it to me, I'll still kill you. Huang Taifeng sneered, a man's wealth is his own ruin. If people know that I have this thing, I'm afraid I won't be able to live. Only a dead man is the safest. Therefore, you must die. There's no room for negotiation. Anyway, the lonely mountain range is full of dangers. Even if a city defense commander or a potential son-in-law dies, no one will be able to find out. Thank you for reminding me. This 9-serpent scepter really shouldn't be taken out casually, especially those 9 gems. Ling Xiao smiled, then I'm sorry, but you must die here today. Otherwise, if people know that I have the 9-serpent scepter, it will be a lot of trouble. You? You want to kill me? Huang Taifeng looked at Ling Xiao mockingly, without the slightest fear. What if I told you that I lied just now and that the golden skeleton didn't die from the monsters infighting, it was killed by me? What would you think? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, speaking of which, it's really heaven's will. This storage ring was meant for you to protect your brother and even avenge him. In the end, it sent you here to die. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly became cold. A murderous aura suddenly erupted. This made Huang Taifeng look surprised. However, this aura was still at the 7th level of the divine body realm. He couldn't help but frown. Kid, you tricked me. So what if I tricked you? Ling Xiao's words were both true and false, making it difficult for Huang Taifeng to distinguish. He could only think that Ling Xiao was bluffing to scare him. Therefore, he directly launched an attack. Whether or not he had the strength to kill the golden skeleton, he would know after trying. Kill. The golden god martial soul appeared behind Huang Taifeng. A sharp blade appeared in his hand, emitting a golden dragon's aura. As expected, Huang Taifeng had snatched one of the dragon crystals in the underground dragon city, so he cultivated the dragon divine origin. Kid, I don't know who you are, but since you hid your identity and came to the golden domain, you must be here. You must be up to no good. Today, I must capture you and hand you over to the Golden King. You will never be able to turn the tables, let's see how you can still be arrogant. As he spoke, the long sword in Huang Taifeng's hand suddenly expanded. The sword aura was incomparably huge. After merging with the dragon divine origin, it was as if a giant dragon was roaring at Ling Xiao. Golden invincible, giant dragon strike, die. The terrifying giant dragon roared. The huge sword aura tore through the void and rushed toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Huang Taifeng was an early-stage 10th-level divine body realm martial artist. He couldn't defeat him with his own strength. Therefore, he had to use the supreme soul armor. However, the sword god martial soul was enough this time. Martial soul transformation, soul armor equipped, sword god martial soul, merge. In the end, Ling Xiao still chose to fuse with them. His battle prowess suddenly skyrocketed to around the early stage of the 10th level divine body realm. Then, the two swords hummed together as they charged towards the roaring sword chi dragon. The god-defying Taotia's terrifying roar came from the god-defying sword. From within the crimson blood demon sword came the sinister laughter of the blood demon emperor. The blood demon emperor looked like a blood-red limitless heavenly rat. His sharp claws emitted a bloody aura. At that moment, the majestic sword chi suppressed Huang Taifeng's sword chi. In terms of sword intent, Ling Xiao was much stronger than Huang Taifeng. Although both of them used swords, Huang Taifeng merely used his sword as a weapon. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, cultivated the sword Dao. This had a completely different meaning. At that moment, Huang Taifeng's expression changed drastically. Ling Xiao's sudden surge in strength made him realize that he was in trouble this time. He felt as if his soul had been injured by the sword intent and was in great pain. Boom, without any suspense, the dragon was directly torn apart. Ling Xiao continued to charge towards Huang Taifeng. I don't believe that you can defeat me. He raised the weapon in his hand again and madly released his divine essence. A terrifying sword move was formed in an instant. 9 sword shadows floated above his head. The sword shadows spun and formed a crimson sun. Everything around him seemed to be cut by the terrifying crimson sword chi. The sword chi was like a windmill, charging towards Ling Xiao in a circular manner. It formed a terrifying storm along the way. Every gust of wind seemed to be his sword chi. The rocks on the ground were completely cut into pieces by the sword chi. Its power was incomparably powerful. Child's play. Ling Xiao put away the crimson blood demon sword and the nine-serpent scepter appeared in his left hand. With a flash of golden light, a ball of golden light enveloped his body. The frenzied sword chi kept hitting the golden light but was unable to cause any damage. What a good weapon. It even saves me the process of activating the golden light Saint Rune. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. How can you use the nine-serpent scepter? How can you use it? It's mine. Seeing Ling Xiao take out the nine-serpent scepter, Huang Taifeng seemed to have lost his mind. It was something he had always dreamed of. Now that it had fallen into his opponent's hands, he was really upset. You dare to lose your mind when fighting me? You're courting death. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded. The golden light had not disappeared, but he had quietly arrived in front of Huang Taifeng. The sharp void god sword stabbed towards Huang Taifeng's throat. At that moment, Huang Taifeng's entire body trembled violently. Kid, how dare you attack me? Amidst his angry roar, his long sword drew a circle in front of him, forming a strange sword formation. The sword formation was densely packed, blocking Ling Xiao's attack path. Boom, the void god sword collided with the sword formation. Huang Taifeng frantically retreated more than a dozen steps, almost falling to the ground. Ling Xiao also retreated more than a dozen steps, but his steps were much lighter. In a sense, his retreat was to completely absorb the force of the impact. He was not simply repulsed. How can this guy be so strong? Huang Taifeng's eyes flashed with a fierce light, but there was also a hint of fear in them. Ling Xiao was much stronger than he had imagined. Now, even killing Ling Xiao had become very difficult, let alone capturing him alive. Do you believe what I said now? You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Huang Taifeng. If that's all you've got, then we'll call it a day. It's time for you to follow your brother. You're the one who should die, full power, golden divine might, golden dragon of doomsday. Huang Taifeng's dignity did not allow him to flee like this. Of course, he could not escape even if he wanted to. Ling Xiao had already enveloped the area with the martial spirit barrier, but Huang Taifeng did not know that. As Huang Taifeng roared, the golden divine might fused into his body. It resonated with the dragon divine origin. It allowed Huang Taifeng to transform into a terrifying golden dragon for a short period of time. It was enormous and terrifyingly powerful. I'm the winner today. You'd better die like a good boy. The golden dragon roared, swinging its huge tail at Ling Xiao. The tip of the tail was the longsword Huang Taifeng had used before. It should be an emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon runes. Combined with the golden dragon's terrifying strength, ordinary people would not dare to take it head-on. This should be your strongest attack, right? Alright, let me take on this crazy attack. Ling Xiao did not back down. He stood there and put away the nine-serpent scepter. He gripped the void god sword with both hands. Terrifying power brewed in the void god sword. Activate, Saint Rune of Barbaric Bull, Saint Rune of Unyielding, and Saint Rune of Sharpness. The first 2 Saint Runes were used on Ling Xiao, while the Sharpness Saint Rune was used on the void god sword. The Barbaric Bull Saint Rune increased power. The Unyielding Saint Rune only had one effect, which was to prevent a cultivator from falling or retreating even if they were seriously injured. If one fell or retreated in such a situation, they might encounter even more terrifying trouble. The Sharpness Saint Rune was needless to say, as it had been used before. In the end, a violent sword aura bloomed. The phantom of the god-defying Tao Tai appeared on the god-defying sword. God-defying technique. It was Ling Xiao's most powerful move. He used it at this moment. He knew that his opponent had used his full strength, so he naturally wouldn't slack off. It was also a full-strength attack under the Sword God Martial Soul Fusion. Boom, in that instant, both of them were enveloped by a terrifying energy. The 2 forces were in a stalemate and collided in the air. The diffracted energy waves splashed up a cloud of dust on the ground. A moment later, Huang Taifeng's expression changed drastically. Because he felt it. Ling Xiao's sword had a god-defying will. No matter who tried to stop it, it wouldn't retreat. But he couldn't. Even though he had transformed into a golden dragon. He wasn't a golden dragon after all, and he didn't have that terrifying willpower. He didn't have the unyielding Saint Rune either. Therefore, he was blasted to the ground. Although his injuries weren't serious, he still fell. Ling Xiao was also injured, but at the moment he was injured, he finally made a breakthrough in his cultivation. From the early stage to the mid-stage of the 7th level divine physique realm, his strength increased tenfold. Moreover, under the influence of the unyielding Saint Rune, he didn't fall or retreat even though he was injured. Therefore, he was able to attack immediately. Soul Sword Art. The combination of the two Soul Sword Arts raised the Soul Mystic technique to the 6th level of the sacred rank. Even with Ling Xiao's terrifying soul power, he only dared to use it once a day. He used it now because it was the most critical moment. The Soul Sword Arts attack arrived in an instant. Huang Taifeng let out a shocking scream, and his body returned to its original appearance. He turned around and fled. His soul was severely injured, and he was actually in a daze. He knew that if he continued to stay, he would definitely die. Therefore, he chose to flee. Unfortunately, the martial soul barrier made it impossible for him to escape. Ling Xiao rushed over, and the blood palm seal that covered the sky brazenly smashed down. Huang Taifeng couldn't escape anymore. Even if the martial soul barrier was broken, he couldn't escape. Huang Taifeng, the winner takes all. Accept your fate, you only have yourself to blame for all of this. If you didn't kill me, I wouldn't have done this to you. Impossible. You want me to accept my fate? How can I accept my fate? I, Huang Taifeng, am a proud son of heaven. I will go against heaven. How could I lose to a piece of trash at the 7th level of the divine physique echelon realm? I refuse to accept this. I can't accept this. Huang Taifeng's body was covered with wounds. Although he couldn't move, he could still speak. His voice was filled with madness and hysteria. He seemed unwilling to accept such an ending. Still not convinced? Ling Xiao said indifferently, but it doesn't matter. Before you die, I'll tell you 2 little secrets. Firstly, a Yuan Venerate was Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was a Yuan Venerate. Secondly, I was the one who ambushed you in the underground dragon city. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to kill you. You. It's really you. So that's how it is, that's how it is. So the Yuan Venerate was Ling Xiao, but why are you still alive after dying? I don't understand. Huang Taifeng asked again. I can't tell you this secret. You can figure it out yourself. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. Ling Xiao, do you think you can kill me? Huang Taifeng was lying on the ground, yet he still dared to say such a thing. Ling Xiao looked at him quietly. He wanted to hear what he was going to say. Do you know that I, Huang Taifeng, was born into the royal family? I was abandoned by the royal family. Because my father was a piece of trash. He was chased out of the golden region because of his poor aptitude. But I'm different. I'm a genius. With my own efforts, I brought my family back to the golden region. Even the golden king and the upper echelons of the royal family praised me. Huang Taifeng continued, do you know that if you kill me, the golden region will be alerted? Even if this is the lonely mountain range and it's hard to find out, the golden region's intelligence network will find out about you sooner or later. At that time, not only will you die, but you will also kill your friends. Do you dare? Ling Xiao didn't say anything, but he answered Huang Taifeng with his actions. The 9-serpent scepter swayed gently, and the red gem bloomed. A firebird flew out and wrapped around Huang Taifeng, burning him. Huang Taifeng couldn't understand in the pain. Why was Ling Xiao so daring? What an idiot. Why can't you be a little arrogant when you're about to die? You actually tried to scare me with the golden region. Do you think your value is higher than mine? Not to mention that those people can't find out, even if they do, so what? What can they do to me without evidence? Ling Xiao looked at the corpse with disdain and said coldly. Perhaps Huang Taifeng was unwilling. Perhaps Huang Taifeng was really a genius. But so what? He had offended Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but he would only end up as a corpse in the end. Huang Taifeng, I must thank you for helping me improve my cultivation. It also made me understand the great use of this 9-serpent scepter. This thing needs to be modified slightly. The 9-serpent scepter was too eye-catching. In fact, the most important thing was the saint runes and gems on it. Ling Xiao was ready to transfer all of them to the heaven-covering blood palm. In this way, the heaven-covering blood palm's grade would also be improved, and it might even become an emperor weapon with 4 divine dragon runes. He knew how to forge weapons, saint runes, and formations. To him, this was not a difficult task. If he wanted to do it, he could do it. After killing Huang Taifeng, Ling Xiao knew that he had to get the undying tree as soon as possible. So he no longer coveted other things. He hid in the lonely mountain range alone, looking for the undying tree. He spent a total of 4 days. In these 4 days, Ling Xiao had experienced more than 100 battles, big and small. Although they were all battles with monsters, it also increased the energy in his cultivation C to 70%. The next breakthrough wasn't far away. And on this day, he found the undying tree. He thought that he would have to go through a lot of trouble to get the undying tree. However, after releasing Cold Plum, the opportunity had arrived. The undying tree actually took the initiative to merge with Cold Plum's body. This tree was probably struggling to survive in the lonely mountain range. No one knew when it would die. Now that he had met a suitable martial artist, how could he miss this opportunity? The undying trees will merged with Cold Plum's ancient war tree martial soul. The body and energy could only wait for Cold Plum to cultivate and absorb. It was not that easy to swallow a fatty in one go. After all, the undying tree was a powerful existence on the same level as the flaming lion. After letting Cold Plum enter the universe world, Ling Xiao quietly left the lonely mountain range. At this time, more than half of the people who entered the lonely mountain range with Huang Taifeng were dead. Without Huang Taifeng's protection, they were no match for the monsters here. They had left in a hurry 2 days ago. Soon, someone would come looking for Huang Taiwen and Huang Taifeng. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had already taken care of it, and they could not find anything. There were still 9 days left before half a month. Ling Xiao finally returned to Martial City. Everyone was cultivating. Because of the Golden King's order, no one dared to cause trouble for the Martial City Defense Army. Ling Xiao did not disturb anyone and returned to his cultivation room. First, he took out the 9-snake scepter and the heaven-covering blood palm to study. He was preparing to combine the two. The 9-snake scepter was too eye-catching and was not suitable for battle. However, Ling Xiao was already wearing the heaven-covering blood palm. It was a very low-key magic treasure. It was also easier to use. The transformation process was quite smooth. After all, he was already familiar with these techniques. A day later, the 9-snake scepter disappeared and was replaced by an emperor weapon with 4 divine dragon patterns embedded with 9 gems, the 9-snake blood palm. Compared to the original heaven-covering blood palm, this glove was obviously of a higher grade and more powerful. Even the original heaven-covering blood palm could contain the mysterious effect of the gems, greatly increasing its power. After completing the 9-snake blood palm, Ling Xiao finally had time to study the 3 darkness saint runes. The alchemy saint rune could be ignored because there was a gem that had the same effect as the alchemy saint rune and was even more powerful. Ling Xiao first started to learn the martial god saint rune. This saint rune could open up a saint rune domain with both attack and enhancement effects. It was quite powerful. Fortunately, there were no additional requirements to learn a grade 1 saint rune, so Ling Xiao only spent half a day to master it. The darkness saint rune was much more difficult and obscure than the support saint rune. He only spent a short time to learn the golden light saint rune. As for the martial god saint rune, it took him a bit longer. However, he finally learned it. At this point, there were only 7 days left before he challenged Qi Tianmei. After a tiring day, Ling Xiao wanted to relax. Therefore, he sat in the pavilion outside the residence and drank tea. It really doesn't let people have peace. As soon as he sat down, Ling Xiao sighed before he even took a sip of tea. His figure flashed and he appeared outside the governor's residence. At this time, the city guards in charge of patrolling also noticed something strange. Xianxia appeared there with a group of people. Seeing Ling Xiao come out, they hurriedly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Lord Commander. You guys stand back. These people are a bit troublesome. Let me deal with them." Ling Xiao waved his hand. And at this moment, an uninvited guest had already arrived at the entrance of the governor's manor. There were a few familiar faces in the group of 10. They should be the cultivators that Huang Shui had brought with her. However, Huang Shui was nowhere to be seen this time. However, there were even more unfamiliar faces. They were not young people, but people in black who could not see the light of day. They were also wearing masks, as if they were deliberately not willing to reveal their faces. The leader was obviously from the royal family, but it was unclear which faction he belonged to. This person naturally exuded the mighty aura of a golden god. He was dressed in a brocade robe with saint runes emitting a faint glow. It's the golden light saint rune? Ling Xiao frowned. This person's background was definitely not simple. Saint inscription masters were rare to begin with. Moreover, saint inscription masters who knew golden light saint runes were even rarer. After all, golden light saint runes were the best among the first-grade saint runes. This person was not old, but his cultivation level was not low. It was obvious that he had already reached the late stage of the divine body 9th level. In addition, his eyes were as bright as stars, and he was in high spirits. There was a powerful aura between his brows. This should be due to him cultivating some kind of special cultivation technique. As a result, his aura was probably even stronger than Huang Shui's. However, in terms of strength, he should be far from Huang Shui. After all, Huang Shui was at the divine body 10th level. In terms of status, he should be inferior to Huang Shui. Perhaps he was a genius from the royal family's 3 factions. As for the other 9 people, 3 of them were familiar faces. However, they did not belong to the royal family. Instead, they were young cultivators from the Golden Region's Zhou family and Qi family. Their strength was basically at the peak of the divine body 8th level, which was not bad. After all, they were not old. The other 6 were all in black with masks. Their strength was at the divine body 9th level. Ling Xiao did not know why these people came here in the middle of the night, but he was sure that they were not here to drink tea with him. May I know why all of you came here in the middle of the night? Ling Xiao put his hands behind his back and looked at the 10 people in front of him. The 10 people in front of him were not enough to pose a threat to him. Therefore, he did not need to panic at all. I'm Huang Yanji. I'm sure you know that the royal family is divided into 3 factions, the royalist faction, the senior statesman faction, and the middle-of-the-road faction. The royalist faction is naturally led by the Golden King. The imperial court is their center. The senior statesman faction is led by the senior statesman faction. The senior statesman faction has the right to impeach the Golden King and review his decisions. It is also very powerful with the 4 senior statesmen as its core. The middle-of-the-road faction should actually be called the law faction. They have the criminal court as their core. The criminal court is in charge of the laws of the Golden Martial Nation. The Golden King and the senior statesmen are all under their jurisdiction. The head of the criminal court is their leader. The criminal court has a secret pavilion. The martial artists in the secret pavilion are all called secret guards. Huang Yanji is not talented, but I am a member of the secret pavilion. Huang Yanji did not state his purpose first. Instead, he introduced himself. However, this also gave Ling Xiao a general understanding of the situation in the Golden Martial Nation. It's really complicated. No wonder the Golden King is unhappy. Both the senior statesman faction and the criminal court seem to have the possibility of taking him down. Then, this secret guard of the secret pavilion, why are you looking for me today? Ling Xiao's expression was still indifferent. Whether the other party was a secret guard or something else, it made no difference to him. If they were looking for trouble, he would just beat them away. Hee, it seems that Commander Ling is not surprised at all. Huang Yanji smiled and said, just like the rumors, you're a fearless person. You don't even give face to the Golden King. You're really not bad. Well, let's not talk nonsense. In that case, I'll tell you the real purpose of today's visit. Do you know that the brothers Huang Taewun and Huang Taifeng are missing? So it's really for this matter, Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. However, he pretended to be surprised and said, Huang Taewun and I used to compete for the position of commander. Why did he suddenly go missing? And that Huang Taifeng, isn't he a 10th level divine physique echelon expert? Why did he go missing? Huang Yanji stared at Ling Xiao's face, hoping to see something from his face. Fortunately, he saw through it. When he mentioned Huang Taiwen and Huang Taifeng, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a smug smile. Others might not be able to see through it. However, he, Huang Yanji, could. As a secret guard, although his strength was not outstanding, his eyes were especially sharp. It's really related to you, Huang Yanji said coldly. Oh? Interesting. Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. This Huang Yanji was not bad. He could tell at a glance that he was lying. However, so what if he could tell? The other party did not have any evidence to prove that he was the one who killed them. He did not even know if Huang Taiwen and Huang Taifeng were dead or not. Wanting him to plead guilty with such a thin chain of evidence was simply ridiculous. Huang Yanji, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Don't forget my identity. Even if you're a secret guard of the secret pavilion, you can't frame me without any evidence. I don't think I need to tell you the consequences. Huang Yanji frowned. He was now more and more certain that the disappearance of Huang Taiwen and Huang Taifeng had something to do with Ling Xiao. It was even possible that the two of them had been killed. However, he didn't have any evidence. The secret pavilion had been investigating the lonely mountain range for a few days and lost a few men, but they didn't find anything. Huang Taifeng and Huang Taiwen seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. Are you threatening me? Huang Yanji sneered. I know you're the commander of the city defense army and the prospective son-in-law, but so what? Even the Golden King can't stop the secret pavilion from doing things. You have guts. Ling Xiao gave Huang Yanji a thumbs up and said, Tell me, what do you want to do? Follow us back to the secret pavilion and assist in the investigation. If you're innocent, you'll be sent back. Huang Yanji said. Haha, do you think I'm stupid? Ling Xiao smiled and said, I don't know what kind of place the secret pavilion is, but if I fall into your hands, I'm afraid I'll be begging for death. When the time comes, you can torture me into confessing and kill me first and report later. I'm afraid even the Golden King can't do anything about it. Since you don't want to cooperate, we can only use force. Huang Yanji's eyes were filled with killing intent. Although he didn't have any evidence, he was certain that the disappearance of Huang Taiwen and Huang Taifeng was related to Ling Xiao. Since that was the case, he would capture him first. The secret pavilion didn't need to explain anything to anyone. Do you want to make a move? Ling Xiao was still smiling. Then you better think carefully. Attacking the governor's residence in the middle of the night. Even if I kill all of you, the criminal court won't be able to find anything wrong with it. Do you really want to do this? Captain, don't talk nonsense with this brat. Since he doesn't want to cooperate, just do it. Does he think he has the qualifications to do whatever he wants in the Golden Region just because he's the prospective son-in-law? To be clear, this was the royal family's territory. Even if an outsider became the prince consort, he would still be an outsider. He thought that Golden King was really doing it for his own good and was just using him, idiot. Before Huang Yanji could speak, the young cultivator from the Qi family standing beside him roared furiously. This person should also be a secret guard of the secret pavilion, but he belonged to the Qi family. It seemed that the structure of the secret pavilion was also very complicated. Huang Yanji waved his hand, indicating for that person not to speak. He then looked at Ling Xiao and said with a cold gaze, although there's a gap between the three factions of the royal family, they're still part of the royal family. The mysterious disappearance of Huang Taiwen and Huang Taifeng had to be investigated thoroughly. This was the result of the unification of the three factions. Golden King also nodded. If you think that he can help you, then you are wrong. Surrender, and I can guarantee that I won't hurt you. He released his powerful aura, as if to use it to intimidate Ling Xiao. After all, this was the governor's manor of the martial city. If he could avoid fighting, he wasn't too willing to do so. It would be best if Ling Xiao followed him obediently. No need to talk nonsense. Either get lost or attack. When have I, Ling Xiao, ever listened to other people's words? Moreover, you're just a pretentious trash. Ling Xiao waved his hand as if he was driving a stray dog away. Captain, I can't take it anymore. The three young secret guards who came with Huang Yanji finally couldn't take it anymore and suddenly attacked. The three of them attacked Ling Xiao from three different directions at the same time. Huang Yanji could stop them, but he didn't do so. While attacking, the Qi family's cultivator sneered, "What prince consort? Trash, you really think you're something? Not to mention the royal family, you're not even worth mentioning in front of our Qi family." That's right. It's important to know one's own place. However, some people are being used by others and still think that they're superior. Not only are they stupid, but their skin is really thick. The Zhou family's cultivator also mocked. Both of their families had some enmity with Ling Xiao. The Qi family's hatred was greater. The Zhou family's hatred was because Zhou Tao was humiliated by Ling Xiao in front of everyone. Even so, they had to get back at him because they were a big family. They couldn't let this happen. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Facing the three people who pounced on him, he only smiled coldly and activated the martial god's Saint Rune. He wanted to see the power of the Saint Rune that he had just learned. With him as the center, the area within 6 meters became the Saint Rune domain. However, only he could see this. Outsiders couldn't see it at all. As the Saint Rune domain was activated, a faint blue light barrier appeared on Ling Zhao's body. It enveloped him completely. Defense? Can you defend against it? The three of them sneered and instantly arrived within 6 meters of Ling Xiao. Huang Yanji stared at Ling Xiao. Another reason why he didn't stop the three of them was that he wanted to use them to test Ling Xiao. He wanted to see what Ling Xiao had up his sleeves. Ah! At this moment, the three of them suddenly let out a shrill scream. Their bodies were continuously injured, and blood spurted out. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Including Xianxia and the others. The commander is really amazing. He can injure them like this without making a move? Xianxia's eyes were full of admiration. The other city defense army's cultivators also nodded. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the better it was for them. The three of them desperately ran away from Ling Xiao. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Previously, they were so aggressive and wanted to deal with Ling Xiao. Now, they were simply battered and exhausted. By the time they returned to Huang Yanji, the three of them were extremely weak because of excessive blood loss. The attack power of the martial god Saint Rune was actually not very strong. However, it was a type of continuous damage. The longer one stayed in the Saint Rune domain, the more unlucky they would be. Saint Rune art? And it's the Saint Rune domain, I shouldn't be able to get within 6 meters of you. Huang Yanji ignored the three injured people. Instead, he stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "You dared to attack the secret pavilion's shadow guards. Even if Huang Taifeng and Huang Taiwun's disappearance had nothing to do with you. Now, you've committed a capital crime. You're quite smart. You actually saw through my Saint Rune art in such a short time." Ling Xiao was a little impressed by Huang Yanji. However, he disagreed with what Huang Yanji said next. "The secret pavilion is really overbearing. According to your logic, I have no other choice but to go with you. They want to attack me, and I can only accept it? Haha, there's actually such a shameless place in this world. Since you're so shameless, I don't need to talk about morality. I'm only injured this time. Next time, it won't be so simple. If you dare to attack me again, you'll have to leave your life behind." Huang Yanji stared at Ling Xiao, a little surprised. Logically speaking, he had brought 6 powerful shadow guards to help this time. Including him, there were 7 9th-level divine body echelon experts. At the very least, Ling Xiao should be flustered. However, this brat completely displayed an indifferent look. What exactly was he plotting, or was there an expert ambush? Get lost if you don't dare to. I can let go of what happened tonight, but don't blame me for being merciless if you continue to pester me. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Yanji in disdain. He was a smart person, but his cultivation was not beyond his reach. Even if he did not use the Supreme Soul Armor and did not rely on this external force, he still had the power to fight. Actually, he hoped that Huang Yanji would fight. His cultivation was now at the mid-stage of the 7th-level divine body realm, 70% of his energy. If he could raise his cultivation to the late stage on the day of the battle with Qi Tianmei, his chances of winning would be higher. Of course, with the Martial Soul Puppet and Supreme Soul Armor, he would not lose to Qi Tianmei. But that was not the victory he wanted. The Supreme Soul Armor was also a treasure, and it was hard to guarantee that it would not attract the attention of others. If he could use it less, he would try to use it less. Relying on it too much would be detrimental to the improvement of his strength. It was just a way to save his life. He would only use it when he absolutely had to. Captain, avenge us. It was the secret pavilion Dark Guard who was injured by Ling Xiao. As Dark Guards, they were high and mighty, and normal martial artists did not dare to offend them. At all. Not to mention fighting, even if they disobeyed them, they would be punished. But this Ling Xiao actually dared to injure them, and they could not tolerate it. Shut up, you three trash. Huang Yanji was stunned, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, no matter what you rely on today, you have to pay a price for injuring my secret pavilion Dark Guard. Since you are not willing to come with us, then we can only use force. Attack. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and the 6 9th level Divine Body Realm powerhouses behind him attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. To be honest, if he did not use his soul armor, with Ling Xiao's current strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to win against these 6 people. But he was not alone. The moment those 6 people rushed over, a figure dashed out of the universe world. It was Xiao Jin, who had been holding back for a long time. Ha ha ha, boss, you finally let me out. Xiao Jin's cultivation was already very strong, reaching the 1st level Essence Soul Realm. The only thing he lacked was tempering. He had to consolidate his current cultivation base through actual combat before he could continue cultivating. Otherwise, even if it was him, his foundation would also be unstable. Those 6 pieces of trash, I'll leave them to you, right? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Boss, don't worry. Xiao Jin let out a hearty laugh as his entire body emitted a blazing golden light. His terrifying strength completely erupted. He couldn't wait to kill those 6 people. Boom, it was just one punch. One of the 9th level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists exploded on the spot. His entire body began to burn, and he instantly turned into charcoal. Ha ha ha, awesome. Xiao Jin was extremely excited as he sensed the powerful energy within his body. In the past, he only knew that he was very strong, but he had never tried it out in actual combat. But today, he finally verified it. A martial artist at the peak of the 9th level Divine Physique Echelon wasn't even worth mentioning in front of him. After such a long period of closed-door cultivation, there was finally a reward. My friend isn't as good-tempered as I am. I'll still be merciful, but he won't. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Yanji in disdain and said, alright, let's cut the crap. You should attack too. Now that things have come to this, we can only fight to the death. The secret pavilion's shadow guards attacked the Martial City's City Defense Army commander's residence at night and mysteriously disappeared. This should attract more attention than the disappearance of Huang Taifeng and Huang Taewun. Retreat. Huang Yanji was quite a character. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, he immediately ordered a retreat. This was because he realized that Xiao Jin's strength was far beyond their imagination. Even if they all joined forces, it wouldn't be enough. If they didn't escape, they would be waiting for death. Unfortunately, since Ling Xiao had already made up his mind to keep them here, why would he give them a chance to escape? Huang Yanji and the rest of the people were all bounced back by the martial soul barrier. Don't waste your time scheming. I tried to persuade you, but you refused to listen. Since you want to die, why don't you give in? Since you're going to die, why should I be merciful? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. You dared to kill the secret pavilion's shadow guards. I'm afraid you won't live long. Huang Yanji's expression changed drastically as he said angrily. Let me tell you the truth. I killed Huang Taifeng and Huang Taewun. I'll be fine even if I kill them. As for you guys, you'll only follow in the footsteps of those 2 brothers. Secret pavilion's shadow guards, haha, no matter how powerful they are, they can't catch my weakness. Don't tell me they dare to fall out with the Golden King? Ling Xiao said gloomily. Huang Yanji's expression turned even uglier. This Ling Xiao was much more ferocious than he had imagined. Whether it was scheming or methods, ordinary people couldn't compare to him. This time, they were really screwed. Captain, let's fight. We might be able to fight our way out. A masked shadow guard said, this kid doesn't understand us shadow guards. Let's perish together with him. Huang Yanji didn't want to die. But now, he didn't have the right to choose. Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, but he couldn't run away. The only thing he could do was to fight. Ling Xiao, do you dare to fight one-on-one with me? Huang Yanji raised his head and said. He was confident that he could kill Ling Xiao one-on-one. He didn't take Ling Xiao too seriously. Instead, he was afraid of Xiao Jin. To be honest, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to fight him one-on-one. But he heard a reply that even he didn't expect. Alright, that's what I was thinking. Ling Xiao still wanted to rely on Huang Yanji to increase his strength. How could he be willing to give Xiao Jin? Huang Yanji took a deep breath. He couldn't miss the opportunity that he had fought for. Boom, the golden god martial spirit appeared. This golden god was a little different. The weapon in his hand was actually a zither. This golden god martial spirit might be proficient in music. It was good at music attacks. Ling Xiao thought of all these in an instant and made preparations to take precautions. His opponent was far stronger than him. In a situation where he didn't use his soul armor, he had to use his brain to win. Looking at the powerful Huang Yanji, Ling Xiao also entered the beast god body state. At the same time, he activated the child god blood array and entered the second level of the bloody rat demon. He even used the sky tyrant possession. Huang Yanji wasn't an ordinary late-stage 9th level divine physique echelon martial artist. He was also a genius. His true combat strength was probably stronger than an ordinary peak 9th level divine physique echelon martial artist. He couldn't be careless. Ling Xiao didn't take out the crimson blood demon sword. He only took out the void god sword. The void god sword in his right hand and the 9 snake blood hand in his left. They were both emperor weapons with 4 divine dragon patterns. Huang Yanji and his martial spirit were both musical instruments. However, it wasn't a zither, but a long flute. He didn't know what material the long flute was made of, but there were indeed 4 divine dragon patterns on it. As expected of the secret pavilion's secret guard, as expected of the imperial family's genius whose status was equivalent to Huang Shui's. Suddenly, the sound of the zither and the flute resonated, the strange music filled the entire martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao instantly felt uncomfortable. He felt his blood and qi churning. The circulation of his divine essence was also blocked. As expected, he was good at musical attacks. Such an opponent was really not easy to deal with. The next moment, the music suddenly changed and resounded through the martial soul barrier like an impassioned battle song. The 5 9th level divine body echelon cultivators who were originally at a disadvantage suddenly glowed red. Their combat power soared. Even so, they were still no match for Little Gold even if they joined forces. However, they could hold on for a longer time. Then, the music changed again. It turned into a golden god of war in the void. Holding a giant axe, he was awe-inspiring. Although he was an illusion, his combat power was real. Puppet melody. The sound of the zither and flute became hurried. The golden god of war charged toward Ling Xiao with the giant axe in his hand. His combat power had probably reached the peak of the 9th level divine body echelon, exactly the same as Huang Yanji. It seemed that Huang Yanji's combat style was like this. Under this puppet melody, he would completely lose his combat power and rely on the golden god of war. Ling Xiao frowned. With a thought, a sword pill suddenly shot out and attacked Huang Yanji. However, the attack was ineffective. It was ineffective, not because there was any protection. It seemed that the most powerful part of this puppet melody was that although Huang Yanji couldn't fight when the golden god of war was fighting, he was in an invincible state. Unless Ling Xiao could kill the golden god of war, he would be able to break this invincibility. This was the magical use of laws. It was impossible to solve it by relying on attacks alone. Alright, since that's the case, I'll cripple this golden god of war first. A powerful battle intent burst out of Ling Xiao's eyes. If he could defeat Huang Yanji so easily, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. It was too boring and wouldn't be of any help to his cultivation. Sky-covering blood palm. Ling Xiao didn't retreat. Instead, he clashed head-on with the golden god of war. The violent forces collided together. The power of the heaven-covering blood handprint at large success stage was incomparably ferocious. In addition, the sky-covering blood palm with 3 divine dragon patterns had been transformed into the 9-snake blood palm with 4 divine dragon patterns. This made the sky-covering blood palm even more powerful. After a violent collision, Ling Xiao didn't retreat at all. The golden battle god didn't retreat. The two figures brazenly clashed, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of moves. It was hard to tell who would win. Huang Yanji's face paled at the sight of this. He had originally thought that he could easily defeat Ling Xiao in a one-on-one battle. Next, he could use the trap. Obviously, this martial spirit barrier was opened by Ling Xiao. As long as they killed Ling Xiao, they would naturally be able to escape. But he never thought that it would be so difficult. Ling Xiao was actually locked in battle with the golden battle god. He could tell that Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage. After all, the golden battle god was condensed from energy. Even if it was destroyed, it could still condense again. As long as his divine essence was not exhausted, he could grind Ling Xiao to death. However, the 5 people beside him couldn't wait any longer. In the blink of an eye, another person was killed by Little Gold. Moreover, would things always go as he wished? Although Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage, he didn't look nervous or panicked at all. This made him feel deeply uneasy. Ha ha ha, how refreshing. Ling Xiao separated from the golden battle god in midair and immediately laughed wildly. After this round of slaughter, his cultivation C's energy had increased to 80%. The effect was indeed very obvious. How could he not be happy? However, this battle couldn't drag on forever. If the secret pavilion sensed something amiss, they would definitely send reinforcements. At that time, he would regret it. Bloodthirsty plague, ward. The moment Ling Xiao shouted, Huang Yanji sensed that something was wrong, but he didn't know what Ling Xiao was going to do. The next moment, the blood-red bloodthirsty plague completely enveloped the golden battle god. Whether it was the music or divine essence, they were suddenly interrupted. There was no need to fight at all. The golden battle god was defeated. However, this was just the beginning. When the bloodthirsty plague ward began, Ling Xiao had already activated the light body Saint Rune and the holy ground devil shadow. He suddenly charged toward Huang Yanji. He didn't give Huang Yanji the slightest chance to react. When he arrived in front of Huang Yanji, the golden battle god was defeated. At this time, Huang Yanji's invincible state disappeared. Ling Xiao's void god sword directly stabbed toward Huang Yanji. The current Huang Yanji could be said to be completely defenseless. There was no need for any martial skills at all. Just the void god sword's sharp attack was enough. Although Huang Yanji had sensed danger before, he didn't have time to react in the end. When he realized that he had been schemed against by Ling Xiao, the sword was already about to reach his throat. Because there was no martial skill, there was no time wasted at all. Ling Xiao's attack speed was extremely fast. Huang Yanji even felt waves of stabbing pain in his heart. He wanted to dodge. But where was the time? Ling Xiao seemed to have calculated everything. From the moment he miscalculated in this battle, he had already lost to Ling Xiao. He closed his eyes, already prepared to accept the arrival of death. Ding, even Huang Yanji hadn't expected that the golden light Saint Rune on his body would activate at that moment. His father had paid a high price to have the rune drawn for his safety. However, if the rune wasn't drawn by oneself, it would take some time to activate. Obviously, he had missed this time. Fortunately, his father had a backup plan. The golden light Saint Rune would activate on its own in an extremely dangerous situation. There was no interval. However, even such an accident didn't surprise Ling Xiao in the slightest. It was as if even the golden light Saint Rune was within Ling Xiao's calculations. All of these attacks weren't to kill Ling Xiao, but to destroy the golden light Saint Rune. With this thing, it would be too difficult for Ling Xiao to kill Huang Yanji. What he needed to do now was to destroy Huang Yanji's golden light Saint Rune. Therefore, the moment the golden light Saint Rune activated, the green gem in Ling Xiao's left hand flashed with a sinister light. A ball of green light completely enveloped the golden barrier. Ling Xiao had tested it before. This terrifying poison could corrode the golden light Saint Rune's energy in an extremely short amount of time. If he wanted to activate the golden light Saint Rune again, he would have to draw it again. For Huang Yanji, who wasn't a Saint Rune master, it was simply impossible to draw the golden light Saint rune again. After doing all this, Ling Xiao retreated. He didn't want Huang Yanji to perish together with him. He'd heard some secrets from the other party's conversation earlier. It seemed that the secret pavilion's shadow guards knew some ways to perish together with the enemy. And it was a method that even a cultivator of Xiao Jin's level would be at a disadvantage. He had to be on guard. In just a few minutes, the golden barrier was completely corroded. Even the golden light Saint rune was incomplete and couldn't be activated again. Ling Xiao stood there with the void god sword in hand, a faint smile on his face as if he'd done something insignificant. Ling Xiao had a faint smile on his face. Everything was going according to his plan. Now that his opponent's golden Saint rune was destroyed, the battle would become much easier. On the other side, Huang Yanji was greatly shocked. He had relied on the golden Saint rune to save his life, but the golden Saint rune was also damaged. He had also seen through Ling Xiao's true goal, so he was even more fearful of this enemy in front of him. If an enemy was only strong, then so be it. The key was that the enemy was also incomparably cunning and impossible to guard against. It was truly too difficult to deal with. However, Huang Yanji had encountered such a problem today. He tried his best to calm himself down because there was no other choice. If he couldn't win today, he would definitely die in the end. He had to think of a way. At the same time, the 3 heavily injured people lying on the ground were also stunned. They were still hoping that Huang Yanji could help them vent their anger and kill Ling Xiao. But what was going on now? Huang Yanji seemed to have almost been killed by Ling Xiao. What did Ling Xiao have? He was merely the commander of the Martial City's city defense army in the outer circle. He couldn't be compared to their high and mighty shadow guards. However, the reality in front of them was hard for them to accept. It was this unremarkable commander that had heavily injured them and forced Huang Yanji into such a sorry state. Clearly, they had all underestimated this guy. This guy could return triumphantly from the land of exile, defeat Princess Huang Shui, and cause the brothers Huang Taewun and Huang Taifeng to go missing. He couldn't be a simple person. They had thought of everything too simply. Are we going to die? Nonsense, it's not the end yet. Captain still hasn't used the divine martial spirit. Once it does, his battle strength will increase again. He can definitely kill Ling Xiao. Yes, yes, yes. Captain still hasn't used his true strength. He can definitely win. The 3 of them muttered and cheered themselves on. After all, if Huang Yanji lost, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to save themselves. Just as they had said, Huang Yanji chose to use the divine martial spirit. He held a long flute in one hand and a zither in the other. Both instruments were emperor weapons with 4 divine dragon runes. After being possessed by the god martial spirit, the panic on Huang Yanji's face disappeared. Instead, he gradually regained his confidence. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "I really underestimated you. I never thought that you would be able to force me to this extent in a one-on-one situation. Even if you lose today's battle, it's still an honorable defeat." "Defeat my ass. Let's talk after we win. Let's see if you can block my second attack without the golden Saint rune." Ling Xiao could not understand where Huang Yanji's confidence came from. Even if he had the god martial spirit, it could increase his fighting strength by several times. But how could he guarantee that Ling Xiao didn't have any other trump cards? "Yes, of course I will defeat you." After Huang Yanji chose the god martial spirit to possess his body, his strength skyrocketed. On one side was the puppet melody. On the other side, there was the sound of metal. What was released by the puppet melody was still the golden battle god. The golden spear rhythm was very special. When it sounded, not only could it increase the combat strength of the golden battle god, but it also increased the combat strength of the golden battle god. Moreover, it could summon illusory images of thousands of soldiers and horses to attack Ling Xiao. Although the attack power wasn't high, it could protect the golden battle god from being blocked again. Then, it dissipated. Huang Yanji had learned his lesson from the last time, facing the even more powerful golden battle god. Ling Xiao didn't look disappointed. Instead, he looked even more hopeful. Previously, the golden battle god had helped him increase the energy in his cultivation C to 80%. This time, it would be great if he could increase it to 90%. Kill. It was as if a golden spear and armored horses were rampaging between heaven and earth. An excited melody sounded outside the governor's residence. However, because of the isolation of the martial spirit barrier, the people outside couldn't hear it at all. Therefore, no one gathered to watch the show. Ling Xiao and the Golden Battle God once again clashed. It was obvious that the Golden Battle God was stronger than before with the same attack. Ling Xiao was blasted back more than 10 meters with one strike. But at the same time, the energy in his cultivation increased faster than before. 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. Cold killing intent was released from the golden spear rhythm. Suddenly, a terrifying rain of arrows enveloped Ling Xiao's position. These arrows were all illusory images, but each of them had considerable lethality. If Ling Xiao was hit by all of them, it would be very troublesome. Left with no choice, the golden gem on Ling Xiao's 9-snake blood hand flickered. His entire body was wrapped in a golden barrier. Countless arrows rained down crazily, but they didn't cause any damage to Ling Xiao. However, Huang Yanji's lips curled into a sneer. This is the barrier of the golden light sacred rune, right? You've forgotten what you've done so quickly. These arrows of mine contain a highly corrosive poison. Moreover, this poison is your own. Thousands of soldiers and horses, charge. Amidst the sneer, the rhythm changed again. Before the rain of arrows fell, a group of 1,000 cavalry phantoms charged out of the rhythm. Each of them held a spear. They stabbed at Ling Xiao. The poison looked down at the golden barrier. The cavalry's attack at this time was extremely effective. Ling Xiao, do you understand now? In this golden martial kingdom, no one can compare to our royal family's talent. You can't either. Haha, is that so? Why don't I believe that? The arrogance in Ling Xiao's heart was stimulated. He had actually removed the golden protective barrier. He pushed his divine essence to the extreme. He took out the crimson blood demon sword. Two swords in both hands, he took up a stance and charged forward crazily. The endless rain of arrows was torn into pieces. The proud cavalry was destroyed by the sword light. Even the golden war god trembled under the terrifying power of Ling Xiao's two divine swords. Although they were also 4 divine dragon patterns. These two swords were different from the other 4 divine dragon pattern emperor weapons. One of them had its power sealed. The other could rely on devouring other magic treasures to recover its former power. They were originally earth-shattering divine weapons. Now, they had only temporarily lost their former power. Although their power wasn't as great as before, the material and weapon hadn't changed. How could ordinary magic treasures be compared to them? Moreover, the terrifying devouring ability of the Void God Sword, coupled with the domineering power of the Void God Tao Tai, magic treasures of a higher level couldn't stop it. Not to mention those of the same level. And the Crimson Blood Demon Sword contained the terrifying killing intent of the Massacre Emperor. When released, as long as it was a sentient creature, they would all be afraid. That violent killing intent actually caused Huang Yanji's music to pause for a moment. It was this moment of pause that the Golden War God was completely absorbed by the Void God Sword. Huang Yanji hurriedly retreated, but Ling Xiao's Crimson Blood Demon Sword still knocked the zither in his hand to the ground. Void God Sword, that thing is yours. Ling Xiao didn't have any martial artists who used musical instruments under him. Therefore, the zither naturally had to be given to the Void God Sword to devour. The roaring Void God Tao Tai flew out and swallowed the zither in one gulp. Huang Yanji was dumbfounded and felt lingering fear. There's no other way. We can only use our last resort, brothers, let's fight. Huang Yanji's shout echoed in the air. The other 3 9th-level Divine Body Realm martial artists who were still fighting Little Gold took out a bottle of medicine and drank it at the same time. Just now, Xiao Jin had killed another one of them. 3 of them were killed, and only 3 of them were left. They had wanted to use this last resort for a long time, but since Huang Yanji didn't give the order, they couldn't use it. Not only them, but Huang Yanji and the other 3 people who were lying on the ground also drank the medicine at the same time. Ling Xiao frowned. He was very familiar with the smell. It wasn't some medicine, but more like the blood of the ancient race. He had brought back a bottle of ancient race blood from the Soul Armor Sect's ruins, so he was very familiar with it. However, the red medicine that these guys drank had a lighter bloody smell. It must have been made with other herbs. He wondered what effect it had. Now that Huang Yanji was shrouded in a bloody light, Ling Xiao, who couldn't figure out what was going on, wasn't in a hurry to attack. Actually, it was mainly because of his curiosity. He really wanted to know the effect of the medicine. In just a moment, Huang Yanji's entire body shone with blood-red patterns. These patterns looked more like divine scripture. When he killed demonic beasts in the past, especially those demonic beast kings with primordial bloodlines, he would occasionally see divine prose on their bones. Ling Xiao wasn't too sure what divine prose was, but he had used it before. It could unleash a great power. After these fellows consumed the potion, their bodies released divine prose. The red light completely dissipated, and Huang Yanji's body was obviously stronger than before. There were many more patterns on his body, and he looked extremely ferocious. He stared at Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, you didn't expect us to have this last resort, did you? This is a treasure that the ancient race gave to us humans. A drop of their blood is powerful enough to destroy a mountain. Every drop of blood contained a terrifying amount of power. Our pharmacists made it into a special medicine that can give us great power. After all, this thing is very rare. Even a secret guard like me can only get one bottle every 3 months. As for the rest, there were even fewer. But in order to kill you, I can't care about my heartache." Ling Xiao frowned. He could clearly feel how powerful Huang Yanji was. He was much stronger than before. He was probably already at the early stage of the 10th level divine physique echelon. From the late stage of the 9th heaven divine body realm to the early stage of the 10th heaven divine body realm, he had skipped the peak of the 9th heaven divine body realm. This improvement was truly terrifying. The other 6 people's battle prowess had also skyrocketed. The 3 black masked secret guards all possessed the battle prowess of a mid-stage 10th level divine physique echelon cultivator. To begin with, their fighting strength had already skyrocketed because of Huang Yanji's music. Now, with the addition of the effects of the ancient race's blood, they were truly ferocious. As for the other 3, not only did they recover from their injuries after consuming the ancient blood, but they also possessed the combat power of a 9th level divine body echelon cultivator. All of a sudden, their overall strength was raised by a large margin. Even so, Xiao Jin was still able to firmly suppress the 3 men in black. "The 3 of you go and help them. I alone will be enough to deal with Ling Xiao." If he still couldn't kill Ling Xiao after using the ancient race's blood, then he, Huang Yanji, really didn't want to live anymore. Yes. The 3 young secret guards joined the team to deal with Xiao Jin. "Boss, I've killed all of them." Xiao Jin's eyes shone fiercely. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. He wasn't interested in a one-sided battle. "Up to you." The other party had already killed their way to their doorstep. What was there to be merciful about? Ling Xiao looked at Huang Yanji. He didn't know how long the enhancement of the ancient race's blood would last. But looking at Huang Yanji's unhurried manner, it seemed like it would last for a long time. This was simply a godly item. Although the enhancement would vary according to the martial artist's talent, generally speaking, the enhancement would be huge. Ling Xiao even thought that since Huang Yanji had the ancient race's blood, Qi Tianmei must have it too. With Qi Tianmei's strength, if she used the ancient race's blood, well, to be exact, the ancient race's blood medicine. How strong would she be? It seemed like he had made the right choice by increasing the speed of his advancement. If he just waited blindly, he would definitely suffer a great loss when the day came. We have always thought that the ancient race is the greatest race in the world. They are the true creators of the Black Tortoise continent. A drop of their blood is a treasure in the eternal divine realm. Now, we have a part of the ancient race's strength. A small fry like you is not worth mentioning at all. Huang Yanji became more confident. Although he had been defeated by Ling Xiao twice in a row, he believed that the moment he revealed his final trump card, he would definitely win. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Yanji and didn't say anything. His opponent was so strong. He couldn't underestimate him. Logically speaking, what he should do now was to use his soul armor. But he didn't. He was about to break through. If he used his soul armor now, it would cause his cultivation to stagnate. The reason was simple. Even if he used his weakest sword god martial soul to wear the supreme soul armor, he would still be able to unleash the power of an early-stage 10th level divine physique echelon. Defeating his opponent was too easy. There was no pressure at all. How could his potential be stimulated? It seems like you really don't have any more trump cards. Huang Yanji sneered. To be honest, he was still a little worried. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly reveal another trump card. It would cause his ancient race blood to lose its advantage. Fortunately, Ling Xiao didn't reveal anything. He firmly believed that if he didn't reveal his trump card in such a dangerous situation, then he definitely didn't have any more trump cards. Kneel. Huang Yanji suddenly opened his eyes wide and roared. His body slowly rose into the air. A terrifying aura was released. It was as if an ancient race powerhouse had descended. The entire world seemed to be under his control. The blood-red patterns on his body became more obvious and glowed with a blood-red light. In Ling Xiao's eyes, Huang Yanji had changed. He was different from before. It was as if he had the aura of an ancient race powerhouse. It was completely a change in his aura and pressure. Although he knew that it was a change caused by a drop of blood, Ling Xiao still felt immense pressure. This terrifying aura seemed to want to make Ling Xiao submit. In Ling Xiao's eyes, Huang Yanji suddenly became incomparably tall. It was as if an indomitable giant was suppressing him. Ling Xiao felt a splitting headache. He felt as if his body was heavy as a mountain. It kept bending downwards. His waist felt like it was going to break. You bunch of lowly races are nothing but animals raised by the ancient race. How dare you stand in front of the noble ancient race? Kneel down now. Although this voice came from Huang Yanji's mouth, Ling Xiao was sure that this wasn't Huang Yanji's intention. That drop of blood could actually control a person's mind. It was really too terrifying. No wonder the ancient race could make the eternal divine realm bow down to them. No wonder they were so powerful. The suppression of an ancient race expert, the will of an ancient race expert, and it was obtained from a drop of blood. If that was the case, how terrifying would the true ancient race be? If it were anyone else, they would have knelt down by now. But Ling Xiao was different. Whether it was the primeval beast god or the sky tyrant martial soul, they were both existences above the will of the ancient race. Especially the will of the sky tyrant martial soul. When Ling Xiao was under external pressure, it suddenly erupted. At that moment, Huang Yanji's vision turned dark. It was as though he was in the middle of a terrifying universe. Everything was pitch black. Only a giant planet was moving slowly. That feeling of loneliness and oppression almost drove Huang Yanji crazy. No. Huang Yanji suddenly hugged his head and screamed. The will of the ancient race had been broken. Huang Yanji stared at Ling Xiao in horror. He couldn't accept this situation at all. There was actually someone who could resist the will of the ancient race. How? One had to know that the ancient race blood medicine had two powerful effects. The first was to increase one's combat strength and obtain the strength of a drop of ancient race blood. Secondly, they possessed the will of the ancient race. With such a domineering aura, any ordinary martial artist would have no way of resisting this powerful will of the ancient race and would have to submit on the spot. But today, not only did Ling Xiao resist the will of the ancient race, he even tore it apart. Huang Yanji panicked, but he knew he couldn't admit defeat. At the very least, he still had powerful combat strength to use. Since the will of the ancient race couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao, then he would fight. He would crush his opponent with his overwhelming combat strength. The blood-red divine text began to burn. Huang Yanji held his flute, and a strange rhythm rang out once more. A giant blood-red fist tore through the void and descended from the sky. It was like a blood-red sun falling from the sky. It was earth-shattering and powerful. Melody of the martial god, fist of the ancient race. This time, Huang Yanji changed from controlling the puppet to fighting on his own. His combat strength had increased, and so had his confidence. Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to block this punch with his own strength. Ling Xiao found it hard to maintain his balance when the bloody fist came down. The qi and blood in his body churned. Is it really unstoppable? I don't believe it. In the end, Ling Xiao did not use his soul armature. In order to achieve his goal, this guy really went all out. But then again, if he didn't work so hard, how could he have achieved so much today? 9 Dragon Formula, Human God Defying Technique. In that instant, Ling Xiao simultaneously used his 2 most powerful moves. The Crimson Blood Demon sword in his left hand released a blood-red divine dragon. The Void God sword in his right hand exploded with a terrifying sword aura. It was going to completely tear the god apart. He knew very well that using either of these 2 moves would consume a lot of his stamina. Using 2 moves at the same time consumed a lot of energy. However, at this time, he wanted to give it a try and surpass his own limits. Boom, boom, the divine dragon and the sword ray collided with the huge fist at the same time. A terrifying power exploded out in the void. In that instant, the energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation C reached 90%. And it was still increasing rapidly. This was enough to show how much pressure the other party's ancient race fist was putting on him. After tens of seconds of stalemate, the sword ray and the divine dragon shattered. However, the might of the ancient race's fist was not as strong as before. When it came down, it was soft and powerless. But even so, Ling Xiao was still smashed into the ground. Thankfully, Ling Xiao's physical body was strong enough. Even without activating the Golden Saint Rune, he only suffered some light injuries. In the end, the key was that the Human God Reverse and 9 Dragon Formula had greatly weakened the attack. Otherwise, with just Ling Xiao's physical body strength, it would be hard for him to defend against this horrifying attack. Looking at Ling Xiao being smashed into the ground, Huang Yanji let out a smile. Indeed, the ancient race's blood was scary. Even someone like Ling Xiao could not defend against it. Ling Xiao, I really admire you. To think that you can still unleash such a powerful move. It's a pity that this move seems to consume a lot of energy. How many times can you unleash it? Huang Yanji laughed out loud. Come out. I know you're not dead yet. Ling Xiao crawled out from the ground. In his weakened state, he swallowed a large number of pills. Just a little more and I'll break through. This battle can't end so soon. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Huang Yanji like a ferocious demon. Your attack is indeed strong. But it's a pity that it can't kill me. Huang Yanji frowned when he saw Ling Xiao's expression. At this stage, Ling Xiao's face did not show any signs of nervousness. This made Huang Yanji feel even more uneasy. Die. In a panic, Huang Yanji launched another attack. It was still the ancient race's fist, but there were some changes to it. The power had also increased by a few notches. This guy clearly wanted to kill Ling Xiao completely. He was frightened by Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao didn't die, he wouldn't be able to live in peace. This time, it was no longer a blood-red fist. It actually turned into a blood-red spear that tore through the void and pierced towards Ling Xiao. When this spear pierced out, the sky changed color and the wind and clouds surged. The power was rather domineering. Ancient race's spear. Such a move could only be unleashed by a cultivator who had used the ancient race's blood medicine. However, its power was also extremely astonishing. The spear's shadow flew, and everything along the way was smashed into pieces. The green stone slabs on the ground were completely turned into dust. This spear was aimed straight at Ling Xiao's throat. Because Huang Yanji felt that only by piercing Ling Xiao's throat could he kill him completely. It could be said that this move was already Huang Yanji's all-out attack. The power of the ancient race's blood was completely stimulated. If it didn't succeed, Huang Yanji's power would weaken rapidly. By then, he might really be out of options. He might not even have a way to perish together with Lin Fan. Ling Xiao looked at the spear and his body trembled slightly. It was excitement. Incomparable excitement. He could still use the Man-God Defying Rod and the 9 Dragons Divine Art at the same time. This improvement was also due to the increase in his cultivation. If it was in the past, he would be completely exhausted after using them at the same time. But he knew that the Man-God Defying Rod and the 9 Dragons Divine Art alone wouldn't be able to block this terrifying attack. Therefore, he had to weaken it first. Luckily, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. On the 9-snake bloody hand, the yellow, red, and green gems shone at the same time. A gigantic stone man, a fire dragon formed from red flames, a venomous snake, at the same time, it blasted towards the spear. These attacks were enough to kill a peak 9th level divine body echelon cultivator in an instant. Even Huang Yanji, who had used the ancient race's blood medicine, couldn't block the 3 attacks at the same time. Boom, the fire dragon collided with the blood-red spear and weakened the spear's power by at least half. The blood-red spear pierced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's surroundings lit up with the light of the martial god Saint Mark. At this time, he once again raised his 2 swords. The reason why he did not completely destroy the blood-red spear was so that he could achieve a breakthrough. Now it was time for him to make his move. Boom, the spear was blocked by the 2 swords, Ling Xiao's figure constantly retreated. A deep mark was drawn on the ground. This was only half of his strength. Working hard to update, please refresh later. This chapter is working hard to update, please refresh later. Handsome man and beautiful woman, please register as a member first. Register as a member of this site and use the bookshelf bookmark function to read more conveniently. If this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip to the next chapter. Please save this page for later reading, otherwise you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended Great God Author, Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Number 33. Summary: he was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? Westlake Broken Bridge, strange and treacherous. Fate linked by a thread. The truth is only a foot away. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Forwarding address /33xs/317/317/317/3175553/ Content Trial Reading Chapter 001 Returning Home in Glory. Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Qiantang, Xiling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage approached from afar, lightly speeding on a small road in the countryside of Jiangnan. There was a pair of lanterns in front of the carriage, and as the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful Su character on the lantern swayed. The carriage was draped with a light muslin curtain, and a driver sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road, he could walk on it with his eyes closed, so the night did not affect the speed of the carriage in the slightest. The curtain rose and fell with the wind, occasionally revealing 3 beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle of the group was a young lady dressed in red. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck, like that of a graceful swan. The girl on the left had white hair and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the 3 of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantang's #1 dancer, Su Yaoyao. The girls in white and green were her maids, Bai Su and Qing Ting. The 3 ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Wan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Wan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. First, domain name, please remember 3. All of a sudden, the frosty night changed from a cold white color to a golden glow. It was as if a sealed sun had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled on the reins. The 2 horses were abruptly reined in by him and reared up. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. "Ayo!" The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. "Old Huang, what's going on?" Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtain, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qing Ting followed. The three of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was emitted from it. It swayed in the air as if it was unable to support itself. Suddenly, this golden wheel-like thing exploded. The huge shockwave was like a circle of ripples, quickly rippling in all directions. The coachman, old Huang, screamed and rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey, diving into the bottom of the carriage. On the other hand, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qing Ting couldn't dodge in time, so the golden light passed through their bodies. The three beautiful girls swayed a little and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared and so did the golden wheel in the sky. A few fires lit up near and far and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state and quietly shone on the three beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The orchid dew was like a crying eye. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a canopy, and the path was silent. The oil-wool carriage stopped there and the two horses snorted blankly as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time for Qinhuai. Beside Taoye Ferry, a young man waved a small fan and slowly walked over. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, Brother Han. The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. First, domain name, please remember, Brother Han was dressed in a round-necked robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress, and there was a beautiful rose in his hair. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. But there was nothing they could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as they were men, they liked to wear flowers. The flower-wearing young man in front of them was tall and handsome. Even when he was not smiling, there was a slight smile on his lips. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person's name was Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was still a member of the Nanjing Street Department in the Song dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. It was just that the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. Those who could do this were either a scoundrel like Nyoer, who could control people, or a slick person, who knew how to steer according to the wind and was alert and clever. But when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He had the gift of the gab, was alert and clever, and also had good martial arts. Although he was a small person at the bottom of society, in the 300 years of the Song dynasty, the commoners lived the best and wealthiest lives. If you didn't have the ambition to become a marquis and conquer the world, and only wanted to be a commoner, or if you only had the ability to be a commoner, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the lives of commoners were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a small town enforcement officer in Jiankong City of the Great Song dynasty, lived a good life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han had offended some big shot, nor was it that he had met some scoundrel with a powerful background, so he couldn't do it anymore. It was because the head of the sub-district department, Mr. Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, it should be a blessing from his ancestors' graves. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city fox, society, and rats of Jiankong City. His eyes and ears were very well informed. He knew this precious daughter of the Lord Sea better than the Lord Sea himself. How could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she didn't behave properly in the imperial examinations. According to the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Mu Si. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it's better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He didn't want to be a scrubbing pot for that surnamed Mu. Being pointed at behind his back would make him a laughingstock. Therefore, Yang Han used all his skills and didn't hesitate to sully himself. He refused to submit no matter what. But this Master Li didn't know what was wrong with his brain. He didn't understand the principle that a forcefully twisted melon wouldn't be sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Yang Han naturally refused to submit, so he lost his job. These 2 days, when people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people couldn't help but sigh and groan. They felt sorry for him, but they didn't expect that he would show up this evening. There was a restaurant next to Tao Yidu. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls liked to be pretty, who didn't like to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this restaurant. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup would be full of ingredients. They were even willing to put a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed crisply and busied herself. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a pole. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig's pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a pole and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the restaurant. He put down the pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, he smiled reservedly. Not really, not really. It's just that I'm indebted to our Jiankong Prefecture Magistrate Master Li for his appreciation. Now I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Oh. That's amazing. A 7th-rank official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you've become a steward in the Li estate, I'm afraid your status won't be lower than that of head Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It wasn't good to flatter himself, but he didn't deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a flower hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of? 33 Quickest Computer, / returning home in silken robes, Southern Song Chronicles forwarding address, /33xs/317/317553 /33xs/317/317553 Ling Xiao felt that it was a waste to use the bronze mirror to deal with this deputy pavilion master. After all, the moment the bronze mirror released its power, it could even hurt the Wild Sand King. He had to keep it. It would be useful in the future. Blackie was enough. Recently, Blackie had been growing in the Dragon Cave, which was full of spirit energy, and it ate the supreme-grade spirit stones that Ling Xiao gave it. Its growth speed was astonishing. It already had the strength of a peak first-level Divine Soul Realm cultivator. It was enough to kill a Divine Soul Realm martial artist who couldn't use martial skills and move. "Kid, how dare you?" The Divine Soul Realm martial artist didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a thing and was shocked. But it was too late for him to regret now. Blackie had already appeared. It opened its mouth and spat out a black dragon's extinction, which instantly enveloped the Divine Soul Realm martial artist. It made him unable to see, and his body weakened. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to control the god-defying Taotai to pounce forward. It devoured all the Divine Soul Realm martial artist's energy. The deputy pavilion master of the secret pavilion never thought that he would suffer such a calamity. He died without knowing why. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, not only recovered his physical strength after devouring his energy, but his cultivation also broke through to the late-stage 7th level divine body realm. His potential was full again. Forget everything that happened tonight. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Xianxia and the others. His heavenly demon eye flashed with a strange light, and a white light flashed in front of Xianxia and the city defense martial artists. Then, they completely forgot what happened earlier. It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't trust Xianxia. The key was that he knew that he could directly steal information from other people's memories through soul secret techniques. It didn't mean that others couldn't do it. It wouldn't be good if Xianxia was caught and revealed it. It was better to cover up this matter at this stage. Because Huang Yanji was right. The Golden King wouldn't fall out with the centrist faction for him. Of course, that was if the other party had solid evidence that Ling Xiao killed the secret pavilion's shadow guard. If there wasn't, then it was another matter. The Golden King wouldn't abandon his important chess piece for a groundless crime. Because that would be showing weakness. After the vice pavilion master was killed, Martial City became quiet again. In the pitch-black night, it was as if nothing had happened. Ling Xiao returned to the governor's manor. He checked his current situation. This battle allowed him to make another breakthrough in his cultivation. Furthermore, 7 of the 108 stars in the Sword God constellation had already lit up. It still looked very far away, but every time a star lit up, Ling Xiao's Sword God martial spirit would become a little stronger. For someone like him who liked to use swords, he was naturally overjoyed. After resting for a while, Ling Xiao once again immersed himself in cultivation. The effect of the martial god Saint Rune was pretty good. Therefore, Ling Xiao decided to learn the Lightning Saint Rune as well. The Lightning Saint Rune allowed all of Ling Xiao's attacks to be imbued with the lightning attribute. In addition, during battle, it would constantly release electric currents to attack the enemy with its body as the center. Together with the martial god Saint Rune, the effect was simply outstanding. Double damage over time, who could withstand that? Perhaps in future battles, no one would easily dare to approach Ling Xiao. The night was silent. On the second day, Martial City was bustling again. Especially the city defense army governor's manor, many martial artists had come. Moreover, they were all experts. If Ling Xiao's analysis was correct, these people should all be from the secret pavilion. In one night, the secret pavilion's shadow guards and vice pavilion masters had disappeared. Moreover, they had come to Martial City before they disappeared. It was impossible for the secret pavilion's people not to come. Ling Xiao knew that this was a hurdle that he had to overcome. However, it was nothing. Although the other party had their suspicions, they couldn't prove that those people's disappearance had anything to do with him. In any case, he just didn't admit it. As for the other matters, he could leave them to the Golden King. If the Golden King couldn't even handle such a small matter, then he might as well give the throne to someone else. In a short period of time, over 10,000 people had gathered outside the governor's manor. Among them, there were 100 experts from the secret pavilion. Most of the rest were here to watch the show. Recently, Ling Xiao had become a big celebrity. As long as it was related to him, many people would be alarmed. If it was an ordinary shadow guard who was killed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Most importantly, the one who died was Huang Yanji. He was the son of the secret pavilion's higher-ups. Moreover, his talent was outstanding. In the world of martial artists, if a force wanted to continuously improve, then it had to surpass the master. If even the son of a genius was killed, then it would break the foundation of their improvement. It could be said that they were taking drastic measures. How could they be willing? To be honest, if Ling Xiao was only the city defense army's commander and not the Golden King's son-in-law, these people wouldn't talk nonsense with Ling Xiao at all. They would kill him directly. They didn't need any evidence at all. They would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. At the very least, they would capture Ling Xiao and interrogate him. The Golden King had just announced Ling Xiao as his son-in-law. As long as they didn't want to fall out with the Golden King, they wouldn't dare to act so rashly. Because that would only spoil things. Actually, the secret pavilion didn't underestimate Ling Xiao. They sent Huang Yanji and 6 other peak 9th level divine body realm experts. This was already overestimating Ling Xiao. They thought that this matter was absolutely foolproof. However, what shocked them now was that even one of the 13 pavilion's vice pavilion masters had died. In front of them, Ling Xiao had become somewhat unfathomable and somewhat terrifying. Huang Yanji belonged to the first pavilion in the secret pavilion, and the one who died was also the first pavilion's vice pavilion master. This vice pavilion master was considered very powerful among all the pavilion masters. After all, vice pavilion masters were basically martial artists at the first level divine soul realm. This vice pavilion master cultivated to the late first level divine soul realm and was indeed one of the best. However, he also went missing mysteriously. After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man walked out from the crowd. Under his cold face, there was a sinister killing intent. He was the first pavilion master of the secret pavilion. The dead Huang Yanji was his son. That vice pavilion master also belonged to one of the pavilions. If he didn't go, no one would help him. He said in a cold voice, "Ling Xiao, where's my son, Huang Yanji?" The strength of this pavilion master was clearly much stronger than that of the vice pavilion master. Ling Xiao would probably have to use that broken bronze mirror to deal with him. However, that thing could only kill one person, not so many. Therefore, if he could avoid a fight, he would do his best to avoid it. After all, he had many friends in Martial City now, and they could all be considered his closest relatives. "Huang Feng, your son has already been killed. Why are you still wasting your breath there? If I were you, I'd capture that kid first. We'll know what happened to Huang Yanji after a trial. You'd better make your move before the king arrives. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. This kid is the king's son-in-law. Even if he really kills Huang Yanji, the king will protect him." A voice came from the crowd. No one knew who it was, but the voice was full of energy. It was obviously an expert. It was obviously a provocation, but Huang Feng still felt that what he said made sense. Royal Style firmly believed that if he didn't make a move now, he wouldn't be able to later. He clenched his teeth and suddenly released a terrifying aura. An earth-shattering pressure engulfed Ling Xiao, wanting to completely crush Ling Xiao. Royal Style's strength was around the peak of the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon, the same level as Yi Qiu. Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't be his match unless he used his martial soul puppet. However, even a fool knew what the consequences would be if he took out his martial soul puppet at this time. However, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. If the other party really wanted to make a move, there was no need for him to fight head-on. Anyway, the governor's manor had already set up layers of formations. He just needed to stay inside. As long as he still had supreme-grade spirit stones, the other party couldn't do anything to him. "Your son is dead, and you still want to listen to someone's instigation to provoke me? Aren't you afraid that the king will be angry and make you accompany your son?" Ling Xiao looked at Royal Style indifferently and said, "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Did any of you see me kill Huang Yanji? Even if there's a single piece of evidence to prove that I killed him, you can take it out." Royal Style frowned. The 3 major factions were already restricting each other. They also competed with each other and were even somewhat hostile. If he really killed Ling Xiao based on mere speculation, the Golden King would definitely use this as an excuse to settle the score with him. The centrist faction might even push him out in order to keep the peace and prevent the Patriarch faction from reaping the benefits. Thinking of this, his originally seething anger gradually calmed down. "Let me ask you, did Huang Yanji come here last night?" Royal Style suddenly asked. "You better tell the truth, or else it won't do you any good. I won't kill you and will only take you to the criminal court for interrogation. I believe the king has no reason to stop me." "Never seen him," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Speaking of this, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into a sneer and he continued, "I'm actually very confused. Why did you people from the secret pavilion come to Martial City in the middle of the night? Could it be that you're doing some shady business? A few days ago, the brothers Huang Taewun and Huang Taifeng disappeared in the lonely mountain range. They're here to investigate this matter." Royal Style explained. He had to explain himself. Otherwise, the secret pavilion would be suspected of trying to assassinate the prospective prince consort. Even the secret pavilion could not bear such a crime. That's even stranger. I've been staying in Marshall City all this time, and I've never been to the lonely mountain range. Why would they investigate my governor's manor? Ling Xiao continued to ask with a sneer. You have some enmity with that brother Ling, so it's not too much to investigate, right? Royal Style said. Hee, it's not too much. If you came to investigate during the day, I'm afraid there wouldn't be such a shameful matter as the shadow guards going missing. Ling Xiao smiled and said, it must be that the shadow guards have done too many shameful things. If anyone can't stand it, just kill them. The secret pavilion was in the Golden City. From the Golden City to the outer circle, one had to pass through many cities in the inner circle and the middle circle. Who knows where they went missing, dead or not? You're targeting me based on your subjective assumptions, but I'm afraid that you're actually targeting the Golden King behind me. What? Someone wanted to be king? Was he the general pavilion master of the secret pavilion? Or the head of the criminal court? With Ling Zhao's accusation, Royal Style trembled all over. This was a great crime of rebellion. Even if he belonged to the centrist faction, he didn't dare to openly rebel. Don't talk nonsense. Royal Style was agitated and attacked. He couldn't let Ling Xiao continue. This guy's mouth was too terrifying. Ling Xiao watched Royal Style's attack but didn't move. He just stood on the wall and looked at Royal Style with a faint smile. The secret pavilion is really awesome now. Attacking the prince consort without a word. Looks like the Golden King really can't take it anymore. No one is afraid of him. Ling Zhao's words were for the Golden King to hear. Actually, he already knew that the Golden King had come and was hiding in the crowd. He seemed to want to see how he would deal with this matter. He didn't believe that the Golden King wouldn't show his face. Even if it was for face, he had to teach this Royal Style a lesson today. Boom! Royal Style's terrifying attack blasted on the defensive formation of the governor's residence. Ever since he learned the Divine Rune Art, Ling Xiao had combined the Divine Rune Art with formations. This made the formation even more powerful. Not only did Royal Style's attack fail to hurt him, but he was also sent flying into the crowd. He was battered and exhausted. Don't waste your energy. I've set up formations all over the governor's residence. You can't break in with just you. Ling Xiao looked at Royal Style and mocked. Then, he looked at the crowd and said, Golden King, your future prince consort is about to be killed. You won't even show your face. Are you afraid of the centrist faction? How pitiful. No wonder you want me to be the prince consort. You want me to help your royalist faction win back some face. Ling Xiao was mercilessly mocking. Anyone who heard it would feel uncomfortable. He didn't believe that the Golden King could hold back. Sure enough, a moment later, a tyrannical aura suddenly erupted. The crowd abruptly moved aside, revealing the Golden King's imposing figure. Brat, you really know how to insult others. But I didn't come out not because I'm afraid of these centrist trash. I just feel that my future prince consort has the ability to solve the problem. Golden King said with a smile. Huang Shui and Huang Yu were beside him. When the two saw that Ling Xiao was fine, their expressions were naturally different. Huang Shui gritted her teeth, while Huang Yu sighed in relief. You're wrong. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, regardless of whether I can handle this matter or not, they seem to be targeting me on the surface, but they're actually targeting you. If you don't care about it, that means you're weak. Golden King frowned. He knew that Ling Xiao was goading him to deal with Royal Style. But he still had to do it. For his dignity as the Golden King. Royal Style, is what he said true? Golden King looked coldly at Royal Style and asked. Your Majesty, don't listen to his side of the story. Your subordinate absolutely has no intention of rebelling. It's just that my son, Huang Yanji, went missing, so I acted rashly. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Royal Style hurriedly knelt down and said. Is that so? You think my future prince consort made your son go missing? A few days ago, you also said that the disappearance of Huang Taewun and Huang Taifeng was related to Ling Xiao. This prince trusted you and let you investigate, but you ended up investigating this prince instead. Do you still remember what I said that day? Only I can deal with my future prince consort. No one else is qualified. If anyone touches him, I won't let them off. Golden King's face suddenly became gloomy and cold, and his terrifying aura made Royal Style tremble. Your Majesty, Royal Style was just momentarily agitated. What's more, that Ling Xiao is indeed a major suspect. It doesn't seem good for your Majesty to be so partial. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out. An old man in his 50s or 60s walked out of the void. His strength was actually on par with Golden King. This was the leader of the centrist faction, the head of the criminal law court, Huang Lu. A major suspect? Do you have any evidence? Golden King asked coldly. No, but no matter how you look at it, he needs to be investigated. Huang LV said again. What nonsense are you talking about if you don't have any evidence? Golden King sneered and waved his hand. Huang Feng was sent flying and vomited blood. He was seriously injured. Huang LV, get it straight. Ling Xiao is a relative of the royal family. How dare you touch him without any evidence? Do you really think I'm a pushover? Even Huang LV was taken aback by Golden King's sudden outburst. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a high position in Golden King's mind. But it was just a short surprise. He looked at Golden King and said, Your Majesty, the prince is guilty of the same crime as the common people. What if we find evidence? As long as you have evidence, I'll punish him. If there are no rules in the Golden Martial Kingdom, won't it be a mess? Golden King said lightly. Okay, Your Majesty's words are enough. People of the secret pavilion, retreat. Remember, Ling Xiao's identity is special. If you don't have any evidence, don't humiliate yourself. Huang LV said indifferently before he stepped into the air and left. There was a law in this world called the law of the jungle, where the strong were respected. But if everyone was strong, then the rules were very important. Huang LV and Golden King were about the same strength. If they really fought, Golden King would naturally win, but he would definitely not get a big advantage. Therefore, they couldn't suppress their opponents with their strength, so they had to set rules that everyone followed. This was the so-called tacit understanding. This time, the secret pavilion suffered a loss because they underestimated Ling Xiao. Secondly, they broke the rules. Since they broke the rules, they deserved to suffer. After the people of the secret pavilion left, the onlookers naturally had nothing to watch. Golden King took a deep look at Ling Xiao and said, The battle between you and Qi Tianmei is in a few days. Don't go out these days. Stay in Martial City and cultivate. I believe that after this incident, the people of the secret pavilion won't dare to offend you easily. With that, he turned and left. This person's thoughts were so deep that Ling Xiao couldn't figure it out at all. At least not now. However, no matter what Golden King wanted to do, Ling Xiao's plan had not changed. He was going to conquer the Golden Martial Nation, the human race's divine nation, and the eternal divine realm step by step. No one could stop him. The governor's manner fell silent once more. Ling Xiao acted as if nothing had happened and continued to cultivate. His cultivation had been breaking through a little too quickly over the past few days, and he was afraid that his foundation would be unstable. Therefore, while he was learning the Saint Rune art, he was also consolidating his cultivation. Currently, the 3 avatars of the Lotus Sutra were no longer of much help to him in battle. However, in terms of cultivation, it was crucial. 33 quickest computer / with the 3 avatars, he could do 4 things at the same time. His main body consolidated his cultivation base. The body of the demon lord studied the reversal of human and god. The divine body studied the 9 dragons' divine art. The sovereign physique, on the other hand, learned the darkness saint runes. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. 2 days before the City Lord Challenge, a guest came to Qi Tianmei's house. It was the first pavilion master of the secret pavilion, Huang Feng. Huang Feng had been seriously injured by Golden King, but he was certain that Huang Yanji had been killed by Ling Xiao. Therefore, since he couldn't do it himself, Qi Tianmei could only do it for him. City Lord Qi, 2 days from now is the day of your battle with Ling Xiao. There's something that will definitely help you. Huang Feng's injuries had healed, and the hatred between his brows had condensed into a black color. He looked a little ferocious. Qi Tianmei's eyes lit up when she heard Huang Feng's words. Although she was already well prepared to defeat Ling Xiao, she would never complain about having an extra layer of protection. Huang Feng took out a small bottle and handed it to Qi Tianmei. On the battlefield, victory and defeat can be decided with a single thought. Don't worry too much about who's stronger and who's weaker. As long as you can kill your opponent, that's enough. City Lord Qi should know what this is. Although it's not much, it's enough to kill a divine soul realm warrior. Ling Xiao won't be able to escape death. Qi Tianmei hesitated when she saw the thing in the bottle. Could it be that Pavilion Master thinks I'm not Ling Xiao's match? City Lord Qi, you're wrong. You can definitely win, but you might not be able to kill that kid. After all, that kid is as cunning as a ghost. However, with this thing, Ling Xiao is dead for sure. Isn't that right? Huang Feng smiled faintly. This is a deathmatch, not a spar. There's no such thing as despicable. Qi Tianmei's expression gradually turned cold. She finally took the bottle and nodded. Thank you, Pavilion Master. I know what to do. That day, Qi Tianmei personally went to the governor's manor. She came to inform Ling Xiao of the location of the battle. Ling Xiao, 2 days from now, we'll have a showdown in the central square of Martial City. By the way, there are many people who want to see you make a fool out of yourself. The Qi family, the Zhou family, and even the secret pavilion will be there. Speaking of which, you really know how to offend people. None of these people are easy to deal with. You've actually offended all of them. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Why don't you give me the position of city lord, and this battle can be avoided? Qi Tianmei said angrily, What, Ling Xiao, are you going back on your word? You're a man. Are you going to be a coward who goes back on his word? Haha, going back on my word? I'm just giving you a chance to live. Since you don't want it, then forget it. 2 days from now, in the central square, I'll be there. 33 starting lineup. However, I still suggest that you don't send too many people. Otherwise, if you lose this battle, I'm afraid you can't afford to lose face. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as if he didn't take this battle seriously at all. Qi Tianmei might be stronger than Huang Yanji. She also had the ancient race's blood medicine. However, he was also much stronger than before. Dealing with Qi Tianmei was most likely not a problem. Of course, no one dared to speak too confidently. Ling Xiao couldn't guess what other tricks Qi Tianmei had up her sleeves. He didn't need to use his brain to know that Qi Tianmei would do anything to win. Alright, as long as you remember to come. See you in 2 days. Qi Tianmei turned and left with a cruel smile. Idiot, if you're afraid of battle, although your reputation won't be good, at least you'll be able to keep your life. Since you dared to agree to battle with me, then just wait to be killed. For Qi Heng, Qi Fei, and the many cultivators of my Qi clan. You must die. The governor's residence regained its tranquility. However, outside, it was already boiling like a pot of boiling water. The closer it was to the battle, the more people paid attention to it. Especially when Ling Xiao had a falling out with the secret pavilion a few days ago. Many people wanted to know what qualifications this audacious young man had to dare to fall out with the secret pavilion. One had to know that although Ling Xiao's reputation was already very resounding, in reality, most people hadn't seen his true face. Even though this face was actually fake. The 4 elders of the elder faction had only heard of Ling Xiao's name, but had never seen Ling Xiao before. But this kid had caused a storm in the city, they had no choice but to know. In the Senate, the 4 senators would not show themselves under normal circumstances. Normally, they would leave the matters of the Senate to their subordinates. On this day, the 4 founding elders were studying martial arts. A voice came from outside the door. Oh, it's Manager Li, come in. Elder. Working hard to update, please refresh later to visit. This chapter is working hard to update, please refresh later to visit. Handsome man and beautiful woman, please register as a member first. Register as a member and use the bookshelf bookmark function to read more conveniently. If this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip it and continue to read the next chapter. Please save this page so you can read it later, or you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended author, Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Content summary. He was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? Westlake Broken Bridge, strange and treacherous. Fate linked by a thread. The truth is only a foot away. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Forwarding address /33xs/317/317/317/3175553/33 Content Trial Reading Chapter 001 Returning Home in Glory. Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Xiantang, Xiling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, the night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage came from afar, lightly speeding on the small road in the Jiangnan countryside. A pair of lanterns hung in front of the carriage, and as the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful Su character on the lantern swayed. The carriage was draped with a light muslin curtain, and a driver sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road, he could walk on it with his eyes closed, so the night did not affect the speed of the carriage in the slightest. The curtain rose and fell with the wind, occasionally revealing three beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle of the group was a young lady dressed in red. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck, like that of a graceful swan. The girl on the left had white hair and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the three of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantang's #1 dancer, Su Yaoyao. The girls in white and green were her maids, Bai Su and Qing Ting. The three ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Wan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Wan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. First, domain name, please remember 3. All of a sudden, the frosty night changed from a cold white color to a golden glow. It was as if a sealed sun had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. He panicked and hurriedly pulled on the reins. The two horses were abruptly reined in by him and stood up on their hind legs. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. Ouch! The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. 33. Old Huang, what's going on? Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtain, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qing Ting also followed. The 3 of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. When they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was radiating from it. It swayed in the air as if it couldn't support itself. All of a sudden, the wheel-like object exploded. The huge shock wave was like ripples that quickly spread in all directions. The coachman, old Huang, cried out in surprise. He rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey and dove under the carriage. However, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qing Ting couldn't avoid it in time. The golden light passed through their bodies. The 3 beautiful girls swayed and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared and so did the wheel-like object in the sky. A few places were set on fire and smoke rose. The night returned to its original coldness as it quietly shone on the 3 beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The orchid dew was like a crying eye. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a cover, and the path was silent. The oil wall carriage stopped there and the 2 horses snorted in a daze as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time for Qinhuai. Beside the peach leaf fairy, a young man waved a small fan and slowly walked over. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, Brother Han. The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-necked robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress, and there was a beautiful rose in his hair. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. However, there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as they were men, they liked to wear flowers. The flower-wearing young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he wasn't smiling, there was a slight smile on his lips. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person's name was Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department in the Song dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had a lot of functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. Those who could do this were either scoundrels like Miao, who could control people, or slick in dealing with people, who knew how to steer according to the wind, and who was alert and clever. But when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He had the gift of the gab, was alert, and had good martial arts. Although he was a small person at the bottom of society, in the 300 years of the Song dynasty, the commoners lived the best and wealthiest lives. If you didn't have the ambition to become a marquis and conquer the world, you just wanted to be a commoner. Or if you only had the ability to be a commoner, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several lifetimes. In other dynasties, the lives of commoners were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a small town enforcement officer in Jiankong City of the Great Song dynasty, lived a good life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han was impartial and offended a big shot. It also wasn't that he met a scoundrel with a strong background and couldn't continue working. It was because the head of the street department, Master Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, it should be a blessing from his ancestors' graves. 33 quickest mobile phone, // However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city fox, society, and rats of Jiankong City. His eyes and ears were very well informed. He knew this precious daughter of the Lord C better than the Lord C himself. How could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she wasn't very restrained in the imperial examination. According to the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Musi. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it's better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He didn't want to be a scrubbing pot for that surnamed Mu. Being pointed at behind his back would invite ridicule. Therefore, Yang Han used all his skills and didn't hesitate to sully himself. He refused to submit no matter what. But this Master Li didn't know what was wrong with his brain. He didn't understand the principle that a forcefully twisted melon wouldn't be sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his position. Yang Han naturally refused to submit, so he lost his job. These 2 days, when people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people couldn't help but sigh and groan. They felt sorry for him, but they didn't expect that he would show up this evening. There was a restaurant next to Tao Yidu. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls liked pretty boys. Who didn't like to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this restaurant. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup would be full of ingredients. They were even willing to add a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed crisply and busied herself. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a pole. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a pole and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the restaurant. He put down the pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han had been waiting for him to say this. He glanced around arrogantly, and when he saw that everyone had pricked up their ears, he smiled reservedly, "Not really, not really. It's just that I'm indebted to the Magistrate of Peace Manor, Lord Li, for his appreciation. Now, I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Oh. That's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you're a steward in Master Li's estate, I'm afraid your status isn't lower than Master Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It wasn't good for him to flatter himself, but he didn't deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of? Returning home in silken robes, Southern Song Chronicles 2/33XS/317/317/317/3175553/ If he loses Yi Chou's protection, Ling Xiao won't have a chance. Let's bear with it for now. We'll laugh at him later. Everyone stopped talking and rushed to the central square. They couldn't wait to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Soon, everyone had arrived at the central square. Looking at the dense crowd, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Qi Tianmei wanted these people to see him make a fool of himself, but he didn't want to be famous. If he won this battle, he would be even more famous in the Golden Region. People were afraid of being famous just like pigs were afraid of being fat. The more famous he was, the harder it was to keep a low profile. Ling Xiao had a plan in mind. Maybe it was time to leave the Golden Martial Kingdom. But it was just him leaving. He would use himself to attract the attention of those people, while the martial city would slowly develop under the protection of the Sword King. It should be feasible. It just depended on what excuse he could find to leave. It wouldn't be too late to come back when he could truly reach the top of the Golden Martial Kingdom. "You're finally here." While Ling Xiao was thinking, Qi Tianmei opened her eyes and shot out a sharp divine light. The ice-cold killing intent caused the entire arena to appear cold. The violent aura surrounded her and kept rising, as if a ferocious beast was entrenched in her body. This Qi Tianmei is indeed stronger than a month ago. Facing Qi Tianmei's demonstration, Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. Although she had become stronger, it was not beyond his expectations. If Qi Tianmei didn't become stronger, it would be meaningless. They actually made such a big fuss. I'm afraid that whoever loses will lose face. Ling Xiao looked at Qi Tianmei and smiled. Moreover, if you lose, it will be the Qi family's failure. Not only you, but the entire Qi family will lose face. The one who will lose will be you. Qi Tianmei said coldly. She looked very confident. Ling Xiao smiled and did not say anything else. Instead, he lifted his leg and walked towards the arena. His arrival attracted everyone's attention, including the three factions of the royal family, the Qi family, the Zhou family, and the Yang family. Some of these people hated Ling Xiao. Some were curious about Ling Xiao. It was all because this kid was a high-level divine beast god. This was also one of the reasons why people were interested. After all, high-level divine beast gods were rare. He's really at the 7th level of the divine physique realm. However, it's different from the rumors. I didn't expect him to break through during this period of time. So what? That little bit of cultivation base is way too far away from City Lord Qi. They're not even on the same level. That's right, City Lord Qi is strong not only in his cultivation, but also in his awakening of the divine dog martial spirit. Generally, low-level deity realm cultivators who cultivated to the divine soul realm and awakened 100% of their divine soul potential would be considered a top genius. But most people can't reach this point. City Lord Qi's divine hound martial spirit awakened to 10%. At her age, she was definitely one of the best. Although she wasn't a top genius, she could still be considered an outstanding talent. It's even harder to awaken the potential of a high-level god's divine soul. Although the initial power is stronger than a low-level god's, a 10% awakened canine god martial spirit has already surpassed the initial power of a high-level god's. That's right. No matter if it is the god martial spirit or cultivation, Ling Xiao is not as good as City Lord Qi. I really don't know how he can win. If Huang Yanji was really killed by him, then it's a different story. Although Huang Yanji is not as strong as City Lord Qi, Ling Xiao is still qualified to compete with City Lord Qi. After seeing Ling Xiao, people couldn't help but judge. In the end, they came to a conclusion. Ling Xiao might have the power to fight Qi Tianmei, but the final result was bound to be defeat. Golden King has arrived. A loud and clear voice rang out. The king of the Golden Martial Kingdom appeared in the central square of the martial city. He sat on the seat that had been prepared for him. He had come to show his support for Ling Xiao. Let's begin. After sitting down, the Golden King looked at the judges and said. The judges at the judges' table were sent by the Qi family and the imperial family. Although they would definitely be biased towards Qi Tianmei. However, as long as Ling Xiao could win, such bias would be useless. Because there was only one rule for today's duel. If one side admitted defeat or died, then it would be over. No matter the method, no matter the means, no matter the life or death. The arena was just for the audience to see more clearly. It didn't have any restrictions. Both of you, please come to the middle of the arena. The judge went up the arena and extended his hands, inviting Ling Xiao and Qi Tianmei to come closer. Greet each other. The judge said. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, City Lord Qi, I'll say one last thing. If you give up the position of City Lord, you can live peacefully. Qi Tianmei said with a gloomy face, are you still going to bluff at this point? Hurry up and get this boring red tape over with. I want to defeat you now, kill you, and let you apologize to Qi Fei in the underworld. Ling Xiao shook his head, forget it, since that's the case, it's useless to say more. That's for the best. Qi Tianmei took a deep breath and suddenly raised her hand. A talisman shattered. Around the arena, a circular barrier was formed. On it, there were exquisite runes. What are you doing? Ling Xiao frowned and said, the duel hasn't started yet. Don't worry, this thing has no attack power. It's just to prevent you from escaping. The barrier is very big, about a mile in diameter. You can use it at will. But you can't escape. We're going to fight to the death. Qi Tianmei sneered. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Just defeating Ling Xiao was not enough. She wanted Ling Xiao to die. It seems to be similar to my martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao observed the barrier, then suddenly looked at Qi Tianmei and said, you're getting caught in a trap of your own making. Do you know what happens when a sheep and a wolf are locked in the same cage? How sad. Qi Tianmei frowned. This Ling Xiao was about to die, but he was still so calm. She was truly in awe of him. If they weren't already enemies, she really wanted to befriend this kid. But now, she could only fight to the death. Now, whether you kneel and beg for mercy or admit defeat, it's too late. Kneel and beg for mercy? You think too highly of yourself. Even if your family's dog king wants to kill me, I won't kneel and beg for mercy. Ling Xiao glanced at the Qi family's dog king and smiled faintly. Bastard! You dare to humiliate Lord Dog King, you're courting death. The Qi family people were not willing. Although Dog King and Dog King sounded the same, the former sounded like cursing. And when it came from Ling Xiao's mouth, It would be strange if it wasn't cursing. Kid, you talk too much. The Dog King was not a magnanimous person. How could he not be angry when he heard Ling Xiao insulting him? A divine sense directly penetrated the barrier and blasted towards Ling Xiao. Puff, Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, but there was a smile on his face. The Dog King was indeed terrifying. Just a thought was enough to injure him. But this was just a part of his plan. Ling Xiao had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation of the soul sword art yesterday, and he urgently needed external help to break through. When the soul sword art was only at the small success stage, it could instantly inflict severe damage to the soul of a 9th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. If it was upgraded to the proficient stage, its power would be even more terrifying. When he saw King Quan today, he had the idea of making use of him. Among all the higher-ups, King Quan seemed to be the most narrow-minded person. He would definitely make a move after being provoked a little. As expected, the plan went very smoothly. King Quan might be powerful, but a simple divine telekinesis attack was not enough to injure Ling Xiao. It was just a minor injury, and he would recover soon. Ling Xiao, don't be rude to King Quan. Golden King looked at Ling Xiao and reprimanded him. Then, he looked at King Quan and said, Little Quan, as seniors and higher-ups of the Golden Martial Kingdom, don't be so narrow-minded. Let's forget about it. Yes, Your Majesty. King Quan frowned. He understood that this was a warning from Golden King. If he made a move again, Golden King would definitely interfere. Since he had already taught Ling Xiao a lesson, it did not matter anymore. When King Quan injured Ling Xiao with his divine telekinesis, the Qi family cheered. He was already inferior to City Lord Qi. Now that he's injured, he's even worse. This guy brought this upon himself. Hee, who does he think he is? He even dared to insult King Quan. He's lucky that he's not dead. Stupid as a pig. Qi Tianmei laughed when she heard the mocking and cursing around her. She believed that if she was humiliated like this, she would be furious. Ling Xiao would be furious too. However, when she looked at Ling Xiao, she saw a smile on his face. Could it be that this fellow has gone mad? Qi Tianmei frowned. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Ling Xiao ask the referee, "Can the battle begin?" Yes. The referee stepped out of the arena and said loudly. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao would stall for time to heal, but what Ling Xiao did surprised them greatly. The moment the referee said yes, he turned into a blur and pounced towards Qi Tianmei. The Holy Ground Demonic Shadows movement technique was outdated. However, other than the Light Body Saint inscription, he now had another treasure. That was the power of the gem in 9 Snake Blood's hand. Red represented fire attacks, green represented poison attacks, orange represented imprisonment, yellow represented alchemy, and purple represented silence. These were the 5 gems that Ling Xiao had used before. The 6th type, the cyan gem, represented speed. Ling Xiao's body seemed to be bathed in the wind as the light from the cyan gem flickered. Moving with the wind, moving with the wind. Together with the Light Body Saint inscription, he was extremely fast. He believed that no one below the Divine Soul realm could reach such a terrifying speed. By the time Qi Tianmei reacted, Ling Xiao was already in front of her. The sharp Void God sword stabbed out. However, Qi Tianmei wasn't a mediocre person. Her cultivation was already at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Body realm, stronger than Huang Yanji. Her Divine Dog Martial Soul's awakening speed was also much higher than Huang Yanji's. This time, the Qi family gave her a lot of benefits in order to help her defeat Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao's attack, she knew that she couldn't dodge, so she activated the Golden Light Saint inscription on her body. Ling Xiao's Void God sword stabbed the Golden Light Saint inscription, and the attack failed. This thing again? Ling Xiao frowned. Huang Yanji also had a Golden Light Saint inscription on his body. Qi Tianmei also had one. However, thinking about it, it wasn't strange. The Qi family had their own saint inscription master. The Berserk Saint inscription and Frenzy Saint inscription from before came from this saint inscription master. Naturally, drawing the Golden Light Saint inscription wasn't a problem. Although the Golden Light Saint inscription was the most difficult of the first-grade saint inscriptions, it was still a first-grade saint inscription. Ling Xiao had learned it in a short period of time. Others could do the same in a few years. However, relying on others to draw the Golden Light Saint inscription couldn't compare to Ling Xiao, a saint inscription master. You dare use a saint inscription in front of me? You're just showing off in front of an expert, you're asking for it. Ling Xiao sneered, and the Void God sword suddenly spun. The terrifying power pierced through the Golden Light Saint rune in an instant. If someone took a closer look, they would discover that the tip of the Void God sword contained a highly corrosive poison. There was also a saint inscription that could destroy all first-grade saint inscriptions. It was called the Solitary Saint inscription. The Solitary Saint inscription could destroy all saint inscriptions in the world. The Solitary Saint inscription didn't have a grade. It was an extremely complicated saint inscription. Ling Xiao had spent an entire month learning it. The Solitary Saint inscription's effectiveness depended on the martial artist's attainment in saint inscription and their own cultivation. Ling Xiao was a first-grade saint inscription master. The Solitary Saint inscription could only destroy first-grade saint inscriptions. The Golden Light Saint inscription was the most powerful among first-grade saint inscriptions. However, Ling Xiao had first corroded it with poison and then used the Solitary Saint inscription to destroy it. Naturally, it didn't take long for him to destroy it. In fact, when Ling Xiao first learned the Golden Light Saint inscription, he had been thinking about a problem. What if others also had the Golden Light Saint inscription? He didn't have the strength of a Divine Soul Realm cultivator, so it was impossible for him to destroy the Golden Light Saint inscription. At that time, he had discovered the Solitary Saint inscription and started to learn it. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to master. He hadn't learned it when he fought against Huang Yanji, so he had to use poison and the bloodthirsty plague to corrode it. However, that took too much time. This time, he finally learned the Solitary Saint inscription. Using it with poison, it was easy for him to destroy the Golden Light Saint inscription. Who would have thought that he could destroy the Golden Light Saint inscription? Ji Tianmei didn't expect it either. It wasn't until the Void God sword pierced through the Golden Light Saint inscription and stabbed her that she felt fear. She had no choice but to use the talisman she had originally planned to use to save her life, the Void Transportation Talisman. It was an extremely precious talisman. Especially since no one in the Black Tortoise continent could make talismans, all talismans had to be purchased from the Immortal Court. Not only was it expensive, but it was also extremely rare. This was a gift from Qi Lin. She would use it as a last resort to escape. However, she had no choice but to use it from the beginning. Because if she didn't use it, he would die. With the use of the Void Transportation Talisman, Ji Tianmei suddenly disappeared from the arena. However, he could feel that she was still there, but others couldn't see her. It was as if she was in another parallel space. The tip of Ling Xiao's sword was dripping with blood. Although Ji Tianmei dodged quickly, she was still stabbed. Unfortunately, the wound was too shallow. Ji Tianmei was probably only lightly injured. The Qi family members all shut their mouths, their expressions ugly. They wanted Ling Xiao to be taught a lesson. However, they didn't expect that Ling Xiao would show Ji Tianmei his strength from the beginning. Ji Tianmei could clearly see Ling Xiao in the parallel space. Her expression was incomparably ferocious. She had prepared for a month so that she could completely kill Ling Xiao today. She had prepared so well, but she was slapped in the face from the beginning. This feeling wasn't good. In the safe space, Ji Tianmei stared at Ling Xiao. She believed that Ling Xiao couldn't see her. The Void Teleportation Talisman was also called the Void Talisman. It wasn't just for escaping. It could also be used for assassination. Hiding in the void, as long as the difference in cultivation wasn't too great, no one would notice. Ling Xiao's attack had embarrassed her. She would use the Void Talisman to pay him back in kind. Ji Tianmei's best weapon was a pair of metal gloves. Like the 9-snake bloodhand, it was a 4-dragon monarch armament. However, there was only one 9-snake bloodhand, while Ji Tianmei had a pair of gloves. The greatest effect of the gloves was to stimulate the combat power of the canine god martial soul. Every attack could cause extra damage. On the stage, Ling Xiao stood there, holding the Void God sword in one hand and the 9-snake bloodhand in the other. He didn't seem to notice Ji Tianmei's existence. The audience was also looking for signs of Ji Tianmei in shock. At a certain moment, the void behind Ling Xiao tore open. Qi Tianmei rushed out, the sharp claws on her right hand contained the terrifying might of the canine god. She clawed at Ling Xiao's head. At that moment, the Qi family martial artists cheered again. They knew that Qi Tianmei wouldn't admit defeat like this. This battle wasn't over yet. It was still unknown who would emerge victorious in the end. At the very least, Qi Tianmei had gotten back the face she had lost before. Of course, that was what they thought. A cruel sneer flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. The void talisman was indeed powerful. It could prevent him from determining Qi Tianmei's location. However, Qi Tianmei's thoughts were easy to guess. She would definitely ambush him. Once he thought of this, Ling Xiao only had to activate the martial god's Saint Rune. The first-grade martial god's Saint Rune's effects were obvious. First, it continuously caused damage to the enemy. Second, it formed an energy shield to protect the martial artist. With these two effects, it was more than enough. How could Qi Tianmei have known? The moment she came out, she was attacked. The martial god Saint Rune's energy kept attacking her body, forcing her to block it. In this way, the power of the original attack was greatly reduced. But with Qi Tianmei's ability, even under such circumstances, she still managed to complete the killing move. It was a pity that the blue light barrier was unable to cause any damage to Ling Xiao. Qi Tianmei had no choice but to retreat. How could Ling Xiao give her a chance? He immediately chased after her. He activated the martial god's Saint Rune and the lightning Saint Rune at the same time. Both Saint Runes could deal continuous damage to the enemies around Ling Xiao. The only difference was that the lightning Saint Rune's damage was greater, but its range was smaller, only 3 meters. The power of the martial god's Saint Rune was weaker, but it had a range of 6 meters. Qi Tianmei wanted to hide, but Ling Xiao wanted to chase after her. The two of them started a chase on the stage. Everyone was dumbfounded. Especially the Qi family's martial artists, their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. This was not the situation they wanted at all. Ling Xiao has even learned the Lost Darkness Saint Rune. Who is he? Could it be that His Majesty already knows this person's identity and deliberately wants him to be the prince consort? The 4 founding elders frowned. Previously, he was unwilling to watch the battle because he felt bored. But now, he was very interested. Although he did not know Saint Runes, he knew that a first-grade Saint Rune could reach the attack or defense of a martial artist at the peak of the first level of the Divine Soul Realm. If he learned a second-grade Saint Rune, it would be even more amazing. Back then, the Saint Rune sect's status was higher than the 12 beast god's sacred cities. I don't know. Golden King said directly, I just think this kid is different from ordinary people and has outstanding potential. His ability is also outstanding, so I thought he would be helpful to the Golden Martial Kingdom. That's why I let him be the prince consort. After all, the quadrennial Martial Kingdom Grand Ceremony was coming soon. At that time, the Divine Demon Realm will open. The geniuses of the 108 Martial Kingdoms will gather. I intend to let Ling Xiao see the world and represent the Golden Martial Kingdom. So His Majesty has such a plan, but with Ling Xiao's cultivation, I'm afraid he'll be a disgrace to the Golden Martial Kingdom. Even if he can defeat Qi Tianmei today, there's still a big gap between their strength. Huang Lu frowned. Don't worry, it's still early. There's still a few months. With this kid's talent, he might be able to surprise people. Golden King still smiled faintly. I'm afraid he won't even be able to defeat Qi Tianmei today. Huang Fei said, although His Majesty thinks highly of him and he does have the advantage now, don't forget that Qi Tianmei hasn't shown her strength yet. Haha, let's wait and see. Golden King smiled. He did not say that Ling Xiao would definitely win. Everything would be known when the result came out. He was not in a hurry. Just as they were talking, there was a sudden change in the arena. Qi Tianmei, who was being chased by Ling Xiao, roared and finally chose to use the Hound Deity possession. This trump card was originally meant to be used only after he had familiarized himself with Ling Xiao's moves. But now it seemed that she had to use it. Otherwise, she would be exhausted by Ling Xiao's martial gods Saint Rune and lightning Saint Rune sooner or later. The moment the Hound Deity martial soul entered her body, Qi Tianmei's appearance changed dramatically. But it did not affect the battle. What affected the battle was the sudden increase in speed and strength. She grabbed with her hand. The fierce energy directly blasted Ling Xiao, who was chasing after her, more than 10 meters away. For the first time since the start of the battle, Qi Tianmei had the advantage. Next, it's time for you to be beaten. Qi Tianmei roared, her hands almost grabbing the ground. She was like a beast on all fours, rushing toward Ling Xiao in an instant. Along the way, a figure split into 2, 3, 4. Finally, they attacked Ling Xiao from 4 directions. Go to hell. Ling Xiao. Qi Tianmei had been sullen for a long time, but she finally found a chance to fight back. Naturally, she would take advantage of it. That's great. City Lord Qi has finally recovered. Ling Xiao's biggest mistake was not being able to defeat City Lord Qi in a short period of time. He won't have a chance now. The warriors of the Qi family were a little excited. The battle just now had left a bad taste in their mouths. Even their voices were much lower. But now, the roar was louder. Haha, do you think the script will continue the way you want it to? What a pity. You think too much. Facing Qi Tianmei's sudden attack, Ling Xiao did not retreat. Instead, he rushed forward. Beast God Body, Sun God's Blood Evil Diagram, Bloody Rat Second Layer. Until now, Ling Xiao had been suppressing Qi Tianmei, and he had only been using his basic strength. He did not even activate the Beast God Body. Not to mention the Sun God's Blood Evil Diagram. In the end, it was the Saint Rune art that made Ling Xiao's battle strength stronger. Even without using the Beast God Body, he could contend with Qi Tianmei. But after Qi Tianmei entered the Hound Deity possession state, it was slightly insufficient. But now, Ling Xiao's battle strength had skyrocketed again, surpassing Qi Tianmei again. Defying God. With a shocking strike, a figure flew out from Ling Xiao's Defying God sword. It was like a sword ray cutting through the sky. It instantly hit Qi Tianmei's sharp claws. Boom, crack, there was no suspense. After a moment of stalemate, the Defying God sword tore through the claw shadow and stabbed Qi Tianmei. Blood splattered. One of Qi Tianmei's arms flew up. If it weren't for Qi Tianmei's outstanding movement technique and fast reaction, this strike wouldn't have just cut off her arm. It would have pierced through her heart. Seeing this, the Qi clan's warriors fell silent again. They were all stunned. Once again, Ling Xiao broke their fantasy. He once again pushed Qi Tianmei back and even injured her. Qi Tianmei, who was hugging her arms, didn't scream. Instead, she ran through the arena at an extremely fast speed. She knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't let go of this good opportunity to kill her. So he would definitely chase after her. But she had to stop the blood from her wound first. Even though only one arm was left, it had some impact on her combat strength, but it wasn't too big. Anyway, it wasn't her usual arm. Many people couldn't sit still. Especially the Qi clan's people. They thought this would be a one-sided battle. The truth was so, but it wasn't Ling Xiao who lost, but Qi Tianmei. Looking at Qi Tianmei's pained appearance, the Qi family's cultivators all gnashed their teeth in hatred. To Qi Tianmei's surprise, Ling Xiao didn't chase after her. Instead, he put away his sword and stood there with a faint smile. No need to run. If you admit defeat now, the battle will end here. It wasn't that Ling Xiao was generous, but that Ling Xiao wasn't interested in such a boring battle. He hoped that Qi Tianmei could use the ancient race's blood medicine. Only then would he be truly excited. Qi Tianmei felt humiliated. Ling Xiao going easy on her made her feel even worse than if she had been killed. She was Qi Tianmei, the city lord of Martial City. When Ling Xiao first arrived in the Golden Region, he was just a soldier at the lowest level. He didn't have the qualifications to be compared to her. But now, she had to rely on the other party to go easy on her to escape. How embarrassing. However, Qi Tianmei didn't shout or roar. It was Ling Xiao who wanted to go easy on her, not her request. Since the other party was going easy on her, she would make the best use of the time to heal herself. The battle wasn't over yet. She still had a powerful trump card that she had yet to use. Therefore, it was not certain who would have the last laugh. Looks like you're not willing to admit defeat. Fine, I'll give you a quick death. Ling Xiao decided not to hold back anymore. He could see the thick killing intent in Qi Tianmei's cold and hateful eyes. The other party wouldn't show him any mercy. If he didn't kill this woman, he wouldn't let this matter rest. But even so, he still wanted Qi Tianmei to become stronger. That way, she would be qualified to help him increase his cultivation. After a long time, Qi Tianmei's bleeding stopped. Although it was unlikely that the arm would grow back, with the technology of the eternal divine realm, it would be a good idea to create a prosthetic arm. Qi Tianmei stood up, her eyes cold as if she had gone to the depths of hell. She was tainted with the aura there. Her killing intent spread outside the arena. Everyone could feel it. But no one would stop her. Because before the battle, they had agreed to fight to the death. Unless Ling Xiao admitted defeat. But that was obviously not going to happen. The first pavilion master of the secret pavilion, Huang Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. Qi Tianmei had wanted to use her own strength to defeat Ling Xiao, but she had failed. Now, if Qi Tianmei wanted to win, she would have to resort to any means possible. The thing he had given Qi Tianmei should come in handy. Yanji, father will avenge you. He looked at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at a dead man. Boom, at this moment, Qi Tianmei, who was on the arena, consumed the ancient blood. Terrifying energy soared into the sky. The shocking aura once again filled the arena. The most terrifying thing was that Qi Tianmei's broken arm grew back. Although it was a little different from before, it seemed to be stronger. Ha ha ha, I've profited from a disaster. This ancient blood medicine is really powerful. If not for the huge side effects, it would be a good thing. Qi Tianmei's eyes were red. Every single person who used the ancient race's blood medicine had a chance of dying. Because the death rate of this medicine was 30%. 30 out of 100 people would die. The other 70 would be seriously injured and their cultivation would regress. Therefore, this medicine was like a crazy forbidden art, similar to Ling Xiao's level 3 sanguinary rat. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that Qi Tianmei's combat strength had broken through the shackles of the peak 9th stage. She had reached the 10th stage of the divine physique echelon. And this power was stronger than Huang Yanji's that night. The terrifying rolling waves seemed to want to blow Ling Xiao out of the arena. The entire arena was crushed in an instant. But it didn't matter if the arena was broken. It was just for show and couldn't withstand the attacks of Ling Xiao and Qi Tianmei. Ling Xiao looked at Qi Tianmei with excitement in his eyes. He took out the crimson blood demon sword with his left hand. Now, it was time for a good fight. Qi Tianmei's strength after taking the ancient blood medicine had exceeded the limit of his current cultivation. But his strength wasn't just about his cultivation. Each of the 9 gems and 9 snake bloods hand was enough to compete with Qi Tianmei. So, he didn't even need to take out the supreme soul armor. Little Quan, why don't we end it? If this continues, someone will really die. Golden King looked at King Quan and suddenly said. Your Majesty, this is a fair battle. Life and death are decided by the two of them. I'm afraid it's not good for us to disturb them. King Quan frowned. Well, I'm just concerned about Qi Tianmei. She's a talent. It's a pity if she dies. Golden King waved his hand. It's fine if you don't want to. King Quan was stunned. Concerned about Qi Tianmei, could it be that Ling Xiao could still make a comeback now? Qi Tianmei, who used the ancient blood medicine, wasn't someone Ling Xiao could compete with. After taking the ancient blood medicine, Qi Tianmei didn't stop becoming stronger. The next moment, she used her soul armor. Soul armor was also a type of magic weapon. It also had divine dragon patterns. Her soul armor was golden, which was the best among first-grade soul armors. Generally speaking, a divine physique realm martial artist couldn't exert the power of a first-grade golden soul armor. But even so, the soul armor's effect was passive, so the restrictions were much broader. When used on Qi Tianmei, the power it exerted wouldn't be bad. It was said that a divine physique realm martial artist could even use a second-grade soul armor, but it would cause a huge consumption of divine thought and physical strength. The usage time would be very short. Ling Zhao's supreme soul armor was like that. Although it wasn't a second-grade soul armor, it was a very special soul armor. It didn't have a grade and couldn't evolve. However, the stronger the martial artist, the stronger the power it exerted. Otherwise, how could it be the most precious treasure of the soul armor sect? This supreme soul armor should have a lot of secrets, but Ling Xiao didn't find out. Qi Tianmei's canine god martial spirit turned into a ferocious divine beast with a full body armor. Qi Tianmei's strength increased by another level. Qi Tianmei's current combat power was estimated to be at the middle of the 10th level of the divine physique echelon. After all, this was a first-grade gold-grade soul armor. There were many powerful soul armors in the ruins of the soul armor sect, the strongest could even reach the 3rd grade. As for where the higher-grade soul armors went, no one knew. 33 quickest computer, / working hard to update, please refresh later. This chapter is working hard to update, please refresh later. Handsome guy and beautiful girl, please register as a member first. Register as a member of this site and use the bookmark function on the bookshelf. If this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please save this page first so that you can read it later. Otherwise, you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended author, Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Summary: he was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? Westlake Broken Bridge, strange and treacherous. Ties of fate. The truth was just inches away. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Forwarding address, /33xs/317/317/317/317/553/content, Chapter 001, Returning Home in Glory. Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Xiantang, Shieling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, the night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage approached from afar, running lightly on a small road in the countryside of Jiangnan. There was a pair of lanterns in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful word Su on the lantern swayed. The carriage was draped with a light muslin curtain, and a coachman sat in front of the carriage. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not making it dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road, so he could walk on it with his eyes closed. Therefore, the night did not affect the speed of the carriage at all. The curtain swayed with the wind, occasionally revealing 3 beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle of the group was a young lady dressed in red. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck, like that of a graceful swan. The girl on the left had white hair and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the 3 of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantang's #1 dancer, Su Yaoyao. The girls in white and green were her maids, Bai Su and Qing Ting. The 3 ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Ruan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Ruan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. First, domain name, please remember 3, all of a sudden, the originally frosty night changed from a cold white color to a bright golden light. It was as if a sealed sun had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, Old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. He panicked and hurriedly pulled on the reins. The 2 horses were abruptly reined in by him and stood up on their hind legs. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. Chapter 33, Fast Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation IO. The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. Old Huang, what's going on? Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtain, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Baisu and Qingting followed. The three of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. When they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was emitted from it. It swayed in the air as if it couldn't support itself. All of a sudden, the golden wheel-like object exploded. The huge shock wave was like ripples that quickly spread in all directions. The driver, old Huang, cried out in surprise. He rolled out of the carriage like a lazy donkey and dove under the carriage. On the other hand, Su Yaoyao, Baisu, and Qingting couldn't dodge in time, so the golden light passed through their bodies. The three beautiful girls swayed a little and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared and so did the golden wheel in the sky. A few places were set on fire and smoke rose into the air. The night returned to its cold state as the light quietly shone on the three beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The orchid dew was like a crying eye. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a canopy, and the path was silent. The oil-wool carriage stopped there and the two horses snorted blankly as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time in Qinhuai. Beside the peach leaf ferry, a young man waved a small fan and slowly walked over. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, Brother Han. The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-necked robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress, and there was a beautiful rose in his hair. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. But there was nothing they could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as they were men, they liked to wear flowers. The flower-wearing young man in front of them was tall and handsome. Even when he was not smiling, there was a slight smile on his lips. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person was called Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was still a member of the Nanjing Street Department of the Song dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. Those who could do this were either scoundrels like Miao Er, who could control people, or slick in dealing with people, who knew how to steer according to the wind, and who was alert and clever. But when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He had the gift of the gab, was alert, and had good kung fu. Although he was a small person at the bottom of society, the 300 years of the Song dynasty were the best and wealthiest dynasty among all the dynasties. 33. If you did not have the ambition to become a marquis or conquer the world, you only wanted to be a common person. Or if you only had the ability to be a common person, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the lives of the common people were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a small town enforcement officer in Jiankong City of the Great Song dynasty, lived a good life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han had offended some big shot, nor was it that he had met some scoundrel with a powerful background, so he couldn't do it anymore. It was because the head of the sub-district department, Mr. Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, it should be a blessing from his ancestors' graves. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city fox, society, and rats in Jiankong City. He was very well informed. He knew the head of the department's precious daughter better than the head of the department himself. How could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she was not very restrained in the imperial examination. According to the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Mu Si. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it is better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than to marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He would not be a scrubbing pot for that surnamed Mu. If he was pointed at behind his back, it would be a laughingstock. Therefore, Yang Han used all his skills and did not hesitate to sully himself. He was unwilling to submit no matter what. However, this Master Li did not know what was wrong with his brain. He did not understand the principle that a forcefully twisted melon would not be sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his position. Yang Han naturally refused to submit. Therefore, he lost his job. These 2 days, when the people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people could not help but sigh and groan. They felt sorry for him, but they did not expect that he would show up this evening. There was a restaurant beside Tao Yi Du. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw that it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls liked to be pretty. Who did not like to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this restaurant. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup would be full of ingredients. They were even willing to add a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed crisply and busied herself. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a pole. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig's pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a pole and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard Yang Han's call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the restaurant. He put down the pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around. When he saw that everyone was listening attentively, he smiled reservedly. Not really, not really. It's just that I'm indebted to our Jiankong Prefecture Magistrate Master Li for his appreciation. Now, I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Oh. That's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you've become a steward in the Li estate, I'm afraid your status isn't lower than head Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It was not good to flatter himself, but he did not deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of? Returning home in silken robes, Southern Song Chronicles 2/33XS/317/317/317/3175553/ on the stage, the scene of a chase appeared once again. Only this time, it was Ji Tianmei chasing Ling Xiao. The wounds on Ling Xiao's body became more and more, and his injuries became more and more serious. But what people couldn't understand was that the smile on his face became wider and wider. That kind of smile made everyone feel surprised. They also felt a chill. People believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't laugh for no reason. Finally, at a certain moment, the two separated. Ji Tianmei's fierce attack consumed a lot of her spirit essence and physical strength, so she had to stop and rest. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's body was covered in wounds at this time. But in fact, the real injuries weren't serious. Most of them were just superficial wounds. "Are you tired already?" "Since you're tired, it's my turn." In the eyes of others, Ling Xiao's disadvantage during this period of time was that he couldn't do anything. But Ling Xiao himself knew that this was just an environment that he deliberately created. Everything was to increase his cultivation. Now, the energy in his cultivation C had increased to 60%. He had also adapted to Xianxia's attacks, so it was impossible to increase it anymore. The battle had come to an end. It was time to end it. He didn't use the Supreme Soul Armor, that was to increase his cultivation. But if the battle had already become garbage time and he couldn't increase it, he would be an idiot if he didn't use the Soul Armor. Martial Spirit Divine Transformation, Soul Armor on. Xianxia smiled lightly, and an elegant figure appeared. Dressed in white, holding the crimson blood demon sword that Xianxia threw over. Like a sword immortal, a sword demon. This silhouette was 70% similar to Xianxia himself. It was said that humanoid martial spirits and martial artists would become more and more similar after staying with each other for a long time. It seemed to be true. After doing this, Xianxia simply sat there and ate the healing pill. Entering the mode of watching a show. Is that one of the 7 divine abilities of the Divine Inscription sect, Martial Spirit Divine Transformation? It's really powerful. It can turn the illusory martial spirit into a physical entity, but retain the amplification effect of the martial spirit. Wonderful. Golden King couldn't help but praise. And that soul armor, Xianxia obtained it from the soul armor sect. Although I don't know what level it is, it shouldn't be any weaker than Xianxia's. This battle is still worth watching. Huang Yu said excitedly. However, Xianxia didn't think so. Consuming the ancient race's blood medicine, her recovery ability was also astonishing. In a short period of time, her physical strength and divine essence had basically recovered. It was almost impossible to exhaust her to death. Xianxia sneered and said, "What's so powerful about a technique that was used to destroy a sect? If they were that powerful, they wouldn't have been destroyed. I heard that you're a remnant of the Divine Rune sect. That's great. Today, you can accompany your dead sect members. Death is at hand, yet she still doesn't know it. What a pitiful woman." Xianxia shook his head. When his cultivation was still at the early stage of the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, his battle prowess could reach the early stage of the 10th level of the Divine Physique Echelon with his Sword God Martial Soul and Divine Transformation Martial Soul. Now, his cultivation was already at the late stage of the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Then, the Sword God Martial Soul could reach the late stage of the 10th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. It was even stronger than the current Xianxia. In addition to the sharpness of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, Xianxia had no chance of winning. It was a pity that this woman didn't understand the difference in their strength. Once again, she launched a frenzied attack and pounced on Xianxia. Xianxia just sat there and didn't have any intention to make a move. The Sword God Martial Soul stood in front of him and looked at Xianxia coldly. There seemed to be energy gathering in the Crimson Blood Demon Sword in his hand. Pretentious. Xianxia snorted coldly and ignored the Sword God Martial Spirit. Instead, she went straight to Xianxia. At that moment, the Sword God Martial Soul suddenly moved. A blood-red sword light cut through the silence of the void. There weren't any dazzling scenes, nor were there any shocking lighting effects. It was just a sword. The Sword God Martial Soul returned to its original position. Xianxia withdrew his Martial Soul and Supreme Soul Armor at the same time. Because he knew that Xianxia couldn't hold on anymore. While everyone was puzzled, Xianxia, who was in the sky, let out a hysterical scream. She fell to the ground. It seemed like she only had the strength to struggle and didn't have the strength to fight anymore. "You're still alive. That's rare." Xianxia didn't intend to show mercy. However, Xianxia's life wasn't meant to end yet. She could still survive under such an attack. He stood up and looked at Xianxia, who was twitching on the ground. "Do you understand now? The previous battles were just to give face to the Qi family. I was just playing with you. I was afraid that you would lose too quickly and look too ugly. If I wanted to kill you, one move would be enough." Such words were even more humiliating to the Qi family's martial artists than swearing. It turned out that no one had ever seen Xianxia as an opponent. However, they foolishly hoped that Xianxia could defeat Xianxia. How laughable. How sad. Admit defeat while you still have a breath left. Xianxia said indifferently. There was no need to kill such a woman. Qi Tianmei lay there with a face full of humiliation. Defeated, she lost so miserably. She couldn't resist at all. Just a moment ago, she thought that she could crush Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao unable to raise his head. But now, she was the one who couldn't raise her head. The Qi family didn't intend to help Qi Tianmei. They were cold enough. They probably thought that Qi Tianmei was useless to them and were ready to abandon her. Only Qi Yu shouted, "Auntie, admit defeat." After all, Qi Yu grew up with Qi Tianmei. Qi Tianmei was an auntie, more than a mother. Admit defeat, there was no such word in Qi Tianmei's dictionary. Because she knew that if she admitted defeat, even if she survived, she would die miserably when she returned to the Qi family. She might as well die in the arena. Moreover, her battle wasn't over yet. She hadn't used the thing given to her by the first pavilion master of the secret pavilion, Huang Feng. She thought she wouldn't need it, but she didn't expect to use it in the end. It was ironic. But she didn't care anymore. Since she was going to die anyway, she might as well drag Ling Xiao down with her. Haha, Ling Xiao, do you think you've won? Qi Tianmei suddenly showed a cruel sneer. Let me teach you a lesson today. Some enemies can't be let go as long as they're still alive. Otherwise, you'll be the unlucky one. The moment her voice fell, a black smoke rose. A plume of black smoke rose, but it was impossible to tell what it was. Only a pair of eyes could be seen writhing in the black smoke. Seeing this, Golden King's face was cold. He suddenly looked at King Quan and said, "This is the heart-devouring demon from the abyss of devils. Even a divine soul realm martial artist with a powerful divine soul can be hurt by it. You actually took it out and let Qi Tianmei use it. Aren't you afraid of the backlash?" However, King Quan was also shocked. He knew how terrifying the heart-devouring demon was. What's more, the Golden Martial Kingdom had a rule that forbade demons from the abyss of devils. He wasn't going to embarrass the Qi clan for this battle. "It's you?" Golden King felt a trace of soul fluctuation, which contained a bit of fear. He suddenly looked at Royal Style. "Good, you didn't find the evidence that Ling Xiao killed your son. He would use this method to kill Ling Xiao. Taking the heart-devouring demon out of the abyss of thousands of devils is a capital offense. You won't forget it, right?" "Your Majesty, I don't understand what you mean." Royal Style shook his head. "Do you think you can destroy the evidence? Do you think you can escape the eyes of the elders?" Golden King glared at Royal Style and ignored him. Finding the person who took out the heart-devouring demon was much easier than finding out who killed Huang Yanji. The abyss of thousands of devils was a dangerous place, and there were always elders secretly guarding it. This elder had a very high seniority in the royal family. He didn't belong to any faction, and his task was to monitor the movements in the abyss of thousands of devils. Although he wasn't in charge of supervising the royal family's martial artists, he definitely knew what happened there. Royal Style still wanted to say something, but the situation on the stage had changed. Regardless of whether Qi Tianmei used the heart-devouring demon or not, according to the rules before the duel, it wasn't against the rules. Therefore, unless Ling Xiao admitted defeat, Golden King couldn't stop this battle. "Ling Xiao, it's over!" Golden King shouted at the stage. Unfortunately, there was no other way. Ling Xiao stood there blankly, as if he couldn't hear the sound of the outside world. His eyes were dull and lifeless. Oh no, the heart-devouring demon has already entered his soul realm. He can only rely on himself. Seeing this scene, Golden King helplessly slumped in his seat. Ling Xiao was a very important chess piece for him. It was so important that it was related to his big chess game. If Ling Xiao died, he would be very disappointed. After all, he had waited for decades for such a young man who might be able to complete his plan. If he died like this, it would really be a pity. "Don't let me down. Didn't you say you wanted to use me? If you die, I'm afraid your words are just big talk." Golden King couldn't do anything now, he could only watch quietly. The spectators were also a little dumbfounded. This sudden change caused the situation to change strangely once again. Qi Tianmei was basically crippled. Was Ling Xiao going to be killed by the heart-devouring demon? Didn't this mean that the Golden Martial Kingdom would lose two talented warriors at the same time? Of course, there were also people who were happy, and that was the Qi clan. The Qi family was happy to see such an outcome. Anyway, Qi Tianmei couldn't make it. Before she died, she could drag Ling Xiao down with her. Naturally, it couldn't be better. Humph, it finally came in handy. Quan King coldly snorted in his heart. He did not pity Qi Tianmei at all. Instead, he blamed her. He had spent so many resources to nurture Qi Tianmei, hoping that Qi Tianmei would be able to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, it ended up like this. It was really embarrassing. Father, this duel is already meaningless. Hurry up and stop it. Huang Yu said to Huang Jinwang. Calm down. Golden King shook his head. Once a heart-devouring demon enters a martial artist's soul realm, the martial artist can only rely on himself. Even if we end the duel now, it's useless. Therefore, it's best to maintain the status quo. Maybe Ling Xiao can create a miracle. The people outside were nervous about Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao himself was not so worried. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to be invaded by the heart-devouring demon. In fact, he had the upper hand in the battle in his soul realm. Others could kill him with any move, but this kind of trick that hurt the soul was useless. In his soul realm, the 12 beast god martial souls surrounded the heart-devouring demon. Among them, the sun god beast soul, the ox god beast soul, and the grand god beast soul were particularly powerful. There was no need for the tyrant martial soul to appear. The heart-devouring demon was completely stunned. Ling Zhao's soul and Yuan Venerate's soul stood aside and watched the show. The heart-devouring demon was trapped and looked around in horror. It thought that it was a predator. Unexpectedly, it looked more like a prey now. It just so happens that I feel that my soul power is a little weak recently. I can't even use the soul sword technique that I'm proficient in. The usage time of the soul armor is also very short. I didn't expect that someone would send me this heart-devouring demon. Ling Xiao smiled happily. Don't be long-winded. Hurry up and do it. Destroy that guy and your soul and master's soul will become stronger. Yuan Venerate scolded jokingly. That's true. Everyone, do it. Ling Xiao waved his hand and the 12 beast god martial souls pounced on the heart-devouring demon. If the heart-devouring devil could scream, it would definitely be hysterical. It was too pitiful. It was being bullied. It was being besieged. In just a few minutes, the heart-devouring demon was completely destroyed. Ling Zhao's soul power had made great progress and his soul had become stronger. It was already equivalent to a third-level divine soul realm martial artist. The soul sword technique that he was proficient in could only be used once before it would make him dizzy. Now, it would not be a problem even if he used it 3 times in a row. The usage time of the soul armor had also increased. The beast god martial soul's usage time in the soul armor had increased from 5 minutes to 10 minutes. The tyrant sky martial soul's usage time in the soul armor had increased from a few seconds to 1 minute. It was a great improvement. The heart-devouring demon had indeed come at the right time. It's hopeless. Your Majesty, do you still want us to continue wasting our time here? Isn't it time to announce the results? Huang Lu looked at Golden King and said, although it's very sad, no divine body realm martial artist has ever survived once the heart-devouring demon enters the spirit ocean. Even for divine soul realm martial artists, it's not easy to survive. That's right, Your Majesty. It doesn't seem right to make everyone wait. Why don't we just end it? Huang Fei said. Since you guys are in such a hurry to leave, just leave. No one asked you to wait here, right? Ling Xiao looked at Huang Lu and Huang Fei in disdain. Although there was not much hope in this matter, he would not give up so easily. After all, to him, Ling Xiao meant a lot to him. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, he seems to be moving. Who's talking nonsense? Have you seen a martial artist whose soul has been devoured by the heart-devouring demon move? A martial artist from the Qi family shouted. But he's really moving. At this moment, more people noticed Ling Zhao's situation. His originally lifeless eyes gradually regained their luster. Then, a mysterious smile gradually appeared on his face. He stretched his neck. His limbs also started moving. Don't look at me like that. I'm fine. Ling Xiao looked around and said with a smile. In that instant, Huang Feng's face turned ashen. Qi Tianmei vomited blood and died in despair. For Huang Feng, bringing the heart-devouring demon out of the abyss of myriad demons was a great sin. However, as long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he would accept death even if he had to die. But now, Ling Xiao was standing in front of him, perfectly fine. Peak Royal Style made a huge mistake. Their lives may be at stake, but they were unable to kill Ling Xiao. This feeling was too unpleasant. As for Qi Tianmei, even after using such a despicable method, she still couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. How could she not vomit blood? Ling Xiao was too lazy to look at them. Even if he encountered something as terrifying as a heart-devouring demon, he could still win. Only because he had enough cards up his sleeve. Others could not imagine how strong he really was. So often, working on updating, please refresh later. This chapter is currently working on updating, please refresh later. Handsome man and beautiful woman, please register as a member first. Register as a member and use the bookshelf bookmark function to read more conveniently. If this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip to the next chapter. Please save this page for later reading, otherwise you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended Great God Author, Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Synopsis: he was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? Westlake Broken Bridge, strange and treacherous. Fate linked by a thread. The truth is only a foot away. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Forwarding address /33xs/317/317/317/3175553/content trial reading chapter 001 Returning Home in Glory. Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Qiantang, Xiling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage approached from afar, lightly speeding on a small road in the countryside of Jiangnan. A pair of lanterns hung in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful Su character on the lantern swayed. The carriage was draped with a light muslin curtain. In front of the carriage sat a coachman holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road. Even with his eyes closed, he could walk on it like it was flat ground, so the night did not affect the speed of the carriage at all. The curtain rose and fell with the wind, occasionally revealing three beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle of the group was a young lady dressed in red. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck, like that of an elegant swan. The girl on the left had white hair and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the three of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantang's #1 dancer, Su Yaoyao. The girls in white and green were her maids, Bai Su and Qing Ting. The three ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Yuan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Yuan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. First, domain name, please remember 3. All of a sudden, the frosty night changed from a cold white color to a golden glow. It was as if a sealed sun had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled on the reins. The two steeds were abruptly reined in by him, causing them to stand up. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. "Io!" The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' delicate bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. "Old Huang, what's going on?" Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtain, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qing Ting followed. The three of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was radiating from it. It swayed in the air as if it was unable to support itself. Suddenly, this golden wheel-like thing exploded. The huge shockwave was like a circle of ripples, quickly rippling in all directions. The coachman, Old Huang, screamed and rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey, diving into the bottom of the carriage. On the other hand, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qing Ting couldn't dodge in time, so the golden light passed through their bodies. The three beautiful girls swayed a little and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared and so did the golden wheel in the sky. A few fires lit up near and far, and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state as it quietly shone on the three beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The orchid dew was like a crying eye. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a canopy, and the path was silent. The oil-wool carriage stopped there and the two horses snorted blankly as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time for Qinhuai. Beside the peach leaf ferry, a young man waved a small fan and slowly walked over. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, Brother Han. The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-neck robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress, and there was a beautiful rose in his hair. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. But there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as they were men, they liked to wear flowers. The flower-wearing young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he was not smiling, there was a slight smile on his lips. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person's name was Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department of the Song Dynasty's Jiankong Prefecture. The street department was in charge of the city's streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. It was just that the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire protection, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and dealing with illegal road occupation. 33 quickest computer, / those who could do this were either a scoundrel like Nyoer, who could control people, or a slick person, who knew how to steer according to the wind and was alert and clever. But when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He had the gift of the gab, was alert, and had good martial arts. Although he was a commoner at the bottom of society, in the 300 years of the Song dynasty, the commoners lived the best and wealthiest lives among all the dynasties. 33. If you didn't have the ambition to become a marquis or conquer the world, you just wanted to be a commoner. Or if you only had the ability to be a commoner, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several lifetimes. In other dynasties, the commoners' lives were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a little urban management officer in Jiankong City, lived a very interesting life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han was impartial and offended some big shot. It wasn't that he met some scoundrel with a strong background and couldn't continue working. It was because the head of the street department, Master Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, it should be a blessing from his ancestors' graves. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city fox, society, and rats in Jiankong City. His eyes and ears were very well informed. He knew the head of the department's precious daughter better than the head of the department himself. How could he agree? 33 quickest mobile phone, // Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she wasn't very restrained in the imperial examination. According to the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Mu Si. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it's better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He didn't want to be a scapegoat for that surnamed Mu. Being pointed at behind his back would make him a laughingstock. Therefore, Yang Han used all his skills, not hesitating to sully himself, and refused to submit no matter what. But this Master Li didn't know what was wrong with his brain. He didn't understand the principle that a forcefully twisted melon wouldn't be sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Yang Han naturally refused to submit, so he lost his job. These 2 days, when people on the street mentioned Yang Han's disappearance, many people couldn't help but sigh, feeling sorry for him. They didn't expect that he would actually show up this evening. There was a restaurant next to Tao Yi Du. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls loved pretty boys. Who didn't love to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this restaurant. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup would be full of ingredients, and they were even willing to add a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed crisply and busied herself. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan, who was carrying a pole, passing by. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a pole and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the restaurant. He put down the pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, he smiled reservedly. Not really, not really. It's just that I'm indebted to Master Li, the magistrate of Jiankong Prefecture, for his appreciation. Now I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Oh. That's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you're a steward in Master Li's estate, I'm afraid your status isn't lower than Master Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It wasn't good for him to flatter himself, but he didn't deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed up like a flower with a flower hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of? He was returning home in silken robes. Southern Song Chronicles forwarding address /33XS/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/317/ king actually allowed royal style to follow the group to the divine demon realm. What does this mean? Is it to create an opportunity for royal style to kill Ling Xiao? Or is it to test royal style? What exactly was this old fellow planning in his heart? In short, no matter what, royal style is a guy he must be wary of. His threat is much greater than Qi Rufeng's. In the end, Qi Rufeng is working hard to update. Please refresh later. This chapter is working hard to update. Please refresh later. Handsome man and beautiful woman, please register as a member first. Register as a member and use the bookshelf bookmark function to read more conveniently. If this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please save this page for later reading, otherwise you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended Great God Author, New Book, Records of Southern Song Summary. An insignificant servant, but involved in an ancient mystery. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? Westlake's broken bridge, treacherous. Ties of fate. The truth is close at hand. Records of Southern Song forwarding address /33xs/317/317/317/317/553/content trial reading chapter 001 Returning Home in Glory Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Qiantang, Shieling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage approached from afar, lightly speeding along a small road in the Jiangnan countryside. A pair of lanterns hung in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rumbling wheels, the delicate and beautiful Sioux character on the lanterns flickered. The carriage was draped with light muslin curtains. A coachman sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not making it dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road. Even with his eyes closed, he could walk on it like it was flat ground, so the night did not affect the carriage's speed at all. The curtains fluttered in the wind, occasionally revealing three beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle of the group was a young lady dressed in red. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck, like that of an elegant swan. The girl on the left had white hair and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the three of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantang's #1 dancer, Su Yaoyao. The girls in white and green were her maids, Bai Su and Qing Ting. The three ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Ruan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Ruan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. First, domain name, please remember 3, all of a sudden, the originally frosty night changed from a cold white color to a bright golden light. It was as if a sealed sun had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. He panicked and hurriedly pulled on the reins. The 2 horses were abruptly reined in by him and stood up on their hind legs. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. "Ayo!" The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. "Old Huang, what's going on?" Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtains, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qing Ting followed. The 3 of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was emitted from it. It swayed in the air as if it was unable to support itself. Suddenly, this golden wheel-like thing exploded. The huge shockwave was like a circle of ripples that quickly rippled in all directions. The coachman, old Huang, screamed and rolled out of the carriage like a lazy donkey, diving into the bottom of the carriage. On the other hand, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qing Ting couldn't dodge in time, so the golden light passed through their bodies. The 3 beautiful girls swayed a little and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared, and so did the golden wheel in the sky. A few places were set on fire and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state as it quietly shone on the 3 beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The orchid dew was like a crying eye. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a canopy, and the path was silent. The oil wall carriage stopped there and the 2 horses snorted blankly as if nothing had happened. First, domain name, please. Remember, time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time in Qinhuai. Beside Taoye Ferry, a young man waved a small fan and walked over. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, "Brother Han." The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. 33 Quickest phone, / Brother Han was dressed in a round-necked robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress, and there was a beautiful rose in his hair. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. But there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as they were men, they liked to wear flowers. The flower-wearing young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he was not smiling, there was a slight smile on his lips. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person was called Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department in the Song dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. Those who could do this were either a scoundrel like Miao Er, who could control people, or a slick person, who knew how to steer according to the wind and was alert and clever. But when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He had the gift of the gab, was alert and clever, and also had good martial arts. Although he was a small person at the bottom of society, in the 300 years of the Song dynasty, the commoners lived the best and wealthiest lives. If you did not have the ambition to become a marquis and conquer the world, and only wanted to be a commoner, or if you only had the ability to be a commoner, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the lives of commoners were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a small urban management of the Song dynasty in the Jiankong city, lived a very interesting life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It was not that Yang Han was impartial in his enforcement of the law and offended a big shot. It was also not that he met a scoundrel with a strong background and could not continue working. It was because the head of the street department, Master Li, liked him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the job of the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, there should be smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city fox and rats of Jiankong City. He was very well informed. He knew the head of the department's precious daughter better than the head of the department himself, so how could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she was not very restrained in the imperial examination. According to the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Mu Si. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it is better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He did not want to be a scrubbing pot for that surnamed Mu. Being pointed at behind his back would invite ridicule. Therefore, Yang Han used all his skills and did not hesitate to sully himself. He was not willing to submit no matter what. However, this Master Li did not know what was wrong with his brain. He did not understand the principle that a forcefully twisted melon would not be sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Yang Han naturally refused to submit, so he lost his job. These 2 days, when the people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people could not help but sigh. They felt sorry for him, but they did not expect that he would actually show up this evening. There was a restaurant next to Tao Yidu. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw that it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls liked to be pretty, who did not like to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this restaurant. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup would be full of ingredients. They were even willing to put in a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed in a crisp voice and busied herself. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a pole. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig's pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a pole and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard Yang Han call him, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the restaurant. He put down the pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, he smiled reservedly. Not really, not really. It's just that I'm indebted to Master Li, the magistrate of Jiankong Prefecture, for his appreciation. Now I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Oh. That's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you've become a steward in Master Li's estate, I'm afraid your status isn't lower than Master Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It was not good to flatter himself, but he did not deny it. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed up like a flower with a flower hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of? Returning home in silken robes, Southern Song Chronicles 2/33XS/317/317/317/3175553/ Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty Summary. He was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient mystery. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? Westlake Broken Bridge. Strange. Love connected by a thread. The truth was right in front of him. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty Forwarding address /33XS/317/317/317/3175553/ Content Trial Reading Chapter 001 Returning Home in Glorianan Dynasty. Qi Country, Qiantang, Shieling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky and the night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage approached from afar, speeding along a small road in Jiangnan. A pair of lanterns hung in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate Sioux character on the lantern swayed. The carriage was draped with a light veil and a driver sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road. Even with his eyes closed, he could walk on it like it was flat ground. So, the night did not affect the speed of the carriage at all. The veil moved with the wind, occasionally revealing 3 beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle was a girl in a red dress. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking behind her, one could see her slender neck like an elegant swan. The girl on the left was white, and the girl on the right was green. Based on her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed like a young girl. Obviously, she was the servant of the beauty in the middle. But, seeing the 3 of them sitting together, walking under the moon, and their crisp laughter, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantang's #1 actress, Su Yaoyao. The girls in green and white on her left and right were her sisters, Bai Su and Qing Ting. The 3 ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Ruan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Wan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. First, domain name, please remember. Suddenly, the frosty night sky changed from a cold pale white to a golden light, as if a sun that had been sealed for 10,000 years had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. He panicked and hurriedly pulled on the reins. The two horses were abruptly reined in by him and stood up on their hind legs. Their four big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. First, domain name, please remember 3, ouch. The three girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the three of them were squeezed together. Although the three girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. Old Huang, what happened? Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She lifted the curtain, bent over, and stood in the car. Bai Su and Qing Ting also followed him out. The three of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. When they saw the marvelous scene in the sky, they were immediately dumbstruck. 33 Quickest Mobile Terminal, /// he saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was radiating from it. It swayed in the air as if it was unable to support itself. Suddenly, this golden wheel-like thing exploded. The huge shockwave was like a circle of ripples, quickly rippling in all directions. The coachman, old Huang, screamed and rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey, diving into the bottom of the carriage. On the other hand, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qing Ting couldn't dodge in time. As the golden light passed through their bodies, the three beautiful girls swayed and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared, and so did the golden wheel in the air. A few fires lit up near and far, and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state, quietly shining on the three graceful and moving bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent, and the orchid dew was like crying eyes. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a cover, and the path was silent. The oil wall carriage stopped there, and the two horses snorted blankly as if nothing had happened. Time flew by, and 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky, and the lanterns were lit. It was time for Qinhuai to be lively. Beside the peach leaf ferry, a young man waved a small fan and slowly walked over. Many passers-by on the road greeted him warmly when they saw him. Brother Han. The young man smiled and returned the greeting politely. Brother Han was dressed in a round-necked robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress, and there was a beautiful rose in his hair. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. However, there was no other way. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the common people, as long as one was a man, they liked to wear flowers. The young man wearing flowers in front of him was tall, with delicate eyebrows and eyes. When the corners of his lips were not smiling, there was a slight smile, which was slightly upturned. He was very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person's name was Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department of the Song Dynasty's Jiankong Prefecture. The street department was in charge of the city's streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. Those who could do this job were either a scoundrel like Miao, who could control people, or a slick person, who knew how to steer according to the wind and was alert and clever. However, when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He was eloquent, alert, and had good martial arts. Although he was a small person at the bottom of society, the 300 years of the Song dynasty was the era in which the common people lived the best and wealthiest lives. If you didn't have the ambition to become a marquis or conquer the world, and wanted to be a common person, or if you only had the ability to be a common person, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the common people's lives were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a small urban management of the Song dynasty's Jiankong city, lived a very interesting life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han had offended some big shot, nor was it that he had met some scoundrel with a powerful background, so he couldn't do it anymore. It was because the head of the sub-district department, Mr. Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the town security team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be more precise, Yang Han was the head of the department. To be able to become the head son-in-law, it should be smoke rising from the ancestral graves. 33. However, Yang Han was also a slick person. He was very familiar with the city's fox and rats in Jiankong City. His eyes and ears were very well informed. He knew the head's precious daughter better than the head himself, so how could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she wasn't very restrained in the imperial examination. According to the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Musi. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it's better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than to marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He didn't want to be a scapegoat for that surnamed Mu and be criticized behind his back. Therefore, Yang Han used all his means and didn't hesitate to sully himself. He refused to submit no matter what. However, this Master Li didn't know what was wrong with his brain. He didn't understand the principle of forcefully twisting a melon was not sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Yang Han naturally refused to submit, so he lost his job. These 2 days, when the people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people couldn't help but sigh, feeling sorry for him. They didn't expect that he would actually show up this evening. There was a restaurant next to Tao Yidu. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls love pretty boys. Who didn't love to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this restaurant. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup was full of ingredients. They were even willing to put a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed in a crisp voice and got busy. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a load. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a load and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the restaurant. He put down the carrying pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, he smiled reservedly. Not really. It's just that I'm indebted to our Jiankong Prefecture's Magistrate Master Li for his appreciation. Now I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Oh. That's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, you're now a steward in Magistrate Master Li's estate. I'm afraid your status isn't lower than Head Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It wasn't good for him to flatter himself, but he didn't deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed up like a flower with a flower hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of? He was returning home in silken robes. Southern Song Chronicles forwarding address /33xs/317/317/317/317/31753/strange stories of the Southern Song Dynasty summary. He was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? The Westlake Broken Bridge was full of mysteries. Love connected by a thread. The truth was just inches away. Strange stories of the Southern Song Dynasty forwarding address /33xs/317/317/317/317/553/content. Chapter 001. Returning Home in Glory. The Southern Song Dynasty, Qi Country, Qiantang, Shieling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky and the night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage approached from afar, speeding along a small road in Jiangnan. A pair of lanterns hung in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate Sioux character on the lantern swayed. The carriage was draped with a light veil and a driver sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road. Even with his eyes closed, he could walk on it like it was flat ground. So, the night did not affect the speed of the carriage at all. The veil moved with the wind, occasionally revealing three beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle was a girl in a red dress. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking behind her, one could see her slender neck like an elegant swan. The girl on the left was white, and the girl on the right was green. Based on her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed like a young girl. Obviously, she was the servant of the beauty in the middle. But seeing the three of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. 33 Quickest Phone Terminal, // The girl in the middle was Qiantang's #1 actress, Su Yaoyao. The girls in green and white on her left and right were her sisters, Bai Su and Qing Ting. The three ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Yuan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Yuan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. First release, domain name, please remember 3. All of a sudden, the frosty night changed from a cold light white to a golden glow. It was as if a sealed sun had suddenly broken free from its shackles and jumped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled on the reins. The two horses were abruptly reined in by him and stood up on their hind legs. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. Ouch! The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' delicate bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. Huang Su Yaoyao. Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She lifted the curtain, bent over, and stood in the car. Bai Su and Qing Ting followed. The 3 of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. When they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were dumbfounded. He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was radiating from it. It swayed in the air as if it was unable to support itself. Suddenly, this golden wheel-like thing exploded. The huge shockwave was like a circle of ripples, quickly rippling in all directions. The coachman, old Huang, screamed and rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey, diving into the bottom of the carriage. On the other hand, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qing Ting couldn't dodge in time, so the golden light passed through their bodies. The 3 beautiful girls swayed a little and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared and so did the golden wheel in the sky. A few places were set on fire and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state as it quietly shone on the 3 beautiful bodies. The night dew sparkled like orchids, like crying eyes. The grass was like a carpet, the pine was like a cover, and the path was silent. The oily wagon stood there, and the two horses snorted blankly, as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time in Xianxia. Beside Taoye Ferry, a young man waved a small fan and slowly walked over. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, "Brother Han." The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-necked robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a pair of legless headdress and a beautiful rose by his temples. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. But there was nothing they could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as they were men, they liked to wear flowers. The flower-wearing young man in front of them was tall and handsome. Even when he was not smiling, there was a slight smile on his lips. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person was called Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was still a member of the Nanjing Street Department in the Song dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. 33. Those who could do this were either scoundrels like Miao, who could control people, or slick in dealing with people, who knew how to steer according to the wind, and who was alert and clever. But when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He had the gift of the gab, was alert, and had good kung fu. Although he was a small person at the bottom of society, the 300 years of the Song dynasty were the best and wealthiest dynasty among all the dynasties. If you didn't have the ambition to become a marquis and conquer the world, you just wanted to be a common person. Or if you only had the ability to be a common person, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the lives of common people were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a small urban management of the Song dynasty's Jiankong city, lived a very interesting life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han was impartial and offended a big shot. It also wasn't that he met a scoundrel with a background and couldn't continue working. It was because the head of the street department, Master Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, it should be a blessing from his ancestors' graves. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city's fox and rat society in Jiankong City. His eyes and ears were very well informed. He knew the head of the department's treasured daughter better than the head of the department himself. How could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she wasn't very restrained in the imperial examination. According to the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Musi. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it's better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He didn't want to be a scrubbing pot for that surnamed Mu. Being pointed at behind his back would make him a laughingstock. Therefore, Yang Han used all his skills and didn't hesitate to sully himself. He refused to submit no matter what. However, this Master Li didn't know what was wrong with his brain. He didn't understand the principle that a forcefully twisted melon wouldn't be sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Yang Han naturally refused to submit. Therefore, he lost his job. These 2 days, when people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people couldn't help but sigh. They felt sorry for him, but they didn't expect that he would show up this evening. There was a restaurant beside Tao Yidu. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls loved pretty boys. Who didn't love to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this restaurant. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup would be full of ingredients. They were even willing to put a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed crisply and busied herself. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a pole. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a pole and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard Yang Han's call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the restaurant. He put down the pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around. When he saw that everyone was listening attentively, he smiled reservedly. Not really, not really. I'm just indebted to Master Li, the magistrate of Jiankong Prefecture, for his appreciation. Now, I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Oh. That's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you're a steward in Master Li's estate, I'm afraid your status isn't lower than Master Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It wasn't good for him to flatter himself, but he didn't deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed up like a flower with a flower hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of, returning home in silken robes? Southern Song Chronicles 2/33XS/317/317/317/317/31753/The Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Summary: He was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? The Westlake Broken Bridge was full of mysteries. Love was tied by a thread. The truth was right in front of him. The Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Forwarding. Address /33XS/317/317/317/317/317/553/Content Trial Reading Chapter 001 Returning Home in Glory. The Southern Song Dynasty, Qi Country, Qiantang, Shieling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky and the night fog curled up on the road. 33. An oil wall carriage approached from afar, speeding along a small road in Jiangnan. A pair of lanterns hung in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful Su character on the lantern swayed. The carriage was draped with a light veil and a driver sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road. Even with his eyes closed, he could walk on it like it was flat ground. So, the night did not affect the speed of the carriage at all. The veil moved with the wind, occasionally revealing 3 beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle was a girl in a red dress. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could see her slender neck like an elegant swan. The girl on the left was white, and the girl on the right was green. Based on her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed like a young girl. Obviously, she was the servant of the beauty in the middle. But seeing the 3 of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantang's #1 courtesan, Su Yaoyao. The girls in green and white on her left and right were her sisters, Bai Su and Qing Ting. The 3 ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Ruan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Wan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. First, domain name, please remember 3. Suddenly, the frosty night sky changed from a cold pale white to a golden light, as if a sun that had been sealed for 10,000 years had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. He panicked and hurriedly pulled on the reins. The 2 horses were abruptly reined in by him and stood up on their hind legs. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. Ouch! The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. Old Huang, what happened? Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She lifted the curtain, bent over, and stood in the car. Bai Su and Qing Ting followed. The 3 of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was radiating from it. It swayed in the air as though it was unable to support itself. All of a sudden, the golden wheel-like object exploded. The huge shock wave was like ripples that quickly spread in all directions. The coachman, old Huang, cried out in surprise. He rolled out of the carriage like a lazy donkey and dove into the bottom of the carriage. However, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qing Ting couldn't avoid it in time. The golden light passed through their bodies. The 3 beautiful girls swayed and fell to the ground softly. The golden light disappeared and so did the golden wheel in the air. A few places in the distance were set on fire and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state and quietly shone on the 3 beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The orchid dew was like a crying eye. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a canopy, and the path was silent. The oil wall carriage stopped there and the 2 horses snorted blankly as though nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time in Qinhuai. Beside the peach leaf ferry, a young man waved a small fan and slowly walked over. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, Brother Han. The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-necked robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress, and there was a beautiful rose in his hair. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. However, there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as they were men, they liked to wear flowers. The flower-wearing young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he was not smiling, there was a slight smile on his lips. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person was called Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department of the Song Dynasty's Jiankong Prefecture. The street department was in charge of the city's streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song Dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire protection, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. 33 quickest mobile phone, // those who could do this were either a scoundrel like Nyo Air, who could control people, or a slick person, who knew how to steer according to the wind and was alert and clever. However, when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He had the gift of the gab, was alert and clever, and also had good martial arts. Although he was a small person at the bottom of society, in the 300 years of the Song dynasty, the common people lived the best and richest lives. If you did not have the ambition to be a marquis or conquer the world, and wanted to be a common person, or if you only had the ability to be a common person, then you were born in the Song dynasty. You had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the common people's lives were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a small urban management of the Song dynasty's Jiankong prefecture, lived a good life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han had offended some big shot, nor was it that he had met some scoundrel with a powerful background, so he couldn't do it anymore. It was because the head of the sub-district department, Mr. Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. 33 quickest computer, / the head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, it should be a blessing from his ancestors' graves. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city's fox and rats in Jiankong prefecture. He was very well informed. He knew the head of the department's precious daughter better than the head of the department himself, so how could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she was not very restrained in the imperial examination. According to the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Musi. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it is better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than to marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He would not be a scrubbing pot for that surnamed Mu. If he was pointed at behind his back, it would be a laughingstock. Therefore, Yang Han used all his skills and did not hesitate to sully himself. He was unwilling to submit no matter what. However, this Master Li did not know what was wrong with his brain. He did not understand the principle that a forcefully twisted melon would not be sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his position. Yang Han naturally refused to submit, so he lost his job. These 2 days, when the people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people could not help but sigh. They felt sorry for him, but they did not expect that he would actually show up this evening. There was a restaurant next to Taoyudu. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw that it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls liked to be pretty, who did not like to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this restaurant. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup would be full of ingredients. They were even willing to put in a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed in a crisp voice and busied herself. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a pole. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a pole and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard Yang Han's call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the restaurant. He put down the pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where did you get rich now?" Yang Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around. When he saw that everyone was listening attentively, he smiled reservedly. Not really, not really. It's just that I'm indebted to Master Li, the magistrate of Jiankong prefecture, for his appreciation. Now I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Oh. That's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you've become a steward in Master Li's estate, I'm afraid your status won't be lower than Master Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It was not good for him to flatter himself, but he did not deny it. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of, returning home in silken robes? Southern Song Chronicles 2/33XS/317/317/317/317/317/317/553 South Song Chronicles #33 Summary. He was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient mystery. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? Westlake Broken Bridge. Strange. Love connected by a thread. The truth was right in front of him. South Song Chronicles forwarding address /33XS/317/317/317/317/553/content. Chapter 001. Returning Home in Glory South Dynasty, Qi Country, Qiantang, Xiling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky and the night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage approached from afar, speeding along a small road in Jiangnan. There was a pair of lanterns in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate Sioux character on the lantern swayed. The carriage was draped with a light veil and a driver sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road. Even with his eyes closed, he could walk on it like it was flat ground. So, the night did not affect the speed of the carriage at all. The veil moved with the wind, occasionally revealing three beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle was a girl in a red dress. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking behind her, one could see her slender neck like an elegant swan. The girl on the left was white, and the girl on the right was green. Based on her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the servant of the beauty in the middle. But, seeing the three of them sitting together, walking under the moon, and their crisp laughter, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantang's #1 courtesan, Su Yaoyao. The girls in green and white on her left and right were her sisters, Bai Su and Qing Ting. The three ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Wan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Wan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. First release, domain name, please remember 3. Suddenly, the frosty night sky changed from a cold pale white to a golden light, as if a sun that had been sealed for 10,000 years had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. He panicked and hurriedly pulled on the reins. The two horses were abruptly reined in by him and stood up on their hind legs. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. 33 starters. Ouch. The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground, it would ruin their beautiful faces. Old Huang, what happened? Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtain, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qing Ting also followed. The 3 of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. When they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were immediately stunned. He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was emitted from it. It swayed in the air as if it had no strength to support itself. Suddenly, the golden wheel-like object exploded. The huge shock wave was like ripples that quickly spread in all directions. The coachman, old Huang, cried out in surprise. He rolled out of the carriage like a lazy donkey and dove into the bottom of the carriage. On the other hand, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qing Ting couldn't dodge in time, so the golden light passed through their bodies. The 3 beautiful girls swayed a little and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared and so did the golden wheel in the sky. A few places in the distance were set on fire and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state and quietly shone on the 3 beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The orchid dew was like crying eyes. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a cover, and the path was silent. The oil-wool carriage stopped there and the 2 horses snorted blankly as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time in Qinhuai. Beside Taoye Ferry, a young man waved a small fan and slowly walked over. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, "Brother Han." The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-necked robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress, and there was a beautiful rose in his hair. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. But there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as they were men, they liked to wear flowers. The flower-wearing young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he was not smiling, there was a slight smile on his lips. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person was called Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department in the Song dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. It was just that the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. Those who could do this were either a scoundrel like Niu Er who could control people, or a slick person who knew how to steer according to the wind. But when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He had the gift of the gab, was alert, and had good martial arts. Although he was a small person at the bottom of society, in the 300 years of the Song dynasty, the commoners lived the best and wealthiest lives. If you didn't have the ambition to become a marquis or conquer the world, you just wanted to be a commoner. Or if you only had the ability to be a commoner, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several lifetimes. In other dynasties, the commoners' lives were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a small town enforcement officer in Jiankong City of the Great Song dynasty, lived a good life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han had offended some big shot, nor was it that he had met some scoundrel with a powerful background, so he couldn't do it anymore. It was because the head of the sub-district department, Mr. Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the job of the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, there should be smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city fox, society, and rats of Jiankong City. His eyes and ears were very well informed. He knew this precious daughter of the Lord Si better than the Lord Si himself. How could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she wasn't very restrained in the imperial examination. According to the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Musi. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it's better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than to marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He didn't want to be a scrubbing pot for that surnamed Mu. Being pointed at behind his back would invite ridicule. Therefore, Yang Han used all his skills and didn't hesitate to sully himself. He refused to submit no matter what. However, this Master Li didn't know what was wrong with his brain. He didn't understand the principle that a forcefully twisted melon wouldn't be sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Yang Han naturally refused to submit. Therefore, he lost his job. These 2 days, when people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people couldn't help but sigh. They felt sorry for him, but they didn't expect that he would show up this evening. There was a restaurant next to Tao Yidu. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls liked to be pretty, who didn't like to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this restaurant. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup would be full of ingredients. They were even willing to add a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed crisply and busied herself. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a pole. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig's pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a pole and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the restaurant. He put down the pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han had been waiting for him to say this. He glanced around arrogantly, and when he saw that everyone had pricked up their ears, he smiled reservedly, "Not really, not really. It's just that I'm indebted to the Magistrate of Peace Manor, Lord Li, for his appreciation. Now, I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Oh. That's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you've become a steward in Master Li's estate, I'm afraid your status isn't lower than Master Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It wasn't good to flatter himself, but he didn't deny it either. Clearly, he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of? He was returning home in silken robes. Southern Song Chronicles forwarding address /33XS/317/317/317/317/317/317/553/who do you think you are? I don't have any soul water. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The martial soul puppet was at the peak of the 3rd level of the divine soul realm. As long as it didn't exceed this level, Ling Xiao didn't have to fear it. "Kid, you're quite arrogant. Do you know that I'm the most powerful existence on this level? Mother Empress ordered me to guard the 5th level. If I hadn't smelled the scent of soul water on you, I wouldn't have appeared. If you don't hand over the soul water, I can only swallow you alive." The demonic creature looked at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at a delicious meal. Before it finished speaking, the demonic creature suddenly attacked. It seemed to be a cunning fellow. It took advantage of Ling Xiao's inattention to attack. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had never underestimated any demonic creature. Moreover, who could be more cunning than him? Before the demonic creature attacked, Ling Xiao let the martial soul puppet hidden in the dark launch a sneak attack. The demonic creature wanted to sneak attack, but it found that its body had been torn apart. Its remaining consciousness terrified it. "You're the real demonic creature. You're a cunning fellow. I can't accept this." "So what if you can't accept it? Anyway, I'm not as strong as you, so I can only use this method." Ling Xiao sneered. Although it was a little unfair to use the martial soul puppet to win, so what, with his current strength, he could only do this. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. "Now, fuse your power into my body." Ling Xiao obtained this demonic creature at the 2nd level of the divine soul realm. It was a great harvest. He fused all the demonic energy from the demonic crystals into his body and began to refine and absorb it. After about a day, the energy in his cultivation increased from 30% to 70%. The strength of his physical body also broke through, from the level of 5 divine dragon inscriptions to the level of 6 divine dragon inscriptions. However, it was still difficult to completely absorb the energy in this short period of time, so most of the energy was fused into the potential cells. It was used to replenish the energy that Ling Xiao had consumed during this period of time when his cultivation and physical body broke through. If he wanted to completely convert this energy, he would have to continuously release it in future battles. Ling Xiao stood up and left. He wondered if he should go to the 6th floor to take a look. At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly came from the sky. Extremely powerful. It looked like a fist. The huge fist was condensed from divine essence. But they didn't look like demons. Ling Xiao didn't want his martial soul puppet to be exposed, so he put it away and entered his shadow dancer form to hide. The fist wind fell like a comet, crashing onto the ground. A deep crater was smashed into the ground, and the ground within a radius of more than 10 meters became dirty and messy. Who is so strong? Could it be that a genius from the Golden Martial Nation has arrived? Ling Xiao could sense that the power of this fist was at least that of an Essence Soul Realm expert. But it was definitely not a demon. He didn't have the aura of a monster. Where is he? Ling Xiao had just hidden himself when he saw 4 figures appear. One of them wore a long golden robe and looked rather valiant. His hair was golden. It seemed like it was because of his martial soul that caused his hair color to change. After he attacked with his fist, he didn't find any trace of Ling Xiao. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. "Captain, you must have punched him so hard that even his corpse can't be found." The person beside him laughed and said, "Even if he's still alive, he must be seriously injured." Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. This is the 5th floor, and the demons are all at the 1st level of the Divine Soul Realm. Nonsense. That's Ling Xiao. Although I've never seen him before, he was able to walk out of the 4th floor and come to the 5th floor alive. It's enough to show that he's unfathomable. To be honest, if it wasn't for the Chief Pavilion Master's personal order, I really wouldn't have done such a shameless thing. After all, I'm an Essence Soul Realm martial artist. It's really embarrassing to kill a 7th level Divine Body Realm martial artist. The person who was called the captain shook his head and said, "Captain Yunhe, that Ling Xiao is Huang Yanji's murderer. It's understandable for him to do this. Moreover, even if that kid were to fight you head-on, the power of your fist would probably be enough to kill him easily. There's no need to be too concerned." The person beside him said again. When Ling Xiao heard this person's words, he couldn't help but be shocked. So this golden-haired person was actually Huang Yanji's brother, Huang Yunhe. A 3rd-level Essence Soul Realm martial artist. However, it didn't seem like it. The punch just now was definitely stronger than a 3rd-level Essence Soul Realm martial artist's. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Computer, // as expected, this guy hid his strength. Forget it, let's not talk about him anymore. No matter where he hides, he'll show himself again. What we need to do now is to complete the other mission that the secret pavilion assigned. Huang Yunhe shook his head. He couldn't sense Ling Xiao's aura, so he didn't know if Ling Xiao was dead or alive. However, waiting like this wasn't a solution. He could only go and do other things first. That's right. We came here to find the blessed water. We can't waste too much time on that, Ling Xiao. A man beside him said. It's the blessed water. It's rumored that a single drop can bless for up to a month. During this period, whether it's the cultivation speed or the proficiency of martial skills, it will all increase. Moreover, the success rate of breaking through will increase by 50%. It's simply a treasure. However, there's too little of this blessed water. Our secret pavilion only managed to collect a few drops on the 4th floor with great difficulty. A large amount of blessed water is guarded by a terrifying 3rd-level Divine Soul Realm demonic creature. However, only martial artists below the 1st-level Divine Soul Realm can enter the 5th floor. The big shots of the secret pavilion can't come, so they can only entrust it to us. A girl said, but I don't understand. Why don't they send a martial artist at the peak of the 1st-level Divine Soul Realm? Do you think we don't want to? This abyss of myriad demons used to be a place of cultivation for young martial artists. It's stipulated that martial artists below the age of 100 can't enter. Although our secret pavilion has geniuses at the 1st-level Divine Soul Realm, they're treasures. The secret pavilion can't allow them to die. Huang Yunhe sighed and said, if people like us die, the secret pavilion will also feel heartache. 33 people. Not to mention those peerless geniuses. We risked our lives to get this blessed water. I'm afraid it's also for those geniuses to use, right? One of the martial artists said with some dissatisfaction. There's nothing we can do about it. If we give them the blessed water, we can get other benefits. Who told us to be less talented than them? Huang Yunhe was quite open-minded. Alright, enough nonsense. Let's go. He waved his hand, indicating for the other three to leave quietly. It seemed that they didn't dare to make too much noise on the 5th floor. Otherwise, even if the 4 of them worked together, they would probably die here. After they left, Ling Xiao still didn't show himself. He was a cautious person. What if these guys came back? However, he did hear something interesting. Blessed water, this was really good stuff. He had to get his hands on it. Your secret pavilion wants to kill me, so I'll cut off your benefits first. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Who do you think you are? I don't have soul water. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The martial soul puppet's strength was at the peak of the 3rd level of the divine soul realm. As long as it didn't exceed this level, Ling Xiao didn't have to be afraid. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Do you know that I'm the most powerful existence on this level? Mother Empress ordered me to guard the 5th level. If I hadn't smelled the scent of soul water on you, I wouldn't have appeared. If you don't hand over the soul water, then I can only swallow you alive. The demonic creature looked at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at a delicious meal. Before it finished speaking, the demonic creature suddenly attacked. It seemed to be a cunning fellow. It took advantage of Ling Xiao's inattention to attack. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had never underestimated any demonic creature. Moreover, in terms of treachery, who could compare to him? 33. Before the demonic creature attacked, Ling Xiao let the martial soul puppet hidden in the dark suddenly launch a sneak attack. The demonic creature wanted to sneak attack, but found that its body had been torn to pieces. Its remaining consciousness terrified it. You're the real demonic creature. Treacherous fellow, I can't accept this. So what if you can't accept it? Anyway, I'm not as strong as you, so I can only use this method. Ling Xiao sneered. Although it was a little unfair to use the martial soul puppet to win, so what, with his strength, he could only do this. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Now, fuse your power into my body. Ling Xiao obtained this demonic creature at the 2nd level of the divine soul realm. It was a great harvest. He merged the demonic energy of the demonic crystal into his body and began to refine and absorb it. After about a day, the energy in his cultivation increased from 30% to 70%. The strength of his physical body also broke through, from the level of 5 divine dragon inscriptions to the level of 6 divine dragon inscriptions. However, it was still difficult to completely absorb the energy in such a short time, so most of the energy merged into the potential cells. 33 quickest computer, / it was used to replenish the energy consumed by Ling Xiao's breakthroughs in his cultivation and physical body. If he wanted to completely convert this energy, he would have to continuously release it in future battles. Ling Xiao stood up and left. He wondered if he should go to the 6th floor to take a look. At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly came from the sky. Extremely powerful. It looked like a fist. The huge fist was condensed from divine essence. But they didn't look like demons. Ling Xiao didn't want his martial soul puppet to be exposed, so he put it away and entered his shadow dancer form to hide. The fist wind fell like a comet and crashed onto the ground. A deep crater was smashed into the ground, and the ground within a radius of more than 10 meters became dirty and messy. Who is so strong? Could it be that a genius from the Golden Martial Nation has arrived? Ling Xiao could sense that the power of this fist was at least that of an Essence Soul Realm expert. But it was definitely not a demon. He didn't have the aura of a monster. Where is he? Ling Xiao had just hidden when he saw 4 figures appear. One of them was wearing a long golden robe and looked quite valiant. His hair was golden. It seemed like it was because of his martial soul that caused his hair color to change. After he attacked with his fist, he didn't find any trace of Ling Xiao, so he couldn't help but mutter to himself. "Captain, you must have punched him so hard that even his corpse can't be found." The person next to him laughed and said, "Even if he's still alive, he must be seriously injured." 33. Phone. This is the 5th floor, and the demons are all at the first level of the Divine Soul Realm. Nonsense. That's Ling Xiao. Although I've never seen him, he was able to walk out of the 4th floor and come to the 5th floor alive. It's enough to show that he's unfathomable. To be honest, if it wasn't for the Chief Pavilion Master's personal order, I really wouldn't want to do such a shameless thing. After all, I'm an Essence Soul Realm martial artist. It's really embarrassing to kill a 7th level Divine Body Realm martial artist. The person who was called the captain shook his head and said, "Captain Yunhe, that Ling Xiao is Huang Yanji's murderer, so it's understandable for him to do this. Moreover, even if that kid were to fight you head-on, I'm afraid you could easily kill him with just one punch. Don't worry too much," the person next to him said. When Ling Xiao heard this person's words, he couldn't help but be shocked. It turned out that this golden-haired person was Huang Yanji's brother, Huang Yunhe, a 3rd-level Essence Soul Realm martial artist. However, it didn't look like it. That punch just now was definitely stronger than a 3rd-level Essence Soul Realm martial artist. 33. Computer. This guy was indeed hiding his strength. Forget it, let's not talk about him anymore. No matter where he hides, he'll show up again. What we need to do now is to complete the other mission from the secret pavilion. Huang Yunhe shook his head. He couldn't sense Ling Xiao's aura, so he didn't know if Ling Xiao was dead or alive. However, waiting like this wasn't a solution. He could only go do other things first. That's right. We're here to find the blessed water. We can't waste too much time on that, Ling Xiao, a man next to him said. It's the blessed water. It's rumored that just one drop can bless for up to a month. During this period, whether it's the cultivation speed or the proficiency of martial skills, it'll all increase. Moreover, the success rate of breaking through will increase by 50%. It's simply a treasure. However, there's too little of this blessed water. Our secret pavilion only managed to collect a few drops on the 4th floor with great difficulty. A large amount of the blessed water is guarded by a 3rd-level Divine Soul Realm demon. However, only martial artists below the 1st-level Divine Soul Realm can enter the 5th floor. The big shots of the secret pavilion can't come, so they can only entrust it to us. A girl said, but I don't understand. Why don't they send a martial artist at the 1st-level Divine Soul Realm? You think we don't want to? This abyss of myriad demons was once a cultivation ground created to train young martial artists. It stipulated that martial artists below the age of 100 can't enter. Although our secret pavilion also has 1st-level Divine Soul Realm geniuses, they're treasures. The secret pavilion can't allow them to die. Huang Yunhe sighed and said, if people like us die, the secret pavilion will be heartbroken. 33 people. Not to mention those peerless geniuses. We risked our lives to get this blessed water. I'm afraid it's also for those geniuses, right? One of the martial artists said with some dissatisfaction. There's nothing we can do about it. If the blessed water is given to them, we can get other benefits. Who asked our talent to be inferior to theirs? Huang Yunhe was quite open-minded. Alright, enough nonsense. Let's go. He waved his hand, indicating for the other 3 to leave quietly. It seemed that they didn't dare to make too much of a commotion on the 5th floor. Otherwise, with the 4 of them working together, they would probably die here. After they left, Ling Xiao still didn't show himself. He was a cautious person. What if these guys came back? However, he did hear something interesting. The blessed water, this was really good stuff. He had to get his hands on it. Your secret pavilion wants to kill me, so I'll cut off your benefits first. Please wait for a moment. Once the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. The Godhood Demon Realm was very far from the Golden Martial Nation. It would probably take half a month to reach there. After reaching there, they would probably need some time to get used to it. Therefore, the Martial Nation Ceremonies team had always set off a month in advance. On the second day, Huang Yu came to pick up Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua. Her eyes were filled with worry. Why don't we not go? She glanced at Ling Xiao and said, with your intelligence, you should know that this path is very difficult. You might lose your life at any moment. Of course I know, so there's no need to say any more. Since I've already decided to go, I won't back down. Ling Xiao smiled and said, thank you for your concern, Princess Huang Yu. Let's go. Although Huang Yu knew that she couldn't persuade Ling Xiao, she still did. She was just doing her best as a friend. Ling Xiao didn't listen, and she didn't plan to continue persuading him. The three of them headed toward the City of Gold. There, the Golden Martial Nation's upper echelons would hold a farewell meeting. It could be considered encouragement or admonishment. No matter what it was, she had to say a few words. When they arrived at the City of Gold, more than 100 people gathered in front of the golden statues. Among them, 100 were young talents participating in the Martial Nation ceremony this time. The one with the lowest cultivation was probably Ling Xiao. The rest were at least at the 9th level of the Divine Body realm. There were also the 4 founding elders, Huang Feng, and the rest of the team leaders. These people were not only the team leaders, but also the guards. After all, before a genius matured, they were still very weak and needed someone to protect them. The other young people were accompanied and sent off by elders. Only Ling Xiao, Yu Fenghua, and Huang Yu didn't. However, the three of them didn't care about this. This was also Huang Yu's first time participating in the Martial Nation ceremony. However, she knew more than Ling Xiao. She took advantage of this opportunity to tell him everything she knew. After all, only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one be victorious. Not long after, the 4 founding elders on the high platform stopped everyone. The irrelevant people were chased to the side, and the remaining 100 young talents gathered together. Huang Shui and Huang Taihao stood together and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Their eyes were filled with hatred. Looks like this woman still hasn't learned her lesson. Does she really think that she can be arrogant just because she has Huang Taihao's support? Ling Xiao secretly sneered. He hoped that this woman would not cause any trouble. Otherwise, he would not be merciful. This time, he would definitely kill this woman. Huang Taihao was just chatting with the people around him and did not look at Ling Xiao at all. Perhaps in his mind, Ling Xiao was not worthy of such attention. After all, no matter what, Ling Xiao's cultivation was the weakest in the group. After all, no one could see his true combat strength. The Qi family and the martial artists of the centrist faction were also not friendly enough to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had killed Qi Tianmei, causing the Qi family to make a fool of themselves. How could the Qi family's martial artists be friendly to him? As for those in the middle, there was no need to talk about them. Quite a number of people here knew the inside story. Ling Xiao snatched away their blessed water. They wished that they could kill Ling Xiao. You actually still dare to show up here? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded out. What followed was a huge sense of crisis. The other party directly attacked without a word. Furthermore, it was clear that he wanted to put him to death. Making a move in this kind of situation looked like a guy who was not afraid of heaven or earth. Originally, Ling Xiao thought that it would be Huang Yunhe. But the voice did not sound like it. At this time, he did not have time to see who it was either. Before the attack arrived, he put away Yu Fenghua into the universe world. At the same time, he cast the vertical golden light art and mixed into the crowd. There were so many people here. No matter how bold the other party was, they also did not dare to rashly make a move. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Ling Xiao finally saw that face clearly. It was actually 70% similar to Qi Tianmei. It was just that his strength was clearly much stronger than Qi Tianmei's. Qi Ruffing? Ling Xiao thought of the introduction that Huang Yu gave him. This must be Qi Ruffing. Whether in terms of cultivation or appearance, Ling Xiao could not think of a second person. Qi Ruffing was dressed in black, with a cold murderous look between his eyebrows. He held a short dagger in his hand. The dagger glowed with a faint blue light, as if it could fly out of his hand at any time. This was a magic treasure of the flying sword type. Ling Xiao recognized it at a glance. This kind of magic treasure was more troublesome than a crossbow because it could be used to control the flying sword to attack at will. It could also make the flying sword attack on its own. The faint blue dagger was aimed at Ling Xiao. It was as if a poisonous snake was staring at Ling Xiao. Qi Rufeng's eyes were full of murderous intent. Obviously, Huang Yu was right. Qi Rufeng and Qi Tianmei were very close. No matter the reason, Qi Tianmei died at the hands of Ling Xiao. Therefore, it was normal for Qi Rufeng to deal with Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not expect that Qi Rufeng would make a move here. The cold and gloomy sword light made him feel extremely uncomfortable, and he instantly entered the beast god's body state. He even activated the golden light saint tattoo. No matter how strong the opponent's attack was, as long as it did not exceed the divine soul realm, it would not be easy to break the golden light saint tattoo. So you also know fear. When you killed my sister, didn't you think this day would come? Qi Rufeng looked at Ling Xiao with a mocking look. Qi Rufeng, are you crazy? This is not a place for you to do whatever you want. Huang Yu shouted, for founding elders, Uncle Huang Feng, and the guards, are you not going to do anything? However, her voice did not have any effect. Whether it was the 4 founding elders or Huang Feng, they all wanted Ling Xiao to die. As for the guards, they did not want to get involved. Haha, Ling Xiao is in real trouble this time. Others might not dare to do this openly, but Qi Rufeng is crazy. Not to mention that Ling Xiao is only a prospective son-in-law. Even if he was the real son-in-law, he wouldn't care. The crowd began to discuss. Do you see that dagger? A real emperor weapon with 5 divine dragon tattoos. It's the best treasure a divine body realm martial artist can use. Qi Rufeng really wants to kill Ling Xiao. Many people were rejoicing in his misfortune. They were waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Huang Shui, Huang Taihao, and Huang Yunhe were among them. If the higher-ups don't care about this, does that mean we can kill each other? Ling Xiao did not look at Qi Rufeng. Instead, he looked at the people on the stage. If that's the case, you won't have any reason to blame me if I kill someone in the future. Haha, that kid is scared. He's using this method to provoke us. Too bad the higher-ups are all old foxes. They won't care about this. Huang Taihao smiled and looked at Ling Xiao. Beg me and I can help you. Qi Rufeng is strong, but he's not as strong as me. Ling Xiao ignored him. The reason he asked was to find an excuse for himself. He looked at Qi Rufeng and said coldly, your sister deserved to die, she used something like the heart-devouring demon to plot against me. If she doesn't die, there will be no justice in this world. If you really want to kill me, I'll make you follow in your sister's footsteps. Tyrannical Martial Spirit Chapter 525, Yi Qiu's Sword. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. The Golden King's words had a hidden meaning. How could the 4 elders not understand? The Golden King didn't want anything to happen to Ling Xiao. However, no one could guarantee such a thing. Once they were outside, even if Ling Xiao was really killed or crippled, he would still have many excuses to use. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will take good care of Ling Xiao. The 4 elders smiled. It was already a blessing that he didn't deal with Ling Xiao. Wanting him to protect Ling Xiao was simply a dream. Very well, start the golden warship. The Golden King nodded and immediately gave the order. At this moment, there was a feeling of the earth shaking and mountains shaking. An exit actually opened below the square. A golden warship flew out from inside. It was really flashy. But it had to be said that this golden warship was indeed a well-made magic weapon. It was a transport-type magic weapon and also had combat ability. There were clearly 10 divine dragon patterns on it. This was one of the most terrifying magic weapons Ling Xiao had ever seen. He had some ideas. It would be great to get this thing. Get on the ship. Following the 4 elders' call for Ling Xiao, everyone jumped onto the golden warship. This golden warship was no different from an ordinary spaceship. It had an external deck to enjoy the scenery, and there was also an internal space to rest and cultivate. After all, they had to travel for half a month. They couldn't just do nothing. Under the envious and expectant gazes of countless people, the golden warship left the sky of the Golden City and headed into the distance. Your Majesty, are you really at ease with Ling Xiao following the 4 elders and royal style? Eunuch Xiang, who was next to the Golden King, asked. Maybe the two of them will die outside this time. Eunuch Xiang, you must not underestimate the terror of our chess piece. Since the master has taken a fancy to him, he can't be wrong. The Golden King smiled. The master is a man of great talent and vision. I believe that the person he has chosen can't be wrong. Eunuch Xiang looked at the golden warship in the distance and nodded. Whether it was him or the Golden King, they were full of reverence and admiration for the mysterious master. The golden warship sped through the sky and was already far away from the Golden City. However, the Golden Martial Kingdom was so huge that it would take some time to fly out of the Golden region. This huge warship attracted the attention of many people below. Countless people revealed envious gazes. It was the dream of all the young people of the Martial Kingdom to participate in the ceremony. Among them, of course, Martial Cities Han Yuan and Chen. The city lord is really amazing. He has just arrived in the Golden region and he has already been selected to participate in the Martial Nation's great ceremony. Chen 7 looked at the huge golden warship. I wonder what he's doing now. Don't think too much about it. As long as we cultivate according to the city lord's instructions, maybe one day we will have a chance to go to the martial country's great ceremony. Han Yuan knocked Xianxia's head and said, also, during this period of time when the city lord is away, you have to be on high alert. Although the martial city was protected by a formation, it was unable to prevent spies from sneaking in. That's right. Before the city lord returns, we have to take good care of Martial City. We can't afford any mistakes. Han Yuan and Xianxia watched the golden warship from below. Ling Xiao stood on the deck and looked down. Huang Yu was standing next to him. As for Yu Fenghua, she went back to cultivate. The energy in the 9 revolution glazed pagoda was enough for her to absorb for a long time. Qi Rufeng's matter made her even more eager to improve her strength. Otherwise, she would not be able to protect her man. Yu Fenghua was like other women. She hoped that her man could protect her. At the same time, she did not want to be protected. She wanted to help her man. Huang Yu, this is for you. Don't let anyone see it. Ling Xiao found a place where no one was around and gave a drop of blessed water to Huang Yu. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Huang Yu knew what it was. She hurriedly shook her head. Alright, cut the crap. Just take it. It's just a drop of blessed water. It's not like you want my life. Moreover, it'll be easier for me if you become stronger. Otherwise, I'll have to protect you. Ling Xiao said. Alright then. Huang Yu smiled bitterly. She took the drop of blessed water and drank it. Leaving it outside would always be a problem. Go cultivate. Try to break through when you reach the Godseal realm. Ling Xiao said to Huang Yu. I can't thank you enough. Huang Yu turned and left. After boarding the ship, the 4 founding elders said that they would do as they were told. No one was to cause trouble. They also explained how to use the nameplate. It was a pass to enter the Godseal realm and a communication item. If they were unfortunately lost, they could use the nameplate to contact others. After that, the 4 founding elders and the others returned to their rooms to rest. They also needed to cultivate. After all, cultivating was like sailing against the current. If they did not advance, they would fall behind. After the higher-ups left, the others found their own things to do. Most returned to their rooms to cultivate. There were also some who did other things. Ling Xiao was still standing on the deck, looking at the scenery below. Through the Taiji eye, he could appreciate the magnificent scenery of mountains and rivers. Come out. Since you're here, there's no need to hide. He suddenly sneered and said to the darkness. In the next moment, 8 people came out. 2 of them were familiar faces. They were Qi Rufeng and Huang Yunhe. Qi Rufeng's injuries had basically healed. It seemed that the medicine he used had miraculous effects. The moment these 8 people appeared, they surrounded Ling Xiao. Huang Yunhe even took out a strange little ball. It released a special energy that isolated the space. This seemed even more miraculous than the martial soul barrier. No matter what happened inside, the outside world would not know. I didn't expect you to be so alert. You actually discovered us. Qi Rufeng said coldly, but today, Yi Qiu is not here to protect you. What are you going to do? Qi Ruffing had suffered a loss in the City of Gold. So he used the same trick on the golden warship. He knew that Yi Qiu could not follow him. Without Yi Qiu, Ling Xiao was nothing. You think you've got me? Ling Xiao was still calm and composed because he had a powerful trump card. Huang Yunhe said disdainfully, if Huang Taihao hadn't appeared in the abyss of myriad demons, you would have been dead. Now you're still bluffing. Do you really think you have a powerful trump card? That's right, Ling Xiao. The ones leading the team this time are the 4 founding elders. As long as we do a good job, we'll be able to get the job done. As long as we do our job well, he will naturally turn a blind eye. Qi Ruffing said. Aren't you very strong? How come you have to join hands with the secret pavilion, and you, Huang Yunhe? Although the 3 factions of the imperial family often have internal conflicts, they are united against outsiders. You colluded with Qi Ruffing to deal with me. If this matter is known, I'm afraid your centrist faction will lose its position. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile, as if the one surrounded was not him. Are you afraid? Are you trying to drive a wedge between us? What a joke, if we kill you, no one will know about what happened today. Qi Ruffing sneered. It seems like there's nothing left to talk about. Make your move. Ling Xiao looked at the martial artists around him calmly. Do you really think we don't dare to make a move? Kill. Qi Ruffing waved his hand, and a genius from the Qi family attacked. They knew that Ling Xiao had defeated Qi Tianmei, so they didn't underestimate him. This genius Cultivation had reached the late-stage 10th level divine physique echelon. He was much stronger than Qi Tianmei. Qi Tianmei's method of relying on the ancient tribe's blood medicine to forcefully increase her combat power was incomparable to a martial artist at the late-stage 10th level divine physique echelon. When this person attacked, the rest of them released their terrifying aura at the same time, trying to immobilize Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. After going through the trials in the abyss of myriad demons, his soul was much stronger than before. His strength was much more terrifying than before. Martial artists at the late-stage 10th level divine physique echelon were no match for him. Their so-called aura wasn't even worth mentioning in front of him. At that moment, they saw a sky-covering bloody palm tearing through the void and smashing down. The late-stage 10th level divine physique echelon martial artist's expression changed drastically. The sky-covering bloody palm gave him too much pressure. Ling Xiao, who was already in the beast god's body state, had enough strength to crush most of the martial artists below the essence soul realm. Of course, a few geniuses were an exception. After all, there were some geniuses like Ling Xiao who could challenge those of a higher level. However, this Qi family martial artist wasn't one of them. Although he was called a genius, he was just an ordinary person in Ling Xiao's eyes. His aptitude was far from Zilong and Xianxia's, let alone Little Gold and Yufenghua's. Ling Xiao's aptitude was even more terrifying than Little Gold and Yufenghua's. The result of such a comparison could be imagined. That person wanted to block the sky-covering bloody palm. However, he was slapped to the ground by the huge bloody palm, and even his bones were shattered. He could not be any more dead. What? Killing a late-stage 10th level divine physique echelon martial artist in one move was something that Qi Ruffing, Huang Yunhe, and the others had never expected. Ling Xiao seemed to be even stronger than the day he defeated Qi Tianmei. Do you want to continue? Ling Xiao killed a martial artist who was going to participate in the Martial Kingdom's grand ceremony, but his expression was still indifferent. If others wanted to kill him, he would never show mercy. He clapped his hands and looked disdainfully at Qi Ruffing and Huang Yunhe, saying, Do you think I only got to where I am today because of Yi Qiu, stupid? Ling Xiao, you dared to kill a participant of the martial country's great ceremony? You're finished. Qi Ruffing said angrily. That's right. I know you will definitely use this matter to frame me, but so what? Even if this didn't happen, the 4 elders and royal style wouldn't have helped me. So, don't push me too far. If you push me too far, I'll let you all die outside. Ling Xiao didn't have the strength to kill the 4 elders and royal style. However, he could scheme against these 2 old fogies. This kid is a lunatic. Why don't we report this to the 4 elders? A martial artist said to Qi Ruffing. What's the hurry? Although the four elders don't like Ling Xiao, they won't take the initiative to kill him. What's the use of reporting to the four elders? It's better for us to take action and kill this kid. Don't be afraid. Although he can kill a late-stage 10th level divine physique echelon martial artist, there are 6 of us who have reached the essence soul realm. Do you think he can turn the tables? Qi Ruffing knew clearly that if he reported this to the four elders, he would at most cause some trouble for Ling Xiao. It wouldn't be of much use. He might as well take this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao and use Ling Xiao as an excuse to ambush them. They were only protecting themselves. Yes, Boss Qi is right. Let's attack together and end this quickly. Qi Rufeng's words calmed the martial artists who were panicking because of the death of one of their companions. Actually, when they thought about it carefully, the weakest among the 8 of them was actually the late-stage 10th level divine physique echelon martial artist. As for the rest, 6 of them were at the essence soul realm, and 1 of them was at the peak of the 10th level divine physique echelon. Just how powerful was that? Why should they be afraid of Ling Xiao? Looks like there's no room for discussion. Ling Xiao's eyes gradually turned cold. Suddenly, a ball of golden light emerged from a corner. A first-level essence soul realm martial artist was completely melted by the ball of golden light before he could even react. It was Little Gold who attacked. After being cooped up in the universe world for a long time, his cultivation had increased again and reached the 9th level essence soul realm. Dealing with a first-level essence soul realm martial artist was a piece of cake for him. Who is it? This time, Qi Ruffing and the others were really panicking. Ling Xiao killing a late-stage 10th level divine physique echelon martial artist with a single move could only be considered a coincidence. However, this time, they could only watch helplessly as their essence soul realm companion was killed. This was too terrifying. Little Gold did not show up. After killing the man, he disappeared again. In any case, Ling Xiao had the void-shattering ability to create space, so it was very easy for him to hide. With the addition of the universe world, it was even more convenient. This is the second warning. To be honest, I don't want to kill all of you. After all, I can't explain to the Golden King. However, don't push me too far. Ling Xiao said coldly. Huang Yunhe, let us out. Finally, there were people who refused to stay here. Other than the 3 martial artists from the Qi family and Huang Yunhe from the secret pavilion, there were 4 other people here. They had no enmity with Ling Xiao. The 2 who died were martial artists from the Qi family. This was obviously targeted by Ling Xiao. How could they not see it? Why would they seek death if Ling Xiao spared their lives? Trash. Qi Ruffing cursed. Calling others trash? Why don't you give it a try? Let's see if you can kill me without Yi Qiu. Ling Xiao smiled. Qi Ruffing frowned. He wanted to make a move several times, but he gave up in the end. Firstly, he was injured now. Although he had basically recovered, it would still affect his strength. Secondly, he did not know what the golden light that appeared just now was. To be safe, he naturally would not make a move. Otherwise, if something really happened, he would be the one to lose face. Losing face was one thing, but if he really lost his life here, it would be tragic. While they were locked in a stalemate, the 4 elders and royal style were also on their way over. They even brought other guards with them. This Ling Xiao is really something. He actually went to find those people. Does he think he has 3 heads and 6 arms? The 4 founding elders said hypocritically. He knew that Qi Ruffing and Huang Yunhe had brought people to find trouble with Ling Xiao, but he pretended not to know. If he dies, the king will blame us. Royal style was just as hypocritical. Alas, there's nothing we can do. When we found out, it was already too late. It's already been more than 10 minutes. I'm afraid he's already dead. The 4 founding elders sighed hypocritically. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Ling Xiao knew that the 4th elder wouldn't do it himself. That would only anger the Golden King. Of course, even if the 4th elder did, he wouldn't care. At worst, he'd just hide. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could still hide. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? The 4th senior elder sneered and said, however, your crimes aren't enough to warrant death. Royal style, whether he's willing or not, beat him. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao accepted or not, the fourth elder planned to attack. If they didn't, he wouldn't be able to back down. Royal style nodded, then waved a palm at Ling Xiao. It seemed that he couldn't wait any longer. Ling Xiao wanted to dodge, but at that moment, Huang Yu rushed in front of him. Let's see who dares to attack. Royal style's palm wind was almost touching Huang Yu's body. He hurriedly stopped, also shocked. He could kill Ling Xiao, but Huang Yu couldn't. Huang Yu was the Golden King's daughter. Although she was born of a lowly servant, the Golden King doted on her. If Huang Yu died, Golden King would really go crazy. At that time, his whole family of royal style would suffer a calamity. Ling Xiao, you're quite capable. You actually made Her Highness the Princess die for you. Forget it. In the end, you're a member of the imperial family. For Huang Yu's sake, I'll spare you this time. Disperse. The fourth elder took the opportunity to find a way out. Royal style was a bit embarrassed. Qi Ruffing, Huang Yunhe, and the others were even more embarrassed. They were punished, but Ling Xiao wasn't punished. How could they accept it? They failed this time, but they wouldn't learn from their mistakes. Next time, if they wanted to make trouble for Ling Xiao, they'd definitely plan even more carefully. However, on the Golden Warship, they couldn't do anything. After all, everyone's injuries weren't light. Thus, the next 20 or so days passed peacefully. Ling Xiao's cultivation didn't break through, but it was more stable. At the same time, he finally succeeded in cultivating the 9 dragons' divine art's second layer. When 2 divine dragons were released at the same time, their power was terrifying enough to instantly kill an expert below the 3rd layer of the Essence Soul Realm. But at the same time, the consumption was also huge. With Ling Xiao's current level of cultivation, he could only use it once. Huang Yu's cultivation had indeed broken through very quickly. Actually, in the 7 days that the blessed water was effective, Huang Yu had already successfully raised her cultivation to the pinnacle of the divine physique 10th level. After that, he continued to stabilize his cultivation base. As for the few people in the Qianquan world, their cultivation levels had also increased, becoming battle prowess that Ling Xiao could trust. On this day, Ling Xiao stood on the deck again. He looked down at the land below. Different from the Golden Martial Kingdom, the Sealed God Demon Realm was once a terrifying Sealed God battlefield. Even now, there was still a terrifying murderous aura. Even though he was standing on the Golden Warship, he still gave off a terrifying pressure. Even the demonic beasts there had been infected by this disciple's murderous aura and demonic thoughts, becoming incomparably ferocious. Demonic beasts of the same cultivation level were much stronger than those of the outside world. Looking at the scenery here again? Huang Yu's voice rang out. She was clearly in a good mood. Her cultivation had improved tremendously during this period of time. All of this was due to the blessed water and Ling Xiao's help. The scenery here is completely different from the Golden Martial Kingdom. Everywhere is filled with a terrifying murderous aura. Ling Xiao smiled. Huang Yu was actually very beautiful, especially when she smiled. However, Ling Xiao's heart already belonged to someone, so he didn't feel much. This is already the Sealed God Demon Realm's territory. The 108 martial kingdoms have set up their own strongholds here. However, most of them are at the outer edge of the Sealed God Demon Realm. The Golden Warship will dock at the Golden Stronghold. We have to rely on ourselves for the rest of the journey. After all, we're here to train, not to enjoy. Huang Yu said. I understand. Ling Xiao nodded and said, however, I'm still very curious about what kind of place this Sealed God Demon Realm is. Although I heard that it's a Sealed God battlefield, it's still somewhat unimaginable. It's not just you. It's the same for me. We didn't experience that Sealed God era. In that era, the strong could be sealed as gods. They were the gods of the Black Tortoise continent, but where did these gods go? Why did they all disappear at practically the same time? Only traces of their existence were left behind, as well as some god martial souls. Huang Yu sighed and said, there's no point in thinking so much. In short, you just have to remember that the Sealed God Demon Realm is very dangerous. It's even the most dangerous place in the entire human divine kingdom. However, there are also all kinds of opportunities. For martial artists, it has an irresistible and fatal attraction. Ling Xiao nodded. Although he still didn't quite understand, he had to go to that place next. He would figure it out eventually. As the two of them spoke, they had already discovered a city not far away. Because it was a stronghold, the city walls were especially tall and sturdy. It was also protected by a formation. The city wasn't large, but it could be considered to have taken root in the sealed god-demon realm. To be precise, the place we're currently in can only be considered the sealed god-ancient battlefield. The true sealed god-demon realm is somewhere in the ancient battlefield. The golden warship began to descend. Huang Yu suddenly said, although I know you're very powerful, it's best not to run around carelessly, especially when you don't know anything. It's very dangerous. Ling Xiao nodded. Under normal circumstances, he naturally wouldn't run around carelessly. However, he wasn't a 3-year-old child after all. He had his own judgment. When it was time to leave, he would naturally choose to leave. At this time, the number of people on the deck increased. Martial artists walked out of their cultivation, curiously sizing up this unfamiliar world. For many of them, this was their first time setting foot on the sealed god-ancient battlefield. They were truly curious. The person in charge of the stronghold very attentively came out to welcome the 4 founding elders and the various geniuses. What surprised Ling Xiao was that he actually saw 2 familiar faces in this stronghold. One was Xianxia, the other was Li. Why are they here? Huang Taihao frowned and said. It's not just them. Your big brother Huang Yuan, as well as your cousins Huang Tai and Huang Shan are all here. The 4 founding elders smiled. Why? They're all divine soul experts. Huang Taihao frowned and asked. Don't worry. Their arrival has nothing to do with the martial grand ceremony. They're here to search for something. However, I have to remind you of something. Although it's unrelated, other factions might have sent divine soul experts. Of course, they're all divine soul experts under the age of 100. Otherwise, it'll become a war. The 4 founding elders replied. Ling Xiao heard everything that they were talking about. No wonder Xianxia and Li were here. It seemed like these were the true top geniuses of the Golden Martial Nation, including Huang Taihao. Although Huang Taihao's cultivation was at the peak of the Essence Soul realm, his combat strength was comparable to the Divine Soul realm. He had once almost defeated Huang Shan, who was at the Divine Soul realm. Huang Tai and Huang Shan were both from the Senate. Xianxia was from the Criminal Court. Li and Huang Yuan were from the Golden King. There was no need to mention Xianxia and Li. After all, they were old friends. Huang Yuan was the current heir of the Golden Martial Nation. He had inherited the looks of the Golden King, looking powerful and domineering. Huang Tai and Huang Shan were twin brothers, one fat and one thin. It was said that they were good at cooperating. They might not be Huang Yuan's match one-on-one, but they might not lose if they worked together. Seeing these people, Ling Xiao knew that this martial nation ceremony was different from the past. In the past, it was just a competition between geniuses below the Divine Soul realm. But this time, there might be more trouble. But so what? When had Ling Xiao ever been afraid? He climbed up the city wall and looked into the distance. Perhaps it was because the closer he got, the more he could feel the terrifying killing intent. Whether it was this place or the terrifying monsters hidden in the ancient battlefield of the gods. From time to time, the roars of monsters could be heard. The city wall of the stronghold had obviously been attacked many times. There were many bloodstains and traces of destruction. This is indeed a dangerous place. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with excitement. The more dangerous a place was, the more he liked it. He went directly to the 5th level of the Abyss of Myriad Demons. This place was probably much more terrifying than the Abyss of Myriad Demons. He had to find out. Everyone, listen up. We only have 1 day to rest in the stronghold. Tomorrow, we will leave here and head to the God-Seal Demon realm. The journey will be very dangerous. Recuperate your energy and don't cause trouble for me. The 4 founding elders became serious because they knew that the road ahead would not be easy. He was the leader this time. Even if he didn't care about Ling Xiao, he had to consider the Golden Martial Nation. The residences here were all arranged in advance. The martial artists could find their own places. Ling Xiao didn't compete with those people. He stood on the city wall and listened to the conversation between the 4 founding elders and the person in charge of the stronghold. They seemed to be talking about the ancient battlefield of the gods. The person in charge of the stronghold was a general, but in front of the 4 founding elders, he was very humble. Lord Founding Elder, the recent situation is not good. I wrote a letter to suggest canceling the martial nation ceremony, but unfortunately, the higher-ups rejected it. The general frowned. Your consideration is correct, but we are martial artists. We can't give up on the martial country ceremony just because of a little trouble. This was a great opportunity. What's more, the other martial nations are all going. If we don't go, wouldn't it seem that our golden martial nation is timid? Don't mention this matter again. How is the situation in the other martial kingdoms? Elder 4 asked. At least 20 martial kingdoms have already entered. They are all martial kingdoms that are relatively close to the divine demon realm, so they have more time than we do. The general said. How strong are they? This includes geniuses at the divine soul realm. The 4 elders asked again. Hearing this question, the general frowned. Tell me the truth. There's no need to hide it. The 4th elder knew that the situation wasn't good. To tell you the truth, our golden martial nation has suffered too much internal strife over the years. As a result, many young geniuses died tragically from the internal strife. I'm not as strong as before. The general sighed and said, at the very least, among the 20 martial kingdoms, almost every martial kingdom has brought at least 10 divine soul realm geniuses. As for us, there are only 5 of us. Even if we include Prince Huang Taihao, who can fight against a divine soul realm expert, there are only 6 of us. The situation isn't optimistic. The Qi and Zhou clans didn't send their top geniuses because they were afraid of losing people. The Qi clan's Qi Ruffing and the Zhou clan's Zhou Tong are only at the peak of the essence soul realm. But they also have divine soul realm geniuses. Also, I heard that the Sword King Sun Yiqiu has already recovered his strength. Why didn't they let him come? He's a great help. Even in the entire Golden Martial Nation, Yiqiu is one of the top geniuses. Some people are greedy for life and afraid of death. We can't do anything about it. The 4th elder snorted and said, but that Yiqiu can't be allowed to increase his strength. He can't come. No matter what, I hope that this trip to the divine demon realm will allow Huang Taihao, Qi Ruffing, Zhou Tong, and the other children at the peak of the essence soul realm to reach the divine soul realm. You should know that there are 20 people with such strength who came this time. I hope so. The general didn't seem to take the 4th elder's words seriously. After all, the Golden Martial Nation also had peak essence soul realm experts. In the end, it was because they weren't united internally. If there came a day when the Golden Martial Nation was united internally, it wouldn't be impossible for them to conquer the entire human divine nation. The 4th elder didn't care about the general's attitude. He changed the topic and said, let's talk about the situation at the ancient battlefield of the gods. Are those dangerous changes still ongoing? The general nodded and said, not only are they ongoing, but they're also becoming more and more intense. Previously, there were only a few monsters strong enough to kill a first-level Divine Soul Realm expert. But recently, even Divine Soul Realm monsters have appeared. Fortunately, they haven't attacked our stronghold yet. Otherwise, our stronghold wouldn't be able to withstand it. But when you go to the Divine Demon Realm, I'm afraid you'll encounter them. That's fine. With us protecting them, the children should be fine. The 4th elder smiled. I'm afraid things aren't as easy as you imagine. The general frowned and said, space godworms have appeared at the ancient battlefield. What? Hearing these words, the 4th elder's expression finally changed. Those space godworms might not be very strong, but they were born with the laws of space. They could change space. If they encountered a space godworm, the group that was originally gathered together would be completely scattered. And if they were teleported to another place, they wouldn't even know where they were. Currently, there was no way to restrain the space godworm. If there was, it would be to similarly grasp the laws of space and fight against it. But in the entire Golden Martial Nation, there didn't seem to be anyone who understood the laws of space. This space godworm's combat strength isn't strong, but it can use space evasion and space teleportation. It's very difficult to kill it. Even with the protection of the First Elder, there might still be accidents. This is the reason why I suggested to cancel the Martial Kingdom's grand ceremony. The general said, the appearance of the space godworm is very strange. Perhaps it's because some kind of power has been unsealed. We haven't figured out the secret of the ancient battlefield of the gods. If something big happens, it might lead to the annihilation of the entire army. Why are you talking about it again and again? Alright, don't mention it anymore. The fourth elder said impatiently, I'll deal with the space godworm. As long as we kill it before it can use space evasion and space teleportation, it'll be fine. Besides, if the other martial nations aren't afraid, why should our golden martial nation be? Alright then. Since the fourth elder has made up his mind, I won't say anything. The general could only agree. After all, he was just someone else's subordinate. Xianxia overheard the conversation between the general and the four founding elders. He was very interested in the space godworm. After all, his void-shattering power could affect the laws of space. However, he wasn't strong enough yet. Especially after arriving at the eternal divine domain, he was obviously lacking. Perhaps the space godworm could give him some inspiration. However, for safety reasons, he still planned to let Fanghua and the others stay in the Qianquan world for the time being. If the space godworm separated them, it would be bad. Then, he found Huang Yu and reminded her about the space godworm. This was the only thing he could do. He couldn't put Huang Yu in the Qianquan world. After all, they hadn't reached the point where they could entrust their lives to each other. Moreover, Huang Yu was a princess. It was impossible that she didn't have any treasures on her. As long as he knew in advance how terrifying the space godworm was and was prepared, there should be no problem. After that, Xianxia went back to his room to rest. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, everyone gathered at the entrance of the stronghold, counted the number of people, and prepared to set off. Once they left the stronghold, they would be in the dangerous ancient battlefield of the gods. Their fates would depend on their own luck. It was unrealistic to expect the four founding elders and the others to protect them. After all, there were only a few experts, and there were 100 martial artists participating in the Martial Kingdom's grand ceremony. Although 2 had died, there were a few more divine soul realm geniuses this time. There would only be more people. The ancient battlefield of the gods was deep and mysterious. No humans had set foot here for many years, and it had become a primitive forest. There was a great danger hidden in the gloomy forest. However, there was also a great opportunity. The geniuses were a little afraid but also full of anticipation. The coexistence of danger and opportunity made them nervous and excited. Although they knew that they might encounter danger, they were martial artists. If martial artists didn't take risks, how could they become successful? Like Xianxia, most of the people here had only stayed in the Golden Martial Kingdom. They had never left this place. Of course, there were a few exceptions, such as Xianxia and Yinli. It was understandable that they were interested in the geniuses of other martial kingdoms. After all, even Xianxia was the same. He even wondered if he would meet someone he knew this time. Between Dark Frost and Dong Huangyu, one was like his younger sister while the other was his only disciple. He really missed them. Seeing how excited the young geniuses were, the 4 founding elders poured a bucket of cold water on them. Don't blame me for speaking the truth. The trip to the ancient god attainment battlefield this time could be said to be filled with danger. Basically, our higher-ups won't make a move, because this is a trial for you. We're not here for sightseeing. In addition, the situation in each of the 108 martial kingdoms was different. Some martial nations are very friendly to us, while others are hostile to our golden martial nation. There were also some martial kingdoms that had always been very arrogant. For example, the Azura Martial Kingdom, the Mad Devil Martial Kingdom, and the Barbarian God Martial Kingdom. It was best not to provoke the martial artists from the 3 martial kingdoms. They were arrogant and extremely powerful. Even among the 108 martial kingdoms, they were ranked at the top. If you get into trouble, don't expect us to help you. Don't forget, the other martial kingdoms will also have experts accompanying you. Everyone sighed in their hearts. There were even some who were afraid. However, geniuses were all prideful. Although these people were afraid, they still wanted to see it for themselves. It wasn't easy for them to lower their heads. Of course, there's no need to be too worried. Although there are ferocious martial kingdoms, our golden martial nation also has allies. For example, the silver martial nation, the black iron martial nation, and the tree god martial nation. This time, the four martial kingdoms will be moving together, gathering a powerful lineup of over 400 people. The silver martial nation's god martial spirit is the silver god. It was rumored that the gold god and the silver god were brothers during the War of the Gods. The black iron martial nation's god martial spirit is the dwarf god. It was rumored that the dwarf god was a god who was good at refining weapons. On the battlefield, many divine weapons were personally forged by the dwarf god. The tree god martial nation's god martial spirit is naturally the tree god. It was formed by a giant tree demon who eventually became a god and was revered by people. These three martial kingdoms aren't any weaker than our golden martial nation. This time, the lineup coming to the ancient battlefield of the gods is also very powerful. Take the divine soul realm geniuses for example. The silver martial nation has 6 of them, the black iron martial nation has 5, and the tree god martial nation also has 5. So, don't think that you're high and mighty. Especially those brats who usually show off in the golden martial nation. When you come here, you have to forget your identity. Otherwise, you'll suffer a great loss. I don't want to mess up the relationship with my allies. Xianxia really didn't expect that the golden martial nation's allies would be so powerful. It seemed that if he wanted to truly control the golden martial nation, he would definitely have to rope in these allies. Or just get rid of them. Did you all hear that? Yes. Good. Let's set off immediately. The 4 founding elders waved their hands and led more than 100 people to leave the golden martial nation's stronghold and head into the distance. Stepping onto the ancient battlefield of the gods, Xianxia felt a strong sense of danger. However, this sense of danger made him even more excited. His cultivation path was that the more danger he was in, the more terrifying his improvement would be. The people around him seemed very nervous. Xianxia let Huang Yu walk with him. This way, if something happened, she might be able to help a little. After walking for about 3 hours, they finally arrived. A large group of people appeared in front of him. Moreover, each team was holding a flag with their own logo on it. They were the 3 allies that the 4 founding elders had mentioned. The Silver Martial Nation, the Iron Martial Nation, and the Tree God Martial Nation. Speaking of which, the martial artists of these 3 martial nations were really unique. The martial artists of the Silver Martial Nation were almost all silver-haired. There was a cold aura between their brows, as if everyone owed them money. The martial artists of the Iron Martial Nation were mostly short but very sturdy. All of them seemed more enthusiastic. The martial artists of the Golden Martial Nation hadn't even reached them yet, but they were already greeting them from afar. The Tree God Martial Nation was amazing. Almost all of them were women, and they were basically beauties. All of them had the feeling of a deep valley orchid. They were like fairies who had been away from the world for a long time. The 4 forces gathered. Although they were allies, they still wanted to compare themselves. Just by looking at the eyes of the young disciples, one could tell. Everyone was the best of their respective martial nations. Naturally, no one was willing to submit to the other. The upper echelons of each martial nation probably told their young geniuses that others were stronger. So much so that everyone was unconvinced in their hearts. They were all trying their best to compete with each other. The 3 of you, the Golden Martial Nation is quite far from here. I came late and made the 3 of you wait. It's really a sin. The 4 founding elders walked in front of the 3 leaders and cupped their hands. The leader of the Silver Martial country was a handsome man with shoulder-length white hair. He didn't look old, but his actual age was probably no younger than the 4 founding elders. This person was more aloof. He simply said 3 words, "It doesn't matter." The leader of the Black Iron Martial country was as forthright as he looked. He had a bronze complexion, coupled with a big beard and a dirty ponytail. His eyes were full of enthusiasm. "Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. We just arrived not long ago. The leader of the tree god martial country was a woman wearing a veil. She wore a long green dress and was gentle and polite. She wasn't as cold as the white-haired man. For founding elders, you must be joking. Actually, you're not late. They chatted for a while and brought the topic to the main topic. Since we're here, let's go. The white-haired man said softly. That's true. Let's go. The other three agreed. Hence, they set off. Although the young people of the four martial countries were not convinced by each other. But it was obvious that the leaders had reminded them before they came that the four martial countries were allies. They were friends, hence, they couldn't do anything that would hurt their friendship. No matter how arrogant they were, they knew the severity of the situation. Hence, they didn't fight for the time being. But they said a lot of provocative words. For example, although we are allies, our silver martial country is the strongest. Another example was, although we are allies, the martial kingdom ceremony is a competition. As long as we don't harm each other, we have to compete. In short, although they didn't fight, they were competing with each other in their bones. As Ling Xiao listened to these people, he felt very bored. No matter how nice their words were, they would only be tested if they were in trouble. He focused his attention on his surroundings. Because he felt danger, he understood that he had to be careful. If something happened to him, the four founding elders would definitely not help. He could only protect himself. Xianxia and Yinli were at the back of the group. They didn't speak at all and were doing their own things. They were alert of the situation around them. Many martial artists had already started chatting with the martial artists of the tree god martial country. It was a happy thing to have so many beauties accompanying him on the way. From the looks of it, they were really happy and harmonious. I really hope they can continue to be so happy. The white-haired man said coldly, these children are too ignorant. They don't know how scary this place is. Sigh. Marshal Bai, we've also come from such an ignorant time. After all, they haven't seen how scary this place is, so it's normal for them to react this way. The fourth elder smiled. Bai Shui was the white-haired man. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Clearly, it wasn't easy for him to refute fourth elder's words, but he didn't feel like refuting them. After walking for a while, the four leaders suddenly stopped. Bronzebeard, you say it. The four founding elders looked at the leader of the Black Iron Martial Kingdom and said. Bronzebeard nodded. He looked solemnly at the 400 over genius martial artists before him and said, next, we'll be entering the central zone of the ancient God Seal battlefield. We safely made it through the outer perimeter. Because we were there, nothing happened. However, the middle zone was different. It was the closest place to the core zone. There were many dangers inside. Not only were there powerful demonic beasts, there were also countless terrifying calamities. Those calamities and tribulations had their own consciousness. They were transformed from the weapons, magical treasures, and bodies of the previous gods. You'll know in a while. However, the first problem next is the blood-colored area where the killing intent condenses. Pay attention to revolving divine essence and divine sense. At the same time, resist the killing intent. Otherwise, you'll die. Actually, there was no need for Bronzebeard to say it. The geniuses already felt it. That terrifying killing intent was getting thicker and thicker. The killing intent had already condensed into a blood-red fog. Before they even walked in, they had no choice but to circulate divine essence to resist. Otherwise, if their souls were killed by the killing intent, they would really be hopeless. Grab my hand. Ling Xiao said to Huang Yu. Huang Yu nodded. At this moment, she didn't have any strange thoughts. She only thought that she could get through this difficulty together with Ling Xiao. There were already people who entered the blood-colored fog. Those were all divine soul realm geniuses. They weren't afraid. Instead, they rushed in. Immediately after, the other martial artists also mustered up their courage and walked in. However, in the next moment, someone let out a miserable cry. If not for the guards escorting these geniuses making a move to block the killing intent, someone would probably have died. Let's go. Ling Xiao grabbed Huang Yu's hand and walked in. Although miserable cries sounded out one after another, those were all the weaker geniuses. Their cultivation was roughly all divine body 9th level. Facing this kind of killing intent, they already couldn't quite withstand it. But after this setback, they believed that everyone who survived would have some improvement. The killing intent fog's range wasn't very big. After walking for roughly half an hour, everyone already walked out. It was just that close to 100 people collapsed. Although they didn't die, they were already seriously injured and unable to continue advancing. Fortunately, the martial country's grand ceremony this time, each martial country was equipped with very abundant medicinal pill resources. Everyone immediately sat there to rest and recuperate. At this moment, Xianxia saw a shocking scene. Crossing the blood-red fog, what they saw simply didn't seem like the same world. Dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls could be seen everywhere here. It was as if countless cities were destroyed. In the ancient ruins overgrown with weeds, demonic beasts' roars and poisonous bugs' cries came from time to time. The air was filled with a thick bloody smell. It didn't completely fade even after tens of thousands of years. The entire world seemed to be enveloped by killing intent. The air was filled with intense killing intent. It was just not as scary as the blood-red fog from before. The geniuses who were originally attacked by the blood-red fog were now even paler. Apart from a few martial artists, most people's expressions didn't look good. This was only the middle area of the Apotheosis ancient battlefield. The Apotheosis demon realm was in the core area. How many terrifying dangers did they have to go through before they could truly reach the other side, or rather, was it really possible? Everyone started to feel uncertain. What's that? Someone cried out in surprise. In the distance, there was a sword light shuttling through the ruins without a trace. Everywhere it passed, things would be torn apart. There was also a ball of fire that was rolling and burning, floating in midair like a playful scarlet sun. There was another place. That was a black shadow that was currently pulling everything in its surroundings into its pitch-black cave. None of these were controlled by anyone. They were operating on their own. This made the geniuses dumbfounded. That's the Apotheosis Calamity. The leader of the tree god martial country introduced. Hello everyone, my name is Ling Yun. The so-called Apotheosis Calamity is actually a strange phenomenon formed by the remnant magic treasures, martial techniques, divine essence, and divine consciousness from the Apotheosis battle. No one is controlling it, but it can cause martial artists to encounter extreme danger. It can even lead to death. What Ling Yun said is right. Bronzebeard also nodded and said, on the way to the Divine Seal Fiend realm, there are many similar Divine Seal calamities. It can be said to be even more terrifying than demonic beasts. In the past, among the martial artists who entered the Divine Seal ancient battlefield, the vast majority died in this Divine Seal calamity. This is an unsolved mystery and also a terrifying existence. So everyone has to be careful. Hearing these words, everyone sighed in their hearts. Although they already realized before coming that the trip this time would be very terrifying. But only until now did they understand that it was even more terrifying than they imagined. The four elders gave everyone a glance and said, so, follow us closely, don't fall behind. Otherwise, once you get entangled by the Divine Seal calamity, with your cultivation, you'll most likely die without a doubt. Don't think that I'm scaring you all. This is a matter of life and death, mustn't be careless. Everyone nodded their heads. Only after those injured people basically recovered did the team set off again. Perhaps it was because of the warning just now, but everyone's mood was a little heavy and nervous. His previous relaxed demeanor had turned into a solemn one. This was the place where the Divine Seal battle began back then. Countless deities fought here, for the sake of fighting for that true deity position. No idea how many deities died, how many deities disappeared. It was absolutely a terrifying place. Be careful, it's Divine Sword Calamity. Bai Shui reminded. Everyone saw a terrifying sword light descend from the sky. Like the wrath of a deity. Even if Bai Shui reminded in time, there were still 3 martial artists who were tragically killed. There was no time to dodge at all and they were touched by that horrifying sword light. He would die if he came into contact with it. Ling Xiao was just about to dodge when he was suddenly pushed by someone, directly pouncing in the direction of that sword light. This time, he was completely unprepared. He placed all of his attention on the sword light and did not expect that someone would sneak attack at this time. But Ling Zhao's personality was very simple. Whoever harmed him, even if he died, he would also drag that person down with him. He let go of Huang Yu's hand, his left hand suddenly forming a blood handprint, grabbing that martial artist who pushed him. The two people fell into divine sword calamity together. In just an instant, the two people died at the same time. Seeing this scene, Huang Yu knelt on the ground with a pale complexion. Ling Xiao died right in front of her, but she couldn't do anything. Ling Yin frowned and said, "For Doyans, what's wrong with the disciples of your golden martial nation? Why are they killing each other?" Perhaps the others didn't see it clearly, but the four team leaders saw it very clearly. Fortunately, both of them are dead. We can avoid a lot of trouble in the future. Bai Shui said coldly. What a pity. The young man who was pushed shouldn't have died. Bronzebeard sighed. The one who pushed him doesn't seem to be a disciple of our golden martial nation. The four founding elders frowned and were about to explain. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended. When the four leaders saw this person, they all frowned. Why did I have to meet this guy? Bronzebeard smiled wryly. The Azure Martial Kingdom is probably the strongest martial kingdom in the Northern Territory. Even if the four of us join forces, we might not be able to win. Just as he finished speaking, more than 100 martial artists appeared. They were all dressed in the same black martial arts attire. His clothes had the symbol of the Azure Martial Kingdom on them. The human divine nation was divided into 5 regions. They were East, South, West, and Central. There were no sacred cities in the North, South, East, and West regions. They were all occupied by the martial kingdoms. The Central region was a bit special. It had the strongest martial kingdom and 12 beast divine sacred cities. Among the many martial kingdoms in the Northern Territory, the Azure Martial Kingdom was undoubtedly outstanding. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were number 1. Therefore, when the Golden Martial Kingdom, Silver Martial Kingdom, Black Iron Martial Kingdom, and Tree Divine Martial Kingdom saw them, they were a bit afraid. The key was that the Azure Martial Kingdom had always been arrogant and had a bad temper. They would fight at the slightest disagreement. They were the most difficult to get along with. Every martial artist in the Azure Martial Kingdom was like an Azura. Most of them had the Azure Divine Martial Spirit, which was extremely terrifying. Everyone was emitting a strong murderous aura, which made the air turn cold. What are you afraid of? If worst comes to worst, we'll fight. With the 4 of us joining forces, we don't have to fear the Azure Martial Kingdom. Bai Shui said coldly. That's true, but no one is willing to fight in this damned place, except for a crazy martial kingdom like the Azure Martial Kingdom. Bronzebeard smiled wryly. If we communicate well, we might be able to avoid a fight. Ling Yin was a person who didn't like fighting. This was related to the environment of the Tree Divine Martial Kingdom. Let's observe the situation first. The 4 founding elders frowned. Encountering the Azure Martial Kingdom wouldn't be a good thing. The 4 founding elders were very clear about this point. At this time, no one noticed that after the Divine Sword disaster disappeared, Ling Xiao had quietly resurrected. However, he had chosen to hide in his shadow warrior form. He was paying close attention to the development of the situation. The person who had pushed him was indeed not a martial artist from the Golden Martial Kingdom. That person was dressed in black and looked like an Azura. He should be a martial artist from the Azure Martial Kingdom. After the people from the Azure Martial Kingdom appeared, they were very arrogant. Although they were facing the 4-nation alliance, they didn't have the slightest bit of fear. After all, they were all martial kingdoms of the northern region. The Azure Martial Kingdom was very familiar with the 4 martial kingdoms in front of them. Huangxi, your people don't know what's good for them. My Azure Martial Kingdom's disciple only went to greet him and he actually wanted to drag our people into the Divine Sword disaster. What do you think we should do about this? The leader of the Azure Martial Kingdom, Xiao Luofeng, looked coldly at the 4 founding elders and asked. This was completely a punitive expedition. Xiao Luofeng's appearance was very fierce and there was a kind of demonic cruelty to him. His pair of blood-red eyes were extremely intimidating. Hearing this, the crowd understood the meaning of the 4 founding elders' words. It turned out that it wasn't an internal strife but the people from the Azure martial kingdom. In fact, Xiao Luofeng was also very depressed. When he saw Ling Xiao and Huang Yu walking to the end, he wanted to show off his strength to the Golden Martial Kingdom. However, who knew that although he had killed one person, he had also lost one on his side. This transaction was really not worth it. After all, in his heart, the disciples of the Azure Martial Kingdom were much more valuable than the disciples of the Golden Martial Kingdom. So it was you who did it. Huang Yu's eyes were red. It was obvious that she had cried. After meeting Ling Xiao for a period of time, various things had happened, causing her to have inexplicable feelings for Ling Xiao. She knew that it was impossible for the two of them to be together, but she was willing to treat Ling Xiao as her best friend. Her friend had been killed. Her heart ached. Little girl, we don't understand what you're saying. Why did you greet him? Xiao Luofeng sneered and said, Huang Si, can I kill this little girl? Killing without a word, this was the style of the Azure Martial Kingdom. Xiao Luofeng, he's already dead. What else can we do? Let's just pretend that nothing happened. How about it? The four founding elders were very happy at this moment. Ling Xiao was killed by the people of the Azure Martial Kingdom. It was normal for him to not take revenge. In this case, the Golden King couldn't blame him. This was equivalent to giving him an excellent excuse. That won't do. Our people can't die in vain. Otherwise, this girl would commit suicide. Otherwise, you can compensate us with a six-path Divine Dragon Inscription Monarch weapon. Xiao Luofeng sneered. This was truly incomparably arrogant and overbearing. It was clearly their fault, but in the end, they became the victims. Who could they reason with? Xiao Luofeng, don't you think you've gone too far? The four elders frowned. Did they really think that he was made of clay? He just didn't care about Ling Xiao's life and death. That was why he said that. But that didn't mean that he was a pushover. Too much? This request is very normal. How is it too much? Xiao Luofeng sneered. Good. The Azure Martial Kingdom was just as unreasonable as before. Since that's the case, let's talk about it. If you don't want to end things like this, then let me ask you something. Why did your Azure Martial Kingdom's disciple push my Golden Martial Kingdom's disciple into the Divine Sword Calamity? How should we settle this debt? The four founding elders didn't back down in the slightest. Yo, I didn't expect you to be so unreasonable. Xiao Luofeng teased, what if I insist on killing this girl today? Get your facts straight. She is the daughter of our king. If you kill her, do you think the Golden Martial Nation will let this matter rest? Fourth elder said coldly. Is our Azure Martial Kingdom afraid? It seemed like Xiao Luofeng was determined to cause trouble today. While they were arguing, Ling Xiao was actually observing the situation in the Azure Martial Kingdom. Azure Feng was definitely stronger than the four founding elders. Furthermore, he was much stronger than before. Perhaps the four leaders would need to work together to defeat him. Moreover, the geniuses of the Azure Martial Kingdom were much more powerful than those of the Golden Martial Kingdom. The total number reached 180. Among them, there were even 30 Divine Soul Realm geniuses. It was even more than the Golden Martial Nation and the other two martial nations combined. This was the terrifying thing about the number one martial kingdom of the northern region. No wonder he dared to challenge the alliance of the four martial nations. He had heard of Shura Feng before. In order to go further in the human race's divine nation in the future, Shura Feng decided to join the divine nation. In particular, he learned about the situation in the northern region. The situation in the Azure Martial Kingdom was somewhat different from the Golden Martial Kingdom. Although their ancestral family was divided into factions, it was a competition between princes. Old Wang basically did not care about worldly affairs and only focused on cultivation. Xiao Luofeng was one of the princes. He was famous for being vicious and merciless. Furthermore, he was known for his cunning and ferocious nature. He was also a strong contender for the position of the next king. Azure Feng, this is the ancient battlefield of the Divine Seal. It's filled with danger. Do you really plan to fight with us? The four elders really couldn't understand these lunatics. The ancient God Seal battlefield was clearly so dangerous, Yet they still insisted on stirring up trouble. Just what were their intentions? Xiao Luofeng disdainfully said. Do you think you can fight with my Shura martial kingdom? I just carefully looked at it. Even if your 4 martial kingdoms joined forces, I fear that you still wouldn't be a match for our Azura martial kingdom. If your previous generation couldn't do it, then this generation can't either. Our Azura martial kingdom is still a bit more powerful. Xiao Luofeng spoke very straightforwardly, not caring whether the other party was willing to listen or not. You talk too much. Feng Xiao, if you want to fight, the 4 of us will gladly oblige. Bai Shuai didn't want to waste his breath like the 4 founding elders. It seemed that Xiao Luofeng was unwilling to make a move. Although he was very arrogant, he was also clear about the consequences of fighting in the ancient battlefield of the Divine Seal battlefield. Their Azura martial kingdom wasn't invincible. This time, they had many competitors that were much stronger than the Golden Martial Kingdom and the other 3 martial kingdoms. Hehe, interesting. It seems that you are determined to fight with my Azura martial kingdom. Xiao Luofeng sneered. He didn't want to fight at this time, but he couldn't bear to lose face. He had to find a way out. Right at this moment, 3 investiture of the gods' calamities appeared. One was raging fire, one was freezing ice, and one was golden light. It was unknown what they were. The appearance of the Divine Seal disasters interrupted everyone's argument. The 5 parties joined forces and repelled the Divine Seal disasters. Xiao Luofeng coldly said, let's put this matter aside for now. No matter what, we are a martial kingdom of the northern region. We should cooperate more. Let's set off together. The appearance of the God-sealing calamity finally gave him a very good excuse. The other 3 parties didn't want to fight here, so everyone set off together. After walking for about half an hour, Xiao Luofeng suddenly frowned. Who's there? Sneaking around. He suddenly let out a furious roar and activated his divine essence. He actually pulled Ling Xiao out of the shadow warrior form. Ling Xiao frowned. This guy's strength was indeed terrifying. It's actually you. Seeing Ling Xiao, everyone was shocked. They thought that Ling Xiao had died under the Divine Seal disasters. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would come out alive at this time? Ling Xiao. You didn't die. Huang Yu was crying tears of joy. I won't die so easily. After I was pushed, I dodged. Ling Xiao didn't want others to know that he could come back from the dead. This was the most reasonable explanation. Good kid, you actually faked your death. Since you're still alive, it's even easier. Huang Si, let me deal with this kid and we'll write off the grudge between us. Xiao Luofeng was a smart person. He could see that Ling Xiao was not simple. To be able to escape from the Divine Sword disasters, there was definitely some trick. Therefore, he didn't want to kill Ling Xiao for the time being. Instead, he wanted to get his hands on Ling Xiao and slowly study him. Whether it was magic treasures or divine abilities, he had to get his hands on them. This way, the chances of survival in the Divine Seal ancient battlefield would be greater. However, although Xiao Luofeng was smart, the 4 founding elders weren't stupid. What Xiao Luofeng could see through, the 4 founding elders could also see through. Before, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. But now it was different. To him, Ling Xiao might be a treasure. He sneered and said, you have to ask Ling Xiao for his own opinion. I can't make the decision. After all, he's our Golden King's prospective son-in-law. Xiao Luofeng looked at Ling Xiao and said, kid, follow me. I promise not to pursue the previous matter. Moreover, your status in the Azura Martial Kingdom will be much higher than in the Golden Martial Kingdom. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. This person's intentions were too obvious. He said, sorry, I'm a martial artist of the Golden Martial Kingdom. I have no reason to betray you. Moreover, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You want to know how I dodged the Divine Sword disasters? This isn't a secret. I was lucky enough to know some of the mysteries of the space law. That's why I dodged it. As Ling Xiao spoke, he used the power of the void. He shattered the void and crushed a stone. Seeing the space around the stone distort and deform, and finally compress into a piece, everyone was amazed. The 4 founding elders' eyes also lit up. However, Ling Xiao's actions made Xiao Luofeng even more interested in him. He couldn't even suppress the excitement on his face. It really is the space law. This time, I've picked up a treasure. Xiao Luofeng said excitedly. He didn't take the 4 founding elders seriously at all. It was as if as long as he wanted, Ling Xiao had to go with him. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. End of chapter 52-53. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.